I, 17F, have two younger siblings, Liam, 10M, and Ava, 7F. Ever since I turned 13, my parents have expected me to be their built-in babysitter. At first, it wasn't a huge deal. I'd watch them for an hour or two if my parents needed to run errands, and they'd usually bring me back a snack or something as a thank you. But over the years, it's escalated into something completely different. Now, I feel like I'm practically their second mom. My parents go out almost every weekend, sometimes even during the week, leaving me alone with Liam and Ava for hours. It's never a choice, either, it's just expected. If I push back, they roll their eyes and say, "You're their big sister. It's your responsibility." The worst part? They don't even ask anymore. They just assume I'll do it. I'll come home from school, exhausted after a long day, and before I can even put my backpack down, my mom will be heading for the door like, "We'll be back later, make sure they eat." And then she's gone. It's not just about watching them, it's everything. I have to cook dinner, help with homework, break up fights, and make sure they're in bed on time. Meanwhile, my parents are off having fun, completely stress-free. I wouldn't mind helping occasionally, but this has become a full-time job, and I don't get a single thank you. No allowance. No appreciation. Nothing. And the moment I complain? "We provide for you, put a roof over your head, and this is how you repay us?" But things finally came to a breaking point last Saturday. Last Saturday was supposed to be different. I had been planning a day out with my best friend, Mia, for weeks. We were going to the mall, grabbing lunch, and maybe even watching a movie, something I never get to do because I'm always stuck at home watching Liam and Ava. I made sure to tell my parents multiple times about my plans. I reminded them at dinner the night before, texted my mom that morning, and even wrote it on the fridge calendar. There was no way they could say they forgot. Or so I thought. Just as I was about to leave, dressed up and excited for once, my mom stopped me at the door. "Where are you going?" she asked, acting like this was the first time she was hearing about it. "I told you, Mom. I'm going to the mall with Mia. I've been planning this for weeks." She gave me that look, the one that meant I wasn't getting my way. "Your dad and I are going out in an hour. Who's going to watch Liam and Ava?" I couldn't believe it. They knew I had plans. They knew, and yet they still expected me to drop everything. "Not me," I said firmly. "I told you I'm busy today." "Don't be selfish," my mom snapped. "They're your siblings. You should want to help out." "I do help out. Every single day. But I'm not their parent. It's not my job." That set her off. She started going on about how I was being ungrateful, how I didn't understand the struggles of being an adult, and how family is supposed to support each other. My dad chimed in too, saying, "We don't ask for much. Why is it such a big deal?" I wanted to scream. They always say that, we don't ask for much. But they do ask for much. They ask for my time, my energy, my entire teenage years. And the moment I push back, I'm the bad guy. I took a deep breath. "You know what? This isn't fair. I'm going out. You'll have to figure it out." Then I turned and left. I felt a rush of adrenaline as I walked away, but deep down, I was nervous. My parents had never been this angry at me before. But for once, I was standing up for myself. When I got to the mall, I tried to enjoy myself. Mia and I got bubble tea, walked around, and even found some cute clothes on sale. But I couldn't fully relax. My phone kept buzzing, first with texts from my mom, then my dad, then my mom again. "Mom, you need to come home right now." "Mom, I'm serious, this is not okay." "Dad, we're very disappointed in you." "Mom, Liam is crying because he doesn't understand why you don't want to be with him." That last one hit me hard. I love my siblings, and I never wanted them to feel like I was abandoning them. But I also knew this was my parents' way of guilt-tripping me. I didn't respond. After about an hour, my mom called. I hesitated before answering, but Mia gave me a just-get-it-over-with look, so I picked up. "Hello? I hope you had your fun," my mom said, her voice tight with anger. "Because when you get home, we need to have a serious talk." I didn't even argue. I just sighed, said okay, and hung up. The rest of my time at the mall felt like I was just waiting for the inevitable. By the time I got home, my parents were already sitting in the living room, waiting for me. My dad had his arms crossed, and my mom looked exhausted, like I was the one stressing her out. "Sit," she said. I sat. "Do you understand how irresponsible you were today?" I clenched my jaw. "No, actually, I don't." Because I reminded you a million times that I had plans, and you ignored me. We didn't ignore you, Dad said. We assumed you'd be willing to help your family like you always do. That's the problem. You just assume I'll drop everything. Every time. It's not fair. My mom shook her head. You live in this house, you're a part of this family, and sometimes that means sacrificing for the people you love. I had sacrificed. Over and over again. I wanted to scream. So when do I get to have a life? I asked. Neither of them answered. They just stared at me like I had said something ridiculous. You're acting like we've been forcing you to babysit, my dad finally said. But you love your siblings. It's not that hard to watch them for a few hours. I laughed bitterly. A few hours? Are you serious? You guys go out almost every weekend. I basically raise them when you're not here. I can't even make plans without worrying about whether you'll ruin them. My mom rubbed her temples. So what are you saying? You don't want to help anymore? I'm saying it's not my responsibility. It's yours. Silence. My dad sighed, like he was so tired of this conversation. You know, when we were your age, we helped our families without complaining. That made me furious. I stood up. That's great, Dad. But just because you were treated like free labor doesn't mean I have to be. His face went red. Watch your tone. I crossed my arms. Or what? You'll ground me? Fine. Do it. But I'm done being your built-in babysitter. My mom sighed dramatically. I can't believe how selfish you're being. There it was. Selfish. The word they always used when I tried to set boundaries. I didn't say anything. I just turned and went to my room. I lay on my bed, staring at the ceiling, feeling so frustrated. I knew this wasn't over. I knew they'd try to make me feel bad. But for the first time, I felt free. The silent treatment started almost immediately. For the rest of the night, my parents barely spoke to me. My mom made dinner and didn't call me to the table. When I finally went to the kitchen to grab a plate, she just sighed loudly, like my presence was an inconvenience. Liam and Ava, my younger siblings, were the only ones acting normal. Liam ran up to me and gave me a hug, like he hadn't just seen me a few hours ago. I missed you today, he said. That hit me right in the heart. I missed you too, buddy, I thought. But before I could say anything, my mom shot me a look. See? He was upset you weren't here. That's all we were trying to say. I ignored her and focused on Liam. Did you have fun with Mom and Dad? Not really, he admitted. They were mad all day. I sighed and ruffled his hair. Go eat your dinner, okay? That night, I stayed in my room, only coming out when I absolutely had to. I wasn't in the mood for another guilt trip. But around 10 p.m., I heard a knock on my door. It was my dad. Your mom and I talked, he said, stepping inside. He wasn't as angry as before, but I could tell he still thought I was the problem. We're willing to compromise. I raised an eyebrow. Compromise? Yes, he said. We'll try not to rely on you as much for babysitting. But you are a part of this family, and sometimes we'll still need your help. That's just how it is. It wasn't a compromise. It was just them rewording what they'd always. So basically, nothing changes. That's not fair. We're trying to meet you halfway. No, you're trying to make me feel guilty so I'll go back to doing whatever you want. He sighed. Look, if you really don't want to help at all, then fine. But don't expect us to keep paying for things like your phone bill or gas money if you're not contributing to the household. Ah. There it was. The financial threat. Are you serious? Yes. You want to act like an adult? Then start paying for your own things. I felt my stomach drop. I knew I didn't make enough from my part-time job to cover everything they paid for. But I was so tired of feeling like I owed them my time just because they paid for things that parents are supposed to provide. Fine, I said, before I could overthink it. I'll start paying for my own stuff. But don't ask me to babysit again. His expression shifted slightly, like he hadn't expected me to call his bluff. If that's what you really want, he said. It is. He nodded, but he didn't look happy. Okay. Then that's settled. He walked out, shutting the door behind him. I sat there, my heart racing. I knew this was going to be hard. I knew they were going to make my life difficult. But for the first time, I felt like I was standing up for myself. The next morning, the tension in the house was thick. My mom barely acknowledged me when I walked into the kitchen. My dad was reading the newspaper like we still lived in the 1950s. I poured myself some cereal and sat down at the table. Liam was already there, munching on toast, completely oblivious to the weird energy in the room. Mom finally spoke after a few minutes. "So, I guess you'll be paying for your own phone bill this month?" "Yep." I kept my tone casual, even though my stomach was twisting. "And your gas?" "Yeah." She clicked her tongue. "Wow. Guess you really don't need us at all, huh?" I sighed. "That's not what this is about." "Oh? Then what is it about?" "It's about me not wanting to be treated like your built-in babysitter." That set her off. "Built-in babysitter? You're their sister. Helping out is part of being in a family. Helping out is one thing. But you guys expect me to drop everything at all times just because you didn't plan ahead. Excuse me? Last-minute date nights, last-minute emergencies that are just you running errands. You don't ask me, you tell me. And when I say no, you act like I'm the worst person in the world." She scoffed. "We have to tell you because you never say yes when we ask." "Because I have a life outside of this house." "Wow," she said bitterly, shaking her head. "Guess we raised a selfish daughter." I clenched my fists. Liam suddenly spoke up. "She's not selfish. She just doesn't want to babysit all the time." I stared at him, surprised. My parents both looked stunned, like it had never crossed their minds that he could have an opinion. "Liam, stay out of this," Mom said sharply. "Why?" "It's true." He frowned. "She never gets to do fun stuff because she's always watching me and Ava. I'd be sad too." My mom's face turned red. "That's not, Liam, you don't understand. I understand that she never gets to hang out with her friends, and you get mad when she says no. That's not fair." Dead silence. I had never been so proud of my little brother in my life. Dad cleared his throat. "Okay, enough of this. We already agreed, she doesn't have to babysit, but she takes care of her own stuff now." I nodded. "Right. And I'm fine with that." Mom looked furious. She turned back to her food and didn't say another word to me. For the next few weeks, things were tense. My parents followed through on their punishment. I had to start paying my phone bill, gas, and even small things like my own groceries. They were really trying to make me regret my decision. But honestly, it was worth it. It was hard, yeah, but I made it work. I picked up more hours at my job, cut back on unnecessary spending, and even started saving up to move out when I could. The best part? I had freedom. I wasn't stuck at home every night, missing out on life because my parents needed me to watch my siblings. I could make plans without constantly worrying they'd be ruined at the last second. Of course, my parents still threw in little digs. My mom loved to remind me that family helps family, but I just ignored her. But one day, something happened that made me realize just how much my parents had been taking advantage of me. It happened on a random Saturday afternoon. I was at a coffee shop with my best friend, finally enjoying a weekend without babysitting. My phone buzzed, and I sighed when I saw my mom's name pop up. I debated ignoring it, but part of me was curious. I picked up. "Hey! Where are you?" she asked, skipping any kind of greeting. "Out." "Why?" "Your dad and I have a dinner to go to, and Ava and Liam need someone to watch them." I almost laughed. "Mom. We already went over this. I don't babysit anymore." "Oh, come on, it's just for a few hours." "No." She scoffed. "You're so selfish, you know that? I told you weeks ago that I wasn't doing this anymore. You and Dad agreed, remember? You're the ones who said I should be responsible for myself instead. I didn't think you'd actually be so cold about it." I clenched my jaw. "I'm not cold. I'm just done being used." Mom huffed. "Fine. I'll figure it out." She hung up before I could respond. I shook my head and went back to my coffee, but a weird feeling nagged at me. A couple of hours later, I got a text from Liam. "Liam, did you tell Mom no?" "Me, yeah, why?" "Liam, she's making Ava and me stay home alone." I nearly dropped my phone. Ava was 6. I immediately called him. "Wait, what? You're home alone?" "Yeah," he said. "Mom said it's time for me to step up. But Ava's been crying because she doesn't want them to leave, and I don't know what to do." My blood ran cold. I grabbed my keys and told my friend I had to go. 20 minutes later, I was knocking on the door. Liam let me in, looking relieved. Ava was on the couch, her face red from crying. I scooped her up immediately. "Hey, it's okay. I'm here." Liam sighed. "I told Mom she should call someone else, but she just said I had to grow up." I could not believe this was happening. My parents had literally abandoned them just to make a point. I sat with them for a while, calming Ava down. Liam made us some popcorn, and we put on a movie. A couple of hours later, my parents came home. My mom's face dropped when she saw me. "What are you doing here?" she snapped. "Taking care of the kids, since you decided to leave them alone," I shot back. "Liam's old enough to watch Ava. He's 13. That's not old enough for a 6-year-old. My dad rubbed his temples. "Look, we knew he could handle it." I laughed bitterly. "No, you didn't. You just wanted to punish me for saying no. This isn't about responsibility. It's about control." Mom scoffed. "That's ridiculous." "Is it? You didn't even try to call someone else. You just dumped it on Liam the second I said no. What if something had happened?" Dad sighed. "Well, nothing did." I stared at him in disbelief. I turned to Liam. "Pack a bag. You and Ava are coming with me tonight." Mom lost it. "You can't just take them. Watch me." Liam didn't hesitate. He grabbed his stuff, and I helped Ava get her pajamas and favorite stuffed animal. Mom kept yelling about how I was overreacting, how she was the parent, how I couldn't steal my siblings from her. But I ignored her. That night, the three of us stayed at my best friend's house. I tucked Ava into bed, and for the first time in years, I felt like I was doing something right. The next day, my parents called non-stop. I let it go to voicemail. Eventually, my dad sent me a text, "Enough of this. Bring them home. You made your point." But I wasn't so sure I had. Because if my parents were really the kind of people who would leave a 6-year-old alone just to spite me, then maybe I needed to do more than just refuse to babysit. Maybe it was time to think about something bigger. Something permanent. I took a deep breath and stared at my phone. My dad's message sat there, waiting for a response. "You made your point." What point? That I refused to be their unpaid babysitter? That they had to actually parent their own kids? That I wouldn't let them guilt-trip me into backing down? I looked over at Liam and Ava, curled up on my best friend's couch. Ava was sleeping, her little hands clutching her stuffed bunny. Liam was scrolling through his phone, looking drained. I made a decision. I texted back. "No. You don't get to brush this off like it's nothing." Dad replied, "Don't be dramatic. We knew Liam could handle it." I texted, "Liam couldn't handle it. Ava cried for 2 hours. He was scared." Dad replied, "Then he needs to grow up. You're the one making things worse by running off with them." I gritted my teeth. I wasn't getting through to him. I wasn't sure I ever would. I turned to Liam. "Do you want to go home?" He looked startled. I mean, it's our house." But he hesitated. "I don't want to leave Ava alone again. And I don't trust them not to do it again." I nodded. That was all I needed to hear. I pulled up my phone again. But this time, I didn't text my parents. I called my aunt. She picked up almost immediately. "Hey, sweetheart. What's up?" I hesitated, then said, "Can we talk? It's kind of important." She must have heard something in my voice because her tone immediately changed. "Of course. What's going on?" I told her everything. The years of being expected to babysit. The way my parents would guilt-trip me into canceling plans. How they refused to hire an actual babysitter, even though they could afford it. And most importantly, what had happened last night. My aunt went silent for a moment. Then she said, "That's really bad." "I know. No, I mean, legally bad. They left a 6-year-old home alone with a teenager. That's neglect." That word made my stomach turn. Neglect. It sounded so official. So serious. "I don't know what to do," I admitted. She sighed. "Look, if you want, I can step in. Maybe I can take them for a while, just to give your parents a wake-up call." I glanced at Liam, who was watching me anxiously. Ava was still asleep. "Would you?" I asked, my voice quieter than before. "Of course. I'd be happy to. But it's up to you and the kids. If they don't want to go back, we can talk about options. Maybe even legal ones." I swallowed hard. Legal options. I wasn't even sure what that meant, but it was terrifying. I looked at Liam. "What if we stayed with Aunt Rachel for a while?" His eyes widened. "Really?" "Yeah. Just until we figure things out. And Ava too? Of course. He bit his lip, thinking. Then he nodded. I think that'd be good. I turned back to the phone. Okay, Aunt Rachel. Let's do it. The next few hours were a whirlwind. Aunt Rachel showed up with her car, helped us pack some bags, and reassured both me and Liam that we were doing the right thing. I sent one last text to my parents. Me, Liam and Ava are safe. We're staying with Aunt Rachel for now. Don't call or text until you're ready to actually take responsibility for your own children. It took less than a minute for my mom to call me, but I ignored it. And for the first time in years, I felt free. So, am I the a-hole? Was I too harsh for walking out and setting boundaries? Should I have handled it differently, or was this the only way to make them understand? Let me know what you think in the comments. And if you enjoyed this story, don't forget to subscribe for more.
I was about to break some big news to my family. Instead, they disowned me over my choices. I didn't give in, holding my ground despite the pressure. A few months later, they were the ones apologizing, but it wasn't what I expected. I never thought it would come to this. My name's Clara. I'm 28, and I've always been the quiet one in my family. You know the type, the person who sits back, watches the drama unfold, and tries to stay out of the way. Well, that all changed last summer when I finally decided to stand up for myself and make a life-changing decision that didn't sit well with anyone. It started out innocently enough. I was working a stable 9-to-5 job at a marketing agency, living in a modest apartment downtown. Everything was going fine, but I had this feeling that I was meant for something more. I wasn't passionate about my job, and I'd been toying with the idea of switching careers for a while. But not just any career. I wanted to open a small business. It seemed like the kind of risk that could pay off in the long run, but it was also terrifying. I didn't tell my family at first. That would have been a mistake. My parents, especially my mother, have always been the type to push me toward more conventional choices. They've always been about stability, safety, and keeping up appearances. And let's just say, my choices in life didn't exactly align with that. Fast forward a few months, and I was ready. I had saved enough money to invest in a small boutique shop. I found the perfect location in a developing area of the city, a place with a lot of potential. The plan was simple. I'd focus on handmade goods, crafts, and sustainable products, things I was passionate about. It felt right. But there was one problem. I had to tell my family. Now, I'll be honest, I was nervous. I was about to go against everything they had taught me. The safe route, the right path. But I had to do it. I was tired of being stuck in a job I didn't care about. And maybe, just maybe, I could show them that I was capable of more than they thought. So, I called a family dinner. My parents, my brother, Nathan, and his wife, Lily, everyone was there. It was supposed to be a casual gathering, but in my mind, it was the moment of truth. I could feel the tension in the air as I sat down. My parents were already discussing Nathan's latest promotion at work. Of course, he had to one-up me, and I was just waiting for the right moment. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I took a deep breath, cleared my throat, and said, I have something to share with you guys. My mom raised an eyebrow. What is it now, Clara? I smiled nervously, but there was a certain determination in my voice. I'm starting my own business. I've found a location, I've saved up the money, and I'm going for it. The room went dead silent. My dad looked up from his plate and gave me a look that could have frozen a volcano. What do you mean, you're starting a business? You have a perfectly good job. Why would you throw that away? Just for some little shop? I winced at the way he said little shop, but I pressed on. It's not just a little shop, Dad. It's something I've always wanted to do, and I believe it'll work. Nathan snorted from across the table. Oh, here we go, he muttered under his breath. Another one of Clara's grand ideas. You're gonna waste your savings on some pipe dream, and then what? Come crawling back to Mom and Dad when it fails. My mom sighed, shaking her head. Clara, you've always been so impulsive. You're throwing away your future. You could lose everything. I held my ground. I know the risks, Mom, but I'm not going to sit around forever wondering what if. I want to take this chance. But it wasn't just that. It was the way they reacted. It wasn't just disappointment, it was judgment. And from Nathan, it was ridicule. I could see the contempt in his eyes, the way he looked at me like I was a failure waiting to happen. What if it doesn't work out? Nathan pressed. What's your backup plan? I don't have a backup plan, I replied, my voice a little shaky now, but determined. This is my plan. I felt like I was on the edge of a cliff, and my family was trying to pull me back. But the hardest part was still to come. My mom looked at me with a mixture of frustration and worry. Clara, if you go through with this, don't expect us to support you. You'll be on your own. I can't believe you're doing this. And that's when it happened. The words I'd always feared, the ones I never thought I'd hear from my own mother. Maybe it's time you moved out of this house for good. You're not a child anymore. If you can't follow the path we've set for you, then maybe you're not part of this family anymore. There it was. The ultimatum. It hit me like a punch to the gut. And just like that, I felt like an outsider in my own family. But I didn't back down. I didn't give in. Instead, I stood up from the table and said, fine. If that's how you feel, then maybe I don't need this family to approve of my choices. I'll do this on my own. The room was still, but the tension in the air was palpable. It felt like I had just set a bomb in the middle of the room. I turned and walked out, not looking back. The days following that dinner were a blur. I threw myself into work, trying to bury my thoughts under the constant hustle of setting up my store. Every time I looked at the empty shelves, the blank walls, the untapped potential of my little boutique, I felt a surge of excitement. This was my project, my future. But it wasn't easy. I expected the silence to come, and it did. My parents, who had been calling me every Sunday without fail, stopped. Nathan and Lily didn't even bother to check in. It was as if I had been erased from the family. The void was heavy, but in some strange way, it was also freeing. I wasn't asking for their approval anymore. I had made my decision, and I was going to stick with it. I remember the first week the store was open. The early days were quiet, just like I'd expected, but the odd thing was, it felt right. I had my own pace, my own rhythm. And then, slowly, word spread. People started trickling in curious, then impressed. I could see the surprise in their eyes, but it wasn't the same feeling I got when I saw my family's reactions. It was a spark of interest, even admiration. And for the first time in a long time, I felt proud of myself. Then, a month after opening, my phone rang. The number wasn't familiar, but I answered anyway. Clara. It was my mom. Her voice was tight, and for the first time in weeks, it wasn't full of condemnation. Mom, I said cautiously, unsure of what this call meant. Clara, I think we need to talk, she said, hesitating. The knot in my stomach twisted. About what? She paused again. I could hear the sound of her breathing, like she was weighing something in her mind. We've been thinking. Your father and I, we've been hard on you. Maybe we were wrong. I think it's time we, sit down. I wasn't sure how to respond. You want to sit down now? Yes, she said quickly, like she was afraid I might hang up. I know it's been a while, but I think we should come by your store, see it for ourselves. I was stunned. The last conversation we'd had ended with them basically saying they couldn't support me, and here she was, suddenly asking to visit my shop? It didn't add up. I agreed, still uncertain but hoping this could be some sort of breakthrough. After all, I had made it on my own, hadn't I? Maybe this was their way of acknowledging that. Maybe they'd come to realize I was serious about this, and now they were ready to back me. The day they came to visit was strange. I was preparing for the usual wave of guilt and judgment, but when my parents walked in, they didn't come in with their typical critical gaze. They looked surprised. My mom immediately started browsing the shelves, picking up handmade candles, touching the locally made jewelry I had displayed. It almost seemed like she was trying to understand this new life I had created for myself. Nathan and Lily weren't with them. That should have been a clue. After a few minutes, my mom stopped by the counter where I was standing and said, "You've really put a lot of effort into this place, haven't you?" I nodded, feeling a sense of unease. "I have." "Well, it's impressive," she said, but the words didn't feel entirely sincere. It was almost as if she was trying to force herself to accept something she didn't fully understand. "Thanks, Mom," I said, unsure of what she meant by that. "I'm glad you like it." My dad had wandered to the back of the shop and was inspecting the storage area. When he came back up front, he gave me an appraising look. "So, how's business?" he asked, not quite sounding like he cared, but more like he was trying to gauge whether this was a fleeting idea or a real venture. "It's good. It's growing steadily," I said. "I've even started to get regulars. Things are going better than I expected." He didn't respond right away. He just looked at me, his arms crossed, the skepticism still lingering in his eyes. "Well, that's good. You'll need all the luck you can get." It was then that I realized. This wasn't an apology. Not really. My parents weren't here because they were proud of me or even wanted to make amends. They were here because they were trying to find an angle, some way to fix what they saw as a mistake. "Well, we should be going," my mom said, as if it was a casual visit and not a rare attempt at reconciling. "We'll be in touch." And just like that, they were gone. There wasn't a real conversation about how things had been or how they'd been feeling. There was no apology, no acknowledgement of the hurt they had caused by disowning me for my choices. But what struck me the most was that they didn't even mention Nathan or Lily. It was as if they didn't want to admit that they, too, had been part of this. My brother had been the one to mock me, the one to say I would fail. But they didn't address that. No, it was just about their own discomfort with my success. A few days later, I got another call from my mom. "Clara, I need to talk to you about something," she said, sounding a little more frantic than usual. "What is it, Mom?" "We were talking, and, well, we think maybe you should come back home," she said, her voice faltering slightly. "It's not too late to change your mind. You can quit this business nonsense, come back, and we'll help you get back on track. You've got a future ahead of you. A real future." My heart sank. There it was. The underlying message. They weren't sorry. They weren't even interested in supporting me on my terms. They just wanted me to abandon my business and return to the life they had already planned out for me. But I wasn't going to give in. Not this time. "No, Mom. I've made my choice," I said, my voice steady despite the overwhelming emotions. "I'm not going back." I could hear her sigh on the other end. "Fine, but don't say we didn't try to help you." And just like that, the call ended. It was clear now. They weren't interested in supporting me. They were interested in controlling me. But I wasn't going to let them have that power anymore. I had built something from the ground up, something real. And now they were trying to tear it down, under the guise of helping me. But what they didn't understand was that I didn't need their approval to succeed. A few weeks passed since that conversation with my mom, and life went on at the store. I threw myself into work, focusing on the customers, the sales, the small improvements I was constantly making. The more I worked, the more I realized just how far I'd come. There were still tough days, and it wasn't a walk in the park, but every step felt like a small victory. And then the phone rang again. It was my mom. I didn't hesitate to pick up this time. I had learned to brace myself for whatever she had to say. She had this way of making everything sound reasonable, even when it wasn't. "Clara, we need to talk," she said, her voice quieter than usual. I could tell something was off. Maybe this time, they had come to terms with my choices. Maybe they'd finally accepted that I wasn't going to just walk back into their carefully planned life for me. I was skeptical, but I gave in. "What about? Can we meet? Just the two of us?" she asked, sounding more urgent now. "It's important." I felt a twinge of unease, but I agreed. We set up a time to meet at a local cafe, halfway between her house and mine. When I arrived, she was already sitting at a table near the window. Her posture was stiff, like she was trying to appear calm, but I could see the way her hands fidgeted on the table. "Clara," she started, her voice low, "I've been thinking a lot about everything. About you and about your business. And I realized I might have been too harsh." I waited, holding my breath. Was this an apology? "I should have supported you," she continued, her voice cracking slightly. "I was scared for you, you know? I didn't want you to fail. We didn't want you to fail." I nodded slowly. It sounded like she was trying to soften the truth, like she wanted to make herself feel better. But I wasn't going to be fooled. I wasn't going to fall for another round of her guilt tripping. I understand, I said carefully, not wanting to get too defensive too quickly. But that's not how it felt. It felt like you were more concerned about your idea of me than who I really am. Her eyes widened for a moment, like she hadn't expected me to say that. But then she quickly composed herself, her tone shifting, almost as if she were trying to push the conversation in another direction. Well, we've been talking. Your father and we've come to a decision. I was already suspicious, but I nodded. What decision? You should consider selling the store, she said, her words tumbling out in a rush. Just think about it. The risk is too high, Clara. I've been looking at the numbers, and I can't bear to see you keep struggling. You've got to be realistic. You've been so independent, and we respect that, but it's too much. I sat there, frozen for a moment, letting her words sink in. This wasn't a heartfelt apology. This was another attempt to control me. She wasn't offering support. She was offering a solution that fit into her narrow view of what was right. I'm not selling the store, I said, my voice firm this time. This is my choice, and it's working. I'm not going to give it up because you're scared. Her expression hardened, and for the first time, I saw a flash of frustration in her eyes. Clara, I'm trying to help you. Your father's right. You're putting all your money into something that could fall apart at any moment. You're so stubborn. If you keep going down this path, you'll only end up with nothing. And then what? Do you really think we'll help you pick up the pieces? The accusation stung. It was like she was taking all my hard work and throwing it back in my face, as if it meant nothing. I'm not asking you to bail me out, I said, trying to stay calm. I just want you to respect my decision. Her voice dropped lower, almost to a whisper. But you're ruining your life, Clara. Your father doesn't even want to talk about it anymore. We can't just sit here and watch you self-destruct. Her words hung in the air, but I didn't let them weigh me down. I knew what this was. It was about control, about keeping me in line. I wasn't a little girl anymore, and I wasn't going to let them manipulate me like I used to. I think I'm done here, I said, standing up abruptly. I don't need to hear any more of this. My mom stood up too, but she was too late to stop me. Clara, please. Just listen. I shook my head, cutting her off. No, I'm not selling the store. I'm not giving up. And I'm not going to keep having this conversation. I left the cafe without looking back, the tension still thick between us. She hadn't apologized. She hadn't even tried to understand. All she wanted was for me to follow her path. And I refused. After that final conversation with my mom, I kept my head down, pouring every ounce of energy I had into the store. The sales were steady, the customer base was growing, and I started getting noticed in local media for the unique concept I'd built. It was slow progress, but it was real, and that felt better than any approval I could have gotten from my parents. Then came the day I had been secretly waiting for. The store had become a bit of a local hotspot. I'd expanded, added new inventory, and even started hosting workshops. Business was booming. I was gaining traction and building a name for myself. And that's when the big opportunity came. A local mall, the one my parents had been so adamant about me staying away from, had heard about my success and wanted to offer me a partnership. They wanted me to open a second location in their prime retail space. It was everything I could have dreamed of. I knew I needed to act fast before anyone else snatched it up. But before I could sign the deal, my mom called again. She didn't even hesitate this time. Clara, I think it's time we really talked. You've been successful, more than we ever expected. We were wrong. I see that now. I didn't trust her. I couldn't. You called me to apologize? I asked flatly, trying to keep my emotions in check. Well, yes, she said, her voice unusually soft. I've had time to think. I know we pushed you too hard. Maybe we've been too critical. Maybe you were right all along. I want to make things right. I didn't know if I should be relieved or angry, but I kept my guard up. What do you want from me, Mom? I don't want anything from you, Clara, she replied. I just want to support you. I see how hard you've worked, and I'm proud of you. I'd like to make it up to you somehow. It all sounded too good to be true, and something about her voice made me uneasy. I wasn't going to let my guard down that easily. So, I responded cautiously. What do you have in mind? I want to help you with your business, she said. Your father and I, we can provide you with some financial support to expand. A loan, if that's something you'd consider. You don't have to do it alone anymore. I took a deep breath before responding. You know, Mom, this really is generous of you. But I don't need your money. What I need is your respect, and I'm afraid I'm still waiting on that. There was silence on the other end, and for a moment, I wondered if maybe she was finally hearing me. But then she spoke again. You're being stubborn again, she said, frustration creeping into her voice. Don't you want us to be a part of your success? I don't want anyone to be a part of my success who didn't believe in me when I needed them to, I said coldly. You weren't there when I needed you most. Now that everything's working out, you think you can swoop in and claim a part of it? No, Mom. I did this on my own. The line went silent again, and for a moment, I thought she might just hang up. But instead, she spoke quietly, almost defeated. I see. Well, I suppose that's the last word on it. It is, I replied, then paused for a moment. And by the way, you can keep your help. I built something on my own. Something real. Something you and Dad couldn't tear down, no matter how hard you tried. I hung up the phone, feeling a strange sense of satisfaction. It wasn't the apology I had hoped for, but it was the final confirmation that I had made the right choice. I had stood my ground, and now I was in control of my own life. A week later, I signed the partnership deal with the mall. My business was expanding, and I was officially a success. It was everything I had wanted, and it felt like the perfect revenge. My parents had always assumed I would fail, but now they were the ones looking on, helpless to change the course of my life. Things are good now. The store is thriving, and I've never felt more empowered. My relationship with my parents is still strained, but I've learned to accept that they'll never fully understand my choices. I've come to terms with the fact that I don't need their approval to be happy or successful. So, I guess my question is, am I the a-hole here? Should I have let them in when they finally reached out? Or did I make the right call by sticking to my guns and building something on my own? I'd love to hear your thoughts. So, here's the situation. I, 25F, have been friends with Jessica, 26F, for years. We met in college, clicked instantly, and have been close ever since. But over the past few years, I started noticing something. Jessica has zero control over her finances. Every time she gets paid, she spends it all within days. Fancy dinners, designer bags, weekend trips, and even impulsive online shopping sprees. She always says, "You only live once," or "money comes and goes." Meanwhile, I'm over here budgeting, saving, and making sure my bills are paid before even thinking about luxuries. First. I didn't say anything. I mean, it's her money, her choice. But then, a pattern started forming. Every month, about a week before payday, Jessica would suddenly act stressed. She'd complain about how broke she was, how she couldn't afford gas, groceries, or even her phone bill. And that's when she started asking me for money. It started small. $20 here, $50 there. She always promised to pay me back, but sometimes she conveniently forgot, and I had to remind her. Other times, she'd pay me back late, but not before buying herself another expensive item first. And then, last month, things hit a breaking point. Jessica called me one night, sounding panicked. She told me she had completely run out of money and couldn't afford her rent. She needed $500, and she swore she would pay me back next month. I hesitated. This wasn't a one-time emergency. This was a repeated cycle of reckless spending followed by last-minute begging. And I was done being her safety net, so I took a deep breath and told her no. That's when everything blew up. Jessica went silent for a few seconds, and I could feel the tension through the phone. Then, in a dramatic tone, she said, "Wait, are you actually saying no?" I sighed. "Yeah, Jessica, I can't keep bailing you out. You make more than enough money to cover your bills, but you keep spending it on things you don't need. It's not fair for me to keep picking up the slack." She let out a sharp laugh, the kind that's half disbelief, half annoyance. Wow, So you're just going to let me struggle? I thought we were friends. At this point, I was getting frustrated. Friends help each other, Jess, but they don't enable bad habits. If I give you this money, what's going to change? Next month, you'll be right back in this spot. Her voice turned cold. So you're judging me? Just because I like nice things? I shook my head. No, I'm just saying you can't expect people to cover for you when you don't even try to be responsible. You had the money. You just spent it. Then she hit me with, it's easy for you to say. You don't know what it's like to be struggling. That part actually made me mad. Because unlike Jessica, I wasn't born into comfort. I had to work hard for everything I had. I skipped nights out, lived frugally, and saved every penny to make sure I was secure. Meanwhile, she was out blowing her paycheck on $200 brunches and impulse designer bags. So I told her, no, Jess, I do know what it's like. That's why I don't waste my money and then expect other people to fix my mistakes. She scoffed. I should have known you'd be like this. Money changes people. I was done at this point. Yeah, and so does constantly bailing someone out with no gratitude in return. I hope you figure things out, Jess, but I'm not your backup plan. Then I hung up that I felt guilty for about 5 minutes. But then, I didn't. Because the reality is, I wasn't wrong. But apparently, Jessica disagreed. Because the next morning, I woke up to a string of texts from our mutual friends, and it turns out, she'd told them her version of the story. The texts started flooding in. First, there was Rachel, our friend from college who's always been the peacekeeper. Hey, I just talked to Jess. She's really upset, and I think you should at least give her a little something. She's struggling, and she's been there for you in the past. I stared at my phone for a second, shaking my head. Of course she would say that. I've never asked Jess for anything. She's been the one who has come to me every time she was in a pinch. And I've always helped, even though it's been obvious she didn't learn anything from it. But I didn't respond to Rachel right away. Instead, I moved on to the next message, this time from Kelly, who was another mutual friend and definitely more blunt. Are you seriously going to let Jess drown just because she spent her money? You've got to know that's a bad look. I felt the frustration start to build. It was so easy for people to tell me what I should do when they weren't the ones constantly dealing with Jessica's poor choices. I quickly typed back, I'm not going to give her money because she makes irresponsible decisions every month and expects others to fix it. I'm not an ATM. But Kelly didn't stop there. She sent a follow-up message, look, I get it. But you're really going to let her think you don't care? You guys have been friends for years. Don't let some money issue break you up. At this point, I was getting a bit angry. The idea that people were treating me like the bad guy for standing up for my own financial boundaries just didn't sit right. I quickly typed out a long message, I do care. But what good does it do to help someone who refuses to change their behavior? She doesn't want a solution. She wants a quick fix. And I'm done enabling that. I'm not going to keep feeling guilty for not giving her money. I hit send and took a deep breath. It wasn't like I didn't care about Jess. I did. But I couldn't keep enabling her. Then, just as I was about to put my phone down, a message from Jess herself popped up. I can't believe you would just leave me hanging like this. I thought you were my friend. I guess I was wrong. I felt a lump form in my throat. My heart dropped. Was I wrong? Maybe I could have helped her in some way that didn't feel like a free pass to keep spiraling. But then again, if I helped her out this time, wouldn't I just be putting myself in the same position next month when the cycle repeated? I didn't know how to respond. I spent hours thinking about it, weighing my options. Should I send the money and risk being in the same position again? Or should I stand firm and let her face the consequences of her choices? As the hours passed, I went back and forth, feeling the weight of it all. The idea of letting go of our friendship over something like money seemed so drastic. But then again, the idea of continuing the same toxic cycle didn't feel any better. I tried to sleep, but my mind kept racing. I couldn't help but think about the times I'd helped Jessica before, how she'd promised she'd learn, but never did. It was like she only learned how to rely on me, and nothing else. Every time she got bailed out, it was like she was rewarded for her bad behavior, and the cycle would repeat. Around midnight, my phone buzzed again. It was Jessica. This time, it was a voice message. I'm really sorry. Okay? I get it now. I don't know why I do this. I just feel like everything's slipping through my fingers, and sometimes I don't know how to stop myself. But I really do need your help this time. Please, I'll pay you back next week. I promise this is the last time." I closed my eyes for a moment, listening to her words. For a second, I felt a pang of sympathy. She sounded genuine, maybe even a little broken. And yet, part of me knew this was the same routine she pulled countless times. What was different this time? Was this a turning point for her, or was she just manipulating my emotions? I didn't want to think of her as manipulative, but the truth was, I had been here before. She would apologize, make promises, and then, what? Next month, she'd be back at square one. The promises meant nothing when she never followed through. I knew I couldn't keep carrying this weight. The next morning, I decided to stand firm. I took a deep breath and typed out a response to Jessica. "I'm sorry, Jess, but I can't do this. I've helped you so many times, and each time, things stay the same. I can't keep bailing you out. You have to take responsibility for your spending and start making changes. I hope you understand, but I can't keep enabling this." It felt like I was cutting a part of my life loose. The guilt crept in again, but I tried to ignore it. I needed to take care of myself too. Then, just as I hit send, Rachel texted again. "Jess is really upset, and I think you're making a huge mistake. Are you sure this is the right thing to do?" I wanted to scream. Why was everyone so invested in Jessica's finances when they didn't have to live through the consequences? It was frustrating beyond belief. But then, I remembered something my mom always told me: don't let guilt make decisions for you. Sometimes, the right thing to do is the hardest. And this was hard, really hard. But was I truly wrong for wanting her to learn a lesson? Was it better to hurt her feelings now, or continue to let her drag me into her mess? I was tired of being the safety net. I sat there staring at my phone for a while, feeling a mix of emotions. I wanted to help Jessica. I really did. She was my friend, and I cared about her. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized this wasn't just about money. It was about boundaries and self-respect. I thought back to the last few months, how she'd asked for money at least 3 times, how she'd promised to pay me back, and how each time I'd ended up waiting and wondering if she'd actually do it. And the answer was always no. It wasn't just the money. It was the fact that I was being used, and it was becoming more and more obvious. I needed to stop being the go-to person when she messed up. I needed to stop enabling this cycle of irresponsibility. And I knew if I didn't take a stand now, it would only get worse. The decision felt final, but also incredibly difficult. As much as I knew I was doing the right thing, I couldn't shake the feeling of guilt creeping in. Was this really the end of our friendship? Was I really ready to walk away from someone I had cared about for so long? Then, just when I thought I might have made peace with it, Jess's response came through. "Fine. I get it. I'm not your charity case. But you know what? You're right. I've been using people, and I've been too proud to admit it. Maybe I'll figure this out on my own. But don't expect me to ever come to you for help again. Ever." I felt a wave of mixed emotions. Relief, guilt, anger, and even a bit of sadness. It wasn't that I wanted to lose her as a friend, but I knew that if I kept enabling her, our relationship would eventually crumble anyway. I stared at her message for a long time, unsure of what to say back. Finally, I just typed, "I'm not trying to push you away, Jess, but I can't keep doing this. I really hope you figure things out. I'll always be here if you need support, just not financially." I hit send and put my phone down, trying to shake the feeling that I had done something irreparable. But I knew this was the only way forward. The next few days were strange. Jess didn't reach out at all, and I didn't push. I had this constant knot in my stomach, but also a sense of clarity. Then, Rachel texted me again. "Jess hasn't been the same. She's really upset, and I'm worried she might start pulling away. You know how she is when she's hurt." I stared at the message, biting my lip. Part of me wanted to just forget about it and go on with my life. But another part of me, the part that had always wanted to help her, was torn that I had done what I thought was best for both of us. But was it worth the potential fallout? Could I really live with the possibility of losing a friendship over this? The days dragged on, and the silence between Jess and me grew louder. I found myself constantly thinking about her, wondering if I had made the right call. Part of me kept replaying the voice message she'd left me, her words still echoing in my mind. I get it now. I don't know why I do this. The truth was, I did know why. She didn't want to take responsibility. It was easier to blame everyone else and ask for help instead of figuring it out on her own. But as the silence stretched on, I couldn't help but wonder if I'd really given her a chance to change. Was cutting her off from my help the only option? Could I have handled it differently? Maybe tried to guide her or offer more encouragement without just saying no? I picked up my phone one afternoon, contemplating whether or not to reach out. I wanted to ask her how she was doing, but the thought of opening that door again made me feel uneasy. Would it be seen as a sign of weakness? Was I setting myself up to be asked for help again? That night, I went to bed early, still conflicted, but a little calmer. I told myself I had done what was best for me, and that Jess needed to understand the consequences of her actions. But deep down, I knew I wasn't just worried about her. I was worried about how all of this would affect me. Our friendship was built on years of trust, and now it felt like a ticking time bomb. I didn't hear from her for almost a week. But then, unexpectedly, Jessica texted me late one evening. I've been thinking a lot about everything. I realized that you were right. I've been so used to people just fixing things for me that I didn't even see how messed up it was. I'm sorry I put you in that position. I read the message over and over. It felt like she was finally taking some accountability. I could hear the sincerity in her words, and for the first time, it felt like she might actually be ready to make changes in her life. But then, my doubt crept back in. Was this just another temporary moment of clarity? Would she relapse into her old habits after the storm passed? I typed a reply slowly, careful with every word. I'm glad you see that now. I want you to succeed, Jess. But I still can't be the one to fix everything for you. I'll support you in any way I can that doesn't involve bailing you out financially. You have to start making these changes for yourself. I sat back after sending it, feeling strangely relieved but also nervous. Had I said the right thing? Would she feel abandoned? But at the same time, I realized I wasn't responsible for her actions anymore. A few days went by with no response, and just as I started to think maybe she wasn't going to reach out again, Rachel texted me. Jess is doing better. She's working on a budget and looking into some financial counseling. I think she's finally taking things seriously. I let out a long breath, a mix of relief and disbelief. It felt good to hear that Jess was taking the first steps toward changing. But deep down, I also felt something else. Uncertainty. Would this actually stick, or was it just another one of those false starts? Days turned into weeks, and the more time passed, the more I questioned whether Jessica's newfound determination was real or just another phase. It was strange seeing her attempt to change, and part of me wanted to believe that this was the turning point, the moment she would finally take control of her finances and her life. But there was also a small voice in my head warning me not to get my hopes up too quickly. The silence between us had begun to fade. Every now and then, she'd text me to share updates on her progress. I made a budget. I've cut out a lot of unnecessary spending. I couldn't help but feel a tiny spark of hope. Maybe she was finally learning. Still, I couldn't ignore the past, the countless times I'd been let down. The trust that had been broken so many times before didn't just heal overnight. It was hard to pretend like everything was fine when in the back of my mind, I knew that I couldn't be there to fix everything for her anymore. I had set that boundary, and I wasn't willing to compromise it just because she was making small improvements. The truth was, she needed to prove to herself that she could handle her responsibilities. I continued to hold my ground, refusing to let myself get emotionally roped back in. I couldn't afford to be her safety net again. The more I focused on my own life, my goals, my well-being, the more I realized how much I had been neglecting myself to always be there for Jessica. It wasn't just about the money anymore. It was about the emotional toll this friendship had taken on me. But then came the moment that would change everything. I was having lunch with a few friends when I saw a screenshot of something Jessica had posted on social media. She had written about her amazing progress, thanking everyone for their support. And there, at the bottom of the post, was a tagged thank you to me. I wouldn't have made it this far without my best friend who kept me grounded. I'm so lucky to have her in my life. She really showed me what tough love means. I sat there staring at the screen, a wave of emotions hitting me all at once. On one hand, I was glad to see that she was making an effort, that she was finally understanding the importance of accountability. But on the other hand, I couldn't ignore the fact that she had made it sound like I was the one who had fixed her, when the truth was, I had done nothing but refuse to enable her bad habits. It was a subtle manipulation of the narrative, making me out to be the hero in a story I hadn't even asked to be a part of. That feeling, that disappointment, hit me harder than anything else. She was still trying to make herself look like the victim in this situation, and I was exhausted by it. I knew I had to address it. So, I took a deep breath, picked up my phone, and sent her a message. "I saw your post, Jess. I'm glad you're making progress, but I want to be clear. I didn't save you. I didn't fix you. You're the one putting in the effort. Don't make it sound like I'm the one who turned everything around for you, because that's not the case. You're doing this for yourself, and that's something I'm proud of. But let's not rewrite the story, okay?" I stared at the message, my heart racing. Was this too harsh? Was I overstepping? I hit send before I could second-guess myself, hoping it would finally put an end to the narrative she had been crafting. I waited for her reply, feeling that familiar knot in my stomach. Would she be upset? Would she acknowledge what I was trying to say? Or would she spiral again? I held my breath as I saw the 3 little dots appear on my screen. After what felt like an eternity, she responded. "You're right. I shouldn't have made it sound like that. I'll own my part, and I won't do it again. I'm really sorry." It wasn't the most elaborate apology, but it was something. And honestly, it was all I could ask for. She hadn't deflected. She hadn't blamed me again. She had owned her mistake. I let out a sigh of relief, realizing that maybe, just maybe, this time, things were different. Maybe this time, Jess would continue on this path of self-improvement without relying on me. It had taken a lot for both of us to get here, and while I wasn't ready to fully trust her again, I could see the potential for change. In the weeks that followed, Jess continued to prove herself, slowly but surely. She stayed consistent with her budget, cut back on the unnecessary luxuries, and even started working overtime to make sure she wasn't living paycheck to paycheck anymore. It wasn't perfect, but it was a start. And honestly, that was enough for me. She reached out often, sharing updates and asking for advice. But this time, it was different. It wasn't about asking me to bail her out, but rather seeking guidance on how to keep improving. It was like I was seeing a side of her I hadn't seen in years, a side that took responsibility. Still, I couldn't forget the past. I couldn't forget how many times I had been let down, how many times I had bailed her out, hoping she would change. But this time felt different, and I wasn't going to hold on to the past. I had learned that, in order to protect myself, I had to set boundaries, even if it meant hurting someone I cared about. And Jess had learned, too. She'd learned that she was the one who had to make the changes, not me. When I look back on it now, I don't regret my decision. I don't regret saying no when I needed to. Jess is still a part of my life, but I'm no longer her safety net. And maybe, just maybe, that's the best thing for both of us. After all, people can change. They just have to be willing to do the hard work themselves. So, am I the a-hole for not letting my friend borrow money after she blew her paycheck on luxuries? I think in the end it was the right choice, for both of us.
Let me know what you think in the comments, and also subscribe to the channel for updates and more similar stories.
When my parents sold my childhood home, they didn't even tell me. I found out through a post, my brother holding the keys with the caption, "New chapter? Thanks Mom and Dad." When I asked about my share, my dad said, "You never contributed, so why should you get anything?" A month later, I made a move that shattered everything. Hi Reddit. I'm Nora, 40F, and I've always been the quiet one in my family. The one who didn't cause waves, didn't raise my voice, didn't bring drama. I thought that was a good thing. I thought staying out of family messes meant I was mature, above it all. But now, I'm realizing that sometimes, silence doesn't keep the peace, it just gives everyone else permission to ignore you. And that's exactly what happened to me. Let me back up. I grew up in a modest but cozy home on the outskirts of a small Oregon town. One of those neighborhoods where everybody knew everybody, and lawnmowers and sprinklers made the soundtrack of Saturday mornings. Our house wasn't fancy, but it was ours. Pale blue siding, white shutters, a big bay window in the living room, and a porch swing that creaked just right when you wanted to sit and listen to the wind. My dad, George, was a high school history teacher. My mom, Lydia, worked part-time at the library, and always smelled faintly of cinnamon from the tea she drank all day. I was the oldest child. Then came my brother, Liam, 38M, who was born 2 years after me. Growing up, we were close in that complicated sibling way, racing bikes around the cul-de-sac, fighting over who got the last pancake, teaming up during thunderstorms when we were both too old to admit we were scared. Things started to shift as we got older. I was always the independent one. I studied hard, got a scholarship, moved out at 18, and never looked back. I went to grad school in Seattle, built a quiet, stable life, and worked in nonprofit administration. I called home often enough, sent birthday gifts, and visited during holidays. I thought that was enough. I thought being a good daughter meant showing up when it mattered and staying out of the way when it didn't. Liam, on the other hand, never left. Literally. He stayed in our childhood home well into his 30s. There was always a reason. College didn't work out. The job market was tough. He needed time to figure things out. My parents were sympathetic. Too sympathetic, if I'm honest. They made excuses for him constantly. He didn't have to pay rent. He worked part-time jobs here and there, but he was mostly just home, taking up space, getting by. I didn't resent him at first. We all have different paths. But over time, I started noticing little things, how my parents spoke about Liam like he was doing them a favor by living with them. Liam helps with the yard, my mom would say, even though I knew a neighbor's teenage son was the one who mowed their lawn. He's always here when we need him, my dad would mention, even though most of their doctor's appointments were scheduled by me. Still, I said nothing. It wasn't worth the argument. My parents were aging, and Liam was, well, he was their burden to carry, I figured. I stayed in my lane. That's why the Facebook post hit so hard. It was a random Tuesday evening. I had just come home from work, made myself dinner, and was scrolling aimlessly while waiting for laundry to finish. And there it was smack in the middle of my feed. A photo of Liam, standing on the front porch of our house, holding up a giant novelty key like he had just won some game show. The caption read, "New chapter begins. Huge thanks to Mom and Dad for making this dream come true." My stomach dropped. I stared at it, rereading it over and over. New chapter? What did that mean? The house? That couldn't be right. Surely he wasn't talking about the house. My childhood home. The one I lived in for nearly 20 years. The one where my name was still, at least I thought it was, on the family trust. I sat there, phone in hand, heart pounding a little too hard, trying to make sense of it. I hadn't heard anything about my parents planning to move. Nothing about selling the house. No call, no message, not even a vague heads up. I texted Liam, trying to keep my tone light. "Hey, just saw your post. What's going on with the house?" No response. I waited, refreshing the app, glancing at my messages every few minutes. Finally, almost 2 hours later, he wrote back. "Oh yeah, they sold it to me last month. Didn't Mom tell you?" That was it. No smiley face. No apology. No explanation. Just a casual drop of a bombshell like he was talking about the weather. My hands were cold. I called my mom immediately. She picked up after a couple rings, sounding distracted. "Hi, honey," she said cheerfully. "Everything okay?" I didn't ease into it. "Did you sell the house?" A pause. Just long enough to confirm she hadn't expected the question. "Oh, yes, we did. To Liam. We figured it was time." "You didn't think to tell me?" Her voice tightened, just a little. "We didn't want to make a big fuss out of it. You've got so much going on. We didn't want to burden you." "Burden me?" I repeated, trying to keep my voice even. "It's the house I grew up in. I have memories in every single room. It's not just any house, Mom." There was silence for a moment. Then, with that soft, patronizing tone I remembered from so many childhood arguments, she said, "Nora, you haven't lived here in almost 20 years. As if that erased everything. I didn't sleep that night. The next day, I called my dad. I asked him point blank, why wasn't I told about the sale? Wasn't the house in the family trust? He sighed. "Liam's been helping us a lot, and we wanted him to have a stable future. It just made sense." I asked again about the trust. "That was updated a few years ago," he said. "Your name isn't on it anymore." I was stunned. When was I going to find that out? He didn't even flinch. "You never contributed to this house. You left. So why should you get anything from it?" I didn't argue. I didn't yell or cry. I just thanked him for his honesty and hung up. But something inside me had shifted. I had always believed that doing the right thing quietly would speak for itself. That showing respect, working hard, and keeping your head down would eventually be acknowledged. But I was starting to realize that maybe, in my family, silence wasn't respect, it was permission. And I had been giving it for far too long. I didn't know exactly what I was going to do yet. But I started digging. Into paperwork. Into documents. Into things they probably thought I had long forgotten. Because they didn't know what I still had. Or what I still remembered. I didn't act immediately. That's not my style. Instead, I sat with it. Let it settle in the way you let cold water numb your skin, slow, uncomfortable, but clarifying. I didn't tell friends, didn't vent online. I just quietly pulled open the drawer where I kept old family files. Birth certificates, report cards, yellowing property statements my dad had handed me one Christmas when he said I should start learning how real estate works. Funny how that lesson stuck more with me than it did with Liam. I went through everything. Slowly. Methodically. I wasn't even sure what I was looking for at first. Just anything that would help me make sense of what had happened. Or more importantly, what they had done behind my back. A few days in, I found it. A thick manila envelope tucked behind my graduate school transcripts. It was from 2012, stamped with the name of the law firm that handled my parents' trust. My parents had sent it when I moved to Seattle, telling me to hang on to it, just in case. At the time, I didn't ask questions. I didn't think I needed to. I was still under the illusion that we were a family that believed in fairness. Inside was a copy of the original family trust, dated 2010. It stated clearly that the house would be inherited equally between me and Liam, and that neither party could make decisions about the property without written consent from the other. So, something had changed. But they'd done it quietly. I scheduled a consultation with an estate attorney I found online. Her name was Diana, and from the first call, I could tell she was sharp. I gave her the facts without embellishment. I was left out of the loop. The house had been sold, and I had documentation that said I was entitled to part of it. She asked me to send over everything. I scanned and emailed the full trust paperwork and explained the Facebook post that had started it all. I don't like how this smells, she said, especially if they transferred the house without your signature or notification. Do you know when the trust was updated? I didn't. Not yet. That night, I called my aunt, my mom's sister, Marion. We weren't particularly close, but she had always been kind to me. Quiet like me, but observant. I figured if anyone had been watching from the sidelines, it would be her. She answered on the second ring. "Hi, sweetheart," she said. "Everything all right?" I asked if she knew anything about the house being sold. Her silence was answer enough. "They told me not to mention it to you," she said finally. "They said you'd make things complicated." "Why would they assume that?" "I don't know, Nora. You know how your parents are when they've made up their mind. They said Liam had earned it, that he had put in the time." Earned it? He had spent the last 15 years drifting from one half-hearted job to another, lounging in the same house where I had stayed up late every night during high school studying by lamplight while helping with chores. Earned didn't seem like the right word. I thanked her for her honesty. She hesitated. "There's something else," she added. "Liam told your parents you wouldn't care, that you'd moved on and didn't believe in material things, that you wouldn't want to be bothered with stuff like property." That stopped me cold, because it sounded exactly like something Liam would say, and exactly the kind of thing my parents would choose to believe if it made their lives easier. I didn't tell Aunt Marion what I was planning, but I thanked her again, and she sounded almost relieved. "Whatever you decide," she said quietly, "don't let them talk you out of it." The next week, I heard from Diana again. "They did update the trust," she said, her tone clipped. 3 years ago, the house was pulled out and put into a new revocable trust, one that names Liam as sole beneficiary. And I was never notified? No. And there's no indication that you ever signed anything agreeing to remove your interest. So they had done it, behind my back, quietly. And Liam had moved in, smiling for the camera, holding the keys to the house he was handed like a prize at the end of a rigged game. But they weren't careful enough. Because, as Diana explained, removing a named beneficiary from a trust without notification and due process is legally questionable, especially when that beneficiary can produce a signed original version that shows clear intent of shared ownership, which I had, tucked neatly in that manila envelope. We spent the next few weeks building the case. Quietly, thoroughly. Diana requested additional records from the county office, filings, title transfers, notarized documents. And with every document that came in, the picture grew clearer. They had deliberately shut me out, and Liam had known exactly what he was doing. Then came the moment that flipped everything. Diana called me on a Thursday morning. I was sipping tea by the window, watching the rain streak down the glass. "I have something," she said, "and it's big." She had found a recorded statement from the title transfer, a declaration signed by my parents, stating that Liam had been living in the home as a caretaker and that I had declined all interest in the property. That line was the nail in the coffin, because I had never, ever made such a statement. "That's misrepresentation," Diana said, "and possibly worse. If you're ready to pursue this, we can move forward. But once we do, things will change. They will not take this quietly." I sat there for a long time, letting her words settle. I thought about the porch swing, the pantry door with our heights penciled in from when we were kids, the backyard my mom had once planted daisies in after I got into college. I thought about every birthday I'd spent flying in just to be told, "Liam's going through a rough patch right now, so be nice." And then I thought about the photo, his smile, that key. "I'm ready," I told her. "Let's move forward." And so we did. What I set in motion next would expose years of favoritism, manipulation, and secrets they thought I would never question. And it would change my family forever. But I didn't care anymore. They wanted to pretend I didn't matter. I was about to remind them, quietly, legally, and with the same patience they had mistaken for weakness, that I had never stopped paying attention. The first letter Diana sent was calm, professional, almost unremarkable in its tone, which made it even more unsettling. She addressed it directly to my parents and to Liam. Certified mail. Inside, she requested a full accounting of the property sale, including the distribution of proceeds and any documentation of my supposed waiver of interest. It also stated clearly that I had legal standing to challenge the sale and request financial compensation, or, if necessary, invalidate the transaction altogether. She ended the letter with a simple line: "My client is prepared to pursue formal legal action should this matter not be resolved privately and in good faith." It took 6 days for them to respond. Not to Diana, but to me. My mom called first. I didn't pick up. Then she texted, "Can we please talk? I don't understand why you're doing this." I didn't answer that either. 2 hours later, my dad sent an email. That I read carefully. He called the letter a misunderstanding. He claimed I had opted out of the house during a family dinner years ago, a dinner I know for a fact didn't include any serious conversation, let alone anything about property rights. He said I'd always been more interested in the city and that they had assumed I didn't want the burden of upkeep. But the last paragraph was what really got me. He wrote, "We gave Liam the house because he needed it. You have a good life. Why jeopardize the family over something like this?" That line sat with me like a splinter. It wasn't just the deflection. It was the way he framed Liam as someone deserving, and me as someone selfish for even asking. I forwarded the email to Diana. She responded, "We move forward." Within a week, she filed a formal petition for financial redress, claiming my rightful share of the house sale based on the original trust and the lack of documented consent to remove me as a beneficiary. She included a copy of the notarized trust from 2010 and a statement asserting that I had never signed away my interest nor received compensation. It was quiet after that. No messages, no calls. And then the pushback began. Liam started posting online again, but this time, the tone had shifted. Not openly about the case, of course, but subtle jabs. A blurry photo of the backyard with a caption, "Sometimes family is about who shows up, not who makes noise after the fact." A shot of him repainting the kitchen cabinets, sweat equity. Some people wouldn't understand. He was baiting me, playing to our mutual circle of childhood friends and distant relatives who didn't know the full story. I stayed quiet. I didn't take the bait. But what they didn't know was that while Liam was posting cryptic captions, Diana and I were quietly collecting records, emails, old text threads, even holiday cards my parents had sent referencing our shared family home. Everything helped establish a clear pattern, that I had always been treated as a co-heir, that there had never been any discussion of me giving up my share, and that this change had been made without my knowledge. The most damning evidence came from an unexpected place. A month after we filed, Aunt Marion sent me a scanned letter she'd found while cleaning out an old desk drawer. It was a Christmas letter from my dad, sent to extended family, in which he wrote, "We've decided to pass the house down to both kids when the time comes. It's been a good home, and it means something to all of us." The letter was dated 2015, 5 years after the original trust was written. 2 years before they quietly rewrote it and removed me. That document went straight to Diana. She was practically thrilled. Consistent intent, she said. They can't claim you were never meant to inherit it when their own words contradict that. This strengthens your case. At this point, I started to feel something I hadn't felt in months: control. Not just over the legal case, but over the narrative. For the first time, I wasn't on the outside, trying to understand what happened. I was right in the middle of it, shaping what would happen next. The next escalation came not from me, but from Liam. I was working late one evening when my phone lit up with a new voicemail. I hadn't spoken to him in months. I played it, expecting bluster. Instead, his voice was tired, almost pleading. "Hey, Nora. Look, I don't know what this is really about. If this is about the money, I mean, we can talk about something. Maybe we can. I don't know, work something out without lawyers. It's just getting messy, okay?" Messy. That was his word for what they had done to me. I didn't reply. Not directly. But I made a quiet decision after that call. I gave Diana permission to move ahead with discovery. That meant we'd be requesting detailed financial documents from the sale, title transfers, bank records, the works. And we'd be deposing them, if needed. Diana told me to expect resistance. She was right. A week later, my parents sent me a letter through their own attorney. In it, they accused me of stirring up unnecessary conflict, claimed the original trust was outdated, and said they had every right to make decisions as they saw fit. They offered me a good faith settlement, less than 10% of the house's sale value. Diana laughed when she saw the number. "They're nervous," she said. "That's a lowball. They're hoping you'll take it just to avoid the stress." I didn't even consider accepting, because at this point, it wasn't just about the money anymore. It was about everything they thought they could get away with, and I was about to show them just how wrong they were. We declined their offer. Diana, steady as ever, countered with a formal request for mediation. She made it clear we were prepared to go to court if they refused. This wasn't a bluff. She had every document, every email, every time-stamped photo to prove my rightful share. But she also knew a public legal battle would be embarrassing for them. And that's when the tone of everything shifted. Their lawyer reached out again, this time less defensive, more conciliatory. They were open to constructive dialogue. Diana and I agreed to a meeting. It would be held over video conference. No yelling, no accusations, just facts. I didn't sleep the night before. When the day came, I logged in early. Diana sat beside me on the screen, calm and focused. A few minutes later, my parents appeared. Then Liam. It was surreal. There they were, my parents, whose home I used to run barefoot through every summer, sitting across a digital table from me as if we were strangers. I used to believe there was an invisible thread connecting us, something unbreakable: family, history, shared memories. But staring at their pixelated faces through a webcam, I realized that thread had been severed long ago. My mother avoided my gaze, her eyes distant, like she was already somewhere else. She looked smaller than I remembered her, fragile even, but I couldn't afford to let that distract me. My father, always the louder presence in any room, tried to lead with the same air of certainty that used to hush a room. But even through the screen, I saw the hesitation in his hands as he introduced their lawyer. Liam sat off to the side, shoulders hunched. He looked uncomfortable, like a kid dragged to a parent-teacher meeting for something he knew he'd done but didn't quite regret. He kept glancing down, never at me. The mediator started with basic introductions and ground rules. Calm voice, neutral expression. Then it was Diana's turn. She was deliberate, clear, every word backed by a document or timestamp. She began with the timeline, the trust created, the sudden sale, the absence of notice. Then she unfolded the paper trail, emails they hadn't answered, filings they hadn't made, signatures that were never requested. And then, almost casually, she placed the 2015 Christmas letter into evidence. The one where my father had written, in his own words, that the house would be divided equally one day. His name in blue ink, the date just beneath it. His expression cracked slightly then, just a flicker of discomfort, but I saw it. Then came the legal core of our case. The original trust structure, the laws in our state requiring transparency with all listed beneficiaries, and the fact that I had never, at any point, waived my rights or been notified of their actions. She emphasized the word silently. They had acted silently, removing me without notice, then transferring full benefit to my brother. It was airtight. Then it was their turn. Their lawyer leaned into ideas like family intention and verbal consent. He painted it as a matter of assumption, of informal understanding. But under pressure, he admitted there was no documentation supporting any of that. No email, no recording, no signed waiver. Just the assumption that I had moved on and wasn't interested. The room, virtual as it was, fell quiet after that. The mediator asked a few clarifying questions, nodding slowly. Then he excused them for a private breakout session. 10 minutes passed. I stared at the blank screen and wondered how it had come to this. Diana tapped her pen once, then again, focused but still. When they returned, the air had changed. My parents looked resigned, like the fight had deflated them. My father sat more stiffly. My mother's lips were pressed tightly together. Liam still wouldn't look at me. Their lawyer spoke. They were willing to settle, properly this time. I would receive a third of the house's sale value, plus legal fees. Not the full half, but not nothing either. It was substantial. Diana muted our side of the call and turned to me. "This is fair," she said gently. "It's not everything, but you'd likely win more only after a long, drawn-out court process. It could take a year or more. They're trying to end this before it gets public." I didn't respond right away. My mind went back to birthdays missed, to graduation, to all the times I had convinced myself that maybe I was just being sensitive, just misreading their behavior. But I hadn't been. I'd simply been trained to stay quiet. I thought about how much energy this had already drained from me, and how much more it might cost. And then I thought about what it would mean to finally close this chapter on my own terms. I accepted. We signed papers 2 weeks later. The funds arrived shortly after that. Diana sent me one final email. "You handled this with more grace than most." I haven't spoken to my parents since. Not once. Liam sent a short message a few weeks later. Just one line. I didn't know everything. I just thought they were doing what was fair. I read it 3 times and deleted it. I didn't answer. In the months that followed, I began to feel like myself again. It wasn't just the financial security, though yes, it helped me finally open the design studio I'd been sketching out for years. It was the clarity. The ability to look back and know that I hadn't let them silence me. That I had fought, not out of bitterness, but because I mattered. They tried to erase me quietly. They assumed I wouldn't push back. But I did. And I walked away not just with my share, but with something much harder to measure. My voice, my strength, and the knowledge that I had stood up, even when it would have been easier to let it go. I still pass by the old neighborhood sometimes. I'll take the long way home, just to see the streets I used to ride my bike down. But I never turn down our old road. I don't need to. That house isn't mine anymore. But the lessons I learned inside it, those are. And they always will be. My family always treated me like I was too independent. When I started my own business, they told me to give it up for my sister's career. I refused. Hi Reddit. I'm Amelia, 40F, and I've been sitting on this story for a while. Not because I'm unsure about what happened, but because it's taken me a long time to fully wrap my head around just how messed up things have gotten with my family, and how long the warning signs were there, plain as day, if I just let myself really see them. I want to tell this whole story properly, so I'm going to start from the beginning, not the beginning, but where the foundation for all this was quietly being laid over years and years, in ways that seemed small and almost normal at the time. That's the thing about family dysfunction. It's rarely loud right away. It builds in whispers and shrugged off comments, and well, that's just how they are. Until one day you wake up and realize you're stuck in a dynamic that's been slowly strangling you for decades. I'm the oldest of 2 sisters. Juliet is 38, 2 years younger than me, and if you ask anyone in my family to describe us, the answers will come fast and predictable. I'm the capable one, the one who always had it together. And Juliet? She's sensitive, artistic, just trying to find her path. Those sound harmless on paper, right? But in practice, those labels shape nearly every interaction in our household. My parents, Ron and Eliza, were never openly cruel. They weren't the yelling or belt-swinging type. They were much more subtle than that. My mom, especially, had a talent for making her preferences known without ever having to say them directly. A lifted eyebrow, a sigh just a second too long, a strategic silence. I learned to read those cues early. I had to. I don't remember a single moment where someone said, "Amelia, we expect you to manage everything on your own." But that was the unspoken rule. If Juliet forgot her lunch, we turned around and went back to get it. If I forgot mine, I was told, well, Now you know to remember next time. When Juliet got a B on a test, my parents met with the teacher. When I got an A dash, I got asked what went wrong. At first, I liked being the reliable one. I liked the gold stars, the way teachers praised me at parent-teacher conferences. I liked that I could handle things on my own. It made me feel competent. But over time, I started to notice that being independent in our family didn't come with support. It came instead of support. I wasn't the one who got extra time with Dad helping with science fair projects. I wasn't the one Mom stayed up with when I had a paper due. That time, energy, and concern always went at Juliet. And it wasn't that I needed hand-holding. I really didn't. But it would have been nice to feel like someone was in my corner, too. By the time I hit high school, I had a job after school, took AP classes, cooked dinner twice a week, and drove Juliet to her choir rehearsals because my parents were too busy. When I got into my first choice college with a full scholarship, my parents congratulated me, of course. But a few hours later, the conversation shifted to how worried they were about Juliet adjusting when I left. "She's always looked up to you," Mom said. "Don't forget to call her often. She needs that stability." Meanwhile, Juliet barely looked up from her phone. Fast forward a bit, college was good for me. I found my people, worked 2 part-time jobs, and slowly carved out a little life for myself. I didn't rely on my parents for anything, not money, not advice, not emotional support, mostly because I had learned not to expect it. And in some weird way, I think they took pride in that. Every time I did something on my own, they saw it as proof that their hands-off approach had been the right one. They never once asked how hard it was. Juliet bounced around a lot after high school. She tried community college, dropped out, tried a nanny job, quit after a few months. Went through a phase where she was really into travel blogging, though she never actually traveled beyond a weekend in Vermont. Every time something didn't work out, my parents treated it like an act of nature, something no one could have predicted or prevented. "She just hasn't found her passion yet," they'd say. "She's not like you, Amelia. She's more delicate." I stopped visiting home much in my 20s. It wasn't that we had some big falling out, it was just draining. I'd come back for holidays and feel like a guest in my own family. I was polite, asked about Juliet's latest pursuit, and quietly ignored the digs that came my way. Things like, "You're so lucky to be naturally organized," or "Not everyone has the luxury of being as confident as you." I knew better than to challenge it. The one time I gently pointed out that maybe Juliet could get a job to help with her rent, Mom got icy and said, "Not everyone had your advantages, Amelia." My advantages, by the way, were working full-time while getting my degree and living in a 1-bedroom apartment with 3 roommates. Eventually, I built a career in marketing and branding. Nothing glamorous, but I was good at it and worked my way up steadily. I'd gotten used to relying on myself, to solving my own problems. And then, 3 years ago, after a lot of late nights and budgeting spreadsheets and scary decisions, I finally did something I'd been dreaming about for years. I started my own business. It's a boutique consulting firm that works with independent creators and small startups. I started solo, but over time I built a small team, rented a modest office space, and started taking on larger clients. It's not flashy, but it's real. And it's mine. I didn't expect my parents to throw a party when I launched. I didn't even tell them at first. When I finally mentioned it during a call, there was a pause, and then my mom said, "Oh, so you're leaving a real job to freelance?" I explained it wasn't really freelancing. It was a company, with clients, contracts, overhead, but I could tell she wasn't really listening. I never heard her mention it to other family members. There was no pride, no questions, no curiosity. Meanwhile, Juliet had gotten into photography. She took an online course, got a used camera from a friend, and started posting moody portraits of her friends on social media with long captions about finding beauty in chaos. She had an eye, I'll give her that. But no direction, no business sense, and no consistency. Still, my parents were over the moon. My dad even built her a little corner studio in the garage. At Thanksgiving last year, I arrived a little late. There'd been a last-minute client call I couldn't reschedule. When I walked in, the first thing I heard was my mother saying if Juliet had a proper launch plan and the right connections, her business could really take off. Dad chimed in, "She just needs a strong foundation, like what Amelia has." Imagine if they teamed up. I honestly thought they were brainstorming out loud. So I made a neutral comment like, "I'm always happy to share tips or help out with a website." Juliet smiled a little too widely and said, "Actually, I had something bigger in mind." And that's when the conversation took a turn I wasn't expecting. She said she'd been thinking a lot about how complementary our skills were. that maybe we should combine forces, her photography and my branding expertise, to form a sort of creative powerhouse. She said it like it was already happening, like I was just waiting for her to come up with the idea. I mean, she said with a shrug, you already have the business side handled. And clients. It would be easy to fold me into what you're doing. That way I don't have to go through all that trial and error stuff. We could make it official. I remember sitting there, blinking. It was so surreal I honestly thought I'd misheard her. But my parents were nodding along like this was the most reasonable suggestion in the world. I told her carefully, gently, that my business had taken years to build, that it was structured in a very specific way, and that bringing someone in wasn't just a matter of folding them in. That I wasn't looking for a partner right now, but I'd be happy to help her build her own business plan if she wanted guidance. Her face changed instantly. Not angry, just disappointed. Like I'd failed some unspoken test. Mom pursed her lips and said, you know, not everything has to be about you, Amelia. I wanted to laugh, but I didn't. I just sat there, suddenly very aware that this wasn't about business. This was about a lifetime of dynamics finally boiling over. So after that Thanksgiving dinner, I thought maybe it was just an off moment. I convinced myself it was a combination of the holidays, family pressure, and Juliet's usual tendency to dream big without understanding the practical side of things. But deep down, I knew something had shifted. I could feel the tension thickening, and it wasn't just between me and Juliet, it was between me and everyone at the table. My parents had always played the role of the impartial overseers, but this time, they had made their stance clear. I wasn't just the independent one anymore. I was the barrier to Juliet's success. And that feeling stuck with me long after the dinner was over. The following weeks were a mix of weird silences and passive-aggressive comments whenever I spoke with my family. They'd talk about Juliet's potential, like she was some sort of genius who just needed a little push, while I was still doing okay with my business. But didn't I think it was time to let go of that and focus on helping her? It was the same refrain over and over. You've had your chance, Amelia. It's Juliet's turn now. At first, I didn't fully grasp what they were asking of me. Sure, they wanted me to help Juliet, give her advice, share my connections, maybe mentor her. But then it started to become clearer that what they really meant was for me to step aside. They wanted me to give up my business. For her. It was a gradual thing, but it escalated quickly. My mom started asking pointed questions about how the business was going as though she were talking to a stranger, not her daughter. If I said things were going well, she'd respond with something like, I just wish you'd give it up for something bigger. For family, it wasn't even a suggestion anymore. It was an expectation. Juliet, on the other hand, started to play this almost sad little game. She'd call me with updates about her progress, as if she were running a Fortune 500 company, and every time she spoke, it felt like she was giving herself permission to act like she already had what I'd worked for. She talked about clients as if she was already booked for the year, when in reality, she barely had a handful of paying gigs. And yet, every conversation somehow ended with her saying things like, imagine how much we could do if we worked together, if you helped me grow this. And no matter how I responded carefully, explaining how business partnerships required more than just sharing a last name, she'd hang up with that same disappointed tone. But things got darker after a while. It wasn't enough for them to just ask me to step aside. No, they started to take more aggressive steps. Juliet started showing up at my office uninvited. At first, it was just a chat, she'd say. She wanted to learn from me, to see what I was doing so she could do it better. I was gracious. I offered to give her some pointers, but I also made it clear that she needed to understand the work that went into what I was building. No shortcuts. No, helping her out just because she was my sister. She didn't take that well. One day, she showed up with a fully printed out marketing proposal for my business. I had to blink a few times to process what I was seeing. Was she actually trying to pitch me her own services to take over my branding? My whole brand? Amelia, I've been thinking, she said, flipping through her pages, and I think your company could really use a rebranding. A fresh aesthetic. You know, something that speaks more to the art behind it. She paused, looking me in the eye like she'd just dropped the most groundbreaking idea in the world. I've also got a new set of ideas for your client outreach. You should really let me take over that part of your business too. I remember just staring at her for a moment, trying to figure out if I was being pranked. But when I realized she wasn't joking, I felt my blood pressure rise. I took a deep breath and told her, Juliet, I've spent years developing this. I didn't rely on anyone for this. You can't just waltz in and take over parts of my business because you're my sister. She laughed, a sound that sent a chill down my spine. "Oh, I'm not taking over, Amelia," she said, with that same self-assured grin that always made my skin crawl. "I'm helping. You'll see. Once you see how much better I am at this thing, you'll be glad I stepped in." I had never been more disgusted with her in my life. She didn't just want my business, she was entitled to it. She was already acting like I'd given it to her. She was walking around like the only thing keeping us from being the perfect sister duo was my reluctance to share everything I'd built. It wasn't just that I wasn't going to let her take over my work. By then, I realized something far more sinister. My parents had been planting these ideas in her head all along. They were actively encouraging her to push into my territory, to believe she could take what was mine, all while downplaying everything I'd accomplished. The moment I realized this, I stopped being angry. I wasn't angry anymore, I was scared. They had been chipping away at me, slowly eroding my boundaries, making me feel like the villain for wanting to keep what was mine. And all the while, they were building up Juliet as some kind of hero, someone who just needed a little push, a little help, to succeed. But the truth was, they weren't doing this out of love for her. They were doing it because they were entitled to my success. They wanted to see me fail so she could rise. They'd always done this in small, almost invisible ways, and now it was in full view. So, I did the only thing I could think of. I decided to draw a line in the sand. I wasn't going to give up my business. Not for anyone. And certainly not for Juliet, who couldn't see beyond her own bubble. But as you can imagine, this didn't go down well. Over the next few weeks, my phone exploded with calls and messages. At first, it was just my parents, angry, disappointed, guilt-tripping me about how I couldn't even make space for family. Then Juliet joined in. She called me late one night, practically hysterical. She told me that I was ruining everything, that if I didn't help her, I was turning my back on her dreams. The guilt they tried to place on me was suffocating. But still, I held firm. I didn't budge. Not even when my mom cried about how shattered she was by my refusal. Not even when Dad told me I was selfish for wanting to keep all the success to myself. At this point, the pressure from my family had reached a boiling point. My parents' guilt trips were relentless, Juliet's demands were growing more audacious, and I was beginning to feel like the odd one out in my own family. My phone was a constant buzz of messages, calls, and passive-aggressive remarks about how I was ruining everything, how I was holding back Juliet's potential. The weight of their manipulation was getting harder to bear, but I was determined to stand my ground. I had worked too hard, sacrificed too much to get where I was, and I wasn't about to hand it over to Juliet just because she couldn't get her own act together. But here's the thing. When people like my family, people who have always been good at playing the victim, feel cornered, they stop at nothing. And Juliet, well, she had an ace up her sleeve that I didn't see coming. One day, I received a message from one of my clients. It was an email with the subject line, "Urgent, legal action pending." Naturally, I opened it right away, and I could feel my stomach drop as I read through it. Someone had filed a complaint against my business, accusing me of plagiarism. Now, this is beyond absurd. Plagiarism? I've worked with small creators for years, helping them build their brands from the ground up. Everything I do is tailored, original, and painstakingly crafted. The idea that someone would accuse me of stealing their intellectual property was ridiculous. But that's exactly what this client was claiming. They said that I had lifted designs and marketing strategies from a competitor. The complaint seemed poorly written, unsubstantiated, and frankly suspicious. But what really made my blood run cold was the fact that the company named in the complaint wasn't just any random business. It was Juliet's business, her photography studio. I immediately tried to contact the client to clear things up. But when I spoke to their legal team, I was told that they had proof. Apparently, Juliet had provided them with evidence of how my branding was strikingly similar to her own work. She had even gone so far as to send them screenshots of my marketing materials alongside her photos, claiming they were carbon copies of what she had been doing. My heart was pounding in my chest as I processed everything. Juliet had actually gone through the effort to fabricate a case against me. She wasn't just trying to join my business, she was actively trying to destroy it. And, based on what I was hearing, she had somehow convinced my parents to get involved. They weren't just playing the victim anymore. They were aiding and abetting her. I was furious. Not just at Juliet, though, honestly. Her betrayal hit me like a ton of bricks, but at my parents for enabling this. I felt so betrayed, so blindsided. All the times I defended them, all the times I had brushed aside their little digs and manipulations, and this was how they repaid me? But I wasn't going to back down. No way. I wasn't going to let my hard work be torn apart by someone who hadn't put in the time, the effort, or the sweat I had. And I sure wasn't going to let my parents pull me back into their toxic cycle of enabling Juliet's delusions of grandeur. I decided I wasn't just going to fight this legally, I was going to fight back on my terms. I needed a plan. It wasn't enough to just clear my name and defend myself. I had to expose what they were doing and make sure they never, ever tried something like this again. This wasn't about business anymore. It was about my family thinking they could play God with my life and my success just because they felt entitled to it. So I started gathering evidence. I went through all of my past contracts, emails, client communications, everything. I made sure I had a solid defense, not just against the plagiarism claim, but against the manipulation that had been going on behind the scenes for years. I contacted a lawyer to protect myself legally, but I also started working with a private investigator. I knew I needed to know exactly what my family had been up to, what they were planning next. Because if they thought they could take everything I had worked for, I was going to make sure they felt the full weight of their actions. And then came the part of the plan that felt the most personal. I needed to make sure Juliet knew that I wasn't just a pushover, that I wasn't some older sister who would quietly let her walk all over me. I needed to make her understand that she couldn't get away with this kind of thing. So I took a deep breath, picked up my phone, and called Juliet. "Hey, Juliet," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "We need to talk." She picked up on the first ring, her voice all too casual. "Amelia, I was hoping you'd call. I was thinking, maybe you could help me with the legal stuff. It's getting really complicated, and, Juliet, stop," I interrupted, cutting through her rehearsed tone. "I know what you're doing. I know what you've done." There was a beat of silence on the other end of the line. Then she let out a little laugh, like it was all some big joke. "Amelia, what are you talking about? I don't know what you think. Don't play dumb with me." I snapped. "I know you filed that complaint against my business. I know you've been sending my clients bogus evidence to ruin me. And I know you've been getting mom and dad involved in all of this. Don't deny it, because I have the proof." I heard the tension in her voice then. She was scrambling, trying to come up with an excuse. "Amelia, this isn't what you think. I'm just trying to get my business off the ground. You've always had everything, and now it's my turn, okay? I just needed you to help me." "No," I said, my voice cold. "You don't get to take my business, my clients, and my reputation just because you can't build your own. You don't get to destroy what I've worked for. And you definitely don't get to drag mom and dad into this." There was a long pause, and when Juliet spoke again, her voice had lost the bravado it usually carried. "You're really going to do this, huh? You're really going to fight me on this?" "I'm not fighting you, Juliet. I'm protecting what's mine," I said. "You can't just take what you want because you think you're entitled to it. And if you don't back off right now, I'll make sure the whole world knows exactly what you did. I'll make sure they see the truth." There was a soft click on the other end of the line, and for a moment, I thought she hung up. But then I heard her voice, low and shaky. "You'll regret this." I hung up before she could say anything else. And with that, my plan was set in motion. I wasn't going to let them win. This wasn't just about business anymore. It was about taking back my life. But Juliet wasn't the only one who had underestimated me. After that call, I knew the situation was about to get even messier. I didn't want to waste time being emotional about it anymore. I wasn't about to let my family destroy what I had worked so hard to build. They had crossed a line, and now I was going to make sure they understood the consequences of messing with me. I wasn't just planning to defend myself legally. I was going to make sure the world knew exactly what Juliet had done. I started by getting everything in order. I made sure I had every email, every message, every record of Juliet's interactions with my clients, and I kept careful notes of everything. I wanted to make sure that if this went to court, there wouldn't be a shred of doubt about who was in the wrong. And then, I took the next step. I went public. In a way, I had no choice. If they were going to try to ruin me behind my back, I was going to let everyone know what was really going on. I wrote a detailed post on social media, explaining what had happened, without being inflammatory, without sounding like a drama queen. I just laid out the facts. Juliet had filed a fraudulent plagiarism claim against me. She had used my family's name to manipulate clients. She had been systematically trying to sabotage my business for months, all to take over what I had worked for. I included the evidence I'd gathered, the fake emails, the messages from clients, and the legal threats Juliet had made. It wasn't enough just to let people know. I had to make it clear that I wasn't going down without a fight. The post wasn't meant to be a revenge tactic at first. but a statement of truth. I wasn't just going to stand by and let my sister, let my family, destroy everything I had built. The reaction was swift and, to be honest, overwhelming. People who knew me, my clients, and even some of my competitors came to my defense. It felt like a weight was lifting off my shoulders with every kind word. But I knew this was only the beginning. Juliet and my parents wouldn't just roll over. They weren't the type to give up that easily. The backlash against Juliet was almost immediate. Her followers on social media were quick to question her tactics. Several of the clients she had poached from me reached out to apologize, telling me they had no idea what was going on behind the scenes. They all seemed shocked. Many had been told I was the one who had been trying to undermine her. They'd bought into the narrative that I was the one who wasn't supportive, that I was holding back my little sister, when in reality, it was the other way around. But of course, Juliet didn't take kindly to this. In fact, she got more aggressive. The next day, I received a text from her that was so full of venom I could feel my blood boil just reading it. "You think you've won, don't you?" she wrote. "You think you can just take everything from me? You've always been selfish, Amelia. You've always thought you were better than me. You're nothing but a coward hiding behind your little business." It didn't take long for her to escalate even further. She sent an email to every single one of my clients, everyone I had worked so hard to cultivate relationships with, for the sole purpose of bad-mouthing me. She claimed I was unstable, unprofessional, and that I was a danger to their businesses. It was an attempt to turn all my clients against me. I immediately sent out a personalized email to each of my clients. I was transparent and professional, explaining exactly what had happened and providing them with all the evidence they needed to see that Juliet's claims were fabricated. I didn't let emotions guide me. I just stuck to the facts. I had a legal team back me up, making sure that I was not only protecting my reputation, but also my contracts with these clients. Thankfully, I had built a strong reputation over the years. Most of my clients were loyal to me and saw right through Juliet's lies. But the thing that really stung was hearing the way my parents reacted. When I called them, hoping to resolve this before it went any further, my mom's voice was cold, almost distant. "Amelia, you need to let it go. You've done enough damage." "What?" I said, shocked. "You're seriously telling me to let this go?" "Look," she sighed. "Juliet is just trying to make a name for herself. She's young. She's excited. You should be helping her, not tearing her down. You've always been so independent. Why can't you just let her have her chance? You've already had yours." It was like a slap in the face. She wasn't on my side. She was still backing Juliet. And it wasn't just a simple difference of opinion. It was a betrayal. I realized, then, that it was never about the business. It was about control. My parents had always wanted to keep me in a box, to limit my potential because it was easier for them to maintain their hold over me if I was small, quiet, and independent, but never too successful. I ended the conversation with them that day. There was no point in trying to explain myself further. If they couldn't see the manipulation, if they were going to enable Juliet's behavior, then I was done trying to make them understand. The final blow came about a week later. I had managed to patch things up with my clients, and my business was back on track, but I was still simmering with anger. And then, out of the blue, I got a call from my lawyer. The legal team for Juliet's plagiarism case was now threatening a full-blown lawsuit. They'd been using her evidence against me, but it was clear to everyone now that their case had no merit. The legal team knew it, and they had made an offer to settle. It wasn't about winning. It was about making this go away. The offer was simple. If I paid them a hefty sum, they would drop the case and sign a confidentiality agreement. It was a standard settlement offer, but it felt like a punch to the gut. And that's when it clicked. They thought they could buy me off, silence me, and make it go away with money. But I wasn't about to let Juliet or my parents walk away with everything. I refused the offer. Instead, I took things into my own hands. I filed a countersuit, not just for the plagiarism accusation, but for defamation and emotional distress. I made sure the court knew exactly how much damage they had caused, how they had tried to ruin my career, and how this whole thing had been a calculated attack on everything I had worked for. I hired the best PR firm I could afford to ensure that my side of the story would get the attention it deserved. The court case was long and grueling, but in the end, Juliet lost. My family lost, and I came out of it victorious. Not just legally, but personally. I won back everything they had tried to take from me: my business, my reputation, and my peace of mind. I walked away with the satisfaction that I had fought back, and that, when it mattered most, I wasn't afraid to stand up for myself. As for my family, well, we haven't spoken much since. I don't know what will happen with Juliet or my parents moving forward, but I've learned my lesson. I'll never let them take my life from me again. And now, I run my business on my own terms. I've never been prouder. When I was 9, my parents left me at a train station as a harmless joke. They said, "Let's see if she can find her way home." I never went back. I disappeared for 20 years. And this morning, I woke up to 29 missed calls from them. Hi Reddit, I'm Mira, 29F, and I've never told this story to anyone the way I'm about to tell it now. Not because I'm afraid they wouldn't believe me, but because a part of me has always wondered whether maybe I was overreacting. Whether it really was just a bad joke, like my parents claimed all those years ago. Whether I was the problem. But this morning, I woke up to 29 missed calls from numbers I didn't recognize and one message that shattered any illusion I had left. Before I get to that, though, I want to start at the beginning. Not the dramatic part, not the station or the missed train, just the life I had before everything changed. I grew up in a small town that felt even smaller than it was. Cobblestone sidewalks, a single grocery store, neighbors who left their doors unlocked. One of those places where people smile, but also know every detail of your life whether you want them to or not. Our house was a pale yellow with green shutters that always rattled in the wind. It looked cozy from the outside. Safe, even. But behind the front door, the air always felt a little heavier. My parents, Lizette and Bram, were the kind of people that outsiders described as charming and funny. And they could be, in front of others. My mom had a talent for making people laugh with just a raised eyebrow and a sharp comment. My dad was louder, more theatrical, always pulling pranks and staging little performances at community events. Everyone loved them. But at home, their humor changed. It wasn't jokes anymore. It was ridicule wrapped in smiles. They called it character building. If I flinched when they jumped out from behind doors or pretended to forget me at the grocery store, they'd tell me I needed thicker skin. If I cried when they joked about my hair or my weight or the way I walked, I was told to stop being so dramatic. That I had no sense of humor, that I was embarrassing. I learned quickly that laughing, even when it hurt, was the only way to survive. My older sister, Talia, picked up on that even faster. She was 2 years older than me and always seemed to know what role to play. She became my parents' shadow, mimicking their jokes, joining in when they poked fun at me, laughing when I got upset. To them, she was quick-witted and clever. To me, she was a stranger I shared a bedroom with. I was 9 this summer, everything changed. It was unusually hot that year, the kind of heat that made the pavement shimmer and made our tiny house feel like it was melting from the inside out. I remember waking up sweaty, tangled in my sheets, and hearing my parents already bickering downstairs, something about the electric bill and the fan being left on too long. That morning, my dad burst into the kitchen with a loud clap and said, "Adventure time." My mom, sipping her tea, rolled her eyes but smiled. Talia clapped like it was some exciting game show reveal. I just sat there with my cereal, already feeling anxious. I never liked their adventures. They always ended in humiliation or tears, and always mine. They said we were taking the train to the next town over. There was a weekend flea market, and my dad wanted to hunt for treasures. Talia was excited. She loved flea markets and being out in public where she could act like a star in her own movie. I wasn't given a choice. The train station was small, old-fashioned. Just one platform and a faded bench under a creaky awning. I remember the smell of tar and hot metal. My dad kept checking his watch like we were late, even though the train wasn't due for another 10 minutes. My mom was fussing with Talia's hair, brushing it back behind her ears and telling her to smile nicely. There might be photos today. When the train arrived, we boarded and sat in the corner of the car. My parents were in a strangely good mood, whispering to each other and glancing at me with little smirks. Talia kept nudging my arm and asking me weird questions. Do you think you'd know how to get home if you got lost? Have you ever tried walking back from here? What would you do if we just disappeared? I thought she was just being annoying, like always, so I told her to stop. She grinned and whispered something to Mom, who laughed. We spent maybe an hour at the market. It was crowded and loud, and my dad kept darting from booth to booth like a kid. I was starting to feel a little better. Maybe it was just a normal day. Maybe I was just being paranoid again. Then my mom bought us ice cream and said we had to get back to the station quickly. We were going to miss the afternoon train if we didn't hurry. We walked fast, I remember struggling to keep up because I was holding my cone and it was melting all over my hand. Talia walked ahead, chatting with Dad like nothing was wrong. When we reached the station, Dad said he needed to check if he'd dropped his wallet earlier. He told us all to spread out and look. I remember standing near the bench, licking my sticky fingers, and watching him walk behind the ticket counter with Talia and Mom. That's the last time I saw them. At first, I thought they were just hiding. It wouldn't have been the first time. They liked to do that, leave me panicking in public places, then jump out laughing. You should have seen your face. So I waited. I searched. I called their names. Nothing. An older woman saw me wandering and asked if I was lost. I told her no, that my parents were just playing a joke. She gave me a weird look and stayed nearby anyway. After 20 minutes, she gently asked again. And that's when I started to cry. The police were called. I gave them my name, my address. I begged them to take me home. But when they drove me back to our yellow house with the green shutters, no one answered the door. The next morning, I didn't just get 29 missed calls. I got a message. From Talia. I stared at the screen for so long, the edges of the phone started to blur. My breath felt shallow, like my body was bracing for impact before my mind could catch up. The message was short. Too short, considering everything. Mira, you should have come home. We thought you'd understand by now. Call me. It was from a number I didn't recognize, but the contact photo, Talia, a few years older, maybe in her late 20s, left no doubt in my mind. Her expression in the photo was soft, but not warm. It had the same look she used to give me when she got me in trouble and pretended it was my fault. I didn't respond. I couldn't. Instead, I sat there in the quiet, gripping the phone like it might suddenly speak on its own. You should have come home. As if I had a choice. As if they had left the door open for me. As if they ever came back to that station. I closed my eyes and let my mind wander to the early days after they abandoned me. The police didn't know what to make of it at first. I told them my name, my parents' names, my home address. I told them what school I went to, what our house looked like, even our dog's name. But when they brought me back to our street, the yellow house stood dark and silent. The curtains were drawn. No car in the driveway. No sign anyone had been home that day, or in several days. They tried to contact other family members, but I didn't know anyone. My parents had never spoken much about relatives. They weren't close with anyone, or at least that's what they claimed. When I asked about grandparents or cousins, they said things like, they're not part of our lives, or we do just fine without them. Eventually, when no one came forward, I was placed with emergency foster care. The woman who took me in, Mrs. Calloway, was gentle in a tired sort of way. She had gray hair and soft hands and spoke to me like I was made of glass. At first, I thought my parents would come. I convinced myself that they were testing me, that this was all just one long prank that had gotten a little out of hand. Maybe they were waiting for me to learn some grand lesson, and once I did, they'd come knocking with grins and open arms. But the days passed, then weeks, and no one came. Social workers told me it wasn't uncommon for parents to panic and disappear when they felt overwhelmed. I remember one of them, a younger woman named Sonia, kneeling down to my eye level and telling me gently, sometimes people do the wrong thing because they don't know how to ask for help. That wasn't what happened. Looking back, I think they truly believed what they did was harmless. A lesson, a joke to teach me some twisted kind of resilience. I was eventually moved into a longer-term home. The first few years were blurry, a rotation of unfamiliar beds, rules, and people who were either too detached or too overwhelmed to get to know me. I stopped talking about my parents. At some point, even the social workers stopped asking. I learned to blend in, to smile when expected, to nod politely. I built myself from the ground up with no blueprint, no compass. I wasn't Mira, daughter of Lizette and Bram anymore. I became Mira Stevens, a girl with no past. At least, that's what I told people. For 20 years, I kept that silence. No social media accounts in my real name. No attempts to search for them. I didn't want closure. I didn't want apologies. I didn't want to risk hearing that it really had been a joke, that they had waited for me to come crawling back, and when I didn't, they moved on without a shred of guilt. But now they were back. Or at least, they wanted to be. I opened the message again. Read it slowly. You should have come home. I read it a third time. What exactly did she think I was supposed to come home to? It was already strange enough that they'd found my number. I'd changed it multiple times. I'd taken deliberate steps to separate myself from my past. No shared addresses, no linked accounts. I kept to myself. My job was remote, my friends few but genuine. I kept things simple for a reason. So how had they found me now? That question stuck with me all day. It gnawed at the back of my mind as I tried to go through the motions. I poured a cup of tea I never drank. I walked to the window a dozen times. I even started cleaning my bookshelves just to distract myself. But every few minutes, my eyes flicked back to my phone, to that message, still sitting there like a bomb that hadn't exploded yet. Around 4 p.m., another message came in. We need to talk. It's important. It's about the house. The house. The yellow house with the green shutters. The one they left. The one they vanished from without a trace. Something about that message made my hands go cold. Why now? Why 20 years later? I didn't reply. Instead, I did something I hadn't done in years. I opened a browser and searched the old address. The listing came up almost immediately. It had been put on the market just 2 weeks ago. Photos were included, updated ones. The shutters were still green, though freshly painted. The front porch had been redone. The once cracked walkway was paved and neat. It looked the same, and yet not. Like someone had taken a memory and polished it until it lost its soul. I clicked through the photos. In one of the rooms, my old room, I saw something that made me freeze. The closet door was open, and on the inside, faint but visible, were markings. Scratches, really, done in crayon or marker. Hearts. Stick figures. A date. Mira, age 7. They hadn't painted over it. Why? Why leave that untouched? Something was wrong. Something was deeply, terribly wrong. And the worst part? Some part of me had already known. I went back to the message and stared at the last line. It's about the house. No apology. No explanation. No acknowledgement of what they had done. Just business. They still didn't see me as a daughter. Just someone who had wandered off and inconvenienced them. But if they thought I was the same 9-year-old they left behind, they were mistaken. I closed the browser, stood up, and began gathering a folder I kept tucked in the bottom drawer of my filing cabinet. Inside it were a few things I'd kept over the years, not out of nostalgia, but out of instinct. The original police report, a photocopy of my old school ID, a letter from a social worker who had fought hard to get me placed in a decent home, evidence, reminders. I didn't sleep that night. I tried. I turned off the lights, pulled the curtains shut, even played one of those calming nature soundtracks people swear by. But nothing helped. My body wouldn't let me rest, like it still expected someone to jump out from behind a corner and call it all a prank. At some point near dawn, I sat at my kitchen table with a notepad and pen and started writing everything I could remember about the house. Not because I needed a memory lane stroll, but because I wanted to be ready. I had a gut feeling that whatever my parents and Talia wanted, it had something to do with that house. And I refused to walk into the situation blindly. Every creaky floorboard, every chipped tile, every secret corner of that house had been embedded in my memory long before they ever walked away from me. I hadn't been back in 20 years, but I remembered the attic that never locked properly, the basement with the loose panel behind the water heater, and the garden shed where my dad used to keep an old trunk filled with junk from his university days. They thought I never paid attention, but I always watched. Listening was safer than speaking. By sunrise, I had pages of notes, and a plan starting to form. The next day, I didn't respond to the texts. I waited. I knew they'd reach out again. People like them always did when they wanted something. Sure enough, by midday, another message came through. This one was longer. Mira, I don't know why you're ignoring us. Mom and Dad are trying to make things right. We know it wasn't perfect, but we need to talk. The house is under review, and there's paperwork you need to sign. There's an inheritance issue. It's not complicated. We can meet somewhere public. There it was. They didn't want reconciliation. They wanted my signature. Suddenly, the years of silence made more sense. They hadn't spent 2 decades racked with guilt or searching for me. They'd written me off. But now, because of some technicality, some legal snag, I was relevant again. I didn't respond right away. Instead, I used the next 3 days to prepare. First, I pulled my records. As it turned out, I was still legally tied to that house. My name was listed on the original deed. My parents must have included me when they bought it, probably to help with taxes or to make it seem like a family purchase. Maybe they thought it was clever back then. Maybe they forgot. But what mattered now was this. They couldn't sell it without me. They needed me. And that was a mistake they were about to regret. I reached out to a legal advisor, a sharp woman named Corinne I'd worked with briefly through a nonprofit project. I didn't give her the full story, just the essentials. She agreed to help me look over the property documents and said she'd represent me if things got messy. I had a strong case, she said. Stronger than they probably realized. Corinne asked me one thing. Do you want to fight to keep the property, or do you want to use it to gain leverage? I didn't answer right away. I wasn't sure yet. I just knew I didn't want them to win. Not easily. Not after what they did. By the end of the week, I finally replied to Talia's message. Let's meet. Just you and me. Tomorrow. 10 a.m. The park across from the old library. The response came quickly. Okay. I'll be there. Thank you. There was no sorry. No, I missed you. Just a flat, transactional thank you. I wasn't surprised. The next morning was gray and overcast. The kind of weather that felt like it matched the mood of everything. I arrived early and sat on a bench overlooking the little duck pond we used to visit during field trips. Talia was already walking up when I turned around. She looked different. Taller, thinner, her hair now a darker shade. She wore expensive-looking clothes, simple but carefully chosen. She smiled when she saw me, but there was a hesitation in her step, like she wasn't quite sure how to approach. Mira, she said, stopping in front of me. Wow, you look so grown up. I didn't respond. I just gestured for her to sit. She did. There was a long silence between us. I could feel her searching my face for clues. Anger, sadness, softness. I gave her none. Finally, she said, I know this is strange, but we've been trying to reach you for weeks. I tilted my head. 20 years of nothing, and now it's urgent. She frowned a little, like she wanted to argue, but didn't know how. It wasn't supposed to be like that. What wasn't? I asked, my voice steady. Leaving me at a train station? Pretending it was a joke? She swallowed. We thought you'd come home. We didn't think you'd vanish. I leaned back, watching her. You didn't come back to get me. You didn't check on me. You didn't even file a missing person report. She looked down at her hands. Mom and Dad were scared. They didn't know what to do. They thought if they said it was a prank, it would all blow over. I felt something cold settle in my chest. Not sadness, clarity. That wasn't fear, I said quietly. That was abandonment. She didn't argue. She just changed the subject. The house is in a complicated state. Dad didn't think your name was still on the deed, but the lawyer says otherwise. We can't finalize the sale unless you sign off. And what's in it for me? I asked. Talia paused. You'll get a share of the sale, obviously. We can talk numbers, but it's a good deal. 6 figures, at least. I smiled, but there was no warmth in it. Is that what you think I want? Money. She shifted uncomfortably. It's not about that. We're trying to close a chapter. Move forward. I stared at her. I already did. That's when her composure cracked. She exhaled sharply and shook her head. You're being unfair. You think you're the only one who suffered? Do you know what it was like for me after you disappeared? Everyone blamed me. I was just a kid too. You were 11, I said. And you were part of the joke. She didn't deny it. Another silence. This one heavier. She reached into her bag and pulled out a folder. Here, these are the papers. Just look at them. No pressure. But we need this done by the end of the month. I didn't take the folder. Instead, I looked her in the eyes. I'm not signing anything. Her face froze. Mira, be reasonable. I stood up slowly. Calmly. I'm going to make sure you can't sell that house. Not without confronting what you all did. Not without consequences. Talia stood too, her voice rising ever so slightly. What do you want from us? I didn't answer. I just walked away. After that meeting with Talia, I didn't contact her again. Not through text. Not through phone. Not through any channel they could trace or manipulate. Instead, I contacted Corinne, the lawyer who had agreed to help me. We met in her office the next morning. I laid everything out, this time in full. I told her about the station, the abandonment, the silence, the resurfaced contact. I told her about the messages from Talia, the file she tried to hand me, and the listing of the house. I explained everything with more clarity than I thought I had. Corinne sat quietly, taking notes. When I finished, she leaned back and said, Good. Then we don't just have leverage. We have motive, history, and a trail. She helped me file an injunction to delay the sale of the house. It wasn't difficult. My name was still on the deed, and there was no signed release from me. Legally, they couldn't do anything without my approval. And now, with Corinne involved, they would have to go through her. Over the next few weeks, the tone of Talia's messages shifted. First came more pleading. Mira, please. This doesn't have to be ugly. We just want to move on. Don't make this harder than it needs to be. Then came the guilt. You're punishing all of us for something that happened a long time ago. We were kids. Mom and Dad weren't perfect. And finally, the frustration. You're ruining everything. If the sale falls through, it's on you. I didn't reply. Instead, I gave Corinne permission to begin a formal investigation into the house's ownership and history. The property had changed hands once, briefly, in an attempted transfer between my parents and a holding company. But that transfer was incomplete. They had tried to shift the deed to a shell name before learning my signature was required. It reeked of evasion. Corinne advised we bring a civil claim forward for damages tied to abandonment and potential fraud. I agreed. But that wasn't the part that truly unraveled them. What unraveled them was the letter I wrote and sent to the local newspaper in my hometown. I kept the tone measured, factual. I told my story, not with drama, but with quiet certainty. I explained how I was left at a train station at age 9 by parents who considered it a harmless joke, how they disappeared without reporting me missing, how I entered the foster system, how I grew up believing it was my fault, and how, 20 years later, they reappeared, not with apologies, but with demands, asking me to sign away my part in a house they once deserted like they had deserted me. I didn't name them directly. I didn't need to. People knew. The article was published in a Sunday edition, and by Monday morning, it had circulated further than I imagined. Someone uploaded a scanned version to the town's Facebook group. Another posted it to the local subreddit. Even neighbors from our old street started commenting. The fallout was swift. My parents' reputation, once built on being the funny, charming couple, began to crumble. Someone dug up records about the house transfer attempts. Others began recalling stories from back then, how my parents acted oddly after my disappearance, how they had joked about raising one perfect daughter while refusing to speak of the other. People started asking questions they should have asked 20 years ago. Talia, apparently, had been using her parents' support to fund a small business. With the sale frozen and the scandal spreading, her investors started backing out. The credibility they leaned on, the illusion of being a respectable family, collapsed like a stage set made of cardboard. They tried to reach me again. More calls, more messages. One even showed up in my email inbox with a scanned apology letter attached. I didn't read it. I didn't need to. The damage was done, and this time, not to me. The court hearings dragged on for several months, but Corinne stayed with me through each step. Eventually, I was awarded full control of the house. The court recognized the abandonment as part of the reason they had no legal standing to pressure me into a sale. The failed property transfer didn't help their case either. With ownership secured, I had options. Sell it, rent it, burn it to the ground, and plant a garden in its ashes. But I chose something quieter. I donated it to a nonprofit that supports transitional housing for teens aging out of foster care. A local group renovated it, installed secure locks, and turned it into a small, private residence for girls like I once was, left behind, told they were too sensitive, and made to feel invisible. The house that once held the worst chapter of my life was no longer theirs. It wasn't even mine. It was something better. I never spoke to my parents or Talia again. Not in person, not through messages, not through lawyers. Whatever they felt, anger, confusion, bitterness, wasn't my responsibility anymore. I didn't go back to confront them face to face. I didn't need to. Because sometimes the most powerful revenge isn't yelling or proving someone wrong with words. Sometimes it's simply this: surviving without them, thriving beyond them, and turning the place where they left you behind into something they can never reclaim. So what's the situation now? The house is no longer in their name. They lost the sale. They lost their public image. And as far as I know, they lost several relationships they relied on to keep their facade going. As for me, I live quietly. I work. I write. I sleep better now. Every once in a while, I get a notification from that hometown group when someone posts a memory of the neighborhood. Sometimes they mention the yellow house and how it's become a symbol of second chances. No one remembers Lizette and Bram the way they once hoped they would. They are no longer the stars of their story. I am. And this time, I didn't come home. I came back to end it. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this. My dad refused to come to my college graduation and blocked me on everything. A month later, the secret he was hiding shattered everything I thought I knew. Hi Reddit. I'm Jules, 22F, and what I'm about to share has been sitting in the back of my mind like a splinter for the past several months. I haven't told many people, not even my extended family, because honestly, saying it out loud makes it too real. But I think I'm ready to lay it all out, and maybe get some perspective from people who aren't emotionally tangled up in it like I am. I always thought I had a pretty average childhood. Parents divorced when I was 8. My mom got full custody, but my dad, Derek, was still around a lot. He lived about 90 minutes away, but made a big show of picking me up every other weekend like clockwork. He'd always honk twice and wait in the driveway with the engine running. My mom hated that. She said it was rude and that a decent man would come to the door like a proper father, but I didn't care. I was 8. I just liked the way he'd greet me with, "There's my girl," like I was the best part of his week. And honestly, for a while, it really did feel like I was. We'd go to the zoo, arcade, or those ridiculously overpriced trampoline parks that somehow became a thing for divorced dads trying to win points. He never said no to fast food, always let me stay up late on Saturdays, and every few months he'd bring me some new toy or gadget, like he was trying to make up for something he wouldn't name. My mom, Tessa, was quieter about things. She wasn't flashy or over the top. She packed my lunches every day, ironed my school uniforms, and helped me rehearse for school plays when I got older. She never tried to compete with Derek, but I think it hurt her more than she let on that he could swoop in for a weekend and be the fun parent while she was the one doing the daily grind. Still, she never said a bad word about him. I remember asking once, when I was about 10, why they got divorced. She paused for a long time, then just said, "We wanted different things. But that doesn't mean he doesn't love you." Now I wonder how much of that was her trying to protect me. The first time I met Lana, Derek's new wife, I was 12. She was pretty in that carefully curated way. Bleach blonde hair, tight smile, perfect nails that never had a chip. She worked in real estate and always looked like she was heading to an open house. I remember feeling awkward around her, like she was performing friendly stepmom in a play and hadn't quite nailed her lines yet. She brought along a son, too, Bo, who was 4 at the time and glued to an iPad even back then. Derek seemed proud of the instant family he had now, like it was some kind of prize he'd earned. At first I tried to be open-minded. I even babysat Bo a few times when I was a teenager. But there was always something off. Lana never said anything outright, but she had this way of talking to me that made me feel like a guest in a house that used to be mine. It got worse when I turned 16. That year, Derek started missing things. Not huge things at first. A choir concert here, a parent-teacher night there. He always had a reason. Lana was sick. The car was in the shop. Bo had a fever. I tried to understand. I told myself he was juggling a lot. But the older I got, the more I noticed the pattern. If it was something to do with me, it came second. I remember my high school graduation. I sent him the date months in advance. He RSVP'd, maybe, and then never followed up. The day of the ceremony, I kept looking for his face in the crowd. It never showed. I found out later from his Facebook page that he'd taken Bo to a monster truck show that weekend. I confronted him about it once, over lunch at a local diner. I was 19, home from college for the summer. "You didn't even text me that day," I said, keeping my voice steady. He gave me a sigh, like I was being difficult. "Jules, it's not that serious. You know I'm proud of you. I don't have to show up to everything to prove it." "I'm not asking you to show up to everything," I said. "Just the things that matter." He shrugged and went back to eating. "You'll understand when you have a family of your own." I didn't say it then, but I remember thinking, I thought I was your family. Still, I kept trying. I called, I texted, I sent pictures of the campus when I made the dean's list. Sometimes he'd respond with a thumbs-up emoji. Other times, silence. By senior year, I'd stopped expecting much. But graduation, that felt different. That was something you invited the people who mattered to. I sent him a printed invitation and emailed him the details. I even followed up with a text a few days later. No response. 2 weeks out, I left a voicemail. "Hey, I know things have been a little distant lately, but I really hope you can come to graduation. It's important to me. Let me know." 3 days later, I tried calling again. The line went straight to voicemail. I checked his Facebook. Blocked. Instagram. Blocked. Even email bounced back. At first, I thought it was some kind of mistake. Maybe Lana got a new phone plan and wiped their contacts. Maybe he was hacked. But the more I thought about it, the more it sank in. He had cut me off. On purpose. I spent the week leading up to graduation in a haze. I didn't want to tell my mom. She was already so excited about the ceremony, and I didn't want to taint it with more Derek drama. Nico, my boyfriend, was furious. He offered to drive out to Derek's house and demand an explanation. I told him no. Let him show you who he is, I said, even though the words tasted bitter in my mouth. Graduation day came. My mom brought flowers. My stepdad took pictures and cheered louder than anyone when they called my name. Kieran, my little half-brother from my mom's second marriage, held up a homemade sign that said, "Go Jules," in crooked letters. But the chair I saved for Derek sat empty, like a hole that nobody else could fill. That was 2 months ago. I told myself I'd move on, that I didn't need him. Then, about 4 weeks after graduation, I got an email. No subject line, just the name, Vanessa R. And inside, a message that would change everything. I almost didn't open the email. It came through my school inbox, which I was only still checking out of habit. The name meant nothing to me, Vanessa R. And the message had no subject line. Honestly, I assumed it was spam. My thumb hovered over the delete icon for a moment before something made me pause. Maybe it was the timing, or maybe it was just that quiet gut feeling you get when something's about to change. The message was short, written in plain, almost clinical language. No greeting, no emojis. Just, "You don't know me, but I know who you are. I debated sending this, but I think you deserve to know what your father has done. You can believe me or not, but I've attached proof. I'm not looking for anything. I just couldn't keep quiet any longer." Vanessa, there was a single PDF file attached, titled simply, Records. I remember sitting there at my kitchen table, the late afternoon sun turning the edges of the laptop screen gold. My heart started beating louder, not faster, just heavier. I didn't open the file right away. Instead, I went down a rabbit hole trying to figure out who this woman was. I searched her name in my email, nothing. On Facebook, I found a few Vanessas with matching last names, but no one that looked familiar. No mutual friends. No obvious connections. Finally, after nearly an hour of back and forth, should I open it? Should I not? I clicked on the PDF. At first glance, it was confusing. Legal language, dates, old addresses. But as I kept scrolling, something clicked. They were court documents, custody filings, from before I was born. And they painted a very different story than the one Derek had always told me. See, growing up, I'd always assumed that my mom and dad divorced because they wanted different things, like she told me. That maybe they just grew apart. Derek used to joke about how my mom never wanted to have fun, and how he was the one who made life exciting. I never questioned it. They seemed like total opposites. She was calm and structured. He was loud and spontaneous. Oil and water. It made sense. But these documents told a different story. They showed that Derek had been charged with something when I was just a baby. It wasn't anything you'd see on the news, nothing that dramatic, but it was serious. Enough that the court had originally limited his custody rights. Enough that my mom had filed multiple petitions to keep me from being alone with him until I was at least 5. I felt my stomach tighten as I read. There were incident reports, testimonies, financial records that didn't add up. And one thing that stood out the most, a sealed case between Derek and another woman, with a court order restricting him from contacting her or her daughter. The names were redacted in most places, but the timeline matched up almost exactly with the year he and my mom separated. I read the entire thing twice. Then I sat there in silence for what felt like an hour. I didn't know what to do with the information. My first instinct was to call my mom. But something stopped me. I needed to know more before I dragged her into this. So instead, I replied to Vanessa. I wrote, "Why are you sending me this? Who are you?" She responded within the hour. "I knew your father years ago. He and I were involved, but not by choice. I was young, and I believed his lies. Eventually, I got out. But I never stopped thinking about the people he might still be hurting. I saw your graduation post through a mutual connection. I recognized your name. I thought you deserved the truth." That phrase stuck with me. Not by choice. I read it over and over again, each time feeling a little colder. I sent another message. "What do you mean involved, not by choice? Did he hurt you?" She didn't reply for a full day. I checked my inbox obsessively, hard in my throat. Then her next message came in. It was longer, and what she said, I'm still trying to process. According to Vanessa, she met Derek when she was 17. He was older, already in his early 30s, but charming. In that way he always was with people. He made her feel special, like she was seen. He gave her gifts, attention, made promises about a future. She was vulnerable at the time, estranged from her parents, trying to find her place, and he knew it. She told me that it started off like a whirlwind romance. He told her she was mature for her age, that her parents didn't understand her, that he could give her the life she deserved. Then things changed. He became possessive, controlled who she talked to, told her what to wear, criticized her constantly, then showered her with affection afterward to keep her from leaving. She said he played a kind of emotional chess, always 5 steps ahead, always just convincing enough to make her second-guess herself. When she got pregnant, he flipped, pressured her to stay silent, then abandoned her. She filed for a restraining order when she found out he was already married to my mom. My heart dropped when I read that, because if her story was true, then Derek hadn't just been a flawed father who dropped the ball. He'd been living a double life. And worse, he had preyed on people and hidden the truth behind his easy smile and charming stories. The next day, I drove to my mom's house. I didn't say anything right away. We sat on the back porch with mugs of tea, Kieran running around in the yard with the neighbor's dog. "Did Derek ever cheat on you?" I finally asked. She didn't say anything at first. Then she closed her eyes, took a breath, and said quietly, "Yes." My mom didn't cry when she said it. She just looked tired. "Yes," she said again. We were sitting on the porch swing behind her house. The air smelled like cut grass and the neighbor's lilacs. I stared at the chipped paint on the railing, trying to wrap my head around what I'd just heard. I knew marriages could be messy, that people did disappointing things, but I'd spent most of my life thinking that Derek and my mom just weren't compatible. I had never imagined something this calculated, this cruel. "Why didn't you tell me?" I asked. She looked out at the yard, watching Kieran toss a tennis ball to the dog. "Because I wanted you to love your father without hating him. I thought he might grow up, be better to you than he was to me." I didn't know what to say to that. Part of me understood it. She was trying to protect me. All those years I'd spent giving Derek the benefit of the doubt. All the birthdays I'd forgiven him for missing. The calls I excused when they went unanswered. The way I'd smiled through every awkward family dinner with Lana, like we were all pretending nothing was broken. He'd made a fool out of me. And somehow, I was the one feeling guilty about it. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay awake scrolling through every message Vanessa had sent, rereading her story. I couldn't shake the image of a 17-year-old girl being manipulated by a man twice her age. Someone I had called dad. Someone I trusted. The next morning, I woke up with a plan forming in my head. It wasn't fully formed yet, just outlines, a mood, an urgency, but it was there. I needed to do something. I needed to take back control of the narrative Derek had stolen from me. He thought he could block me and disappear, like I was some minor character he could write out of his life. But I wasn't a child anymore, and I wasn't afraid of what I might find. He didn't realize how much I had learned from him, not just about disappointment and control, but about watching, reading people, waiting for the moment they let their guard down. I started with public records. My university library had access to more databases than most people realized. I used the same skills I'd applied to my sociology research projects, searching, cross-referencing, reading between the lines. I found property records under Derek's name, court documents from years ago I hadn't seen in Vanessa's files, and one particularly curious tax filing that listed a small LLC he had started 2 years ago with Lana. The business was listed as family consulting. That alone made me roll my eyes. I clicked through the details. Their address, the business email, a contact number. Then something else caught my attention. Under clients served, there was a small reference to mentorship and youth coaching programs. That set off a red flag in my head. I clicked deeper. Eventually, I found a newsletter, one of those bland PDF-style things, that listed Derek as a volunteer life coach for a local private academy. The same one Bo, Lana's son, had just started attending. They'd used this little fake business to get involved with students. It looked harmless on the surface, motivational speaking, guidance, mentoring, but given what I now knew, it felt like a snake dressing up as a counselor. I sat there in silence for a long time after reading that. I stared at Derek's smiling face in the school newsletter, a carefully worded testimonial next to it about how he was a positive role model for young men navigating life decisions. That's when the cold, sharp part of my plan began to crystallize. I wasn't just going to confront him. I was going to expose him, not through yelling or dramatic fights. He'd dismiss that, make me look emotional, unstable. No, This would take precision, timing, documentation. I reached back out to Vanessa. I need everything you've got, I wrote. Every message, every report. I'm going to make sure no one ever trusts him again. She replied 2 hours later with a folder full of screenshots and scanned documents. Texts, emails, a statement she had written years ago for a lawyer but never submitted. I read it all. I organized everything in chronological order, with citations and references. Then I called Mina. She and I had gone through our fair share of late-night crises in college, breakups, bad grades, everything short of espionage. And she was always the calm one, the smart one. I told her everything. She listened without interrupting, then said, "We're going to do this the right way." Over the next week, Mina and I built what we jokingly referred to as the file. It was over 50 pages long, formatted with footnotes, exhibits, and page numbers. We included testimonies from Vanessa, court records, screenshots of Derek's mentoring work, and a full timeline. Then we sent it to the school where he volunteered, to the academy's board of directors, to the parent council, and anonymously, to local journalists who covered education and youth programs. We didn't lie. We didn't exaggerate. We just showed the truth. The only thing we added was the opening line. "This man is not who he claims to be." And then we waited. The first sign that something had landed came 2 days after we sent out the file. I got a message from one of the anonymous email addresses I'd used to forward the report. It was from a parent at the academy, someone who had received the information through their PDA group. She didn't say much, just that she was horrified, that she believed us, and that she had already called the school board. Her message ended with, "Thank you for protecting our kids. You did the right thing." It took less than a week before Derek's name was scrubbed from the school's website. The newsletter disappeared. His coaching sessions were suspended for administrative review. Then came the phone calls. One from a board member who wanted to ask follow-up questions. Another from a journalist who had verified the documents and was now preparing a local piece on misconduct in youth mentorship circles. I didn't speak on the record. I didn't need the attention. But Vanessa did. She gave an interview. She told her story clearly, calmly, and with quiet strength. She didn't name Derek publicly, but anyone who'd read the report knew exactly who she meant. Derek, unsurprisingly, tried to fight back. At first, he posted a vague statement online about false accusations and anonymous cowards. It didn't land well. Too defensive. Too hollow. Then he tried to discredit Vanessa, but by that point, the damage was done. Enough people knew. Enough people believed. And most importantly, enough people had seen the documents. There was no real recovery from that. He stepped down from the board of the academy quietly. No public statement. No apology. Just gone. And then, like a final, desperate move, he tried to reach out to me. He unblocked my number. I got a single message. "We need to talk. You don't know the full story." But I didn't answer. Because I did know the story. I had lived it. I had studied it like a case file. Not just the documents and timelines, but the patterns. The way Derek moved through the world, always just out of reach of consequences. The charm he wore like a second skin. The little omissions that became full-blown lies if you weren't paying attention. I mapped out the inconsistencies in his stories like a researcher reconstructing a cold case, and for once, I wasn't the confused daughter trying to earn his affection. I was something else, someone with clarity and a quiet resolve. And I had taken back the narrative he had written over my life like it belonged to him. Because that's what he had done, really. He had taken my story and replaced it with one of his own, where he was the fun, misunderstood dad and everyone else was the problem. He decided who I was allowed to blame, who I was allowed to believe. And for years, I went along with it because it felt easier than tearing the whole structure down. But when I finally saw the foundation for what it really was, rotten, hollow, built on denial, I knew I couldn't keep living in the version of my life he had scripted for me. My mom, when she finally learned the full scope of what I had done, didn't say much at first. She didn't try to stop me while it was happening. She didn't cheer me on either. She just listened, took it all in. Then one evening, as we were washing dishes together in her quiet kitchen, she handed me a towel to dry a plate and said, almost offhandedly, "You did what you had to do." That was it. No big speech. No drawn-out emotion. But I understood what she meant. It was her way of telling me she was proud of the strength it took, the composure, the refusal to let silence win. My mom had lived through her own quiet battles, ones I'm only beginning to understand now that I'm older. And in that simple sentence, she acknowledged mine. As for Lana, Well, she stood by him for longer than anyone else. She posted a few long-winded messages on social media about grace and moving forward, always with that same tight, composed smile she wore at family dinners. Her tone was performative, like she was still trying to control the optics of a situation that had slipped far out of her hands. But it didn't last. The noise around Derek grew too loud, the evidence too concrete. Eventually, her post stopped. Her accounts went quiet. I heard from a friend that her son, Bo, had been quietly transferred to another school mid-semester. No big announcement. Just gone. The gossip had gotten too uncomfortable, too specific. Parents don't like uncertainty when it comes to their kids, and Derek had become a walking question mark. Vanessa and I still email, though never anything too long or dramatic. We've never met in person. We may never need to. There's a kind of solidarity between us that doesn't require regular updates. We check in, send the occasional article or photo of something that made us smile. Sometimes she sends a short message like, "Thinking of you today," and it means more than whole paragraphs from other people. We're bound together not just by what we went through, but by the act of stepping out of his shadow and pulling the truth into the light. It's been a few months since everything unfolded. Life feels quieter now, not empty, just calm. Like the hum of a house after the storm is past. Graduation came and went. I walked the stage in my cap and gown, held my diploma with both hands, and smiled, not for Derek, and not even really for the people watching. Just for myself. He wasn't there. He didn't send a card. He didn't congratulate me. He didn't call. And that's fine. Because somewhere along the way, I stopped needing him to. The chapter he had in my life is over. He doesn't get to come back in with explanations or justifications. He doesn't get to claim innocence or misunderstanding. That version of him, the one he tried to protect with silence and charm, doesn't exist anymore. He doesn't get to hide. And me? I don't carry hate in my chest. Just clarity. A sense of weight lifted. I don't want revenge that scorches the earth. I just want the truth to exist where others can see it. I want people to be warned, to be protected. That's enough. Derek is no longer involved in any school programs. His coaching business was quietly dissolved. I've heard whispers that he's trying to reinvent himself in another town, but the internet doesn't forget. The report we compiled exists in enough inboxes to ensure he can't just start over without questions. I'm working on a community research project focused on mentorship and protection policies, making sure the spaces meant for young people are actually safe. I've been invited to speak at a panel later this year about safeguarding in education. My mom is thriving in retirement. She joined a book club. She paints on weekends. She seems lighter. And me? I've started to let go of the guilt I used to carry, the guilt of not knowing sooner, of not pushing back earlier, of wanting love from someone who didn't deserve to give it. Sometimes revenge isn't loud. Sometimes it isn't fire and fury. Sometimes it's a slow, steady unveiling of the truth, backed by evidence, delivered with care, and left standing in the light for all to see. And sometimes, that's exactly what justice looks like. I didn't plan to say anything that night. That was the part that surprised me later, when people asked why I let it go on for so long. The truth is, I walked into that evening already tired in a way that had nothing to do with sleep. I'm Zane, 31, and by the time my brother started bragging, I'd already spent most of my adult life being the quiet one in my family. The one who handled things, smoothed things over, paid when something needed paying, and didn't ask for applause afterward. I wasn't invisible exactly. I was just useful. And when you're useful long enough, people stop seeing where you end and what you provide begins. It started at a bar I didn't even want to be at. One of those places with warm lighting, overpriced drinks, and music just loud enough to force everyone to lean in and talk over each other. My brother Evan had insisted we come out with his friends. Just one night, he said, like it was some rare favor he was doing me. I remember standing there with a glass I hadn't touched, watching him hold court at the center of the table, laughing too loudly, slapping shoulders, telling stories that weren't quite lies, but weren't the truth either. I recognized the rhythm of it. I'd seen this version of him my entire life. Evan is 2 years younger than me, and if you asked my parents, he's the charismatic one, the people person, the guy who knows how to enjoy life. I was always the responsible one, the planner, the one who thought ahead. Growing up, that difference turned into a family joke, and then into a family expectation. Evan needed help. I helped. Evan messed up. I covered. Evan needed money for something temporary. I floated it. No one ever said this out loud, but it became understood. Zane would take care of it. Zane always does. So when Evan started talking about our money, I noticed it the way you notice a crack forming in glass. Quietly, carefully, like if I didn't move, maybe it wouldn't spread. One of his friends asked about a recent trip Evan had taken, something expensive and spontaneous. Evan grinned and waved his hand like it was nothing. Family takes care of this stuff, he said, leaning back in his chair. That's just how we're set up. A couple of them nodded, impressed. Someone laughed and said I must be lucky. Evan didn't look at me when he replied. He just kept going. Yeah, man. We've always done it this way. It's basically shared. What's mine is his, what's his is mine. That kind of thing. I sat there, listening, feeling something tighten behind my ribs. Because that wasn't true. Not really. It had never gone both ways. I could count on one hand the number of times Evan had covered something for me, and I wouldn't even need all my fingers. But I didn't interrupt. I didn't correct him. I took a sip of my drink and stared at the condensation on the glass, reminding myself that this wasn't the place. That calling him out here would just turn into a scene, and scenes had a way of circling back to me somehow being the problem. As the night went on, the stories got bigger. Evan talked about investments he hadn't made, connections he didn't really have, plans he was working on that were vague enough to sound impressive without ever becoming concrete. Every so often, he'd loop me into it without actually involving me. Zane knows what I'm talking about, he'd say. Or, we talked about this already. I hadn't. But I nodded anyway. Not because I agreed, but because I was suddenly curious how far he'd take it if no one stopped him. There was a moment, somewhere between the second round and the third, where one of his friends leaned toward me and said, half joking, "Must be nice being the financial brain behind the operation." I smiled thinly and said something noncommittal. Inside, though, I felt that old, familiar mix of frustration and resignation. This was the role, wasn't it? Silent partner. Safety net. The guy whose name could be borrowed as long as it stayed abstract. What Evan didn't realize, what none of them realized, was that this wasn't just about money anymore. It was about the way my family talked about me when I wasn't in the room. The way my parents would say things like, "Well, Zane doesn't really need recognition," or "You know your brother means well," every time Evan crossed a line. It was about how my contributions were treated as a given, while his intentions were treated like achievements. Sitting there in that bar, listening to him rewrite our reality in real time, something shifted. I started thinking back to all the small moments I'd brushed aside over the years. The times he'd volunteered my help without asking. The way my parents would look at me expectantly whenever Evan hit another rough patch. The casual confidence with which he spoke about resources he didn't control, as if proximity to me made them his by default. I realized, maybe for the first time, that correcting him wouldn't actually change anything. Not long term. He'd laugh it off. They always did. If anything was going to change, it wouldn't be because I spoke up in a crowded bar. So I stayed quiet. I let him talk. I let him build the image. I let his friends walk away thinking we were some kind of effortless team, backed by a safety net that never ran out. And as the night dragged on, I noticed Evan growing more confident, more relaxed, like he'd convinced himself of his own story. He talked about future plans that leaned heavily on this invisible support, on assumptions that had never been tested. At one point, he raised his glass and said, "Honestly, I don't even worry about money anymore. Between family and how things are structured, I'm covered." He laughed, and everyone laughed with him. I didn't. I watched him instead, really watched him, and wondered what would happen when the structure he was bragging about stopped being theoretical. Because the thing Evan didn't know yet, the thing I hadn't shared with anyone at that table, was that the way we were set up had already changed. Not in some dramatic, explosive way. Quietly, legally, intentionally. I'd made decisions months earlier that I hadn't felt the need to announce, because I didn't think they concerned anyone else. Sitting there, listening to my brother speak so confidently about something that no longer existed the way he thought it did, I realized I was about to find out just how dependent he'd become on a version of me that wasn't there anymore. I didn't say a word. I just leaned back, folded my hands, and waited, knowing that sooner or later, the truth doesn't need help to catch up. It just needs time. The days after that night didn't calm anything down. If anything, it was like Evan's confidence had been fed instead of checked. He started calling more, texting more, showing up with assumptions instead of questions. At first it was subtle, the way it always is with family. A casual message asking if I could spot him for a bit. A comment over dinner about how I was good with this stuff anyway. He didn't even pretend to be embarrassed anymore. It was said with the same tone you'd use to ask someone to pass the salt. What made it worse was how quickly my parents fell back into their roles, like muscle memory. My mom would call me and talk around the issue before getting to the point. She always did that thing where she'd start with updates about neighbors or distant relatives, as if padding the conversation made the ask feel smaller. "Your brother's just under some pressure," she said one afternoon. "You know how he is. He just needs a little help until things settle." I remember standing in my kitchen, phone pressed to my ear, staring at the clean counter I'd wiped down earlier that morning. I realized I couldn't remember the last time anyone had asked how I was doing before asking what I could do for Evan. I said I'd think about it. She sighed, not dramatically, just enough to signal disappointment, and said, "Well, I hope you won't let family struggle if you can help." That word, struggle, sat wrong with me. Evan wasn't struggling. He was spending. There was a difference. The favoritism wasn't loud. It never had been. It was quiet and constant, like background noise you only notice when it stops. If Evan missed a deadline or messed something up, it was stress, bad timing, someone else's fault. If I hesitated, even once, it was questioned, analyzed, remembered. I started noticing how often my parents framed my boundaries as problems and his expectations as needs. A week later, Evan invited me to dinner. "Just the two of us," he said. I almost laughed when he said it would be nice to catch up, because we hadn't drifted apart. I just stopped automatically saying yes to everything. Still, I went. Part of me wanted to believe this was him reaching out. Another part of me wanted to see what angle he was taking now. We sat at a place he liked, somewhere familiar enough that the staff greeted him by name. He ordered confidently, without looking at prices. Halfway through the meal, he leaned back and sighed like he was exhausted. "Man," he said, "I don't know how you do it. Always so calm. I feel like everything's on my shoulders lately." I waited. I'd learned that if you didn't fill the silence, Evan would. "I've got some opportunities coming up," he continued. "Big ones. But you know how it is, you need a little runway. I was thinking maybe we could move some things around. Temporarily." He said temporarily the way people say don't worry, as if the word itself was a guarantee. I asked him what he meant by move things around. He blinked, genuinely confused. "You know," he said, gesturing vaguely. "Accounts. Access. Just until things stabilize." The casualness of it caught me off guard. He wasn't asking to borrow anymore. He was talking like it was already agreed upon, like the only thing left was logistics. I told him I wasn't comfortable with that. I kept my voice even, calm. I said it wasn't personal, just a boundary. The way his expression changed was immediate. The easy smile slipped. His shoulders tensed. "Are you serious?" he asked. "After everything? You're really going to act like this?" That was the first time it hit me that, in his mind, my support wasn't generosity. It was obligation. When I didn't immediately back down, he laughed, but there was no humor in it. "Wow," he said. "I guess I shouldn't be surprised. You've always been like this, holding things over people." I reminded him of the times I'd helped, the money I'd fronted, the things I'd quietly taken care of so he wouldn't have to deal with consequences. He waved it off. "That's what family does," he said. "You don't keep score." It was the same line he'd used at the bar, but this time it felt sharper, like a shield. The conversation spiraled from there. He accused me of changing, of being distant, of thinking I was better than everyone else now. None of it was true, but I realized facts didn't matter. What mattered was that I was no longer playing my part the way he expected. When the check came, he didn't even look at it. He slid it toward me automatically, then froze when I didn't reach for it. "You're really doing this?" he asked, voice low. I paid for my half and stood up. The look on his face wasn't anger yet. It was disbelief. That night, my phone lit up with messages. Not from Evan, but from my parents. He'd gotten to them first. My dad's message was short and disappointed. "Your brother tells us you embarrassed him tonight." My mom's was longer, full of concern and confusion and that familiar undercurrent of guilt. "He's hurting, Zane. He feels like you're pulling away. We raised you better than this." Raised me better than what? Setting limits? Expecting honesty? I didn't reply right away. I needed time to process how quickly the narrative had turned, how easily I'd been cast as the villain for not opening my wallet on command. The real breaking point came a few days later, at a family gathering I almost skipped. It was supposed to be casual, just dinner at my parents' place. I walked in already tense, and it didn't take long to see that something was off. Conversations stopped when I entered the room. Evan barely looked at me. My mom kept glancing between us, nervous. Halfway through the meal, my dad cleared his throat. "So," he said, too deliberately, "your brother's been telling us about some concerns." Evan finally looked up then, eyes fixed on his plate. My dad continued. "He says there's been some confusion about finances, about commitments." I felt my pulse spike. This wasn't a private conversation. This was an ambush. "What kind of commitments?" I asked. Evan spoke before my dad could answer. "The ones you made," he said. He looked up at me now, expression hard. "The ones you're backing out of." My mom nodded faintly, like she was trying to keep the peace by agreeing with whoever spoke last. I asked him to be specific. He hesitated, then said it. He told them I'd promised to help fund his next venture, that I'd agreed to support him while he got it off the ground, that he'd already told people it was handled. None of it was true. He'd taken assumptions, casual conversations, and spun them into guarantees. And he'd done it knowing exactly how it would sound coming from me. I looked at my parents, waiting for someone to question it, to ask when this promise had been made. No one did. My mom just said, "Well, if that's what you said, Zane, your brother relied on that." The room felt smaller. I realized, in that moment, that it didn't matter what I'd actually done. What mattered was the version of me they'd all built in their heads. I told them I'd never made that promise. Evan scoffed. "So now I'm lying?" he said. "In front of everyone?" My dad frowned at me. "Why would he make that up?" he asked, genuinely puzzled. That question landed harder than any accusation, because it showed me exactly where the benefit of the doubt lived in our family. I tried to explain, to slow it down, but the damage was done. Evan stood up, voice raised just enough to draw attention. "I told people you had my back," he said. "I told them family takes care of each other. And now you're making me look like an idiot." He didn't mention the money directly. He didn't have to. The implication hung there, heavy and unmistakable. I left shortly after, heart pounding, mind racing. In the days that followed, I started hearing about things Evan had said behind my back. That I'd changed, that I was hoarding resources, that I'd promised support and pulled it away at the last second. Friends of the family stopped reaching out. Conversations grew strained. The pressure wasn't subtle anymore. It was coordinated. And then, late one evening, I received a message that made my stomach drop. A screenshot, forwarded from someone I barely knew. It was Evan, in a group chat, talking about our setup again. Talking about money that wasn't his. Talking about timelines and access like decisions had already been made. Except this time, he wasn't just bragging. He was making commitments in my name. I stared at the screen for a long time, realizing that this wasn't just disrespect anymore. It was a line crossed that couldn't be uncrossed. And for the first time, I understood that staying quiet wasn't keeping the peace. It was enabling something that was about to blow up. After that screenshot, things didn't explode right away. They collapsed slowly, which in some ways was worse. There was no single dramatic confrontation, no shouting match that cleared the air. Instead, there was distance, silence, a quiet rewiring of how people treated me, like a memo had gone out that I hadn't been copied on. Calls stopped coming in unless someone needed clarification on something Evan had said. Messages felt cautious, transactional. Friends of the family who used to joke with me suddenly spoke like they were afraid of saying the wrong thing. I could feel it everywhere, this subtle shift where I was no longer the dependable constant, but the problem variable. The worst part was my parents. My mom stopped calling altogether for a while, and when she finally did, her tone was careful in a way that made my chest tighten. She talked to me like I was volatile, like I might snap if she phrased something wrong. My dad, when he did reach out, kept things brief and impersonal. Updates. Logistics. No warmth. No curiosity about my side of things. It hit me harder than I expected. I'd spent years telling myself I didn't need validation from them, that I was fine being the steady one in the background. But when that background role was stripped away and replaced with suspicion, I realized how much of my identity had been tied up in being needed. When that was gone, there was a hollow space where certainty used to be. There were nights I sat alone in my apartment, lights off, replaying conversations in my head, wondering if I should have corrected Evan sooner, if staying quiet had been a mistake, if I'd somehow caused this by not drawing lines earlier. That kind of thinking is dangerous because it turns self-reflection into self-blame. I started questioning things that had never been up for debate before. My judgment, my values, my worth. Financially, I was fine. Better than fine, actually. But emotionally, I felt stripped down, exposed. I'd built my sense of contribution around what I could provide for others, and now that I wasn't providing in the way they expected, I felt purposeless. I didn't like admitting that to myself. It sounded weak, but it was honest. Evan didn't reach out during that time. Not directly. I heard about him through others. About how stressed he was. About how unfair this all was for him. About how he'd been counting on things that now weren't happening. Every story was framed like a tragedy where he was the victim of sudden abandonment. No one mentioned the assumptions he'd made, the promises he'd invented, the way he'd spoken for me without ever asking. I hit what I'd call my low point a few weeks after everything went quiet. I'd had a rough day at work, nothing dramatic, just the kind that drains you. I came home, dropped my keys on the counter, and realized there was no one to talk to about it. Not because I lacked people, but because the people who had always been there were now distant. Conditional. And for the first time in a long time, I felt truly alone. That night, I didn't distract myself. No background noise, no scrolling, no numbing. I sat with it. And somewhere between frustration and sadness, something shifted. I asked myself a question I'd avoided for years. If I stripped away what I did for my family, who was I left with? Not what could I provide. Not how useful I was. Just me. The answer didn't come all at once. It came in small, uncomfortable realizations. I was competent. I was disciplined. I'd built stability quietly, without applause. I'd made choices that protected my future, even when it wasn't popular. None of that disappeared just because someone decided to resent me for it. I started rebuilding, but not in the way people usually imagine. There was no dramatic transformation montage. No big announcements. I rebuilt internally first. I stopped explaining myself to people who had already decided who I was. I stopped preemptively defending boundaries I was allowed to have. I let some calls go unanswered. I let some assumptions sit uncorrected. I also started putting energy back into parts of my life I'd neglected. I took on a project at work that I'd been putting off because it required focus and risk. I said yes to opportunities that had nothing to do with my family. I spent time with people who knew me as Zane, not as a role, not as a resource. The more I did that, the clearer things became. I could see the pattern now, stretched across years. How my reliability had been mistaken for obligation. How my silence had been interpreted as consent. How Evan, in particular, had built his confidence on the assumption that I would always be there to catch him. Seeing it didn't make it hurt less, but it made it make sense. There was a strange relief in that. Pain with context is easier to carry. Evan eventually did reach out, but not the way you'd expect. He sent a message late one night that was long and carefully worded. He talked about misunderstandings, about stress, about how things had gotten blown out of proportion. He didn't apologize. Not really. He framed everything as unfortunate timing and emotional reactions. He asked if we could reset and move forward. I didn't respond right away. I read it a few times, noticing what wasn't there. No acknowledgement of the lies. No ownership of the damage. Just a desire to restore the setup that had benefited him. I realized then that reconciliation, as he understood it, meant me stepping back into my old place. Quiet, supportive, available. I didn't say yes. I didn't say no either. I said I needed time. That answer didn't go over well. Within days, the pressure returned, subtle at first, then less so. My mom called, voice tight, asking why I was dragging things out. My dad hinted that holding grudges wasn't healthy. Evan's name came up in conversations like a fragile thing I was expected to protect. But something had changed in me. The guilt didn't land the same way anymore. I could hear it for what it was, discomfort with a system that no longer worked the way it used to. And instead of scrambling to fix that discomfort, I let it exist. Quietly, I made more decisions. Practical ones. Protective ones. I reviewed arrangements I'd set up years ago, ones I'd never thought twice about, because they'd always been framed as temporary or flexible. I adjusted things, clarified things, not out of spite, but out of necessity. If my name was going to be used, it was going to be used accurately or not at all. I didn't tell anyone I was doing this. There was no need. The less noise I made, the more clearly I could see who reacted to what. And I noticed something interesting. The people who valued me reached out without conditions. The ones who didn't. By the time Evan realized I wasn't going to fold, I was no longer the same person who'd sat silently at that bar. I wasn't angry. I wasn't eager for confrontation. I was steady in a different way now. grounded in something that didn't depend on being needed by people who took me for granted. The real rise, I think, was internal. I stopped measuring my worth by how much peace I could keep for others. I started measuring it by how much peace I could keep for myself. And that's when I got the message that changed everything. Not from Evan, from someone else. Someone who'd been in that group chat. Someone who assumed I already knew. The message was short, almost casual, but it carried a weight that made my hands go cold as I read it. It said, "Hey, just a heads up. Evan told a few people tonight that things are officially locked in on your end. He's acting like it's already done." I stared at the screen, the words blurring slightly, and realized that whatever quiet rebuilding I'd been doing was about to collide head-on with the version of reality Evan had been selling to everyone else. That message didn't make me angry right away. What it did was clarify something that had been hovering in the background for weeks. Evan hadn't learned anything. Not really. He hadn't reflected, or adjusted, or questioned his assumptions. He'd just changed tactics. Instead of asking, he was declaring. Instead of pressuring me directly, he was letting momentum and social expectation do the work for him. And that told me everything I needed to know. For the first time since this whole thing started, I didn't feel confused. I felt focused. I didn't respond to the message immediately. I sat with it, phone face down on the table, and let the implications settle. Evan wasn't just talking loosely anymore. He was committing me, publicly, to arrangements I had never agreed to. He was staking his credibility on access to things he did not control. And he was doing it confidently, because in his experience, confidence had always been enough. Someone else, usually me, would clean up the mess later. Except this time, there was no mess to clean up. There was only a collision waiting to happen. The next morning, I did something I probably should have done years ago. I wrote everything down. Not emotionally, not dramatically, just facts, dates, conversations, messages, the times I had helped, the times I had said no, the times Evan had spoken for me. I didn't do it because I planned to confront him right away. I did it because clarity is power, and I was done operating in the fog of other people's narratives. As I laid it all out, patterns jumped off the page. Evan's confidence spikes always followed my silence. His biggest promises were always made in rooms where I wasn't present or where social pressure made it awkward to contradict him. And my parents' disappointment always followed his version of events, never a neutral one. It wasn't malicious in a movie villain way. It was entitlement reinforced by years of being indulged. Once I saw that, the setup became less about revenge and more about inevitability. I started quietly reaching out to a few people. Not to gossip, not to complain, just to clarify. People who mattered. People whose opinions carried weight in the same circles Evan had been bragging in. I didn't accuse him of anything. I didn't trash him. I simply corrected assumptions. Calmly. Factually. No, that's not accurate. That hasn't been agreed to. I'm not involved in that. The reactions were subtle, but telling. Confusion. Surprise. A few awkward pauses. One person actually laughed, thinking I was joking, until they realized I wasn't. That was when I knew Evan had been speaking with absolute certainty. Not hypothetical plans. Not maybe. Certainty. At the same time, I tightened my own circle. I stopped sharing details about my life with my family beyond surface-level updates. I didn't announce decisions. I didn't explain changes. I simply made them. The less information they had, the less they could reinterpret. My parents noticed, of course. My mom asked why I seemed distant. My dad commented that I was being formal. I didn't argue. I didn't justify. I said I was busy and left it at that. It was remarkable how unsettling that was for them. They were used to access, used to commentary, used to being part of the process. My quiet refusal to engage felt, to them, like rebellion. Evan tried again, more directly this time. He called me late one evening, voice too upbeat. "Hey," he said, like nothing was wrong. "We need to sync up. Some timelines are moving faster than expected." I asked him what timelines he meant. There was a pause, just a fraction of a second too long. Then he launched into it. Deals. Expectations. People waiting on confirmation. He spoke fast, stacking assumptions on top of each other, trying to overwhelm me with inevitability. It was the same tactic he'd always used, just louder now. I let him talk. I didn't interrupt. When he finally stopped to breathe, I said, "I'm not part of that. Just that." No explanation. He went quiet, then defensive, then indignant. "You can't do this," he said. "People are counting on it." The irony almost made me smile. People were counting on my resources without my consent, and somehow that was my problem. I told him he shouldn't be promising things that weren't his to promise. He snapped back that I was embarrassing him, that I was making him look unreliable. I almost corrected him, almost told him that he'd done that himself. Instead, I said, "You did that when you spoke for me." That was the first time he got angry. Not performative frustration, real anger. He accused me of sabotaging him, of being jealous, of holding power over him just to prove I could. I listened, detached, because I recognized the desperation underneath. His version of reality was starting to crack, and he didn't know how to hold it together without me reinforcing it. After that call, I knew the timing mattered. If I confronted him directly, he'd spin it. If I announced anything publicly, it would look reactive. The only move that made sense was patience. I kept preparing, quietly, methodically. I double-checked everything that had my name attached to it. Anything ambiguous, I clarified. Anything informal, I formalized. Anything that relied on assumptions, I removed. It wasn't dramatic. It was administrative, which, in some ways, made it more final. There would be no room for interpretation when the moment came. I also noticed something else during this time. People started asking me questions Evan used to answer for me, directly, without going through him. That told me his authority was already slipping. Confidence without substance only works until someone checks. The final piece of the setup came from an unexpected place. A mutual acquaintance reached out, someone who had been impressed by Evan's stories and had started asking practical questions. Numbers, access, timelines. Evan, apparently, had deferred. "Zane will handle that part," he'd said. I was asked, politely, to confirm. I read the message slowly. This wasn't gossip. This wasn't rumor. This was a direct test of the story Evan had been telling. And I realized that I didn't need to expose him. I didn't need to confront him publicly. I didn't need to do anything dramatic at all. All I had to do was tell the truth. But not yet. Because timing is everything. And Evan was still talking. Still bragging. Still laughing about our money and how we're set up. Still borrowing my name like it was his shield. I let him. I let the expectations grow. I let the commitment stack up. I let the moment ripen, knowing that when reality finally asserted itself, it wouldn't need my anger to make the point. It would speak for itself. And as I watched him build higher and higher on a foundation he didn't own, I knew exactly when I would stop staying quiet. Just not yet. The moment arrived on a Tuesday afternoon, quietly, without ceremony. No raised voices. No dramatic confrontations. Just an email. It was from the same acquaintance who had asked me to confirm Evan's claims. The subject line was neutral, professional. Next steps and confirmation. I read it once, then again, making sure I understood what was being asked. They wanted written confirmation that I was backing the arrangement Evan had described. Not verbally. Not implied. Written. Dated. Traceable. I replied within 15 minutes. I kept it short. Polite. Precise. I thanked them for reaching out, clarified that there had been a misunderstanding, and stated plainly that I was not involved, had never agreed to be involved, and would not be participating in any financial or operational capacity. I didn't mention Evan's name. I didn't accuse. I didn't explain. I simply told the truth. I hit send, closed my laptop, and went back to work. The fallout didn't hit immediately. It rippled outward, like it always does when something people assumed was solid suddenly isn't. By that evening, my phone was buzzing. Missed calls. Messages that started with confusion and ended with urgency. Evan called 3 times in a row. I didn't answer. When I finally did respond, it was by text. I told him the truth. I wrote. Nothing more. That was when his world cracked. He showed up at my place the next morning without warning. I opened the door, saw his face, and immediately understood how deep this went. He wasn't angry anymore. He was panicked. His confidence was gone, replaced by that tight, hollow look people get when they realize the ground they've been standing on was never stable to begin with. "What did you do?" he asked, voice low. I clarified, I said. I didn't invite him in. I didn't need to. He ran a hand through his hair, pacing just outside my doorway. "You couldn't just talk to me first?" he demanded. "You had to go behind my back?" I almost laughed at that. "You mean the way you talk for me behind my back?" I asked. My voice was calm, steady. I wasn't shaking. I wasn't emotional. That seemed to unsettle him more than anger ever would have. "You knew people were counting on this," he said. "You made me look like I don't know what I'm doing." No, I replied. You did that. You just didn't expect anyone to check. He opened his mouth, then closed it. For the first time, there was nothing he could say that reframed the situation in his favor. No vague promises. No shared language. No family takes care of it shield. Just facts, standing where his assumptions used to be. He tried a different angle then. Apologies, sort of. He said he hadn't meant for it to go that far. That he thought I'd come around like I always did. That he'd already told people things were handled because that was how it usually went. Hearing it out loud was sobering. Not because it was new information, but because it was finally honest. I'm not your safety net, I told him. I never agreed to be. You decided that for me. He didn't yell. He didn't argue. He just stood there, deflated, realizing that whatever version of me he'd built his plans on no longer existed. The rest unraveled quickly after that. People started asking questions Evan couldn't answer. Timelines he'd promised suddenly needed revision. Access he'd implied turned out not to exist. The credibility he'd borrowed from my name evaporated overnight. It wasn't malicious on my part. I didn't call anyone to expose him. I didn't post anything. I simply refused to reinforce a lie. My parents called later that week, shaken and defensive in equal measure. My mom asked why I hadn't told them sooner that things had changed. I told her they hadn't asked. My dad wanted to know why I'd let it get this far. I told him I hadn't been the one making promises. That was the first real conversation we'd had in years. It wasn't pleasant. There were long pauses, defensive questions, attempts to soften what Evan had done by reframing it as optimism or ambition. I didn't accept any of it. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't accuse. I stated what had happened and what I would no longer allow. Something shifted then, not dramatically, but enough. For the first time, they listened without interrupting. For the first time, they couldn't default to assuming I'd smooth it over. Because there was nothing left to smooth. Evan stopped calling after that. Not out of spite, I think, but out of embarrassment. The kind that forces reflection whether you want it or not. We didn't speak for months. When we finally did, it was cautious, distant. He didn't ask for help. He didn't brag. He didn't talk about our money. The illusion was gone, and with it, the entitlement. As for me, I didn't feel triumphant. I felt settled. The revenge wasn't loud. It wasn't theatrical. It was simply the removal of access. The refusal to be used as a backdrop for someone else's confidence. Watching the consequences land wasn't satisfying because he suffered. It was satisfying because the truth finally stood on its own, without me carrying it. The aftermath was quieter than I expected. Some relationships didn't recover. Others improved in small, meaningful ways. I learned who valued me for who I was, not what I could provide. I learned that silence can be powerful, but only when it's chosen, not assumed. And the next time I sat across from someone and heard them talk confidently about things that weren't theirs, I didn't feel the need to interrupt. I knew better now. Because the strongest correction isn't confrontation. It's letting reality speak and no longer volunteering to translate it for someone who never listened in the first place. Hey everyone, my name's Eddie, and I never thought I'd be that guy posting about family drama online, but here I am. I honestly don't even know how else to process what happened. It's one of those stories where the longer I sit with it, the more I realize how twisted it really was. I'm 38, married, and have 2 kids, Emma, 10, and Lucas, 7. My wife, Hannah, and I both work hard to give our kids a good life. We don't have everything, but we make things work. My family, though, my mom, dad, and my sister, Clara, they've always been a little different. Not just dysfunctional, but the kind of people who thrive on control, appearances, and making me feel small whenever they get the chance. Growing up, Clara was the favorite. There's no other way to put it. She could do no wrong in my parents' eyes. When she got in trouble at school, it was, Eddie must have influenced her. When she broke my things, it was, you should have shared. I learned early that peace in our house meant letting Clara have her way. As adults, not much changed. She's now 35, married to this smug guy named Derek who thinks being a regional sales manager for some water filter company makes him a genius. Together, they've got 2 kids around my kids' ages, and somehow, my parents have decided that Clara's family is the perfect family, the model everyone else should aspire to be like. I've always tried to stay civil for the kids. My mom loves to throw family events, dinners, holidays, all that, but they're always centered around Clara. Her promotions, her anniversaries, her kids' achievements. Whenever I try to talk about something good happening in my life, my mom changes the topic so fast you'd think I'd mention politics. Now, the story really starts about 3 weeks ago, when Mom called me out of the blue. "Eddie, we're planning a big family vacation," she said with that cheerful voice she uses when she's already decided something. "It'll be a week at Seacrest Beach. The kids will love it." I remember smiling, genuinely excited for a second. "That sounds great, Mom. When were you thinking of going?" She went on and on about how it would be so nice for everyone to spend time together. My parents, me and my family, Clara and hers. She mentioned a nice beach house, a private pool, even a boat rental day. For once, it sounded like maybe she actually wanted to include all of us equally. So Hannah and I rearranged our schedules. She took vacation time from work. I did too. We even told the kids, and they were thrilled. Emma immediately started talking about sandcastles and matching swimsuits with her cousin, and Lucas was already packing his toy sharks. Then came the first red flag. A week later, Mom called again, this time with updates. She mentioned how the house they originally planned couldn't fit everyone comfortably. "It only has 3 bedrooms, she said, like it was some impossible puzzle. "Wait," I said, 3? That's not enough for all of us, Mom." "I know, dear, but Clara and Derek already booked it. It's the perfect location, right by the water. Don't worry, though. I'm sure we can figure something out." I could feel my stomach tighten. "What do you mean, figure something out? You invited us." "Well," she said with that sigh, the one that always meant she was about to make me feel unreasonable. "Clara offered to share a room with the kids. Maybe you and your family could find a nearby place? It would still be a family vacation." I actually went silent for a few seconds. "So, we wouldn't even be staying with you?" "Oh, Eddie," she said, almost laughing. "Don't make it sound like that. We'll all be together during the day. You can just get a little rental nearby. There are plenty of motels in the area." Motels. While they stayed in a beachfront villa. I hung up that night feeling sick. Hannah told me to let it go, that we could still make something of it for the kids, but I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't just an oversight. It was intentional. And I was right. A few days later, Clara called me herself. "Hey, Eddie, just checking if you booked your place yet." "Not yet," I said slowly. "Still looking?" "Well, don't wait too long," she chirped. "The good ones go fast." "Oh, and by the way, Mom and Dad said you probably wouldn't want to join us for all the dinners, right? You'll probably do your own thing with your kids." "What?" I asked. "Why would we not join?" She laughed like it was obvious. "You know how the kids can be. You'll want early nights, beach naps, all that. We're doing a few adult-only nights, seafood, cocktails, that kind of thing. You'd probably get bored." The thing about Clara is that she always says insulting things in this fake sweet tone, so you can't even argue without sounding defensive. But I knew exactly what she meant. You're not part of the group. When I told Hannah, she just shook her head. "Eddie, they're doing it again. They want you to feel left out. It's their little power game." I tried to convince myself it wasn't that bad, that maybe I was reading too much into it. But the truth came out a week later when my mom accidentally sent me a message meant for Clara. It said, "Make sure Eddie doesn't find out about the boat day. He'll just complain about costs again." Except the thing is, I was the one paying for the bookings. The house, the boat, the activities, all of it had been booked through my account. They had asked me weeks ago to handle the payments temporarily because Clara's card had limit issues. So when I saw that message, I realized something. They had used my card to plan a trip they never even intended for me to attend. And that was just the beginning. Because the day before the family vacation started, my mom called me one last time, cheerful as ever. "Eddie, you don't need to come after all. We didn't want you to feel uncomfortable since you'd be staying somewhere else. We'll take plenty of pictures, though." I didn't even know what to say. My kids were crushed. Emma cried herself to sleep that night, asking why Grandma didn't want her there. That's when something in me snapped. I didn't yell. I didn't argue. I just opened my laptop, logged into the travel account, and started clicking. I sat there staring at my computer screen, my fingers frozen over the keyboard, heart pounding in a mix of anger and disbelief. The glow from the monitor lit the dark living room as the rest of the house stayed quiet, too quiet. Hannah had finally managed to get Emma and Lucas to bed after another round of tears, and all I could think about was how I'd let my family hurt my kids again. It wasn't even about the vacation anymore. It was about years of being treated like an afterthought. The forgotten one. The one they only called when they needed something. I scrolled through the list of bookings: the beach house, the boat rental, the seafood restaurant reservations, the parasailing experience. All under my name, all charged to my card. I remembered how my mom had said, "You don't mind covering it for now, right? I'll send you the money once Clara sorts out her account." Of course, that money never came. And now, they were using my money to exclude my family completely. I clicked on the first reservation, the house. It was a luxury beach villa, oceanfront, private access, everything you'd expect from a high-end family trip. My stomach tightened when I saw the total amount. It was more than half of what I had in my savings. I hovered over the cancel reservation button. For a second, my conscience whispered that maybe I should let it go, that I'd regret it later. But then I thought of Emma's face earlier that night, the way she'd asked, "Dad, did Grandma forget about us?" And how Lucas had tried to make her stop crying by promising they could build sandcastles in the backyard instead. That image erased any hesitation. Click. Booking canceled. Refund initiated. Then I moved to the next one. The boat rental. I remembered Clara bragging about how Derek had found the best captain in town, acting like she'd planned the whole thing herself. I canceled it too. One by one, every reservation disappeared from the list. Every trace of the vacation they'd built on my dime. By the time I was done, my breathing had steadied. It was almost calming, methodical, like I was reclaiming something that had been stolen from me. Hannah walked in quietly, still in her robe. She looked at me, her expression soft but wary. "You did it, didn't you?" I nodded. "Every booking. Gone." She didn't look shocked, just relieved. "Good," she said after a moment. They needed to be reminded that they can't treat you like that forever. But it wasn't over. I knew my phone would start ringing as soon as they realized what happened. So I set it down on the table, face down, and went to bed. The next morning, the calls began. First, there were a few missed calls from Mom. Then texts, at first polite. "Eddie, there's an issue with the bookings. Did something happen?" Then, more urgent. "Eddie, answer me now. The villa says everything is canceled. What did you do?" By noon, I had messages from Clara too. Her tone was less restrained. "Eddie, this isn't funny. The trip starts tomorrow. You need to fix this right now." Then, "You've completely ruined everything. The kids are devastated." I actually laughed at that one. Her kids were devastated? Mine hadn't even been allowed to go. I didn't respond. I just let the messages pile up. By 3 p.m., there were so many notifications I had to mute my phone entirely. It wasn't until early evening that I finally picked up, and only because my sister called from an unknown number. "Eddie," she screamed the second I answered. "You destroyed everything. The villa, the boat, the reservations. They said the payment was refunded to you. What's wrong with you?" I kept my voice calm, almost too calm. "What's wrong with me?" "You mean what's wrong with you, Clara?" "Don't start with that," she snapped. "You can't just..." "Actually, I can," I cut in. "You used my card for a trip you intentionally excluded me from. You lied. You let my kids think they were going, then told Mom to uninvite us at the last minute. You think I was going to just sit here and fund your vacation?" There was a pause on her end, and when she spoke again, her voice was dripping with that condescending tone I'd heard my entire life. "You're so dramatic, Eddie. It wasn't that deep. We just didn't have space at the house. You could have found somewhere else nearby." I let out a small laugh, the kind that comes from disbelief more than humor. "Clara, it wasn't about space. It was about control. About you always being the favorite, and Mom letting you treat me like I don't exist. You all planned this behind my back, and you expected me to pay for it." She went quiet for a moment before muttering, "You always have to make yourself the victim, don't you? Mom was just trying to make things nice for everyone. But fine. If you want to act like this, you can forget about being invited to anything ever again." "Clara," I said evenly, "that's already been the case for years." Then I hung up. For the first time in a long time, I felt at peace, but it didn't last long. Because later that night, my mom showed up at my house. I saw her car pull into the driveway around 8. She didn't even knock, just walked right in, the way she always had. Hannah was in the kitchen, giving me a look that said, "Please don't lose your temper." "Eddie," Mom started, clutching her purse like she was holding on to her last ounce of dignity. "I don't know what you think you're doing, but you've gone too far this time." I just looked at her. "Too far? You planned an entire vacation without me, using my money, and told my kids they couldn't come." She frowned, as if I was the unreasonable one. "That's not fair. You know how complicated it was to plan everything. Clara handled most of it." Using my card, I said quietly. Well, yes, but only temporarily. You know your sister's had some financial issues lately. She was going to pay you back. She never does, I replied. She sighed, her voice softening in that manipulative way she used whenever she wanted to guilt-trip me. Eddie, you've always misunderstood our intentions. You make everything about being left out when all we've tried to do is help you. Help me, I said, standing up. You've helped yourself to my time, my money, and my patience. And now you've hurt my kids. Her expression hardened. You're overreacting. It was just a vacation. I stared at her for a long moment before answering. It's never just anything with you. It's always about what you can get, what Clara wants, and how you can make me feel small in the process. She shook her head and turned toward the door, muttering, You'll regret this when you've calmed down. I don't think I will, I said quietly as she walked out. That night, I checked social media. My sister had posted a family vacation update, except it was just photos of her and Derek at a random roadside diner with their kids, captions filled with fake smiles. The comments were full of her friends asking, What happened to the beach trip? She didn't reply, but the real fallout hadn't even started yet. Because what they didn't realize was that the credit card they used for groceries, gas, and all their little emergency expenses for the past year, the one they thought I'd just been helping them with temporarily, was also under my name. And since they clearly had no intention of paying me back, I had some decisions to make. I didn't sleep much that night. I kept replaying everything in my head. The phone calls, the messages, my mom standing in my living room acting like I was the one who had done something terrible. The more I thought about it, the more the entire situation felt like years of buried resentment finally reaching the surface. I lay there in the dark, listening to the quiet hum of the ceiling fan while Hannah slept beside me. Every now and then, I'd glance at my phone lighting up on the nightstand. More missed calls, more messages. From my mom, my sister, even Derek. None of which I answered. By morning, I made up my mind. I wasn't going to argue. I wasn't going to explain myself anymore. I was going to act. When I got up, the house was still quiet. The kids were asleep, and Hannah was making coffee when I walked into the kitchen. She didn't say anything right away. She just handed me a mug and sat across from me. I saw your mom's post, she finally said. I raised an eyebrow. She posted. Hannah nodded. Oh yeah? She put up this long thing about how you overreacted and ruined a family event out of spite. Then she deleted it after an hour, probably because people started asking questions. I wasn't even surprised. That was my mom's favorite thing to do, play the victim publicly, then quietly remove the evidence when people started poking holes in her story. I took a slow sip of coffee, then said, I think it's time they feel what it's like to lose control. Hannah looked at me carefully. What are you thinking? I'm just taking back what's mine, I said. No more free rides. No more pretending I don't notice. Because here's the thing. Over the years, I'd helped my family more than I should have. Whenever my mom or Clara ran into temporary financial trouble, I was the one they called. I'd co-signed a small loan for my parents when their old car broke down. I'd added Clara as an authorized user on one of my credit cards so she could get by during maternity leave years ago. And somehow, that arrangement had never been canceled. She just kept using it. I tried to set boundaries before, but my mom always guilt-tripped me. Eddie, your sister just needs a little time. Don't be so cold-hearted. Then Clara would chime in with, I'll pay you back soon, promise, followed by months of silence. So when I logged into my bank account that morning and saw nearly $600 worth of charges from Clara in the past week alone, I didn't even hesitate. I froze the card. Then I called the credit company and had every connection to her name removed. The woman on the line confirmed it. All authorized users have been deactivated. Any future transactions will be declined immediately. Perfect. I sat back, letting out a long breath. It felt satisfying. Not out of revenge exactly, but out of reclaiming something that should have been mine all along, control over my own life. By noon, I got the first text from Clara. Eddie, my card isn't working. Did something happen to the account? I didn't reply. 10 minutes later, another message. Eddie, I'm serious. It keeps getting declined. I'm at the store with Mom. This is really embarrassing. Still, I said nothing. I spent the rest of the afternoon playing board games with the kids, trying to enjoy the peace before the inevitable explosion. It came around 5 p.m. The front door burst open without a knock, again. My mom and Clara stood there, both visibly angry. Clara had her phone in her hand, waving it like evidence in a trial. "What did you do?" she demanded before I could even say hello. Hannah looked up from the couch, startled, but I motioned for her to stay calm. "What are you talking about?" I asked. "My card," Clara snapped. "It's not working. I tried to pay for gas, groceries, even the hotel for tomorrow night. Declined every time. The bank said I've been removed from the account." "Then they must have made a mistake," I said calmly. "You shouldn't have been using it in the first place." Her mouth fell open. "Excuse me." I stood up slowly. "That card was under my name. You were only supposed to use it for emergencies years ago. You've been charging things on it without permission." Mom stepped forward, crossing her arms. "Eddie, that's not true. You said it was fine. You told us it was easier that way." I turned to her. "No, Mom, you told me it was easier that way. And every time I tried to stop, you made me feel like a terrible person for saying no." Clara scoffed. "You're being ridiculous. It's not like I was buying luxury stuff. Just groceries and things for the kids." "Then you should have used your own money," I said. Her voice went up an octave. "We were already struggling after the cancellation. Do you know how much the kids cried when we told them the trip was off? You could have just fixed it instead of ruining everything." "Clara," I said, my voice steady, "you used my money to plan a vacation that you deliberately excluded me and my kids from. You lied about it, and you got caught. That's on you, not me." She stared at me, speechless for a moment, then turned to Mom. "See? This is what I mean. He twists everything around. He's trying to make me look bad." Mom didn't even hesitate. "Eddie, you've always had a jealous streak when it comes to your sister. You know that." That sentence hit me harder than I expected. I think because it was so familiar. I'd heard it my entire life. When I got good grades, you're jealous of your sister's social skills. When I got a promotion, you just want to compete with Clara. When I tried to set boundaries, you can't stand it when she does better than you. For a second, I almost let myself shrink back the way I used to. But then I saw Hannah behind them, watching quietly, her eyes saying, "Don't back down this time." So I didn't. "You know what, Mom?" I said slowly. "Maybe I am jealous, but not of her life. I'm jealous that you've given her unconditional love and support for everything she's done, even when she hurts people. I'm jealous that no matter how much she lies, you find a way to excuse it. And I'm jealous that my kids have to watch their father get treated like he doesn't belong in his own family." The room went silent. Mom opened her mouth, then closed it again. Clara's expression faltered for a moment, like she wasn't used to me pushing back. Finally, she snapped, "You're just bitter because you can't stand not being the center of attention." I laughed, quietly, but enough to make her flinch. "You've been the center of attention since the day you were born, Clara. The problem is, you mistook that attention for entitlement." Mom suddenly straightened her shoulders, her voice sharp. "That's enough, Eddie. You're talking about your sister. She's family." I nodded slowly. "And what are we?" I asked, gesturing to Hannah and the kids' photos on the wall. "Because you sure don't treat us like family." That must have struck a nerve, because Mom's tone softened again, switching tactics. "Eddie, please. Let's not make this worse. Your father's already upset about the vacation. Clara didn't mean for any of this to happen. Can't we just move on?" "Move on," I repeated. "You mean, pretend nothing happened, like always?" She sighed. "Sometimes that's what family does." I looked at her for a long moment. "Then maybe it's time I stop being your kind of family." The color drained from her face. "What's that supposed to mean?" "It means," I said carefully, "that I'm done. No more cards, no more money, no more last-minute favors. You and Clara can handle your own mess from now on." Mom's lips pressed into a thin line. "You'll regret this, Eddie. Family doesn't turn its back like this." I met her gaze. "You turned yours a long time ago." They left soon after, slamming the door behind them. For a while, I just stood there in the quiet, staring at the door. Hannah came over and slipped her hand into mine. "You did the right thing," she said softly. "I know," I replied. "I just never thought it would come to this." We spent that evening with the kids, making homemade pizza and watching a movie together, something simple but genuine. And even though I was still angry, I realized I finally felt free. But peace with people like my mom and Clara never lasts long. The next morning, I got an email from my dad. A short one. No greeting, no explanation, just a single line. "You went too far this time. Your mother is heartbroken." I stared at it for a while, feeling that familiar ache in my chest. But before I could even reply, another email came in, this one from the credit company. Apparently, someone had tried to reopen the account using my personal information. The attempt had been flagged as suspicious and blocked automatically. I didn't need to guess who it was. I closed my laptop slowly, a cold wave of realization washing over me. They weren't just angry, they were retaliating. After the credit company email, I finally admitted to myself that this wasn't just a family squabble anymore. They were trying to manipulate my identity and my money. That crossed a line. It wasn't petty, it was practical, and the kind of thing you don't let slide if you want to keep your life intact. The first thing I did was tidy up my own trail. I spent the next 2 days compiling everything: bank statements, screenshots of the bookings, the messages from mom that got mistakenly sent to me, and the long list of small charges over the last 3 years that had quietly become regular withdrawals. I printed them all. I labeled them. I made a spreadsheet with dates, places, and what every charge was supposedly for. Seeing it on paper, the breadcrumb trail of favors turned habit, made my stomach twist in a way that wasn't anger so much as disgust. Then I did the boring, adult thing. I called the bank again. This time I asked for a fraud specialist and got one. I explained the attempted reopen of the account, the unauthorized charges, and the fact that my name had been used for things I hadn't approved. She put a block on the account, filed an identity theft report, and gave me a fraud package to fill out. It's such a sterile word for something that felt so personal. Fraud. I mailed the package certified. I saved the tracking number. I also set up alerts on everything: new credit inquiries, any changes to the little accounts where my parents and Clara liked to slide things through. If they were going to try another round, I wanted the bank to tell me the second it happened. I set my phone to buzz like a woodpecker on caffeine. Next, I went to a lawyer. I didn't want to, but the moment anyone plays fast and loose with your identity, you need paper and teeth. The lawyer listened while I laid everything out. He asked a few questions, scribbled in a notebook, and then said, in the exact tone lawyers use when they're giving you permission to be unpleasant, "We can send a demand letter. We can pursue restitution in small claims. We can involve law enforcement if this escalates." He explained the difference between "we can" and "we should," and I chose "we should" for everything that made my teeth ache. We drafted a formal demand, itemized costs, a clear deadline, and the gravity of what had been done. The letter was direct without being theatrical. That was on purpose. Drama can be dismissed as emotion. Legalese reads like consequence. I had that letter sent to my parents' home address and to Clara's husband's work address with delivery confirmation. I copied the bank's fraud report in the package and included scans of the messages where Mom and Clara discussed excluding my family and using my card. I also did something less formal but, in my mind, smarter. I made a private folder online with all the evidence and shared it, not with the internet, but with a carefully selected list of people who mattered in Mom's social sphere: an aunt who still cared about decency, a cousin who managed the community Facebook group where Mom volunteered, and one childhood friend of hers who'd always valued straight talk. I didn't post screenshots or start a war on social media. I simply said, "I'm dealing with something difficult. I thought you should know." I attached the demand letter and the bank's response. My intent wasn't to shame publicly. It was to let the people who knew my mother see there was a legal and documented problem, so her reflex would shift from victim performance to actual accountability. People who live by appearances avoid public messes. If they built their whole life on how they looked to others, that vulnerability would be useful. While I waited on the lawyer and the postal service, I planned something else: a dinner. Not a trap exactly. I dislike traps. But a staged confrontation. A family dinner with a lot of witnesses. I called a local private room at a restaurant my parents used to favor for milestone dinners and told them I wanted to host something simple: a belated birthday for my dad. Nothing lavish, nothing ugly. The restaurant took the booking for next Saturday. I invited Mom, Dad, Clara, Derek, and a handful of relatives I'd carefully chosen. The aunt I mentioned, my cousin who still listens, and a few others who owed me nothing and weren't likely to take sides purely out of habit. I told Hannah only that I needed her support. She helped me choose the guest list and stayed out of the rest. I also did the practical things. I notified the school my kids attend that, in light of what was happening, they shouldn't be invited to any family outings involving Mom's plans until this was resolved. It sounds small, but Emma had already been hurt. Keeping them out of more emotional whiplash felt like a one-time kindness I could actually give. I documented that notification in case anyone accused me of trying to control my parents' relationship with their grandchildren. Control was a funny word coming from the people who'd been micromanaging our family for decades. Everything I planned had one goal: make the stakes real for them without turning the whole thing into a spectacle. I wanted them to know this was not an emotional outburst. It was a cascade of documented consequences. Money, reputation, and the kind of neighborly respect that makes people comfortable at church bazaars were all at risk. For people like my mom and Clara, those things mattered more than the truth. That week, small destabilizing things began to happen. My sister called at odd hours with frantic, performative apologies that I ignored. My parents sent texts thick with "we're sorry" and "we didn't mean," phrases that, when translated, meant "we're sorry we got caught." A neighbor texted me cautiously, asking if everything was okay. I told them the truth in small doses. The payoff of restraint was seeing people shift from reflexive defense to awkward curiosity. It felt petty to enjoy it, but it also felt necessary. The shell of unassailable favor they'd relied on was showing cracks. On Wednesday, the lawyer called to say the return receipt for the demand letter had been signed by Clara. The letter required a response by the end of the week. If she didn't reply in a way that acknowledged the debt and proposed a repayment plan, the lawyer recommended filing in small claims and attaching the bank's fraud report as evidence. I told him to proceed and to be as efficient as bureaucracy allows. By Thursday evening, I realized I needed to push the emotional stakes higher. Legal action is dry and slow. Shame is sharp and immediate. I hate the word shame as an objective. It sounds cruel. But I'd spent years watching my family weaponize empathy and perform hurt. It was time to give them something closer to accountability than guilt. So I wrote a short, clear message to the family group chat, the big one where relatives posted holiday pictures and recipe links. I didn't rant. I didn't plead. I didn't expose banking details. I posted, "I've sent a formal request for reimbursement relating to charges made on my accounts without my permission. I filed a fraud report with the bank. If anyone received charges they believe were authorized, please check with me directly." It was boring on purpose. It read like a public notice, not a temper tantrum. Then I hit send. Silence in that chat was louder than any screaming. People who normally filled it with their sweets and crafts photos suddenly had nothing to say. A cousin liked to post about fall leaves because reacting felt safer than commenting. It did what I wanted. It moved the issue from private admonishments to a public, factual statement. It put a little public pressure on them to respond like grown-ups. Friday morning, Clara texted me a photo of a receipt from a flea market-style shop, as if to show she'd used a card legitimately. Her message was thinly veiled venom. "See? I work for my things." I didn't reply. Then, at noon, my mother called, voice already high with the hurt performance I knew too well. "Everyone's talking, Eddie. You shouldn't have made that public. You've embarrassed us." She tried to make it sound like the issue was my method, not their behavior. I let her talk for a few minutes, then said something I'd practiced in my head but never said out loud. "Being embarrassed is a consequence, Mom. You made choices. I gave you options. I'm not trying to humiliate you. I'm trying to stop you from taking what isn't yours." She clutched the phone like it was a life preserver. "You're not thinking about the family," she panted. "You're tearing us apart." I swallowed. "You tore it apart. I'm just making sure it's fixed." She was quiet after that. I could hear her breathing, the small, uneven inhale of someone trying to keep her performance together. And then Saturday arrived, the day of the dinner. The private room at the restaurant had a long table, linen napkins, the sort of place where my mother had once demanded a specific candle arrangement for a special family moment. It felt almost ceremonial. I arrived early with the lawyer's assistant, who brought an envelope with confirmation of the fraud report and a printed copy of the return receipt for the demand letter. The assistant took a seat 2 chairs down, neutral as a witness. Guests arrived, aunts and cousins, faces polite and curious. Some of them I'd invited simply because I thought they'd care enough about fairness to look at the facts. Others had clearly been pulled in by neighborhood gossip. Mom arrived last, wearing the uniform of wounded dignity, a soft sweater and a practiced expression that said, "I didn't know." Clara came with Derek 5 minutes later, and she walked in like someone who'd rehearsed shock and outrage for this exact moment. We ate quietly at first. Hannah sat beside me and gave me the smallest squeeze under the table. My heart was loud in my ears, but my hands were steady. When the main course ended and coffee was being poured, I stood up. I felt the room bend toward me like pages turning. I put the envelope on the table in front of Mom and Clara and, without theatrics, said, "I have something to show you. It's not about making you look bad. It's about making this stop." That was where I caught their eyes, Mom's flinch, Clara's jaw tightening, and where I stopped writing this part of the story. Because what I did next was the moment everything pivoted from legal paper to human consequence. I set the envelope down and looked up at everyone, and the way they looked back at me is something I'll never forget. When I set the envelope down, you could feel the room change, like someone had closed a door we'd all been leaning on for years. Mom's smile faltered. Clara's hand tightened around the edge of the tablecloth until her knuckles blanched. A few relatives shifted in their seats like they were watching something they hadn't signed up for. Before anyone could fill the silence with spin, I opened the envelope. Inside were copies of the bank's fraud report, the return receipt showing Clara had signed for the demand letter, screenshots of the messages where Mom and Clara discussed keeping us out of the trip, and a spreadsheet I'd printed that laid out every unauthorized charge over the last 3 years. Groceries, utility top-ups, a weekend hotel, birthday presents, emergencies that lined up suspiciously with their paydays. Every item had dates, vendor names, and amounts. No invective, no pleading, just facts, like a ledger of favors that had quietly become theft. I didn't read them all out loud. I let the envelope speak through its presence. Then I said, slowly, so everyone would hear, "This is why the family vacation was booked in my name. This is why I canceled it. This is why I froze the account. You used my money. You lied about inviting my kids. You told them Grandma didn't want them there. That's not an accident. That's a choice." Clara's face went red. "You can't do this," she hissed. "You're tearing the family apart in public." "It's not public," I said. "I gave you private notice. I gave you time to respond. You ignored it until it became inconvenient to keep pretending." I looked at the aunt who'd always been reasonable. She'd been quiet, watching, and she nodded just barely, as if she'd been waiting for confirmation more than drama. A cousin from the community group let his jaw drop. Someone else in the corner, who'd been an acquaintance of Mom's at the volunteer group, folded their hands and looked uncomfortable. That's when the lawyer's assistant stood and, with a neutral tone that made everything sound official and finite, explained the next steps. "If an agreement is not reached by next week, we will file in small claims. The bank's fraud report is documented. At that point, court records will exist and will seek restitution and fees." There was no menace in his voice, just a procedural certainty that rang louder than any screaming. Mom's eyes filled. It wasn't the soft, theatrical waterworks I'd seen before, it was panic. "Eddie, please," she said, voice small. "We can fix this. Clara will pay you back." "We'll?" She trailed off because she knew she was promising something she rarely delivered. Clara stood up, the chair scraping against the floor like the finality of a gavel. "I'll pay him back," she said. "I swear. I'll sell things. I'll—" Her promises tumbled out, but the spreadsheet was already on the table between us like a map of everything she'd been avoiding. I could see her calculations begin and end with excuses I'd heard for years. I didn't want to humiliate them. I wanted accountability. So I laid out the terms we'd offered in the demand letter: itemized repayment, a timeline, and an immediate return of funds for the week's vacation and the fraudulent charges on that card. I told them that if they failed, I would proceed with small claims and pursue all available remedies. I made no threats I didn't plan to act on. That's the thing about being ready to follow through. People either change behavior or reveal themselves further. Over the next week, everything accelerated. Clara and Derek tried a few things: tearful texts to relatives, a clumsy attempt by Derek to call my job and paint me as dramatic, and even a post on the family group chat with a photo of Clara's kids and some saccharine caption about family time that read like damage control. None of it worked the way they expected. The aunt I'd shared things with quietly offered to mediate. The cousin who ran the community page privately messaged me asking if I'd considered counseling for the family. Not because he wanted me to back down, but because he wanted everyone to take responsibility. People who'd once reflexively taken Mom's side either went quiet or began asking questions. Clara made an attempt at a repayment plan, but it was incomplete and written in a way that assumed I'd relent. The lawyer called, saying it wasn't acceptable. We filed in small claims. It felt weird to be doing something I'd always resisted, taking family to court. But there's a point where apologies and promises become part of the problem. I'd reached it. Court was simple and precise. I presented the spreadsheet, the bank report, and the signed return receipt. Clara threw herself at the mercy routine. It was supposed to be temporary. I panicked. I didn't mean it, and my lawyer's questions cut through the stories. The judge asked for clarification on any charges that were contested. There weren't many. The evidence read like a story of convenient forgetfulness. In the end, the judge ordered restitution, full repayment of the documented charges and court fees, with a payment schedule enforceable through wage garnishment, if necessary. Watching the judge deliver that order is not a moment I expected to savor, but I did. Not out of cruelty, out of relief. It meant there was a legal force that matched the moral one I'd been trying to apply, and the people who had relied on manipulation as a lifestyle had to face a real consequence. After the ruling, the social fallout moved faster than I anticipated. Mom stopped calling as often. Where she once offered unsolicited advice and made helpful comments about my parenting, her voice became strained and rare. Clara posted less and less about her family. The neighborhood whispers that had always buoyed their sense of being untouchable became small conversations behind palms. The aunt who had mediated told me she'd lost sleep over having to choose between being loyal and being honest. She told me later she was proud I'd chosen accountability, even if it had been ugly. As for Derek, he tried to play the patriarch, ranting about what a shame and how this will affect the kids. But people stopped taking his one-liners seriously when the invoices were posted and the court document was public record. Work colleagues who'd once complimented him on his leadership shifted their tone when he was forced to explain an unexpected deduction on a financial form. The ripple was quiet but effective. For people whose power is status and appearances, the smallest crack in the mirror can be devastating. In practical terms, I got a large portion of the money back. The bank refunded the charges they could, the court ordered restitution, and Clara's partial repayment, forced by the order, came through over the next few months. It didn't restore everything. Some small charges were never recoverable, but enough of it came back that my savings stabilized. More importantly, my access to my own financial accounts remained secured and my identity intact. The lawyer closed the fraud report after the court judgment and the bank's compliance. Paperwork after that was anticlimactic in a way that felt healthy. Forms filled, boxes ticked, the literal administrative cleanup of something that for years had been a slow, corrosive drain. The emotional cleanup was different. Mom sent a few awkward emails, the kind that try to sound conciliatory but ask for permission to keep certain privileges. "We're still family," she wrote. "I'd like to see the kids sometimes." I didn't respond right away. I wasn't cruel. I was careful. I told Hannah I needed to be deliberate about rebuilding trust, not performative about it. We drafted boundaries together. No unsupervised visits, no overnight stays, financial independence enforced, and clear consequences for crossing those lines. It was painful to write those rules to our own parents, but it felt necessary. Clara pleaded for a fresh start publicly and privately, but I recognized the pattern. She issued a statement on social media that looked like regret but avoided responsibility. It was the same voice that had told Emma she'd have matching swimsuits and then deleted the invitation a week before. I refused any grand reconciliation. Not because I wanted to hurt her. I don't relish the suffering of anyone. But because the repeating harm of promise, then take, is a pattern you stop enabling if you value yourself and your kids. My decision was what it was. No forgiveness extended as a shortcut to peace. They would have to earn anything beyond basic civility. The kids healed slower than I expected and faster than I feared. Emma and Lucas were guarded at first, wary of excited promises and sudden plans. But we rebuilt trust through small reasons: a weekend at a quiet lake, Sunday pancake mornings, long bike rides with no agenda. Grandma's texts asking to take them for an ice cream were now filtered. We only accepted when there were specific plans and guarantees. Over time, their laughter came back without the tremor of previous disappointments. That, for me, became the real measure of whether any of it had been worth the trouble. Community opinion split in small, predictable ways. Some relatives stopped inviting us to events. Others let conversations resume on neutral topics. The local volunteer group quietly reassessed certain responsibilities my mom had once held. People who had benefited from Mom and Clara's spotlight now had to deal with a new dynamic where accountability mattered more than optics. That ripple effect wasn't violent. It was steady and practical. For folks who relied on being seen as perfect, the new unspectacular reality was worse than any single public reprimand. A few months after the court decision, Mom showed up at my door one afternoon with a box of old family photos and a shaky attempt at conversation. I accepted the photos and listened, distantly, as she tried to talk about how we used to be. She asked if she could take the kids to a school play. I said no. I told her she could come to the next recital as an invited guest in a supervised, public capacity. She blinked, like someone meeting a version of me she hadn't expected, steady, clear, and unwilling to be led back into old dynamics. She left with the photos and a small, brittle, "I understand," that I didn't feel was quite true. But I realized something in that moment. I didn't need her to understand to protect my family. The protection itself was the point. As for Clara, the court-ordered repayments continued sporadically. Derek grew quiet at community events. They retreated into a smaller orbit. They were not exiled in any dramatic way. They still lived nearby, still ran into relatives at the grocery store, still liked pictures of their kids posted by well-meaning friends. But the sense of entitlement, the comfortable assumption that favors would always be extended without reciprocity, was broken. That change felt like justice, rather than vengeance. So what's the situation now? Financially, most of the unauthorized charges were recovered via bank refunds and the court's restitution order. My accounts are secure. I have tighter boundaries and a new financial routine that's all mine. Legally, there's a public small claims judgment on record. It's not a dramatic headline, but it's enforceable, and that mattered to me. The bank kept the fraud report on file. Any further attempts to reopen accounts would trigger alarms. Socially, Mom and Clara remain in our lives in a limited way. I don't ban them from seeing their grandchildren altogether. I prefer to keep relationships possible but safe. Visits are structured. Unsupervised time is not allowed, and financial interactions are off the table. They can be part of our world only under the rules we set. Emotionally, I'm relieved and weary. The relief comes from having my boundaries respected and my kids protected. The weariness comes from the knowledge that some people don't change just because they're caught. They adapt to consequences and keep their core patterns. I don't forgive them for what they did, not because I want to punish, but because forgiveness would be a shortcut that teaches my kids that being treated like that is acceptable. Instead, I chose accountability and distance. The kids, they're happier, less anxious, more secure. That's the thing that ultimately mattered. My wife and I focused on rebuilding normalcy and trust through tiny, stubborn acts of consistency. People asked me later if I regretted making things public, taking them to court, or ending the loose, enabling arrangements that had existed for years. I thought about all the times my kids came home hurt because grandma had promised something and then canceled with a shrug. I thought about the silent drains on my savings and self-worth. I thought about watching the person who was supposed to teach empathy practice manipulation instead. In the end, I didn't regret it. It was messy and painful, but it was necessary. Clara still texts occasionally, usually about her kids or some logistical thing. Mom sends birthday messages with clipped warmth. I answer when it's harmless. I decline when it's about obligations or favors. I'm not cruel. I'm not petty. I'm deliberate. And for anyone asking if I got revenge, I did, in the sense that I reclaimed what was mine and forced those who habitually took advantage of others to face real consequences. It wasn't theatrical. It was legal and steady. It made them work for their place in my life rather than assuming it. That felt like the right kind of satisfaction. So here I am, months later. The vacation that was supposed to be for everyone became an object lesson. The villa is a memory on someone else's social feed. The boat trip never happened. The seaside photos are gone. What replaced it is quieter, enforcement, boundaries, and a household where promises mean something again. I don't forgive them. I don't pretend the past didn't hurt. But I stopped letting that hurt define my kids' future. They no longer have to wonder if grandma will invite them and then erase them on a whim. They have a dad who will keep them safe and who will, when needed, turn paper into power to stop the people who think family is their entitlement rather than a responsibility. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this. Hello, I'm Hunter, 39M, and I don't usually share personal stuff online, but this one's too wild not to. It all started a few weeks ago at my parents' 35th wedding anniversary dinner. Normally, I avoid these things. My family, especially my cousin Ezra, has a way of turning any gathering into a competition. But for some reason, I decided to go this time, partly because my parents had begged, partly because I knew Ezra would be there, and honestly, I wanted to see just how ridiculous he'd get this time. For context, Ezra has always been a bit of a show-off. Growing up, he was the kind of cousin who treated every family event like a stage. "I'm the only one making something of myself," he'd often say, either directly or loudly enough for everyone within earshot to hear. Meanwhile, I quietly pursued my own ventures. Small at first, mostly under the radar, but steadily growing. The dinner was set at a private hall in our city's club, overly ornate, but my parents insisted it had the right atmosphere. My mom, as always, fussed over every detail, hovering like a general, making sure her troops, family, were perfectly aligned. My dad, on the other hand, was just happy people showed up and the food was edible. I arrived slightly early, which gave me a moment to observe the chaos before it began. My Aunt Muriel was already there, quietly critiquing the decorations and muttering under her breath about how she could have done it better. Ezra wasn't present yet, and honestly, for a moment, I enjoyed the calm. The dinner began with small talk, polite nods, and laughter at old stories. Then, like clockwork, Ezra arrived. He entered with that exaggerated confidence of his, hand perfectly positioned on the small of his girlfriend's back, eyes scanning the room like he was announcing his arrival. Everyone greeted him politely, but I could see the subtle groans from some family members who, like me, had long grown tired of his theatrics. After a few minutes of chatter, the conversation inevitably turned to success. My cousin was quick to start. "You know," he said, leaning back in his chair and drumming his fingers lightly. "Sometimes I feel like I'm the only one in this family who really figured it out. I mean, just look around. People are trying, sure, but I'm the only one actually making waves." There was an uncomfortable pause. My parents, who usually praised him relentlessly, were smiling but a little too tight-lipped, sensing the tension in the air. I just smiled. For a long time, I let him think he had the upper hand. Over the next hour, Ezra continued weaving tales of his success, casually dropping mentions of high-profile deals, trips, and investments. Every sentence was an attempt to overshadow anyone else at the table. He even subtly mocked my small business, calling it cute in front of everyone, though I knew my parents didn't even understand the scale of what I was doing. I decided to let him talk, let him build himself up. I had a plan, but it wasn't time yet. Patience has always been my advantage over people like him. Then, after the main course, as dessert was being served, my cousin's tone shifted. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table, and smirked. "Honestly," he said, looking at my parents with a proud grin, "it's nice to see that at least one person in this family isn't wasting their time. Hunter's nice, I guess, but let's face it, I'm really the one setting the standard." A few uncomfortable chuckles floated around, mostly from the younger cousins who didn't want to get involved, and my Aunt Muriel tried to redirect the conversation, but Ezra wasn't done. And that's when I spoke. "Funny," I said calmly, letting my tone be just casual enough to make it sound like idle chatter. "I just bought the company you've been bragging about for years." The room went silent. My words hung in the air like a thick fog. For a moment, Ezra froze mid-sentence, his smirk faltering. My parents blinked rapidly, unsure if they'd heard me correctly. "I mean it," I continued, leaning back slightly in my chair, letting the weight of the statement sink in. "That company, the one you've told everyone about at every family gathering for the past 5 years? It's mine now." There was a ripple of disbelief across the table. My cousin's face turned several shades of red, a mixture of anger, embarrassment, and disbelief. He opened his mouth to respond, but no words came out immediately. I could see him searching for some way to recover, some witty comeback, but he had nothing. The silence stretched. My parents' faces were unreadable, a strange mix of pride and shock. Aunt Muriel looked like she might faint from indignation. The younger cousins whispered excitedly, eyes wide, sensing the drama unfolding. Ezra finally broke the silence, his voice strained. That's impossible. How? I interrupted, still calm, letting him stew in the suspense. Not impossible. I did it quietly. You were too busy talking about it to notice anyone else could actually make it happen. You could feel the tension in the room spike. Dinner had completely lost its celebratory mood. All eyes were on Ezra, and for once, he wasn't in control. And just as the room settled into a mix of stunned silence and awkward glances, my mom whispered from the side, "Hunter, did you really?" I nodded slightly, letting her finish the thought on her own. The table was frozen, the kind of moment you only see in movies where time seems to slow down. Everyone at that table had spent years under the shadow of Ezra's boasts, and suddenly, that shadow was gone. Ezra, for all his confidence, now looked small, cornered by a truth he had never anticipated. I could see the wheels turning in his head, the plans he might try to salvage, but I knew this was just the beginning. And that's when the first real argument started. Ezra lunging, verbally, into desperate attempts to undermine me, my parents caught in the middle, and the other family members whispering, trying to figure out which side to take. Ezra's face was an interesting mix of disbelief and fury. He leaned forward, his hands gripping the edge of the table as if trying to physically reclaim some authority that had just evaporated. "You bought it? When? How is that even possible?" His voice, which usually carried a calm arrogance, was cracking, the edges jagged with desperation. I shrugged casually, taking a sip of water as if we were discussing the weather instead of a multi-million-dollar company. "Over the past year. Quietly, deliberately. While you were busy talking to anyone who would listen about how amazing you are, I was actually making it happen." Aunt Muriel gasped audibly, clutching her napkin like it might steady her shaking hands. "Hunter, that company, that's a huge deal. Are you telling me you didn't even bother telling us?" She gave me that look, the one that always tried to mix guilt with admiration, but the admiration had an edge of envy this time. I leaned back, smiling faintly. "I thought you'd be happier hearing it this way." My parents were flustered. My mom's hand hovered over her chest, as if she might faint, though she tried to maintain composure. "Hunter, this is incredible," she stammered. My dad, who normally stayed quiet during our family theatrics, finally spoke, voice low but firm. "I didn't expect this. None of us did." Ezra's girlfriend, a quiet woman who usually let him dominate every conversation, was practically vibrating in her seat, clearly realizing that her boyfriend's pedestal was crumbling beneath him. For a few moments, there was a strange, suffocating silence. Everyone in the room was processing the news. And then, predictably, Ezra lashed out, not physically, but with words meant to wound, to reclaim the spotlight he so desperately craved. "This is ridiculous," he said, his tone sharp. "You can't just waltz in and take over something I've been building toward for years. That's not how business works." "Actually," I said, keeping my voice calm and measured, "it's exactly how business works. If you're too busy boasting to do the work, someone else can and will step in." And that's exactly what happened here. The younger cousins were practically leaning forward in their seats, fascinated by the unfolding drama. Some whispered nervously to each other, while others tried to avoid eye contact, not wanting to get dragged into the family feud. Muriel's voice cut through the tension, dripping with thinly veiled contempt. "I can't believe you, Hunter. You could have told us. This entire family could have celebrated your success together. Instead, you just embarrassed Ezra in front of everyone." I paused, letting her words sink in. "Embarrassed him? No. I gave him exactly what he's been asking for all these years, someone to actually compete with. Funny how that changes the dynamics, isn't it?" My mom's eyes darted between us, clearly torn. On one hand, she was proud. On the other, she was terrified of the fallout. My dad, unusually quiet, finally muttered, "Well, Ezra, maybe it's time you learned humility." Ezra's eyes narrowed, his jaw tightening. "Humility? I don't need humility. I've worked for this. I've put in the hours. You just took it from me while I was talking about it." "Exactly," I said. "While you were talking about it, I did it." That's the difference between talking and doing. The tension at the table was palpable. My aunt was fuming silently, clearly calculating some plan to turn the situation to her advantage, while my younger cousins were wide-eyed, whispering excitedly about how the tables had turned. Ezra's girlfriend was fidgeting, clearly considering her own position in the aftermath, Then came the subtle but deliberate escalation. Ezra, realizing words weren't enough, tried to corner me emotionally. And what about the family, Hunter? Don't you care about us? About tradition? About loyalty? I let that hang for a moment, letting the room fill with the weight of my pause. Loyalty isn't just talking about it at dinners, Ezra. It's actions. Actions are what count. And honestly, I've realized loyalty can't be demanded. It has to be earned. And some of us, clearly, have been too busy thinking we were already entitled to it. He spluttered, looking for a response, but my words had cut deeper than he expected. You could see the panic behind his eyes, the kind of realization that comes when someone finally understands they're no longer in control. Then, just as things seemed like they might settle, Aunt Muriel dropped her verbal bomb. She leaned toward my mom and whispered loudly enough for the room to hear. "This is all very impressive, Hunter, but you have to admit, Ezra's been the one everyone's been waiting to impress for decades. Don't let this sudden power shift get out of hand." I smiled faintly, already anticipating her next move. "I'm not interested in impressing anyone, Aunt Muriel. I'm interested in results. And the results speak for themselves." Muriel's face tightened. The younger cousins were practically holding their breath. Ezra's hands were trembling slightly as he tried to maintain composure, but it was failing him. My parents were sitting in shock, clearly overwhelmed by how this one conversation had exposed so many years of favoritism, arrogance, and unspoken resentment. At this point, the dinner had completely derailed. The carefully planned celebration of my parents' anniversary had transformed into a battlefield of egos, past grievances, and long-held family tensions. Every comment from Ezra or Muriel was met with subtle but pointed rebuttals from me, and every silent glance between my parents only made the tension heavier. Then, just when I thought the table had reached its peak of stunned silence, Ezra finally snapped, not with a normal outburst, but in a way that made it clear he was plotting his next move. His voice dropped, low and venomous. "You think this changes everything, Hunter? You think you can just waltz into our family's world and take what you want? You have no idea what's coming next." That sentence hung in the room like a storm cloud. Everyone froze. Even the younger cousins went still, sensing the storm in the words. Aunt Muriel leaned back, a cruel smirk forming, clearly amused by the rising tension and likely already imagining how she could manipulate it. My parents exchanged a glance, half pride, half worry, and I realized the real battle was only just beginning. I sat back, calm, letting him squirm in his seat. "I'm listening," I said, "because right now, I don't see anything you can do that would surprise me." But I knew he had something up his sleeve. Ezra wasn't just going to let a family dinner humiliate him. And I had no doubt Aunt Muriel would be scheming too, probably whispering suggestions into his ear as soon as she got the chance. The room was electric with anticipation, the kind that signals everything about this family dynamic is about to explode, but I was ready. At that precise moment, the waiter brought over the dessert trays, a mundane interruption that somehow made the tension even more ridiculous. Everyone tried to act normal, cutting slices of cake while simultaneously glaring at each other. But you could feel it, the calm before the storm. The next few days after the anniversary dinner were tense, to say the least. Ezra didn't speak to me directly, not once, but I could feel his energy around the family like a storm waiting to break. Every interaction with him was loaded, silent threats masked behind polite nods and forced smiles. Aunt Muriel, true to form, had already begun whispering behind my back to anyone who would listen, attempting to frame my actions as some kind of betrayal of family loyalty. I, on the other hand, was quietly enjoying the chaos I had unleashed. It wasn't just about proving a point anymore. It was about teaching Ezra and the rest of the family a lesson they would never forget. The arrogance that had dominated every family gathering for years needed to be broken, and I intended to do it systematically. First, I started with subtle reminders. A few days after the dinner, I sent my parents a printed portfolio detailing my acquisition of the company, including the official paperwork. My mother opened it hesitantly, her eyes widening with each page. My father sat beside her, quiet at first, then murmured, "Hunter, you weren't kidding." Then came the ripple effect. I made sure some mutual acquaintances, people Ezra had always tried to impress, were aware of my success. Nothing direct, nothing flashy, just casual mentions that somehow made their way back to him. The effect was immediate. I began noticing the subtle shift in his posture whenever he entered a room, the quick glances over his shoulder, the way he tried too hard to appear unbothered when clearly he was. Aunt Muriel escalated things in her own way. At family gatherings, she began dropping snide remarks under the guise of advice. "Hunter, you should be careful," she'd say with a honeyed smile. "People in business sometimes forget what's really important, family." She spoke as though she was concerned, but everyone could see the underlying tone, a warning, a challenge, a threat. Then, the real fun began. Ezra had spent years building his so-called empire around a niche in the tech world, a series of partnerships, minor investments, and inflated projections that he'd told the family made him a genius. I knew exactly where to strike. I started quietly contacting some of his business partners under the guise of friendly networking. I didn't make threats or accusations. I just positioned myself as a more capable, more reliable alternative. One by one, I built trust with his partners, presenting myself as someone who could actually deliver on promises that Ezra had overinflated or neglected. Within weeks, several of his key partners were considering shifting deals to me. The change in Ezra was subtle at first, but undeniable. He became defensive at family events, speaking less about his success and more about minor achievements, as though the room itself was a stage he could no longer dominate. Aunt Muriel noticed too, her eyes flicking toward me with that dangerous mix of admiration and irritation, clearly annoyed that her protege was slipping under my shadow. One evening, a week after the anniversary dinner, the family gathered again, this time for a small weekend brunch at my parents' house. Ezra arrived, trying to project calm, but the tension was palpable. He sat across from me, eyes darting nervously, clearly calculating his next move. "You're very clever, Hunter," he said finally, his voice low, almost a growl. "I can't believe you managed to take over my company without anyone noticing. You played this well." I smiled, sipping my coffee. It wasn't about playing it well. It was about paying attention, taking action, and actually getting things done. "You seemed too busy telling everyone how great you were to notice." Aunt Muriel, clearly uncomfortable with how Ezra's aura of control was slipping, jumped in with a forced laugh. "Well, Hunter, you're very ambitious. But remember, family always comes first. Don't let this success make you forget that." I let her comment slide, my smile never wavering. In my mind, I was already planning the next stage. The real leverage wasn't just in acquiring the company. It was in revealing Ezra's incompetence to everyone who mattered, in turning his own boasting against him so thoroughly that he couldn't recover, not socially, and certainly not professionally. Then came the first direct confrontation, orchestrated in the most public way I could manage without actually starting a fight. I invited a few key figures from my newly acquired company to the brunch, under the guise of casual networking. Ezra didn't know, and when the introductions happened, the looks on his face were priceless: shock, disbelief, and slowly, panic. People he had relied on for his supposed success were now openly engaging with me, discussing potential projects and strategies, and he could do nothing. "You see, Ezra," I said, keeping my voice calm, measured, letting the words hang just long enough for the room to notice. "This isn't about taking anything from you personally. It's about competence. And in business, competence speaks louder than boasting." My parents were quietly thrilled, even if they were trying not to let it show too much. Aunt Muriel, however, was bristling. I could see her plotting, already whispering under her breath to Ezra, feeding him ideas, trying to salvage some sense of control, but the shift in power was too clear. The younger cousins were fascinated, some wide-eyed, some whispering to each other about how quickly the dynamics had changed. And Ezra? He sat frozen, trying to maintain a calm exterior, but every muscle betrayed his frustration. That afternoon, after the guests had left, Ezra cornered me in the kitchen, his voice tight. "Hunter, this isn't over. You think you can just waltz in and humiliate me, but family doesn't forget. And I don't forgive easily." I leaned against the counter, smiling faintly. "I'm not trying to humiliate you. I'm just showing that actions matter more than words. You've had years to prove yourself, and, well, the results speak for themselves." He glared at me, visibly shaking, and stormed out of the kitchen. I knew what he was planning, and I knew Aunt Muriel would escalate things too. This wasn't just about business anymore. It was about legacy, pride, and years of entitlement being systematically dismantled. Over the next few weeks, the tension grew. Ezra tried to repair relationships, throwing small, desperate gestures at my parents, trying to reclaim the admiration he had lost. Aunt Muriel worked tirelessly behind the scenes, attempting to manipulate perceptions, sow doubt among the younger cousins, and regain her influence. Every family event became a minefield, with everyone watching, calculating, waiting for the next move. And I was patient. I had built my position carefully, quietly, and now it was time to escalate in a way that would make sure Ezra and Aunt Muriel realized just how far they had underestimated me. The plan was subtle at first, then devastating. I wasn't interested in petty victories. I wanted total exposure of their entitlement, arrogance, and manipulations. The first public moment came unexpectedly during a casual family gathering at my parents' home. Ezra, trying to salvage his pride, began recounting a story about his first big business win. He was mid-sentence when I calmly interjected, showing the group a detailed timeline of his failures and exaggerations, carefully documented and verified. The room went silent. Eyes flicked from Ezra to me, some in shock, others in disbelief. His face went pale. He tried to argue, but my evidence left no room for spin. Aunt Muriel's lips tightened, clearly furious that her carefully cultivated narrative was unraveling in real time. I let the silence linger, letting everyone process the truth. Ezra's claims had been public within the family for years, and now the reality was out in the open. For the first time, his arrogance had nothing to hide behind. And just as the room began to settle into stunned murmurs, I smiled slightly and said, "And the best part? There's more where this came from." That sentence hung in the air like a warning. Everyone knew the drama was far from over. Ezra was cornered, Aunt Muriel was plotting, my parents were caught in a storm of pride and anxiety, and the younger cousins were riveted. After that gathering, things started to unravel at an almost surgical pace. Ezra didn't speak to me directly for nearly a week. Instead, he tried the classic tactic of whispered complaints to anyone he could manipulate, my parents, Aunt Muriel, even the younger cousins. But the truth has a way of finding its own momentum, and with every person he tried to sway, I had quietly positioned myself as the more credible, more capable option. Aunt Muriel, never one to sit idle when power shifted, started ramping up her schemes. She would pull my parents aside during family dinners or casual lunches and subtly cast doubt on me, always carefully phrasing her words to sound like concern. "Hunter's doing very well," she'd say, tone syrupy sweet. "But you know how easily ambition can cloud judgment. We wouldn't want him overstepping, would we?" My parents, caught between pride and a nagging sense of unease, would smile awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, Ezra was growing visibly desperate. He attempted to schedule meetings with his business contacts, only to find that I had already cultivated stronger relationships with them. I wasn't aggressive about it. No one likes to feel cornered, but I positioned myself as a reliable partner, someone who actually followed through. Slowly, the whispers and boasts that had defined Ezra's social and professional image started crumbling. Then came the moment that truly began to tip the scales. My parents decided to host a small charity event, a supposedly neutral gathering designed to celebrate family achievements without the tension of previous dinners. I knew exactly how to use it to my advantage. On the day of the event, Ezra arrived early, obviously trying to set the stage for some kind of triumphant narrative. He made small talk, casually bringing up his successes while making pointed glances at me, as if daring me to interrupt. Aunt Muriel hovered behind him like a hawk, clearly relishing the idea of me being publicly outshone. I entered quietly, smiling, letting the scene unfold. When introductions were made, I greeted everyone warmly, casually dropping mentions of the projects and expansions I had quietly overseen since buying Ezra's company. People listened, visibly impressed, and it was clear that Ezra was becoming increasingly agitated. Then, during the main segment of the event, I was asked to give a brief overview of the charity's support initiatives. I spoke confidently, highlighting successful partnerships, growth metrics, and sustainable plans, all of which subtly referenced my own company's involvement without appearing boastful. Ezra's reaction was instantaneous. He tried to speak, to interject some comment that would reclaim attention, but every time he opened his mouth, I had already preemptively addressed the topic or provided a stronger, more credible example. Aunt Muriel's expression darkened with each passing moment, realizing that her influence over both the family and the event's attendees was slipping. After the speech, people approached me, asking detailed questions about potential collaborations and business insights. Ezra, who had intended to be the center of attention, was left standing awkwardly to the side, forced to listen while the crowd naturally gravitated toward me. The younger cousins were practically leaning in, whispering among themselves about how Ezra had been dethroned, while my parents' pride was unmistakable, though tempered by the tension in the room. Aunt Muriel, seeing her protégé's humiliation, made a subtle but sharp comment under her breath, clearly intended to regain some control, but it only emphasized her inability to influence the unfolding events. That evening, the first real confrontation happened in private. Ezra cornered me in the hall outside the event, voice low but trembling. "Hunter, this is too much. You've gone too far. You can't just take everything I've built and make it yours. I will fix this. You'll see." I leaned against the wall, calm, letting him pace. "Fix what exactly? You built a reputation on words and exaggeration. I built something real. And now, the results speak for themselves." His fists clenched involuntarily. "You'll regret this. Family doesn't forget. You think this is just about business? This is personal. You humiliated me. You humiliated us." I smiled faintly. "You humiliated yourself. I just showed everyone the truth." Ezra's lips pressed into a thin line. He knew I was right. Every partner, every relative, every family friend who had been quietly listening now understood the reality. He had spent years boasting while I quietly acted. And that truth stung more than any insult I could have delivered. But Aunt Muriel wasn't finished. She began ramping up the behind-the-scenes attacks, whispering insinuations about me to anyone she could influence. She planted seeds of doubt with my parents, hoping to destabilize my position. But by now, the pattern was clear. She was no longer in control, and her attempts only made my progress more visible. Then came the next stage of escalation. I knew Ezra had been counting on one thing: perception. For years, he had relied on projecting an image of dominance and success. If I could disrupt that perception, he would have no foundation to stand on. So, I carefully leaked selective information about projects I had acquired from him. Carefully, strategically, without appearing overt. Partners who had been loyal to Ezra began quietly shifting allegiances. Opportunities he had counted on evaporated. And slowly, word reached the family that Ezra's big wins were more fragile than anyone had realized. The tension at family gatherings became palpable. Each dinner, each brunch, each casual visit to my parents' house was a minefield. Ezra tried small maneuvers, half-hearted boasts, desperate attempts at reclaiming attention. Aunt Muriel began openly criticizing him under the guise of guidance, showing just how little control he really had left. My parents were constantly torn. Pride in my achievements mixed with the anxiety of seeing family tension spiral. The younger cousins were riveted, often whispering among themselves about the dramatic shift in family dynamics. And then came the most satisfying move. I quietly invited a few key business figures to attend the next family gathering under the guise of casual networking. Ezra, oblivious, did not know who would be there. When the event started, I allowed him to speak first, giving him the illusion of control. Then, one by one, the guests approached me, asking questions, seeking insight, and openly praising my work. The message was clear: the real power, the real competence, and the real respect had shifted entirely. Ezra's face was a mask of barely contained panic. Aunt Muriel's forced smiles could not hide her irritation. Even my parents, while proud, were tense, sensing the storm of resentment and plotting building beneath the surface. And the younger cousins, wide-eyed and whispering, finally understood that this family hierarchy had been completely rewritten. By the time dessert was served, the room was electric with tension. Ezra sat, silent, broken in ways he couldn't publicly admit. Aunt Muriel's eyes were sharp, calculating her next move. And my parents, quietly impressed but wary, watched as the aftermath of years of entitlement and arrogance began to collapse before them. The days after that brunch became almost unbearably tense for Ezra and Aunt Muriel. It was clear they were scrambling, trying to reclaim some semblance of control, but every move they made only reinforced the truth that had been revealed. Their authority was gone. I watched quietly, letting them flail while carefully orchestrating the final stage of the lesson I intended to deliver. The next family gathering was billed as a casual Sunday lunch at my parents' house, but I knew it would be the perfect stage. Ezra arrived early, obviously trying to prepare some defensive narrative, while Aunt Muriel hovered close, whispering strategies and veiled threats. The younger cousins were buzzing with anticipation, already sensing the tension that would erupt into full confrontation. My parents were nervously excited, unsure of how this would play out, but I could tell they were proud of how far I had taken things. I let the meal begin normally, allowing Ezra and Aunt Muriel the illusion of control. He started talking about minor achievements, attempting to reclaim his previous aura of success. Muriel tried to reinforce him subtly, casting small criticisms at me under the guise of guidance. But I remained calm, letting them overextend themselves. Then, when the main course was over and the table had relaxed slightly, I began. I had prepared a subtle but undeniable display, a presentation of my latest projects, partnerships, and expansions, all tied to the company I had acquired from Ezra's network. I presented it as casually as possible, sipping my coffee, making small jokes here and there, letting the details shine without appearing boastful. The effect was immediate. Guests, cousins, even distant relatives who had attended out of obligation, leaned in, clearly impressed. Ezra's face went from pale to red, then to a shade I can only describe as stunned fury. Aunt Muriel's lips tightened into a hard line. My parents exchanged glances, pride mixed with worry as they realized just how dramatically the balance of respect in the room had shifted. Ezra tried to interject. "Hunter, this isn't fair. You can't." I held up a hand politely. "Ezra, it's not about fairness. It's about action. You spent years talking. I spent years doing. That's the difference." The younger cousins whispered excitedly among themselves, some barely containing laughter at Ezra's helplessness. Aunt Muriel tried a last-ditch effort, stepping forward with that forced, sweetly venomous tone. "Hunter, you may be successful, but don't forget what family means. Don't let ambition cloud your judgment." I smiled faintly. "Aunt Muriel, I haven't forgotten. Family matters. But so does integrity and competence. That's something you and Ezra might want to remember." Ezra sputtered, clearly struggling to recover. You can't just, this isn't real. People will see." I cut him off gently, almost patronizingly. "I think the results speak louder than any words you could say." By the end of the meal, the atmosphere had shifted entirely. Ezra sat, frozen, his hands gripping his fork, unable to speak without looking weak. Aunt Muriel had withdrawn to a corner, plotting silently, but I knew she had no power left to influence anyone meaningfully. The younger cousins were wide-eyed, whispering and clearly recognizing that the family hierarchy had been rewritten. My parents, after the initial shock, were quietly beaming with pride, though they tried to mask it to avoid further inflaming the tension. After lunch, I called Ezra aside privately. His posture was defensive, his face pale. "Hunter, you've humiliated me completely. How can you be so calm? What else are you going to do?" I looked him in the eye, steady and cold. "I don't plan to do anything more. The lesson is over. You've seen the difference between action and boasting. That's your choice. Continue with the path you've been on, or learn something from it. But don't expect forgiveness. This family has spent years rewarding arrogance, and that ends here." Ezra's jaw clenched, but there was nothing he could say. He had been outmaneuvered at every turn, publicly and privately. His business connections had shifted, his credibility had been quietly undermined, and his pedestal within the family had been completely dismantled. Aunt Muriel's manipulations had failed, leaving her impotent and furious. In the weeks that followed, the dynamics within the family remained permanently altered. Ezra was quieter, more cautious, and noticeably humbled, though his pride made it clear he still nursed his resentment. Aunt Muriel withdrew, realizing her schemes had failed, and carefully avoided further direct confrontation with me. The younger cousins began to look to me as a quiet, capable example, recognizing the merit of action over arrogance. My parents, for their part, became more thoughtful in their praise. They were proud of my accomplishments, yes, but also cautious, understanding that family dynamics could be fragile. The difference was that now, The hierarchy of respect was earned, not inherited or claimed through boasting. The company I acquired flourished under my guidance. Ezra's previous achievements gradually faded in comparison, his projects either absorbed into mine or quietly abandoned by partners seeking more reliability. Aunt Muriel remained a thorn in the side of anyone who tried to undermine me, but she could do little without exposing herself to even greater embarrassment. In the end, the family had no choice but to recognize the reality. My success was undeniable, deliberate, and executed without the arrogance or entitlement that had defined Ezra and Aunt Muriel for years. Their manipulations, boasting, and constant need to dominate were fully exposed, leaving them diminished in the eyes of both family and associates. And as for me, Hunter, I remained calm, steady, and deliberate, letting the results speak louder than any words could. The family had been tested, entitlement had been challenged, and the consequences of arrogance and manipulation had been laid bare. The lesson was clear, permanent, and irreversible. I had won, not through shouting, not through threats, not through chaos, but through patience, strategy, and the quiet power of action. And everyone in that family, the villains of the story, finally understood that reality does not bend to arrogance. It rewards preparation, foresight, and execution. And in that understanding, my victory was complete. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this. My name's Adam. I'm 26 now, but this story starts when I was 17, the kind of age where you're just old enough to know what you want, but still too young for anyone in your family to take you seriously. At least, that's how it was in my house. I grew up in a cramped 3-bedroom outside of Cincinnati, the kind of place where dreams felt like a luxury we couldn't afford. My parents, Mike and Angela, were both born and raised in the same neighborhood we lived in. My mom worked front desk at a dental clinic, and my dad bounced between contracting jobs and long stretches of unemployment that he blamed on the system or unfair competition. My older sister, Sarah, was the golden child, pretty, popular, and married to some local car dealership manager by the time she was 21. She never left the city limits except for beach vacations or weddings. And me? I was the quiet kid, the one with posters of cities on my wall and language books stacked under my bed. The one who, apparently, was always trying too hard. It started with a comment at dinner. I remember it clear as day. We were eating spaghetti, cheap, overcooked, with the sauce from a can, and I told them I wanted to study abroad for college. I'd been researching scholarships and grants for months in secret. I'd even started practicing Italian on my own. I was nervous to bring it up, but I thought maybe, just maybe, they'd surprise me. Instead, my mom laughed, actually laughed, and said, "That's for kids with connections, not you." My dad shook his head and muttered something about getting ideas above my station. Sarah snorted and added, "What? You think you're going to be some international hotshot now? Please." I felt my face burn, not from embarrassment, but from something colder. The kind of disappointment that settles into your ribs and makes it hard to breathe. I didn't even finish my plate. I just excused myself, went to my room, and stared at my ceiling for hours. That was the first time I realized I wasn't just on my own, I was actively being held back. They didn't believe in me, not even a little. Worse, they didn't want me to do better than them. They wanted me to stay in that small town, pick up a trade, maybe marry a waitress, and eventually inherit my dad's rusted toolbox like it was some kind of heirloom. But I didn't say anything. Not then. I smiled the next morning. I went to school. I helped my dad clean the garage that weekend like nothing had happened. But something had. A switch flipped. I started saving every penny I could. I got a job at the local grocery store, bagging groceries after school and stocking shelves until midnight on Fridays. I tutored kids in math on the weekends. I sold old books and electronics on Craigslist. Every dollar I earned went into a hidden shoebox duct-taped beneath the floorboard under my bed. I kept my grades up, applied to every scholarship I could find, and when rejection letters came in, because plenty did, I didn't let them break me. The few that were promising, I followed up on. I wrote essays. I made calls. I hustled in a way my family never saw because I didn't want to give them the satisfaction of watching me struggle. At home, things got colder. They noticed I was pulling away, but they chalked it up to teenage mood swings. I stopped asking for help. I paid for my own clothes, my own books, even my own phone plan. When I finally got accepted into a study abroad program in Florence, with a nearly full-ride scholarship, I didn't even tell them until the plane ticket was booked and I had my visa in hand. The night I told them, I sat them down in the living room. My dad was half watching a rerun of Pawn Stars, and my mom was scrolling through Facebook. I said it straight. I got into a university in Italy. I leave in August. There was a silence. A long one. My dad paused the TV. My mom blinked, like I'd spoken in another language. Sarah, who happened to be visiting with her baby on her hip, just said, "You're joking." "No," I said. "I worked for it. I leave in 2 months." My dad scoffed. "So what? You're just gonna abandon your family? Go run off to Europe like some spoiled brat." Spoiled. That was rich. I hadn't asked them for a dime. Not once. "You think you're better than us?" my mom asked. Her voice had that edge, that simmering resentment I'd started to recognize over the years. "You think going off to some fancy school makes you something special?" I didn't answer. I just stood there, calm, collected. I'd rehearsed this moment 100 times in my head, but in real life, it felt sad. Not victorious. Not yet. The months leading up to my departure were tense. My dad refused to talk to me. My mom kept dropping passive-aggressive comments about family loyalty and kids these days forgetting where they come from. Sarah told anyone who'd listen that I was running away from responsibility and abandoning the people who raised me. But I left. I got on that plane with nothing but 2 suitcases and a folder of documents tucked against my chest like a shield. And for the first time in my life, I breathed air that didn't feel like it was suffocating me. The years flew by. Florence became home. I learned Italian. I made friends. I got a degree in international relations and picked up side gigs translating for tourists and consulting for travel companies. I didn't get rich, not yet, but I built a life. One where I didn't feel like a disappointment or a burden. I sent the occasional email home, out of obligation more than anything, but they were always short and stiff. No one visited. No one asked me how I was doing. Not really. Then last month, I got an email from Sarah with the subject line, "Emergency, please call home." I ignored it. 2 days later, another one came through. This time from my mom. "Adam, it's important. Please, call me." I hesitated. Something in me wanted to delete it, but I didn't. I called. The voice on the other end was brittle, trying to sound warm, but faltering. "Hi, honey," my mom said. "How are you?" It was the first time she'd called me that in years. "I'm fine," I said. "What's going on?" She sighed, dragging it out like she was summoning the courage to confess something. "It's your Uncle Rick. He's in trouble. It's been on the news. It's embarrassing." I raised an eyebrow. "Okay." "He was arrested. Some sort of fraud thing. It's all over the local channels. It's making our whole family look bad." I stayed silent. She continued. "Your dad and I were thinking, maybe it's time you came home. Maybe if people saw how well you've done, if you were around again, it could help repair the family name." I nearly laughed. After all these years, after everything they said, now they wanted me to come back and be their PR fix? "Come home, Adam," she said again. "We need you." I didn't answer. Not right away. My heart was pounding, not out of fear, but something else. Something colder. I didn't give my mom an answer on that call. I told her I'd think about it, which, in fairness, was more than she ever gave me growing up. After I hung up, I just stood there in my little one-bedroom apartment, staring at the cracked paint on the windowsill while the Florence traffic murmured outside. A Vespa buzzed down the street, and church bells chimed somewhere off in the distance, echoing like a heartbeat. That city had become more of a family to me than my blood ever had. The idea of going back, of stepping foot into that decaying house where ambition went to die? No, but still, I couldn't stop thinking about it. Not because I wanted to help them. I didn't. But I needed to understand what they were really after. I did a little digging. Turns out my Uncle Rick had been involved in a construction grant scandal. He'd falsified documents and pocketed over $600,000 from a local development program meant to renovate housing for veterans. It was national news. His mugshot was plastered everywhere, and the community backlash was brutal. He'd been the upstanding family man of our town for decades, deacon at the church, little league coach, president of the Rotary Club. And now he was facing a dozen federal charges. The thing is, Rick wasn't just some uncle I barely knew. He was my dad's older brother. The favorite. The one everyone bragged about. My dad used to say, "You should be more like your Uncle Rick. He built something of himself." I guessed that something was an empire of lies. I figured that was the end of it, until the third email came. This time from Sarah. She didn't waste time pretending to care. Adam, come home. It's not a request. Mom and Dad are being dragged through the mud. People are questioning the whole family. You living overseas makes it look like we're running. If you cared at all, you'd show up and prove we're not a bunch of cowards. There it was. The real reason. They didn't want me. They wanted the optics of me. Their estranged son, the one who made it, to serve as a human press release. Proof that the Johnsons weren't just a bunch of crooks and losers. I ignored it. But then came the letter. A physical envelope. Handwritten. No return address. It showed up at my doorstep, care of my university's alumni office. Inside was a note from my dad. Short, sloppy handwriting. Adam, you're still part of this family whether you like it or not. Don't forget who paid for your roof and food for 18 years. You owe us. Show your face. Do the right thing. Dad. I sat with that letter for a long time. Reread it over and over. The part that stuck with me wasn't the guilt tripping. It was the word, oh. That word had been used my whole life. I owed them for clothes. For school. For feeding me. Like existing was some kind of debt I could never repay. I never asked to be born. I earned my way out. But that didn't matter to them. My freedom was something I'd stolen, in their eyes. And still, I went. Not because I forgave them. Not because I wanted to help. But because something in me wanted to look them in the eyes and see if they'd changed, or if I was just another pawn on the family chessboard. Plus, part of me wanted to see the fallout up close. Like slowing down at a crash site. When I landed in Cincinnati, it was gray and cold. Mid-November. I hadn't told anyone my flight time. I Ubered straight to a hotel, not home. That house wasn't mine anymore. The next morning, I texted Sarah that I was in town. She responded instantly, like she'd been waiting for confirmation I wouldn't back out. Come by the house at 5. Everyone will be there. That should have been my first red flag. When I showed up, it was like stepping into a weird alternate reality. The same beige siding on the house. The same cracked driveway. But the air felt tighter, as if the walls themselves were bracing for something. I walked through the front door and was immediately met with fake smiles. My mom hugged me like we hadn't spent years avoiding each other. My dad gave me one of those stiff nods like we were coworkers meeting in a break room. Then I saw them. Extended family. Aunts, cousins, people I hadn't spoken to in a decade. All crammed into the living room. Food on paper plates. Wine in plastic cups. Like it was a party. Turns out, it kind of was. They'd thrown a family dinner in my honor. But it didn't take long to realize it was a PR stunt. My mom introduced me to everyone as our Adam, our international scholar, our pride. She left out the part where they tried to sabotage every step I took to get there. My dad clapped me on the back and said, "See, this is what I've always wanted. Family back together." I smiled, nodded, and sipped the cheap wine. I played along. But I watched everything. Every conversation. Every side-eye. Every time someone brought up the scandal and then looked at me like I was supposed to fix it with my presence. Then came the moment that cracked it all open. I was in the kitchen, refilling my glass, when Sarah pulled me aside. She looked nervous. Sweaty. "Hey," she said. "So, we need a favor." Of course they did. She continued. "There's a community meeting next week. The press will be there. We're trying to show the town that the family still has some integrity. We want you to speak." "Speak?" I asked. "Yeah. About your accomplishments. Your degree. Your work overseas. Show them the Johnson name still means something. You're the success story, Adam. You're the one that made it." I stared at her. "I'm not your shield," I said. She laughed nervously. "Come on. It's just a few words. You don't even have to mention Rick. Just talk about how proud you are to be a Johnson." That did it. I leaned in and said, "You all spent years making me feel like garbage. Mocking me. Ignoring me. Acting like I was some mistake. And now, because your golden uncle tanked the family name, you want me to sweep it all up?" Sarah blinked. "Adam, this isn't the time for a pity party. This is about family." I walked away without responding. But it wasn't over. 2 days later, I found out they'd gone behind my back. I got a call from a local reporter. She said she was confirming my appearance at the town forum next week, that she'd been told I'd be speaking on behalf of the family. I never agreed to that. Turns out, Sarah had sent out an email blast to local news outlets, announcing that Adam Johnson, international consultant and former Florence scholar, would be making a public statement of support for the Johnson family. I was livid. I called her immediately. You used my name without permission, I said. We needed to get ahead of this, she replied. You don't understand how bad things are here. People are pulling away from us. Our family name is a punchline. And you think dragging me into it fixes that? You OWE us, Adam, she snapped. After everything we did for you. The house. The food. The clothes. You wouldn't have survived without us. I paused, then said, You're right. I survived you. And I hung up. I should have left then. But I didn't. Because at that point, it wasn't about escaping. It was about making sure they never tried to use me again. After that phone call with Sarah, I didn't slam the phone or yell. I didn't storm into their house or write some dramatic post on social media. I just sat down on the edge of the hotel bed, stared at my reflection in the black TV screen across the room, and let the silence press in. That was the moment I fully realized it. How little they knew me. How badly they'd miscalculated. They still thought I was the same scared, approval-hungry kid who used to hide library books under his mattress. But I wasn't that boy anymore. I'd changed. Grown. But they hadn't. Not one bit. And still, part of me cracked. Because for all the strength I'd built, all the distance I'd put between myself and their toxicity, standing in the middle of it again chipped away at my composure. It wasn't just what they'd done. It was how effortlessly they slid back into their old roles. Sarah, still acting like the queen of the family even after her life had stalled out in the same suburban rut. My mom, smiling through gritted teeth while manipulating everyone around her. My dad, bitter and silent unless he had something venomous to say. And all of them so quick to pretend none of it ever happened. No apologies, no accountability, just fake smiles and backhanded praise when it was convenient for them. And now, they were parading my name around like a trophy they'd earned. They hadn't earned a thing. That night, I barely slept. I kept thinking about that call from the reporter, about Sarah signing me up for a speech I never agreed to, about the way my dad's letter had framed everything like a transaction. I owed them. That word again. Like I was a loan they regretted taking out. The next morning, I called the reporter back. I calmly told her that I had not agreed to speak at the forum, and that any announcement stating otherwise was false. She was understanding, though clearly disappointed, said she'd reached out for comment from the family, and that Sarah had confirmed everything. I told her to check her facts before printing anything else. Then I hung up, and that was when I realized I couldn't just walk away. Not this time. Walking away had been my first escape. But this time, I needed to take something with me. My dignity, my narrative, my power. But before I could rebuild anything, I had to hit bottom. And it happened faster than I thought. 3 days later, I got an email from my former university's scholarship board. A brief, polite message. It had come to their attention that I had publicly aligned with a high-profile fraud scandal involving my family, and they wanted clarification. They attached an anonymous tip. Someone had sent them a link to a small-town news blog that featured Sarah's fake announcement, along with a photo of me at the family dinner. That dinner had been carefully staged, I realized. She'd probably taken a photo without me noticing and passed it off as a reunion event with my full support. The article claimed I was standing in solidarity with my family during a difficult time. I sat there staring at the screen, heat rising up my spine. This wasn't just manipulation anymore. This was reputation sabotage. I spent years building a name abroad, with my own sweat and sacrifice. And now, because my family was desperate to clean up their image, they were dragging me down with them. I tried to call Sarah. No answer. I messaged her, take down the article. Now, or I will. She left me on read. That week was brutal. I spent every day fielding awkward emails from old classmates, colleagues in Florence, even my boss from the tourism startup I freelanced for. All of them asking, some politely, some not, why I was suddenly involved in a scandal back home. It didn't matter that I hadn't done anything. The association alone was enough. For a few days, I completely shut down. I canceled meetings. Didn't respond to texts. I stayed holed up in my hotel room, alternating between anger and exhaustion, flipping between local news and silence, wondering if I'd made a mistake coming back at all. I thought about just flying back to Italy, starting over. Again. But something in me wouldn't let go. Because this time, I wasn't 17. I had resources, skills, connections, and I had receipts. It started small. I combed through every email Sarah had sent me, every text, every voicemail. I flagged the one where she admitted to announcing my speech before I agreed. I saved screenshots of the article. I found old social media posts from high school where she publicly mocked me for being obsessed with foreign junk and always acting like he's better than the rest of us. I archived every single time they'd torn me down over the years, and now, every time they try to lift me up for show. Then, I started thinking bigger. I reached out to the alumni association that had helped fund my scholarship. I offered to write a public letter, on my own terms, clarifying the situation, stating that I had no involvement in my uncle's case, and that I was being used by estranged family members without my consent. I didn't want to drag anyone, but I wasn't going to let their lies sit. They agreed. I spent a full weekend drafting the letter. Honest, measured, calm. I talked about my background, about growing up in a house where dreams were ridiculed, about finding my way to Florence, about building a life brick by brick with no support. I didn't name names, but I left no room for interpretation. I sent it. They published it on the university's blog. And then something unexpected happened. It got picked up. A small educational newsletter reposted it. Then a travel blog. Then a LinkedIn editor reached out and asked if they could run a feature on students who broke away from toxic roots and found global success. I agreed. I told my story. All of it. Within 2 weeks, I'd gone from being a local supporter of a fraud family to an accidental symbol of resilience. And it didn't stop there. A professor from my old program in Florence reached out, said he saw the article, and invited me to guest lecture at a workshop for students navigating difficult family dynamics. I said yes. A recruiter from a nonprofit messaged me. They worked with kids from broken homes who wanted to study abroad but didn't know where to start. They asked if I'd be open to consulting. I said yes to that too. I was rebuilding. But this time, not in spite of my past, because of it. Still, I didn't forget what got me here. And I wasn't done. Sarah finally texted me after the blog post hit 1,000 shares. Really? You had to drag us through the mud like that? I didn't respond. Then came the real kicker. My mom called me, voice trembling. We saw the article, she said. You're embarrassing us. People are starting to ask questions about what we did to you. Can't you just let the past go? That was rich. Let it go. I said. You mean like how you let me go every single time I needed you growing up? She sniffled. You're not being fair. I let that hang there for a second. Then I said, neither were you. But at least I'm being honest. She hung up. I hadn't spoken to my father at all since arriving. I assumed he'd never call. And I was right. But then, a week later, I got a knock on the hotel door. It was him, standing there in his battered, old leather jacket, looking smaller than I remembered. Older, like the weight of everything had finally started dragging him down. Got a minute? He asked. I stepped aside. He walked in, slow and silent, like he wasn't sure he'd be welcomed. He didn't sit, just stood there, arms crossed, staring out the window. I didn't know Rick was doing all that, he said. I swear. I didn't answer. He glanced at me. You embarrassed the whole family. There it was. Not I'm sorry. Not you were right. Just you made us look bad. I shook my head. I didn't embarrass anyone. I just told the truth. He scowled. Sometimes the truth should stay in the family. I almost laughed. Like when you told me I'd never make it. That I was just a burden. He didn't reply. That silence told me everything. He didn't come to apologize. He came to guilt me. One last attempt to pull me back into the cycle. I stepped closer. Calm. Steady. You know what I owe you, Dad? I said. Nothing. Not a dime. Not a speech. Not my silence. He opened his mouth, maybe to argue, but I cut him off. You don't get to use me anymore. None of you do. And I walked to the door. He stood there for a moment longer, then muttered, You'll regret this. I smiled. I already did. For years. He left. And that was the last time I saw him. But it wouldn't be the last time they heard from me. The funny thing about betrayal is that it doesn't always leave a scar you can see. Sometimes, it sits beneath your skin like an ember, quiet, glowing, waiting. And when the wind hits just right, it flares back to life. That's how I felt after my father's visit. After Sarah's silence. After my mother's guilt-wrapped phone call. I thought I was done with them, that I'd already climbed out of that hole. But standing in the middle of their wreckage, I realized I'd just been watching from the sidelines. And it was time to stop watching. I didn't want revenge for the sake of petty satisfaction. I didn't need to ruin them. They were doing a great job of that themselves. No, what I wanted was clarity. I wanted the truth to stand taller than their lies. I wanted to take back the narrative they tried to write for me, and then quietly, surgically, dismantle the foundation they'd built their fake pride on. But if I was going to do this, I had to be smart. I had to prepare. I started with information. Over the next week, I tapped into everything I'd learned in Italy: research, diplomacy, social strategy. First, I called a friend from university, Luca, who now worked for a nonprofit dealing with public transparency and corruption reporting. I told him everything: the scandal, the fake family rebranding, the news articles. He was fascinated. "Adam," he said, "you're sitting on a gold mine of hypocrisy. If you want to expose them, all you need is the right platform." He offered to connect me with a small network of independent journalists who specialized in family-connected fraud cases, people not tied to corporate media, people who listen. But I wasn't quite ready to go public. Not yet. First, I needed proof. Tangible, undeniable, boring proof. The kind you can't PR spin your way out of. So I did what no one expected. I went to visit Uncle Rick. He was out on bail and staying at home until trial. I didn't tell anyone I was going. I didn't call ahead. I just showed up at his house with a manila folder and a portable recorder in my pocket. He looked surprised to see me. Suspicious. "Adam," he said, peeking through the screen door. "Didn't think you were the visiting type." "I'm not," I replied. "But I've got a proposition." He opened the door wider, slowly. "I'm listening." "I want your side of the story," I said. "The real one. Not the one your lawyers are pushing. Not the one the press is spinning. Yours. On the record." He frowned. "Why?" I shrugged. "Let's just say I'm writing a piece. I've got some connections. And unlike your brother and his kids, I'm not here to pretend this never happened." That got his attention. He let me in. We sat at his kitchen table, still covered in mail, a few unopened bills, a half-finished crossword, and I hit record. He started slow, cautious. But as I asked more pointed questions, he opened up. Maybe it was ego. Maybe it was the loneliness. Maybe he thought I was the only one who actually wanted to listen. But he gave me everything. He talked about how the grant fraud started, how it wasn't his idea at first, how he got pulled in by a city official who later flipped on him. He talked about the bookkeeping tricks, the fake invoices, the money that passed through the family. That part made me pause. "What do you mean, passed through the family?" He hesitated, then leaned back. "Let's just say, your dad wasn't as innocent as he's pretending to be." I didn't flinch, just nodded slowly. "Go on." He did. "Turns out my father had invested in one of the fake renovation companies Rick created. A shell corporation that did no work, filed no taxes, but funneled enough cash into the Johnson household to finance a brand new kitchen 2 years ago, complete with granite counters and custom cabinetry. I remembered that remodel. My mom had bragged about it nonstop on Facebook. "Why'd he do it?" I asked. "He always acted like he hated you." Rick snorted. "He hates that he's not me, that he couldn't pull it off himself." But he never turned down a check. The next 2 hours were a whirlwind. Rick never explicitly admitted guilt. He was too careful for that, but he danced right on the edge. Enough to give me a map. Enough to confirm that my father wasn't just complicit in the lie. He was a beneficiary. I left with 2 things: the recording and a photocopy of a suspicious invoice Rick gave me from the contractor who remodeled my parents' kitchen. It listed a job done for Johnson Household Renovation Package C, dated during the height of Rick's grant skimming period. I took it all back to my hotel and spent the rest of the night connecting dots. Next, I contacted a former classmate from high school, Melissa. She now worked in local government. We hadn't spoken since graduation, but I reached out anyway, explained the situation, and asked if she could pull up records on the city contracts Rick's companies had received. "Adam," she said, "this is dicey. Why do you want this?" "I'm protecting myself," I said. "They've used my name once already. I won't let them do it again." She hesitated, but eventually agreed to help. 2 days later, she emailed me a zipped file of public contracts, most of which were redacted, but a few hadn't been updated yet. I cross-referenced every address, every company name, every contractor ID. I built a spreadsheet. I highlighted overlaps, patterns, links to my father's private Venmo transactions that were still public. It wasn't sexy. It wasn't dramatic. But it was solid. And I wasn't done. The next step was leverage. I called Sarah. She didn't answer, of course. So I sent her a simple message. "We need to talk. Now. Or the next article with my name in it will include yours." She replied within 5 minutes. We met at a diner on the edge of town. She showed up in full damage control mode. Hair done, Sunglasses, that same smug half-smile she used to wear in high school when she'd lie to our teachers and get away with it. "Adam," she said, sliding into the booth across from me. "You're being dramatic." I placed the folder on the table. Slowly, deliberately. "Inside," I said, "is everything you've been trying to bury under this fake family unity crap. The fraudulent company. The money trail. Dad's remodel invoice. Rick's near confession. Your emails to the press. Do I need to go on?" Her face changed. Not all at once. Just slowly. Like a mask melting in the sun. "I don't know what you think you're doing," she said quietly. "I'm doing what you should have done years ago," I said. "Cleaning house." She glanced at the folder. "Is this a threat?" I leaned forward. "No. It's a choice. You want to keep parading the Johnson name around like it's a badge of honor? Fine. But from now on, you do it without mine. You retract every press release. You make a public statement clarifying that I was used without consent. You remove every post that even mentions me. And you don't speak to me or about me again. Ever." She looked like she wanted to argue, to twist it, to play victim. But I wasn't giving her room. "If you don't," I added, "I'll leak every bit of this. Not to the tabloids. Not to local gossip blogs. To the IRS. The city council. The fraud watchdogs who already flagged Rick. And trust me, once they start pulling threads, your husband's dealership loans and dad's side gigs, they won't survive the scrutiny." Silence. Thick and heavy. Finally, she nodded. "Just once." "You've changed," she said. I smiled. "No. I just stopped pretending." By the time I left that diner, everything had changed, not because of a big public scene or some viral moment, but because the balance of power had finally shifted. For years, my family made me feel like I owed them something. Silence, loyalty, invisibility. But now, for the first time, they owed me. And they knew it. I didn't hear from Sarah after that meeting. True to her word, or more likely her fear, she issued a public retraction within 48 hours. A bland, carefully worded Facebook post buried between photos of her kids and a church fundraiser, saying there had been a misunderstanding regarding my involvement with the family's public statements and that she wanted to clarify that I had never agreed to speak on anyone's behalf. The local blog that had picked up the original article edited their piece, adding a half-hearted note about the correction. No apology, but I didn't need one. I had what I came for, public distance. A clean break. But I wasn't done. See, my family had spent their lives building a house of cards made from ego, guilt, and manipulation. I'd spent mine learning how to take things apart. Patiently, quietly, carefully. So that's exactly what I did. A week after Sarah's post went live, I sent a formal report to the City Grant Oversight Committee, attaching a packet of documents. Rick's recorded conversation with me, the suspicious invoice for the kitchen remodel at my parents' house, and a list of shell companies used in the fraud, one of which had my father's signature on a subcontractor's agreement. I didn't embellish anything. I didn't make any accusations I couldn't back up. I just gave them what they needed to look. And then I waited. It took 3 weeks. 3 weeks of silence. 3 weeks of second-guessing myself, wondering if I'd just stirred a pot that would never boil. Maybe they'd get away with it, like they always did. But then, one morning, I woke up to a message from Melissa, my old classmate in City Hall. "You might want to check the local news today." I did. The city had announced a formal investigation into all renovation projects linked to Rick's development firm. Multiple addresses were flagged, and one of them, 47 Carver Avenue, my parents' house. They were officially under review for benefiting from a fraudulent contract. It wasn't an arrest. It wasn't handcuffs or sirens. But it was a spotlight, one they couldn't squirm away from. And it was just the beginning. Over the next 2 months, the story snowballed. More people came forward, contractors who hadn't been paid, veterans whose housing projects were delayed or canceled. Local journalists started digging into tax records. That granite kitchen my mom loved to brag about. A photograph of it ended up in a news segment about luxury renovations funded by stolen grants. My father, ever the proud man, refused to talk to the press. But that didn't stop the fallout. The hardware store he worked at quietly removed him from their website and shifted him off customer-facing duties. My mom stopped going to church functions. Sarah's husband, whose car dealership depended on local goodwill, suddenly faced a wave of cancellations and refund requests. Someone had scrawled "thieves" in red paint across the dealership's front window one night. They tried to say it was just vandalism, but everyone knew. Even Uncle Rick, already neck-deep in legal trouble, tried to claim he'd been set up by family. He released a statement through his lawyer denying any involvement in additional contracts, but the damage was done. His plea deal fell through. The prosecution reopened parts of the case. He was eventually hit with 2 more charges for fraud and conspiracy. And me? I flew back to Florence. The day I left, I didn't visit anyone. I didn't tell them I was going. I just left my hotel key at the front desk, boarded my flight, and watched the clouds swallow Ohio. Back in Italy, the world felt lighter, warmer, but not because I was running, because I had finally let it go, on my terms. I threw myself into work. The nonprofit I consulted for offered me a permanent role. I accepted. I started giving workshops for students who came from backgrounds like mine, kids whose families resented their dreams, kids who didn't know how to leave without losing themselves. I helped them build roadmaps. I showed them what survival looked like when it was paired with purpose. I even started writing. The same journalist who had once interviewed me about resilience asked if I'd consider turning my story into a column. I did. It wasn't angry or bitter. It was honest. I talked about small-town roots, about generational pride, about how sometimes family is just a word people hide behind when they want to control you. The article went viral. Emails poured in. People from all over the world, thanking me for saying what they'd never dared to put into words. People who'd escaped, people still trapped. People who said, "Your story gave me courage." I wasn't just healing anymore. I was helping others do the same. And then, months later, I got a letter. Not a text, not an email, a handwritten letter. From my mother. I opened it slowly, expecting guilt or manipulation, maybe a veiled threat or a tear-stained apology. But what I found was worse. It was hollow. "We're disappointed in you," she wrote. "You humiliated us. You could have helped. Instead, you chose to destroy your own family. I hope you're proud of yourself." No mention of what they'd done to me. No acceptance. Just blame. I folded the letter and tucked it in the back of my closet. Not out of sentimentality, but as a reminder that sometimes the closure you're waiting for doesn't come wrapped in an apology. Sometimes it's just a final line in a chapter you're done rereading. I never wrote back. I never visited again. And every year since, when the anniversary of my departure rolls around, I do something small to celebrate. A walk along the river, a glass of wine, a quiet toast to the kid who left with 2 suitcases and a pocket full of doubt. Because that kid, he made it. Without them, despite them. And in the end, when they tried to drag me back into their mess, when they used my name like a shield, when they demanded silence, I answered with truth. And I never looked back. "You'll regret this," my father once said. He was wrong. They did.
My name is Emily, and I'm 27 years old. If you had told me a decade ago that I would one day be in a position to change someone's life, I would have laughed. Back then, I was just a scared, struggling high school student, feeling like the world had already decided I wasn't worth much. I grew up in a tough situation. My parents weren't the most supportive. They weren't bad people, but they had their own struggles. Money was tight, and so was their patience. They believed in survival, not dreams. So when I told them I wanted to go to college, they scoffed. "Be realistic, Emily. College is for people with money. Just get a job after high school. You don't need all that fancy education nonsense." It crushed me. But there was one person who refused to let me believe that I wasn't capable of something more. Miss Taylor. She was my English teacher, and from the very first day of class, she saw something in me that no one else did. She noticed how I'd stay behind after school to read in the library because my home was too chaotic to concentrate. She saw the way I hesitated before answering questions in class, afraid of being wrong. One day, she pulled me aside after class and said something I'll never forget. "Emily, you have a gift. You're smart, you work hard, and you see the world in a way that most people don't. Don't let anyone tell you that you're not meant for something great." I wanted to believe her. I really did. But when your whole life you've been told you're not enough, it's hard to suddenly think otherwise. Still, Miss Taylor wouldn't let me give up on myself. She started giving me extra books to read, helping me with my essays, and even guiding me through the college application process, something I never thought I'd be able to do. She didn't just teach English, she taught me how to believe in myself. And she did it all without expecting anything in return. Fast forward 10 years later, and my life looks completely different. I got into college. I worked part-time jobs, hustled every way I could, and even started my own small marketing business after graduation. It wasn't easy, but I made it. And now, for the first time in my life, I had something I never thought I'd have: financial security. One day, I was scrolling through Facebook when I saw a post from an old classmate. It was about Miss Taylor. She was struggling. Her husband had passed away a few years ago, and with rising costs and teacher salaries being what they were, she was having a hard time keeping up with her mortgage payments. There was even a chance she might lose her house. I stared at my screen, heart pounding. This woman had changed my life. She believed in me when no one else did. She gave me hope when I had none. And now, she was in trouble. I knew exactly what I had to do. I sat there for a long time, staring at my screen, remembering everything Ms. Taylor had done for me. I didn't just owe her a thank you. I owed her my entire future. If it weren't for her, I would have never gone to college, never started my business, never built the life I had now. But the thought of actually paying off her mortgage was overwhelming. I mean, this wasn't just buying someone dinner or covering a bill. This was thousands of dollars. Even though my business was doing well, this was a huge decision. But deep down, I already knew what I was going to do. I closed my laptop, grabbed my keys, and drove straight to my bank. I had been saving up for a while, debating what to do with the extra money I had set aside. A vacation? A new car? Maybe investing in a second property? But none of those things felt right anymore. This felt right. At the bank, I sat down with a financial advisor and asked what the process would look like. I explained that I wanted to pay off someone's mortgage anonymously. I didn't want Miss Taylor to feel like she owed me anything, I just wanted her to be free. The bank rep looked at me like I was crazy. "You want to do what?" "I want to pay off her mortgage. All of it." "Are you sure?" "That's a big commitment." I've never been more sure of anything in my life. It took some time to figure out the details. Because I wasn't a cosigner on her mortgage, there were a lot of hoops to jump through. Eventually, I learned that I could send a lump sum payment directly to her mortgage provider. It wouldn't require her approval, she would just get a notice saying that her balance had been cleared. I wrote the biggest check I had ever written in my life. And then, I waited. A few days later, I got a text from an old high school friend. "Dude. Did you hear what happened to Ms. Taylor? Someone paid off her entire mortgage. She's freaking out." I smiled but didn't respond. Then, a post popped up on Facebook. It was from Ms. Taylor herself. "I don't know who did this, but today, I received a letter saying that my mortgage has been completely paid off. I am sitting here, in tears, because I cannot believe that someone would do something so incredibly generous for me. To whoever did this, you have changed my life. You have given me peace and security in a way I never imagined. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart." The comments were flooding in. People were shocked, trying to guess who could have done it. "An angel must have done this. This is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Teachers deserve the world, and I'm so glad someone gave Miss Taylor what she deserves." I read through every single comment, feeling this overwhelming sense of warmth in my chest. I didn't need recognition. I didn't need her to know it was me. Just knowing that she was safe, that she didn't have to worry anymore, that was enough. I sat back, let out a deep breath, and smiled. And for the first time in a long time, I felt like I had finally repaid a debt that words alone could never cover. A few weeks passed, and I kept an eye on Miss Taylor's posts. She was glowing. She started posting about little things, how she could finally breathe without the weight of debt crushing her, how she could focus on teaching without worrying about her next paycheck. She even mentioned that she was taking a trip to Italy over the summer, something she had always dreamed about but never thought she could afford. Every time I saw her happy, I knew I had done the right thing. But then, something happened. I got a phone call from an unknown number. I don't usually answer those, but something told me to pick up. "Hello?" There was silence on the other end, then a shaky breath. "Emma?" My heart stopped. It was Miss Taylor. I hope I'm not bothering you, but I had to call." I swallowed hard. She sounded emotional. "Of course not. What's up?" She hesitated. "I just found out something, and I need to ask you something. Please be honest with me." I felt my stomach drop. Did she know? "Sure," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Emma, was it you?" Silence. "What do you mean?" I asked, my pulse racing. "Don't do that," she said, her voice cracking. "Don't pretend like I don't know. I went to the bank today to sign some final documents for my house, and the manager slipped up. He said my mortgage was paid off by someone who cares deeply about me. She took a shaky breath. I thought about it over and over, and there's only one person who fits. One person who would do something so unbelievably selfless. Emma, was it you? I squeezed my eyes shut. I never wanted her to find out. But I couldn't lie to her. Not to the woman who had always believed in me. I took a deep breath. Yes, I whispered. Silence. Then I heard a soft sob on the other end. Oh, Emma, why would you do this? This was so much money. You didn't have to. I wanted to, I interrupted, my voice firm. You gave me everything, Ms. Taylor. You believed in me when no one else did. You fought for me when I couldn't fight for myself. I wouldn't be where I am today if it weren't for you. I just wanted to give something back. There was a long pause. Then, she said something that completely broke me. No one has ever done something like this for me before. I felt my throat tighten. You deserved it, I said softly. She sniffled. Emma, I don't even know how to thank you. You don't have to. Just promise me you'll enjoy your life. Take that trip to Italy. Buy yourself something nice. Teach your students without stress. That's all I want. She let out a choked laugh. You have no idea how much this means to me. Ms. Taylor and I stayed on the phone for a long time that night. She told me how she had spent years worrying about whether she'd ever be able to retire, how she had taken extra tutoring jobs just to make ends meet, how she had almost given up on teaching entirely because it was so financially draining. But now? For the first time in my life, I feel free, she said, her voice thick with emotion. I don't even know how to thank you, Emma. I smiled, even though she couldn't see me. You already did, years ago. By believing in me when no one else did. She let out a soft laugh, still sniffling. You have such a big heart, Emma. The world needs more people like you. Hearing that from her, the woman who had shaped the person I became, meant more to me than she would ever know. A few weeks later, she sent me a picture. She was standing in front of the Colosseum in Rome, wearing a bright sun hat and the biggest smile I'd ever seen. Living the dream, thanks to you, she wrote. And at that moment, I knew, I had done something truly good. Did I do the right thing? Was this the best way to repay someone who changed my life? I'd love to hear what you think, let me know in the comments. And if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe so you don't miss the next one. There's always more kindness to share.
Hi Reddit. I'm 39F, and I guess you could say my family has always had a bit of a hierarchy. At least, my father made sure it felt that way. Some of us were the stars, and the rest, well, we were tolerated. Growing up, I was the helpful one. The one who stayed quiet during dinner when my brother Jonah, 41M, bragged about his grades, or when my younger sister Celia, 36F, paraded her latest boyfriends in front of everyone, waiting for compliments on how pretty she looked. My parents, especially my dad, never really praised me for much, unless it was something that benefited them. If I cleaned the kitchen without being asked, good. That's what daughters should do. If I offered to watch Celia while my mom ran errands, she's your sister. That's your responsibility. You get the picture. I don't want to make this post a pity party. I moved out at 19, went to nursing school, and built a life for myself far from all of that noise. I work long hours at a major hospital, mainly in trauma and ER response. It's exhausting, but I love what I do. It's messy, it's hard, and yeah, it's not the kind of job where people throw you celebration dinners or hang your degree in a fancy office. And I think that's part of the problem. My dad always saw success in one very specific way: white collar, loud, and shiny. Anything outside of that, not worth mentioning. Jonah works in corporate finance. He wears suits. He talks in numbers. To my dad, that made him the responsible one. Celia married young, stayed home with the kids, and always dressed like she was heading to a magazine shoot. According to my dad, that made her the elegant one. And me? I wore scrubs and shoes with orthopedic soles. I was the nurse, spoken like it was a consolation prize. So when I got invited, more like summoned, to this recent family gathering, I knew what I was walking into. I hadn't been home in over a year. After some of my dad's more cutting remarks during the last visit, comments like, "Don't you want to do something more with your life?" While I was coming off a 12-hour shift, I'd put some distance between us. But my mom called. She said everyone would be there. That Celia's husband, Leon, had just gotten promoted, and the family wanted to celebrate success. I almost laughed out loud when she said that. But something told me I should go. Not out of obligation, just curiosity. Something in her voice felt off. Nervous. Like she was reading a script. So I said yes. I showed up about 30 minutes after the official start time. I didn't dress up much. Clean scrubs, hair tied back. I'd come straight from a consult with a burn unit patient's family. Still, I wasn't expecting to be greeted like royalty. But I also wasn't expecting what did happen. The minute I stepped into the entryway, the room didn't go silent, but it noticeably dipped. A few cousins offered quick hellos, some awkward glances. My dad, who was holding court near the dining table, glanced over his shoulder and said, with a shrug loud enough for everyone to hear, "Oh, she's just a nurse." Just like that. Like I was someone's +1 who wandered in by mistake. I didn't react. I've had years of practice at swallowing things around him. But I'll admit, that one landed hard. Then something strange happened. Leon, my sister's husband, the one who apparently just got promoted, walked over. I hadn't seen him in at least 3 years. He was always polite, if a bit distant. He reached out to shake my hand with that salesman's grin of his. "Hey," he started. "It's been a WHI." He stopped. Mid-handshake, mid-word. His eyes flicked to the badge clipped to my chest, then back to my face. Something clicked. His smile faltered. He took a small step back and fished out his phone. I watched him scroll. Tap. Scroll again. Then his face lost all color. And for the first time in years, the entire room did go silent. Even my dad, mid-conversation with Jonah, turned to look. Celia was at the buffet table, scooping something onto a plate, but her eyes locked on Leon like she'd just seen him drop a wine glass. He looked at me again, blinking like he wasn't sure I was real. Then he whispered, almost too quiet for anyone to hear, "Wait, you're that RN Ellis?" I didn't answer. I didn't have to. His hand was still half raised, but he slowly let it drop. "What's going on?" Celia asked, her voice sharper than I'd heard in a long time. Leon didn't look at her. He was still staring at me. "You work at State General?" he asked. "Since 2011, I said. He swallowed. Hard. "In trauma." I nodded. "Why?" That's when he turned his phone to her. Then to my dad. Then to the room. I saw the photo. It was me, in a surgical mask and cap, standing beside a recovery bed. The article headline was partially visible. Leon's phone trembled slightly in his hand as he held it out for the room to see. I already knew what was on the screen. The article had gone semi-viral in medical circles about 2 weeks prior. A write-up on a team of trauma nurses and surgeons who managed to stabilize and save 6 patients after a mass casualty accident on the freeway. I happened to be one of the lead coordinators in the ER that night. The photo was snapped post-operation by a hospital administrator, and I'd been tagged in it after the fact. I hadn't said anything about it to my family. Why would I? They'd never asked about my work unless it was in the context of passive-aggressive jabs, like, "Must be exhausting dealing with other people's messes all day," or, "Do you ever think about med school, or are you comfortable staying where you are?" But now, there it was, visible, undeniable, and public. The headline was concise. "Frontline Angels, How RN Ellis and her team saved 6 lives in the chaos of the I-85 crash." I didn't move. Neither did Leon. My sister stepped closer, snatching the phone from his hand. "Why are you showing this?" she asked, clearly annoyed. She's been a nurse forever. "This is just, what, an article? People write stuff all the time." Leon shook his head. "You don't get it. This article is all over my company's internal newsletter. Our CEO forwarded it with a personal note. We had a client's son in that crash. This woman," he pointed at me, eyes wide, "was credited for coordinating the trio." Then he looked at me again, more carefully this time. "You're the one who kept the ER functioning while the surgeons operated. You were managing 5 teams at once." I gave a small shrug. It's my job. For the first time in years, I watched as someone in that house looked at me with respect that wasn't forced or laced with judgment. Leon wasn't faking it. He was stunned. Genuinely stunned. Celia handed him back his phone, her lips pressing into a tight line. "So what?" she said quietly, but loud enough for the room to hear. "She was in charge of some nurses. That doesn't make her special." Jonah, standing behind my dad with a drink in his hand, chuckled softly. "I mean, no offense, but people blow these things up. You were just one of many, right?" I finally spoke, calmly. "Yes, I was one of many." but I coordinated the department's trauma response. I made the call to reroute all ambulances to the South Wing. The decision helped clear space for surgery, which probably saved 3 people's lives. It wasn't just luck. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't puff out my chest. I didn't need to. The room had already shifted. But not everyone was on board. My dad let out a long breath. The kind you give when you're irritated but trying to sound neutral. That's nice. But I think it's a little dramatic to treat every workplace highlight like a Nobel Prize. You all know how the media is. They love to exaggerate stories. Leon turned to him, brows furrowed. Your daughter helped keep a hospital from falling into chaos during a disaster. That's not a puff piece. Dad crossed his arms. She's a nurse, Leon. A good one, I'm sure. But she chose that job. You act like she's running a Fortune 500 company. I felt the sting of it, not because I hadn't heard worse from him, but because now, others were hearing it too. No excuses. No misinterpretations. This was who he was when it came to me. I looked around. My mom was in the kitchen, pretending to busy herself with the coffee machine, though I saw her glance up every few seconds. She was always the peacemaker, or the enabler, depending on how you viewed it. Celia's kids were in the other room with an iPad. A few cousins looked away, uncomfortable. Others looked curious, like they were seeing me clearly for the first time. I didn't come here to impress anyone, I said eventually. I came because I was invited. Oh, please, Celia scoffed. You didn't say a word about the article. You wanted this reaction. No, I said, my voice even. I didn't say anything because I knew exactly how it would go. And I was right. Dad rolled his eyes. Here we go again. Always painting yourself as the victim. That hit a nerve. Not just for me. For Leon, too. Is that what you think? He asked, turning to Dad. That she's making this up? That she wants to be overlooked? She wants attention, my dad said. Always has. It's just more subtle. That whole martyr complex. And suddenly, something inside me gave way. Not anger exactly, just clarity. I took a breath, walked over to the side table, and pulled out a small envelope from my bag. It had been meant as a quiet thing. A gesture. A gift for my niece, Celia's youngest, who told me last year she wanted to be a nurse like me someday. I'd gotten her a tour set up at my hospital with one of our pediatric nurses. I even had a custom lanyard made for her with her name on it. But now, I looked at that envelope and realized something I hadn't let myself feel until that moment. It wouldn't be appreciated. Not by the people in that room. Not unless I became someone I wasn't. And even then, they'd find something to scoff at. So I slid the envelope back into my bag. What's that? Celia asked, catching the movement. Nothing, I said. Something I realized I don't need to give. The room was tense. I could feel it in the way people stood. Still, expectant. Leon took a few steps back and looked at his wife. You never told me your sister worked there, he said slowly. Celia gave a short laugh. Because I didn't think it was relevant. Leon nodded. You didn't think it was relevant that your sister is on the emergency response team that saved a state official's son's life? She blinked. State official? Yeah, Leon said, rubbing his jaw. The governor's office is sending a delegation to honor the hospital next week. They've invited the team leads. That includes her. Everyone turned to me. And for the first time, I saw my dad's jaw twitch. A tiny crack in the polished disdain. Oh, he said flatly. I didn't respond. Because I'd already made a decision. I was going to leave early. But not yet. Because before I walked out of that house for what might very well be the last time, I was going to say what I'd kept inside for years. I was going to say it calmly. And clearly. And in front of everyone. I stood in that room, my bag at my side, my breath steady. My father still wore the same unreadable expression. That mix of forced politeness and subtle disdain he reserved for moments where he couldn't deny something, but wouldn't give ground either. It was a look I'd seen too many times to count. Celia had retreated a few steps behind Leon, crossing her arms like she was cold. Jonah was silent, for once, which said more than anything he'd ever said aloud. The rest of the room? Frozen. You could have heard a spoon hit the floor. I took my time, not to build drama, but because I was weighing something I hadn't dared to until this moment. How much I was truly willing to say, and how much I was ready to let go. You know, I began, my voice level. When I first started nursing, I used to feel embarrassed when people asked what I did for a living. Not because I thought it was shameful. I've always known the work matters, but because I could already hear his voice in my head. I tilted my head toward my father, who didn't flinch, just stared tight-lipped. Just a nurse, I said. He said it when I got accepted into the program. He said it when I passed my boards. He said it when I was promoted to lead triage. It became a kind of rhythm to my life. Every success, every step forward, met with a sentence that put me back in my place. Don't twist my words, he said, finally. I never said you weren't doing your best. You never had to, I replied calmly. It's always been clear what you think of people who build their lives through steady, quiet work. If it's not flashy, it doesn't matter. If it can't be summarized in a brag at a cocktail party, it's irrelevant. Jonah cleared his throat. All right, come on. This is turning into a lecture. No, I said, turning toward him. Not yet, because I haven't even gotten to you. He shifted his weight, trying to seem unaffected. You mocked me at every opportunity, I continued. Every time I skipped a family event because I had a night shift, you made some joke about how scrubbing blood off your shoes must not be worth the missed casserole. When I stayed late during the pandemic, you said I was being dramatic. Said nurses were just doing their jobs. I took a breath. So yes, I stayed quiet for years. But not because I didn't have anything to say. I stayed quiet because I thought, maybe someday, I'd do something so irrefutably good that you'd finally see me. And I do. Leon interjected quietly. I turned to him. I gave a small nod. Thank you. But the truth is, I don't need your validation anymore. Not yours. Not this family's. Not after everything. I reached into my bag and pulled out a small folder. A few people leaned in, curious. I held it up. This, I said, is an offer letter. Jonah smirked. What? You're switching hospitals? I smiled just barely. No. I'm being brought on as a consultant for a health system strategy board. They reached out after the article. It's a 2-year term. I'll be helping coordinate best practices across 5 hospitals in the region and training incoming teams on emergency response leadership. The silence stretched. They're paying me more than you made your first 10 years in finance, Jonah, I said, still calm. But that's not why I'm telling you. Celia scoffed. Then what is this? A victory speech? No, I said. It's a goodbye. I looked around the room, one by one. I've spent most of my adult life working in chaos. I've held hands with people as they slipped away. I've calmed families in shock. I've watched coworkers collapse from exhaustion and get back up again anyway. You know what I never saw in those rooms? What I never once heard from a patient or their family. I paused. No one ever said, she's just a nurse. That hung in the air. I'm done chasing scraps of approval, I said. I've built a life outside these walls. I have respect from people who matter. I have colleagues who call me when everything falls apart because they know I can keep it together. I've earned every inch of that. My dad opened his mouth to respond, but I held up a hand. I'm not finished. He closed it. I was going to help pay for Maya's summer internship, I said, glancing toward Celia. She told me she wanted to shadow someone in the NICU. I had a plan to cover her travel and expenses and had it all arranged with one of our nurse educators. Celia blinked. But after tonight, I said, slipping the envelope back into my bag, I'm canceling it. I'll offer the spot to a student who's never had support from home, someone who doesn't have a family that takes opportunities for granted. Leon looked stunned. She didn't know, he said softly. I know, I said. That's the worst part. I turned to my mother, who still hadn't said a word. You used to tell me to let it go. Every time someone made a comment, every time I came home in tears, you said, don't make trouble. They didn't mean it like that. You called it keeping the peace. I call it choosing comfort over courage. Her eyes were glassy, but she said nothing. I stepped away from the center of the room, toward the door. I'm not storming out. I'm just stepping away, I said. I'll still take calls, but I won't be part of these gatherings anymore. Not until you see me for everything I am, not just the parts that fit your stories. And then, just as I reached the entryway, my dad called out, You think this little stunt will change anything? You'll come crawling back, just like always. Life gets lonely without family. I turned back slowly. Then I said the words I never thought I'd say. I already built a family, I said. One that chose me. At the hospital, in the late-night shifts, in the hardest moments. I see more love there in a week than I've seen here in 30 years. He didn't respond. He just stared. And that's when Leon, still processing everything, did something no one expected. He stepped forward. Leon took a slow step forward, his face pale but focused. He didn't look at me. He looked at Celia. You knew, he said, quiet but sharp. You knew exactly who your sister was and what she'd done, and you still let your parents mock her like that. Celia blinked, caught off guard. Leon, she's making this more dramatic than it is. We all supported her. We were proud of her, just not in the way she wanted. He turned fully toward her. I have worked with politicians, CEOs, donors, and none of them spoke about the article the way you just did. They were in awe of what she did. One of them called her a hero. You laughed it off. She folded her arms tightly. She's always been sensitive. Leon stared at her. No, you've always been unkind. That silenced even the background chatter. And then he said the thing that shifted the dynamic entirely. I want a few days to think, he said flatly. About us. Celia's face went white. Wait, what? I want to reevaluate some things, he said. I've overlooked a lot. But I won't keep pretending this is okay. Not anymore. Celia stammered something about being blindsided, but Leon walked past her and out the front door. He didn't even glance back. I hadn't expected that. But I didn't stop him. I simply adjusted the strap of my bag and turned back to the room one last time. My father was still standing near the dining table, one hand gripping the back of a chair. Jonah had disappeared down the hall, probably avoiding further involvement. My mother had sunk onto the armrest of the couch, a small napkin clenched in her hand. I didn't say anything else. There was nothing more they deserved to hear. I left. The door shut behind me, and for the first time in years, I didn't feel like I had to look over my shoulder as I walked away. There was no guilt, no fear, no more pulling invisible threads, trying to stay tethered to people who refused to see me. The next few days moved quickly. Leon sent me a message the next morning, a sincere one. He thanked me. He didn't go into detail, but I could sense something had shifted in him. I later found out he took a temporary leave from work and moved into a hotel. He didn't file for divorce yet, but he was distant, quiet, reflective. He eventually reached out to say he'd always admired me, and that he'd only recently realized how much Celia had molded their home into a miniature version of our parents, full of image, status, and subtle cruelty. He wasn't sure what came next. I told him I respected his honesty, but didn't want to get involved. He agreed. We haven't spoken since. As for Celia, she sent one message a week after the gathering. It was short. You didn't have to humiliate me in front of everyone. I didn't respond, because I didn't humiliate her. She did that all on her own. Jonah stayed quiet. Not a single word from him. Not surprising. He was always more concerned with perception than resolution. My mother left a voicemail. A long one. She said she didn't know what to do anymore. That the family was falling apart. That she missed when things were simple. But things were never simple. They were just silent. And that silence protected everyone, except me. I didn't return her call either. 2 months passed. I started my new position as a consultant. It was challenging, rewarding, and completely outside the realm of what my family ever imagined for me. I got to travel between hospitals, train incoming trauma teams, and lead policy discussions that had real impact. I was invited to a conference as a keynote speaker. I accepted. Afterward, a student nurse came up to me with tears in her eyes and said, "You made me feel like I belong." That moment stayed with me. That was the family I had chosen, the community that saw me, that believed in me, that didn't need to be convinced I mattered. A few weeks later, I got word through a cousin that my father had been asked in passing about my consulting role at a local fundraiser. His reply? "Oh, she's off doing something, always running around." And that was the final confirmation. He would never change, and neither would Celia, or Jonah, or my mother, who always excused their behavior in the name of keeping the peace. But I had changed. The last piece of revenge was simple. I disappeared from their world entirely. No forwarding address. No holiday visits. No more showing up out of guilt or a misplaced sense of duty. They were left with exactly what they valued most. Each other, their version of success, and their hierarchy of importance, built on status and polish, not character. And me? I moved forward. Not bitter. Not angry. But free. That's the situation now. I have peace. A career I'm proud of. Friends and colleagues who respect me. And a future that's mine alone. As for my family, they're still where they've always been. But I don't look back anymore. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this. I'm Kalen, 32M, and if there's one thing I've learned about my family, it's that their kindness always has strings attached, except when it comes to my younger brother, Damien. For him, there are no strings, no limits, No expectations other than breathing and existing. When I was growing up, the difference in how we were treated was so blatant it almost felt like a joke. Damien was the golden centerpiece at the dinner table, every conversation looping back to his achievements, plans, or some new hobby he needed to try. I, on the other hand, was the background character. If Damien wanted something, the answer was yes before he even finished asking. If I wanted something, the answer was a lecture about hard work, learning to be independent, and why it was good for me to go without. By 15, I had already figured out the rules of the game. My parents weren't going to support me beyond the basics, and even those were given with an undertone of obligation, not care. I took my first job stocking shelves at a small convenience store down the street. It was the kind of place that smelled like old newspapers and floor cleaner, where the radio crackled more than it played music. I'd go in after school, still in my uniform, and spend hours lifting crates and breaking down cardboard. The pay was modest, but it was mine, untainted by my parents' strings. Meanwhile, Damien's teenage years were a carousel of sports, music lessons, expensive summer programs, and trips that my parents framed as investments in his future. They would beam with pride, telling anyone who'd listen about his potential, as if they'd single-handedly discovered the next great mind of our generation. When I graduated high school, the subject of college came up. I didn't expect financial help. They'd made it clear years before that I'd be on my own, but I was curious how they'd frame it. Over dinner one night, my mom, Mara, put down her fork and said, almost cheerfully, "We're going to put all our resources into Damien's education. You're smart enough to figure things out on your own, Kaylin. You've always been the independent one." It was supposed to be a compliment. It didn't feel like one. So I worked. I juggled part-time jobs while attending community college, later transferring to a university on scholarships and sheer stubbornness. I didn't go home often. The few times I did, I left with the familiar heaviness in my chest, the quiet reminders that I was an afterthought in the house I grew up in. There was one visit I'll never forget. It was Christmas, and I'd saved up to buy thoughtful, modest gifts for each of them. For Damien, I'd picked out a leather-bound notebook because I knew he liked journaling. He unwrapped it, glanced at it for less than a second, and said, "Thanks, but I already have something better." My parents didn't say a word to him. Instead, my father, Loren, turned to me and said, "Next time, maybe ask him what he needs before spending money on something he won't use." It was moments like that that hardened my resolve. If I wanted a life I could be proud of, I'd have to build it completely separate from them. Fast forward to my mid-20s. I'd climbed the ladder in a logistics firm, working insane hours but steadily moving up. By 25, I'd saved enough for a down payment on a modest 3-bedroom house in a quiet neighborhood. It wasn't extravagant, but it was comfortable, and most importantly, it was mine. No cosigners. No loans from family disguised as favors. I didn't tell my parents right away, partly because I was busy moving in and partly because, deep down, I knew the news wouldn't be received with the simple happiness most parents might feel for their child. Sure enough, the way they found out was through a mutual acquaintance who spotted me moving boxes one weekend. A few days later, my phone rang. I answered to hear Mara's voice, but there was no hello, no warmth. "So," she said, her tone clipped, "you bought a house?" "Yes," I said evenly. "And you didn't think to tell us?" "I was going to," I replied, "but I've been busy with the move." There was a rustling sound, and then my father's voice came through from somewhere in the background, sharp and cold. "You might have thought about your brother before making such a big decision." I blinked, caught off guard. What does Damien have to do with me buying a house? There was a pause, heavy enough that I could almost hear the unspoken accusation in the silence. Then Mara said, "This isn't something we should discuss over the phone. Come by this weekend. We need to talk." Her voice wasn't inviting, it was summoning. Against my better judgment, I went. When I arrived, Damien was already there, leaning casually against the kitchen counter. He greeted me with a smirk, like he was in on some joke I didn't know yet. "Homeowner, huh?" he said. "Must be nice." I ignored the bait and sat down at the dining table where my parents were waiting. Mara slid a manila folder across to me with both hands, as if it were something precious. "Kaylin," she began, her tone falsely calm, "we've been thinking about the future. Damien's future, specifically. And we think it's time you considered how your choices impact the family as a whole." I opened the folder. Inside were neatly stacked papers. Not a letter, not notes for a conversation. Legal documents. Drafted. Dated. My parents were preparing to sue me. And their reasoning? They believed my buying a house had destabilized family unity and jeopardized resources that should rightfully be directed toward Damien's advancement. I looked up at them, stunned. Damien was still smirking. I couldn't move for a few moments. The folder felt impossibly heavy in my hands, not because of the paper, but because of what it represented, a complete betrayal. Everything I had built with my own hands was suddenly under threat from the people who were supposed to care about me the most. Mara leaned forward, her eyes cold but pretending concern. Kaylin, we've tried to be patient. We've tried to guide you. But you've made decisions that affect more than yourself. Damien has been counting on the family's support for his future. And by buying this house, you're upsetting the balance we've been carefully maintaining. I stared at her, trying to process the words. Upsetting the balance. My house, my property, my money. How is that supposed to affect Damien in any way? Loren, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. His voice was low, controlled, but there was an unmistakable edge of accusation. We've invested decades in Damien's development, Kaylin. Every opportunity, every program, every course, everything has been for him. And now, with you making unilateral financial decisions, you're threatening that. You've created a situation where he might not reach the position we envisioned for him. You're tearing the family apart, and it's something we cannot overlook. I shook my head. You mean I'm living my life independently, and that's a crime in your eyes? You're upset because I didn't ask your permission to buy a house. I've supported myself since I was 15. Every paycheck, every late night, every sacrifice, all mine. I've never asked for anything from you, yet you're trying to punish me for being responsible. Damien laughed quietly under his breath. You really think this is about responsibility? That's cute. I turned to him, disbelief written all over my face. Cute. Damien, what are you talking about? He leaned back, folding his arms, the picture of smug superiority. You always play the good, hardworking kid, right? The one who does everything by the book. But now that you've actually made something for yourself, suddenly, you're a threat. You think this house changes anything? It just proves how little control you've had over the family narrative until now. I felt my stomach tighten. This wasn't just jealousy. It was intentional, carefully calculated. They had all conspired, quietly, to maintain Damien's pedestal, and now that I'd built something real, they felt compelled to crush it. Mara's voice cut through before I could respond. Kaylin, this isn't about jealousy. It's about responsibility, family duty, and fairness. Damien has plans, and your choices, your financial independence, interfere with them. You've got to understand, a family isn't just a collection of individuals. Decisions like this ripple outward. You've created legal and financial complications for him. I could feel my pulse quicken. Legal and financial complications? I repeated. You realize that I am the one who's financially independent, right? I've never touched a cent from this family. Everything I have is mine. And now you're threatening to take it from me because it interferes with Damien? Interferes with what? Him living in your delusions of grandeur. Damien tilted his head, smirking. It's not just about me. It's about the family image. You buying a house without consulting them, without considering how it affects the perception of Damien's position. Well, it makes us all look weaker. And we can't have that. I wanted to argue, to yell, to demand that they explain how they could possibly justify this absurdity. But instead, I found myself silently cataloging everything. Every slight, every injustice, every time they'd prioritized Damien over me. Every birthday where I got a cheap token while Damien got the world. Every family gathering where I was ignored while Damien soaked up the praise. Every time they subtly undermined me in front of friends or extended family. It was all connected. All of it. I realized then that this wasn't just about a house. This was about control. My parents and my brother had built a system where they could dictate the narrative of our family, and my independence threatened that system. I had become a living, breathing problem, someone who couldn't be ignored, manipulated, or folded into their plans. Mara's tone shifted slightly, softening, but only in appearance. Kaylin, we don't want this to become ugly. We'd rather handle this privately, without involving courts, without causing embarrassment. But if we have to, we'll do whatever is necessary to protect Damien and the family legacy. The words hit me like a punch. Legacy, I said, voice low but shaking. You mean the fantasy you've built around Damien's life while ignoring mine? You mean the way you've spent years manipulating situations to make sure he always comes out ahead while I work my fingers to the bone? Lauren's jaw tightened, and for a moment, the mask of calm vanished. You think this is manipulation? We've done everything to support the family, Kaylin. Everything for him. For us. Us. I repeated, incredulous. You mean you and Damien? Me? I don't exist in your equation. Never have. Damien laughed, sharp and cold. Now you finally get it. You've been operating in the background, yes. But now, you've made moves we can't ignore. And that's why you're in trouble. They spent the next hour outlining, in painstaking detail, their plan, a legal action claiming that my purchase of the house was somehow a threat to Damien's financial future. They framed it as protecting the family unit, as if the home I'd built for myself was an offense against family loyalty. Mara insisted they had documented everything, every conversation, every dollar I'd saved, every interaction that proved I was undermining Damien's growth. I left that day with the folder still in my hands and a clarity I hadn't expected. My family had crossed a line. This wasn't subtle manipulation anymore. This wasn't favoritism or emotional neglect. This was a full-blown attempt to take something I had earned and bend reality to make it seem like I was the problem. Over the next week, I did what any rational person in my position would do. I started documenting everything. Every interaction, every message, every comment or email that could show their pattern of favoritism and manipulation. I even started recording brief notes of what Damien said when he tried to provoke me, along with dates and times. I wasn't sure yet how I'd use it, but I knew it would be important. Then came the calls. Daily calls. Mostly Mara, occasionally Loren, occasionally Damien trying to sound innocent while dropping barbed comments. You know, Kaylin, it would be wise to consider how your choices reflect on the family, Mara said one morning. Another evening, Damien left a voice message that began with, "We're just trying to help you understand your role in all of this." I stopped answering their calls. Instead, I focused on my house, my job, my life. But the tension never left. Every knock at the door, every unexpected visitor, made me feel like my sanctuary was under siege. And deep down, I knew this was just the beginning. A week later, I received a thick envelope from their lawyer. Inside was the official notice. My parents and Damien were filing a lawsuit. The document was meticulous, citing all sorts of vague claims about family obligation, interference with Damien's potential, and even emotional damages caused by my unilateral decisions. I read it 3 times before I could breathe. This wasn't a conversation anymore. It wasn't an appeal to reason. They were weaponizing the law to punish me for living my life. That night, I sat on the floor of my empty living room, staring at the walls I had painted myself, at the furniture I had bought, at the little garden I had planted with my own hands. And I realized something terrifying and exhilarating at the same time. They had no idea what I was capable of. They had been playing the long game with Damien, expecting me to remain in the shadows, and now that I'd stepped into the light, they were panicking. I had 2 choices: crumble under their threats or fight back. I didn't even hesitate. The days following the lawsuit notice were surreal. It was as though a storm had silently formed around me, and with every passing hour, the sky darkened. I went about my usual routine: work, errands, caring for my home. But there was a constant weight in the air. Every time my phone buzzed, I flinched, expecting it to be Mara or Loren calling, or worse, a message from Damien, dripping with thinly veiled mockery or outright threats. The first time they actually escalated beyond the legal notice, it was subtle, insidious. My neighbor, a retired couple who'd always been friendly, mentioned in passing that Damien had visited them last week and was concerned about me. Concerned? It was clear from their tone it wasn't genuine concern. It was a calculated attempt to get someone else to feel that I was somehow in the wrong. I realized then that my family was not just targeting me directly. They were trying to manipulate the world around me to create a narrative where I was the villain. A week later, my email started getting messages from people I barely knew, distant relatives, old family friends, people who had once known me as a kid. All of them were forwarded letters or messages from Mara and Loren, carefully phrased to paint me as reckless, selfish, and dangerous to the family's unity. Each email left a pit in my stomach, but I refused to respond. Instead, I started keeping a meticulous log: dates, cinders, the contents, attachments, everything. Meanwhile, Damien's presence escalated in more direct ways. He began showing up unexpectedly. At first, it was subtle. A knock on the door during the day when he knew I'd be home from work, pretending to drop something off, but really just leaning in, smirking, and saying things like, "I'm only here to check that everything's in order. Don't want anything to go wrong for you." His words sounded innocent, but the underlying menace was unmistakable. Then came the nights where I'd hear noises outside, the faint crunch of gravel on my driveway, shadows flitting past my windows. I checked the locks obsessively, but every door and window was secure. Still, there was an unnerving feeling that someone was watching, waiting for me to slip up. At work, things weren't much better. Mara and Loren had friends and contacts everywhere. Soon, I started hearing from colleagues that my parents had casually mentioned my lawsuit, framing it as if I were being unreasonable, reckless, even ungrateful. It was subtle, but the implications were clear. They were trying to tarnish my reputation quietly, isolating me socially so that I would feel pressure from every angle. I remember one evening particularly vividly. Damien called. Not a text, not a vague message. A call. "Kaylin," he said, voice sweet, but not without edge. "You're really making things difficult. We're all just trying to help you understand your place. It's nothing personal." I could hear Mara and Loren murmuring in the background. They were physically there with him, orchestrating the scene, their presence amplifying his intimidation. "Place," I said, keeping my voice steady despite the unease curling in my stomach. "I don't have a place in your hierarchy. I live my life. I pay my bills. I bought a house with my own money. That's my place. I don't need you to define it for me." There was silence for a long beat, and then Damien said, almost playfully, "You'll see soon enough. Choices have consequences. We're just making sure you're aware of yours." I hung up and sat back, my mind racing. The message was clear. This wasn't just about the house anymore. They were testing me, trying to see how far I could be pushed before I cracked. And for the first time, I realized how deliberate it all was. Mara, Loren, and Damien had formed an unholy alliance, each playing their role. Mara was the manipulator, calm and calculating, bending people's perception with words. Loren was the enforcer, quiet and menacing, lending gravity to their threats. Damien was the provocateur, the one who could push every button I had, making it personal, making it psychological. I doubled down. I started planning strategically, documenting everything obsessively. Every call, every email, every visit from Damien, every subtle attempt by my parents to sway friends or colleagues. I even started recording conversations, legal in my state as long as one party is aware, so I'd have a record of exactly what was said, how, and when. Then came the first real confrontation. It wasn't planned, but it was inevitable. They showed up at my door on a Saturday afternoon. I had been expecting it eventually, but seeing them standing there, Damien leaning casually against the frame, Mara perfectly composed, Loren behind her, towering, made my chest tighten. "Kaylin," Mara said, smiling as if we were meeting for tea. "We thought it was time we discussed this face to face. You can't ignore it forever." I let them in, careful to maintain my composure, aware that every move I made would be scrutinized. I guided them to the living room, seating them at a distance. The house was mine, every detail a product of years of hard work, and it gave me a strange confidence. "We're here to help you understand," Loren began, his voice calm, but with an undertone of steel. "We want what's best for the family, for Damien, and for you, if you can see it our way." I listened, but I didn't respond. I had learned long ago that arguing emotionally with Mara or Loren was pointless. They thrived on controlling the narrative, twisting every word. Instead, I focused on their movements, their facial expressions, the tiny cues of arrogance and entitlement that leaked out. Damien's smirk never left his face. At one point, he leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees, voice dripping with feigned concern. "You know, Kaylin, it would be much easier if you just complied. We're only asking for what's fair. It's not complicated." I could feel the rage building in me, but I kept it under control. "Fair," I said slowly. "You call punishing me for being independent fair? You call threatening a lawsuit over my own property fair? Because that's exactly what this is. Mara tilted her head, sighing softly. Kaylin, this isn't about punishment. This is about correcting a dangerous course. Your choices are not isolated. They affect the family. They affect Damien's future. We have tried to guide you. We've tried to keep things civil. But you insist on walking your own way, and now we have no choice. At that moment, I realized the full extent of what I was facing. They weren't just entitled parents. They were manipulators, strategists. They had spent decades shaping a family ecosystem that revolved entirely around Damien, and I had become the anomaly threatening their delicate structure. Mara's calm was a weapon. Lauren's quiet intensity was intimidation. Damien's mockery was psychological warfare. And now, with legal backing, they were willing to escalate to any level necessary. I stood, pacing slowly, letting them see my calm resolve. You think fear will make me bend? That threats and manipulation will make me give up something I worked for? You've miscalculated. Damien chuckled. We'll see how far you can really push back. That night, after they left, I sat in my living room, cataloging every detail of the encounter. I realized I needed a plan that was meticulous, methodical, and unassailable. Every move they made had been calculated. Mine would have to be too. And I could feel it. The war had just begun. I knew I couldn't let them get away with this. Not Mara, not Loren, not Damien. They had weaponized everything they had, connections, social manipulation, the law, to try to control me. But I also knew they had underestimated me. They assumed because I was quieter, because I'd been the background kid for so long, that I would buckle under pressure. That assumption was about to become their biggest mistake. The first step was understanding their playbook. Over the next several weeks, I spent hours combing through every interaction I'd had with them. Emails, text messages, recordings, notes in my own handwriting, even financial documents that showed I'd never touched a cent from the family. I organized everything into categories: manipulation, intimidation, favoritism toward Damien, and attempts to isolate me socially. The more I cataloged, the more obvious it became that this wasn't just favoritism or jealousy. It was an organized effort to control and intimidate me. Meanwhile, the harassment intensified. Damien started showing up at my workplace, ostensibly checking in on me. He would lean against the doorway, grinning, dropping comments about how he hoped I wasn't making things harder on myself, or how my house might cause problems down the line if I wasn't careful. He even started contacting mutual acquaintances, spreading small lies about me being reckless with money or ungrateful, hoping to isolate me socially. One afternoon, he cornered me in the office lobby. You know, Kaylin, he said, voice dripping with mock sympathy. It would be so much easier for everyone if you just played along. Why make things difficult? I didn't answer immediately. I just looked at him, noting every detail, the smug tilt of his head, the way his eyes darted around to see if anyone else was watching. Because you underestimate me, I said finally. And you're about to find out what happens when someone refuses to be controlled. That night, I started to lay the groundwork for my retaliation. The first step was the law. I hired a lawyer, someone who specialized in family disputes and who understood manipulation tactics. We went through every piece of evidence I'd collected, from emails to financial statements to recordings. Every interaction with my family that could demonstrate intent, manipulation, or psychological pressure was documented meticulously. My lawyer assured me we had more than enough to challenge the lawsuit and even counteract the claims they were making about my supposed harm to Damien. But legal action alone wasn't enough. Mara and Loren thrived on appearances. They manipulated the perception of others, using whispers, stories, and curated versions of reality to maintain control. To take them down, I needed to disrupt their narrative, make their lies visible. Slowly, carefully, I began reaching out to people they had tried to influence: colleagues, old family friends, neighbors. I didn't bombard anyone. I simply started sharing the truth in measured doses, letting the facts speak for themselves. Emails were forwarded, conversations were summarized, timelines were laid out clearly and calmly. Then came the first direct retaliation against Damien himself. I knew he liked to provoke me, to make me react emotionally. He thrived on seeing me lose control. So, one evening, I invited him over under the guise of a casual visit, making sure to have everything recorded. He arrived, smirking as usual, expecting to unsettle me. "Nice house," he said, scanning the living room. "Too bad it's going to be a problem soon enough." I poured us both coffee, keeping my movements slow and deliberate, showing no sign of agitation. "Is that a threat, Damien?" I asked lightly. He laughed, brushing it off. "I'm just stating facts. Everyone knows what's at stake." I leaned back, letting my calm settle over him like a weight. "Facts, yes. But facts can be interpreted, can't they?" Over the next hour, I asked him questions, guided the conversation, and subtly recorded everything. Every admission, every careless comment about our parents' strategies, every hint that he and Mara and Loren were orchestrating a campaign to intimidate me. It was all there. Damien didn't realize it, but I was gathering the ammunition I would need to expose the truth. I didn't confront him with it immediately. The goal wasn't to win a single argument. The goal was to slowly dismantle their empire of manipulation, to turn the very weapons they had aimed at me against them. The next phase involved Mara and Loren. I started strategically leaking information to people they respected, people whose opinions mattered to them. Old family friends who had been subtly influenced by Mara's narratives received copies of my documentation, timelines, and clear evidence of manipulation. The goal was simple: plant seeds of doubt. Let them start questioning the perfection of the family image Mara and Loren had worked so hard to maintain. And it worked. Slowly at first. Subtle remarks from relatives, quiet phone calls from friends checking in. Even Damien began to notice cracks. He came to me one afternoon, pretending casual concern, and I could see the unease in his eyes. "Kaylin, maybe we should talk," he said. I didn't rush to respond. I simply smiled faintly. "We're talking," I said. The real turning point came when Mara herself called, her voice sharper than usual, betraying the first real sign of panic. "Kaylin, you've crossed a line. You don't understand the consequences. We can make this very difficult for you." I felt a thrill of satisfaction. For years, I had been ignored, minimized, dismissed. Now, for the first time, they were afraid of me. And that fear, I realized, was my leverage. The next few weeks were a careful dance of exposing, documenting, and cornering. I arranged private meetings with family friends, letting them see the evidence of manipulation firsthand. I strategically forwarded emails showing Damien's provocations, Mara's calculated letters, and Lauren's silent but menacing threats. Every step was deliberate, slow, calculated. Nothing was left to chance. Then came the escalation that would change everything. One evening, I returned home to find Damien waiting on my porch, leaning against my railing with that smug, infuriating grin. Mara and Loren were nowhere in sight, which meant he thought this was a solo intimidation attempt. "Kaylin," he said, voice light but dangerous. "You really think you can win? You think you can take all of us on and come out unscathed?" I let him pace back and forth a little, pretending to consider it. Then, calmly, I said, "I already am winning. You're just too blind to see it." His smirk faltered slightly, the first crack in his carefully constructed confidence. "What do you mean?" I opened the folder I'd been holding, the one containing every piece of evidence I collected. "This isn't about bravado, Damien. This is about reality. Every manipulation, every lie, every attempt to control me, it's all documented. And soon, everyone who matters is going to see it." For the first time, I saw real fear in his eyes. Not anger, not frustration, but fear. He realized he wasn't just dealing with the quiet background kid anymore. I was deliberate, prepared, and dangerous in ways he hadn't anticipated. You wouldn't dare," he said finally, voice tight. I smiled. "I already have." At that moment, I knew the war had truly begun. Mara and Loren would escalate next, desperate to regain control. Damien would try to strike back in subtle ways. But I had the first real advantage: the truth, meticulously documented, ready to be deployed. The weeks after that porch confrontation were intense, but I had the advantage for the first time in my life. I systematically began dismantling the narrative Mara, Loren, and Damien had been constructing for decades. Every email, every recording, every carefully documented interaction was used strategically. I didn't rush. I let their own arrogance and overconfidence work against them. The first public crack came when I scheduled a meeting with several extended family members, the ones who had always looked up to Mara and Loren. I presented everything: timelines, recordings, and emails showing how they had orchestrated every move to control Damien's narrative and isolate me. I didn't exaggerate. I didn't embellish. The truth was already damning. The reactions were immediate. Faces went pale. Whispers began. People who had once unquestioningly supported them started to ask questions. Mara and Loren had always thrived on control through perception, and now perception was turning against them. Damien, for his part, tried to intervene. He stormed in during the family gathering, trying to spin everything as exaggeration. But I had anticipated this. I calmly played recordings of his own words, showing how he had mocked, provoked, and schemed against me. The room fell silent. Even their closest allies began to question them. That was the first real psychological victory. Mara tried to recover, attempting to assert that everything was for Damien's future, but no one believed her anymore. Loren, who had always used his quiet intimidation to sway people, could only glare impotently as his credibility crumbled. Next came the legal front. Their lawsuit, which had seemed like a major threat, was easily countered with the documentation I had meticulously gathered. My lawyer filed a motion highlighting the pattern of intimidation, manipulation, and favoritism, framing it as an attempt to coerce me into relinquishing property and independence. The judge reviewed the evidence, and within weeks, the case was dismissed. In addition, I was awarded coverage for all legal fees because the court recognized the lawsuit as a malicious and baseless attempt to intimidate me. While the law had sided with me, the personal side of the war was even sweeter. I started making careful, deliberate moves to expose their manipulations to a wider audience, not in a vindictive way, but in a factual, undeniable manner. Emails to extended family, close friends, and even social circles that Damien had tried to influence laid out the truth. Every one of Mara's calculated narratives, Loren's veiled threats, and Damien's provocations were now documented and verifiable. The final confrontation came at a family dinner that they had arrogantly assumed would be their stage to humiliate me. I arrived, confident, calm, and prepared. Mara's smile faltered the instant I walked in. Loren's jaw tightened. Damien's usual smug expression was replaced by thinly veiled anxiety. They had expected me to crumble under social pressure. Instead, I was poised and deliberate. I spent the evening quietly presenting facts to everyone present. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't plead. I simply showed the evidence, printed emails, recordings, and financial records, demonstrating how they had manipulated events to their advantage and attempted to control my life. The more I revealed, the more their reactions betrayed them. Mara's false calm began cracking into visible frustration. Loren's quiet intimidation failed because no one believed his side anymore. Damien's smirk disappeared entirely, replaced by embarrassment and fury as even neutral family members began questioning his actions. By the end of the evening, the atmosphere had shifted entirely. Mara and Loren were isolated, their credibility shattered. Damien's arrogance had been exposed as juvenile scheming, leaving him humiliated in front of everyone. Their attempts to dominate the family narrative, to paint me as the villain, had completely backfired. I didn't forgive them. I didn't soften. I didn't pretend the past hadn't happened. Instead, I maintained a firm boundary. They could no longer manipulate me, interfere with my life, or attempt to control my independence. Damien stopped showing up uninvited. Mara and Loren's attempts at casual manipulation, the subtle digs and thinly veiled guilt trips, were met with calm but unwavering refusal. In the months that followed, I continued to solidify my life. My house, which had been the initial spark for the conflict, became a symbol of everything I had built with my own effort. I focused on my career, my personal life, and my independence, completely free from their influence. My relationship with extended family improved as the truth of Mara and Loren's manipulation became clear, and Damien found himself isolated, his previous alliances fractured by his own arrogance and scheming. By the end, the situation was clear. Mara and Loren were discredited, both socially and legally. Their attempts to control and manipulate had failed completely. Damien had been publicly humiliated, his attempts to undermine me and dominate the family narrative exposed. I had full control over my life, my finances, and my home, completely independent of their interference. The family dynamic had shifted irreversibly. Any attempt by them to assert control was met with firm resistance and the knowledge that their lies and manipulations would no longer hold sway. In the end, I had built more than a house. I had built security, autonomy, and undeniable power over my own life. My parents and brother, who had once tried to make me their pawn, were left to confront the consequences of their entitlement and cruelty. And as I sit in my home, finally at peace, I realize that revenge was never about destruction for its own sake. It was about reclaiming what was always mine, making the manipulators see the cost of their arrogance, and ensuring that the next generation could no longer be trapped in their toxic cycle. The house stands, my career thrives, and for the first time, the family that once dictated my every move has no leverage, no authority, and no illusions of control. Their villainy is laid bare, and I am finally free. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this. For our anniversary, I cooked dinner. My wife said, "Wow, you're trying too hard for someone who barely counts." That was 3 months ago. Today, she asked why I didn't come home last night. I'm 28M, and my wife, Abby, is 29. We've been married for about 5 years now, and for the most part, things have always been fine. That's honestly the best way I can describe it, just fine. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but when we first got married, I had this feeling that it was going to be smooth sailing. We were always so in sync, or at least, I thought we were. But then something started changing a few months ago. It wasn't obvious at first, but now that I look back, there were small cracks forming in everything. At first, I convinced myself I was overthinking things. Then came our anniversary. And I swear, I don't know if it was that day that broke something between us, or if it was just the tipping point. It started weeks before. I had been planning for our anniversary, trying to make it special. I know, it's cliche to try to go all out for an anniversary, but I honestly thought it would be a nice gesture. I took the day off from work, went to the grocery store, and picked up all the ingredients to cook a fancy dinner. Abby had always mentioned she loved the idea of a home-cooked meal, so I thought this was my chance to really show her that I appreciated her, that I still cared, even though life had gotten busy. The plan was simple. I was going to cook her favorite dishes, set up the dining room with candles and flowers, and just make it a night where she could relax and enjoy. I put so much effort into making everything perfect, even down to the playlist I created, soft background music that I thought would set the mood. It was supposed to be this special evening, just the two of us. The night finally came. I had everything ready, the table was set, and I was waiting by the door for her to come home. When she walked in, I was excited, but there was something in her expression that immediately threw me off. She didn't even smile. She glanced around the room, then looked at me. "Wow, you're trying too hard for someone who barely counts," she said, her voice flat, but with this underlying tone that I couldn't ignore. I stood there, frozen. I honestly didn't know how to respond. I wasn't sure if she was joking, but the way she said it felt so serious. It wasn't the lighthearted tease I was used to. This felt different. I tried to brush it off. I just thought we could have a nice night. For our anniversary. She shrugged and walked past me into the living room, dropping her bag on the couch without a word. My stomach sank. Was she mad? Was this some weird way of expressing disappointment? I followed her into the living room, trying to salvage the evening. "Hey, Abby, is everything okay?" "You don't seem." "I'm fine," she interrupted, her voice suddenly sharp. "Honestly, I don't know why you went all out for this. We're both adults, and this isn't some fairy tale. It's just dinner." That stung. I felt like I had been slapped, even though she hadn't raised her voice. I wasn't sure what had changed. Was it really that big of a deal to her? I spent all this time, all this energy, and it felt like it meant nothing to her. And it wasn't just the anniversary dinner. It was everything. Dinner was quiet. Too quiet. The candles flickered between us, but the warmth in the room was gone. Abby didn't touch the food right away. She pushed her plate around with her fork, and I could tell she wasn't even tasting it. It didn't matter what I had made. It didn't matter how much I tried. She wasn't interested. I tried to talk about anything to change the mood. "Hey, I saw that movie you wanted to watch last weekend. We should make time to watch it together soon." She didn't even look up from her plate. "Yeah, sure." It felt like we were two strangers sharing a meal, and it was probably the most uncomfortable evening I had ever had with her. I couldn't tell if she was angry or just indifferent. When the night ended, there was no "thank you," no "I love you." She just went to bed, and I was left sitting there, wondering where things had gone wrong. The next few days didn't get any better. Abby was distant, and when we did talk, it was only about the most trivial things. I started to get frustrated. What had happened? Was I missing something? Did I do something wrong? I was confused, and I wanted to fix things. I had to fix things. I tried everything to get her to open up. I asked if she wanted to go out for coffee, or if she wanted to spend some time together, just the two of us. But she kept brushing me off. Every time I tried to talk, it felt like she was shutting me out. I couldn't shake the feeling that she was avoiding me, even though I hadn't done anything. It felt like I was invisible. A few weeks after the anniversary, things just kept getting colder. Abby and I barely spoke. It wasn't that we were fighting, exactly, but it was this unbearable silence that filled the house. I would come home, and she'd be on the couch, scrolling through her phone. She'd barely acknowledge me. I'd sit beside her, try to start a conversation, but it was like talking to a wall. Then one night, about 2 months ago, I came home later than usual. It was around 9:30 p.m. I'd stayed late at work, talking to a colleague about a project we were working on. I wasn't expecting anything from Abby, honestly. It had been a while since I felt like she wanted anything from me. But when I walked in, she was sitting in the living room, phone in hand, and she looked up as I walked in. Her face was blank, like she was waiting for something. "Where have you been?" she asked, her voice sharp. I froze for a moment. "I was at work." "I told you I was staying late." She raised an eyebrow. "It's almost 10 p.m. I didn't get a text. You didn't even call." I started to explain, but she cut me off. "I don't want to hear it. You just don't care, do you?" It was like a switch flipped. My chest tightened, and the anger I'd been holding in for weeks started to bubble up. "I do care, Abby, but it feels like you're not even trying anymore. You don't talk to me, you don't look at me, and you're acting like I'm the problem. What's going on?" She scoffed and stood up, walking toward the bedroom. "Whatever. Just drop it. I'm tired." I stood there for a moment, watching her walk away, and I knew this wasn't just a phase. Something was seriously wrong. Then, 3 months after that night, I received a text from Abby around 2 a.m. "Why didn't you come home last night?" I was stunned. What did she mean? I hadn't even thought to check in with her. I was at a friend's house, staying over after a long conversation. But she knew that. So why was she asking? I stared at the message for a while, unsure how to respond. It felt like everything had turned into some kind of game, and I didn't know the rules anymore. What was I supposed to say? Was I supposed to be sorry? Was she even sorry? I didn't know how to feel. I stood there, phone in hand, feeling the weight of her text pressed down on me. "Why didn't you come home last night?" It felt like a trap. The kind of trap you don't see coming but are still somehow caught in once it snaps shut. I had already been at my breaking point, and this felt like the last straw. But instead of replying right away, I did what I always do. I overthought. I stared at the screen, rereading the message over and over, wondering what she meant by it. She knew where I was. I had told her days earlier that I was going to stay at Marcus' place after work to talk about a project we were finishing up. She was well aware. So why was she asking this now, 3 hours later, as if I was some irresponsible child who couldn't be trusted? Something was off. I put my phone down for a second, running my hand over my face, feeling a growing sense of disbelief. I had been patient with her for months. I had tried everything I could think of to fix whatever was broken between us. And here she was, flipping the script and making me out to be the one at fault. I knew she was capable of being manipulative, but this? It was like she had shifted into another gear entirely. She wasn't just indifferent anymore. She wasn't just distant. Now, she was actively twisting things around, trying to paint herself as the innocent party while I was left to pick up the pieces of a relationship that had been slowly crumbling for months. I didn't want to get sucked into her web of drama. I didn't want to keep playing the same game where I had to second-guess every word she said, every action she took. But deep down, I felt like I had no choice. I replied to her text, my fingers shaking slightly as I typed. Abby, you knew where I was. We talked about this. I was at Marcus' place working. I'm not sure what this is about. A few moments passed. No response. I went to bed, but sleep didn't come easily. I kept staring at the ceiling, the silence in the room suffocating me. Was she really trying to push me away like this? Or was this some strange test to see how much I would fight for her, even when she'd been so cold and dismissive? Either way, I was done playing this game. I didn't text her again. I didn't chase her. I knew if I did, she'd just pull further away, playing that same tired card she always did. You don't understand me. You never have. The next morning, I was in the kitchen making breakfast when she walked in. I didn't say anything at first. I wasn't sure what to say anymore, and I didn't want to be the one to open that door if she wasn't ready to walk through it. She stood in the doorway for a moment, watching me like she was waiting for me to speak. When I didn't, she cleared her throat. I didn't hear from you last night. What was that about? I glanced at her briefly before returning my focus to the eggs I was scrambling. It was the kind of cold response I had gotten used to recently. I wasn't trying to make things worse, but I couldn't pretend everything was normal. You know where I was, Abby. I told you. I don't understand why you're making a big deal about this. She scoffed, folding her arms. It's just weird, okay? I don't like being kept in the dark, especially when you're gone all night. And it's not like you've been very present lately. That stung more than I was willing to admit. I put the spatula down, slowly turning to face her. What's that supposed to mean? She didn't flinch, didn't even seem to care that I was trying to hold my ground. It means that we don't talk anymore, Tom. You come home, we sit in silence, and you don't even try to ask how I'm feeling. You've checked out of this relationship, and I'm the only one who's trying to keep things together. Her words hit me like a punch in the gut. My mind reeled for a moment, trying to process what she was saying. Was I really the one who had checked out? Was she that far gone that she couldn't see what was happening? All those months of being ignored, of being treated like I didn't exist, suddenly flooded my mind. I took a breath, trying to calm the rising anger inside me. Abby, don't pretend like this is all my fault. You've barely said a word to me in weeks. You shut me out. You don't talk to me unless you're making some snide comment or criticizing something I've done. She narrowed her eyes, but there was no sign of guilt. No hint that she recognized her own role in all of this. I'm not criticizing you. I'm telling you how it is. You don't care anymore. That was the moment I knew I was done. I couldn't keep fighting for something that wasn't even there anymore. But I couldn't just let it go either. No, I needed to make her see that the games she was playing weren't going to work this time. Over the next few days, things started to feel different. I didn't reach out to her, not because I was angry, but because I realized that every time I tried to fix things, I was the one left exhausted. Abby had always been the one pulling the strings, making it seem like I was the one who didn't try enough. I stopped replying to her text right away. I took longer to respond. I didn't offer small talk when I came home. If she wasn't going to acknowledge what was happening between us, then why should I keep pretending everything was fine? I started making plans without her. I spent more time at work, got drinks with Marcus and other friends. I wasn't exactly out there enjoying myself, but I was busy enough not to think about her constantly. It felt oddly freeing to not have to chase her attention anymore. To not be at the mercy of her unpredictable moods, the sudden coldness followed by a demand for attention like she was the only one who mattered. If she wasn't going to put any effort into this relationship, then I wasn't going to either. A few days passed like this. She barely spoke to me unless it was necessary. When she did talk, it was the same old routine, picking at little things, saying how tired she was, how hard things had been for her. She still expected me to be the one to make things better, like it was my responsibility to fix everything. I didn't give in. I was tired of carrying the weight of this relationship by myself. I could tell she was noticing the shift. The silence between us grew heavier. The house, once filled with her constant chatter, now felt empty. And I didn't mind it. If anything, it felt like a break, even if I wasn't sure what I was taking a break from. I started to wonder if this was it. If this was what we had come to. Maybe I had given her all I had, and now she was just waiting for me to make the first move, as usual. But I wasn't going to. I wasn't going to be the one who fixed it. Not this time. Then came the night everything seemed to escalate. It was late, and I was on my way back from Marcus' place, still feeling the weight of everything that had been happening. I wasn't expecting her to be awake, but when I opened the door, I saw her sitting in the living room, staring at the wall. She didn't even look at me when I came in. I stood there for a moment, not sure if I should say something or just go to bed. She had this look on her face that was so familiar, the one that told me she was waiting for me to approach her, to make things right. But I wasn't going to fall into that trap again. Instead, I tossed my jacket onto the chair, walked into the kitchen to grab a drink, and then just stood there, feeling the silence stretch out between us. After a few minutes, she finally spoke, her voice soft but with a certain bite to it. "So, this is what it's come to?" I didn't respond immediately. I didn't need to explain myself anymore. It wasn't worth the energy. She stood up, her eyes narrowing. "I can't believe you're doing this, Tom. I thought you cared about me. But now, it's like I don't even exist to you." I didn't react. I didn't need to. "Are you just going to keep pretending that nothing's wrong?" She pushed, her tone rising. I turned around, finally meeting her gaze. "No, Abby, I'm not pretending. I'm just done pretending it's only my fault that this isn't working." Her eyes flickered with something, but I couldn't place it. Was it guilt? Or was it just frustration that she couldn't control the situation anymore? "This is ridiculous. You're just going to give up on us." "I'm not giving up. I'm just tired of carrying everything on my own while you do nothing but complain. You don't want to fix things. You want to keep me in this constant state of confusion so you can have something to hold over me." She froze, a sharp intake of breath. "You don't get it, do you?" Her voice dropped, more venomous than before. "I've been carrying this whole thing for months. You think I've been doing nothing? Maybe if you actually listened." I interrupted, now fully irritated. "What do you mean? You've been shutting me out this whole time. You don't communicate. You just throw things at me when it suits you. I can't do this anymore." The room went silent, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. I could see the wheels turning in her head as she tried to process what I had just said. For the first time in months, I didn't feel like I was the one who was wrong, and I could see her realizing that. I didn't wait for her to say anything else. I grabbed my phone and keys and walked out the door. I didn't tell her where I was going. I didn't care. I just needed space. When I got home, I threw my bag on the couch and sat down, my mind racing. That was when I heard it. A soft knock on the door. It wasn't like her to come after me. Not in the past few weeks, anyway. But now, she was out there, trying to break down my walls. I knew what was happening now. This wasn't just about her feeling neglected. This wasn't about her being upset. This was about control. This was about me finally standing my ground and her realizing she didn't have the power anymore. And that, I think, scared her. I didn't answer. I just let the knock echo in the quiet of the night. Then, the phone buzzed. A text from Abby. "Where are you? What's going on with us?" I stared at the screen, unsure of what to do next. I was done being her backup plan. But would she see it that way, too? Was it too late for us? Or was this the start of something new? Something where I didn't have to fight for her anymore? Before I could reply, there was another knock. Louder this time. And I realized I had one more choice to make. Would I go back in there and fix things? Or would I keep walking away, letting this mess play out on its own? My phone buzzed again. It was her. I stood there, staring at the text on my phone, feeling a deep sense of exhaustion settle in. I didn't know what I was supposed to do anymore. Abby had made it clear over the past few months that she couldn't, or wouldn't, see how much damage she had done. She convinced herself that I was the problem, the one who had checked out, the one who hadn't been putting in the effort. But the truth was, I had been putting in all the effort for far too long, and it was wearing me down. The knocks on the door continued, louder now, almost frantic. I knew what she was trying to do. She was trying to guilt me into coming back, into folding under the pressure. She always did. But this time, something in me had shifted. I wasn't going to give in. I wasn't going to let her dictate the terms of this relationship any longer. I sat on the couch, staring at the door, hearing the faint sound of her voice calling through the walls. "Tom." Please, just talk to me. I'm sorry, okay? I didn't mean to push you away. We can fix this, please. I closed my eyes, taking a slow breath. Part of me wanted to rush out and make everything right, to tell her that I was still here, that I still cared. But another part of me, the part that had been pushed aside for too long, wanted to stay where I was and let her feel the weight of her own actions. After what felt like an eternity, the knocking stopped. The silence that followed was suffocating. I knew she hadn't left, though. She couldn't leave without getting the last word in, without knowing she had some control over the situation. And that was when I decided this was it. I stood up, walked to the door, and opened it. Abby was standing there, her eyes red from crying, her hands trembling slightly. She looked up at me, a mix of hope and desperation in her gaze. "Tom," she whispered, "I'm sorry. I've been terrible, I know. But please, I don't want to lose you." I took a deep breath, looking at her for a long moment. I wasn't angry anymore. I wasn't hurt. I was just done. Done with the games. Done with the manipulation. Done with being the only one who cared enough to make things work. "Abby," I said quietly, "I've been saying this for months now. We've been falling apart for a long time. And every time I tried to fix it, you pulled away. You made it all about you, and I can't keep doing this. I can't keep pretending like everything's fine when it's not." She opened her mouth to say something, but I held up a hand to stop her. "No, Abby. I've heard all the excuses. The I'm sorries. The promises that things will change. But they never do. You always get your way. You always pull me back in when it suits you, and I'm tired. I'm done." Her face crumpled, the last vestiges of her control slipping away. "Tom, please. I love you." "I loved you too," I said, my voice steady but final. "But love isn't enough when one person is doing all the work. I need someone who's going to meet me halfway, not someone who treats me like a backup plan. I'm not doing this anymore." I watched her for a moment, as if expecting her to argue, to beg, to convince me otherwise. But she didn't. Instead, she just stood there, tears streaming down her face, her shoulders shaking. I sighed, stepping back from the door. "I think we're done here, Abby. You can stay, but I won't. I'm moving out." Her face twisted in shock. "What? You're really going to leave?" "I've already left," I replied, my voice colder than I intended. "This was over a long time ago. I'm just the last to realize it." I turned away, grabbed a bag I had already packed earlier, and walked out the door. I didn't look back. The next few weeks were a blur. I stayed with Marcus for a while, sorting out the mess in my head. I wasn't entirely sure what had kept me in that relationship for as long as I had. Maybe it was the hope that things would get better, that she would change. But I realized that I had been lying to myself all along. The love I had for her had faded a long time ago, buried under a mountain of resentment and unmet expectations. Abby tried to contact me a few times after I left. She sent texts, voicemails, even showed up at Marcus' place once, demanding to talk. But I didn't engage. I wasn't cruel, but I wasn't going to let her back into my life either. Finally, after a couple of weeks, I got a text from her that simply said, "I'm sorry, Tom. I hope you find what you're looking for. I won't bother you again." And that was it. I never saw Abby again after that. A few months later, I found out she had moved on, found someone new. I didn't feel angry or relieved or anything really. I just felt free. It took me a while to process everything that had happened, but in the end, I knew it was the right choice. Walking away wasn't just about her. It was about me. It was about finding peace with myself and not settling for a relationship that was one-sided. I wasn't perfect. I'd made my mistakes, but I wasn't going to let anyone make me feel like I didn't matter. And for the first time in a long time, I felt like I could breathe again. I'm Alex, 38 years old, and I never thought I'd be the one to walk away from Christmas dinner. But that night, everything finally came to a head, and I'm still trying to make sense of it all. My family has always been complicated, but lately, the tension felt unbearable. I'm the middle child, older brother Jason, younger sister Emily. Dad remarried about 4 years ago after Mom passed away, and honestly, the new wife, Melissa, has been nothing but a poison in the family's life. Dad acts like everything is perfect when she's around, but everyone else knows the truth. She's manipulative, entitled, and her toxic influence on Dad has only grown worse over time. This Christmas was supposed to be a fresh start. Dad had invited all of us to his house for the first time since the pandemic began. I wanted to believe things might improve. But from the moment I stepped inside, I could feel the coldness. Dad greeted me with that practiced smile, but his eyes flicked past me quickly. Melissa was there, obviously waiting to make sure she was the center of attention. She barely acknowledged my wife and kids, instead focusing on making sure the house looked perfect. Everything had to be just right for her, down to the placement of the napkins. I kept trying to make small talk, hoping to smooth things over. But Jason was distant, barely even looking at me. It felt like the old rivalry, but sharper, more poisonous. Over the last few months, he'd sent me snide messages, complaining about how I wasn't pulling my weight, how Dad was worried about the family business, and subtly blaming me for Dad's stress. The truth was, Dad's business had been struggling, but I had no control over that. What I did know was that Melissa had been interfering more and more, and Dad seemed to hang on her every word. Dinner was set in the formal dining room. The table looked like a magazine spread, fine china, crystal glasses, perfectly folded napkins. But beneath the surface, the atmosphere was tense, brittle. As we all took our seats, I noticed Jason lingering near the front door. I thought he might say something, maybe try to make peace, but then, out of nowhere, he locked the door. The sharp click echoed in the room, and all eyes turned toward him. "You're not welcome here tonight," Jason said, without any trace of hesitation. My heart sank. I looked at Dad, hoping for support, or even just a sign that he was on my side. But Dad just smiled. That cold, satisfied smile he reserves for moments when he's playing favorites or watching a game unfold. Without saying a word, he slid my plate across the table, not to me, but to Melissa, who smiled smugly as she accepted it. I sat there, stunned. My own father had just handed my dinner to the woman who had made it clear for years that I was an inconvenience, a problem, someone to be ignored. My wife's eyes met mine, full of shock and hurt. My kids were confused, clutching each other's hands tightly. I didn't argue. I didn't yell or try to explain. I took a deep breath, stood up, and told my wife quietly, "Let's go." As I walked out the door, I pulled out my phone and opened an email draft I had been composing for weeks. It was a detailed account of everything I'd uncovered about Dad's finances, how money had been siphoned off to fund Melissa's extravagant lifestyle, how important company decisions were being made behind closed doors without Dad's knowledge, or with his reluctant approval, clouded by Melissa's manipulation. I hit send. That email went out to several family members, close friends, and a few business associates. 10 minutes later, as we were getting into the car, I got a flood of texts. Half the guests just left. Dad is furious. Melissa is screaming. That night, my family fractured in ways I never imagined possible. After I left Dad's house that night, the car was quiet except for the hum of the engine. My wife, Emma, glanced at me several times, eyes full of questions she didn't want to ask yet. My kids, Lily and Max, were unusually subdued, clutching their blankets in the back seat. I wanted to tell them it was nothing to worry about, that family dinners didn't always go smoothly, but honestly, I wasn't sure how to explain what had just happened. For years, I tried to ignore the tension, hoping it was just a phase, hoping Dad's new marriage might bring some peace. Instead, it was like watching a slow-burning fire consume everything I'd known about my family. The email I'd sent was no off-the-cuff message. For months, I'd been quietly piecing together a picture of what was really going on behind the scenes at Dad's company. The truth was ugly. Melissa had managed to worm her way into the family business in ways nobody suspected. At first, it seemed harmless, a few suggestions here and there, a bit of help with budgeting. But those suggestions quickly turned into decisions, and those decisions led to money vanishing, projects stalling, and key clients walking away. Dad's finances were a mess, but the worst part wasn't just the money. It was how Melissa and Jason had been actively working to shut me out, gaslighting me into feeling like I was the problem. My calls were ignored, meetings canceled without notice, my ideas dismissed before I could even finish pitching them. Jason's messages about me being lazy or irresponsible were only the most obvious signs of a campaign to discredit me. That night, Sitting in the quiet car with my family, I felt a strange mixture of relief and dread. The truth was out. The email was sent. There was no going back. The fallout started almost immediately. The next morning, my phone blew up with messages and missed calls. Some were from shocked family members who hadn't known the full story. Others were from business contacts appalled by what I'd uncovered. But what hit hardest were the calls I didn't answer, the ones from Dad and Jason. I knew exactly what they wanted. To convince me to take back the email, to smooth things over, and pretend everything was fine. But I couldn't. I wasn't naive. I'd seen too much damage. Melissa wasn't just some innocent outsider. She was a calculated manipulator, and Jason had become her loyal enforcer. They worked together like a well-oiled machine to isolate me. One call came late afternoon. Dad's voice was low, tired, but laced with that old charm that once made him seem like a safe harbor. "Alex, son, can we talk? Just you and me." I hesitated but agreed. Maybe it was the part of me that still wanted a family. We met at a quiet cafe downtown, the kind with soft jazz in the background and private booths. Dad looked older than I remembered, more worn. But the tiredness in his eyes was mixed with something else. Guilt, maybe, or shame. "I don't know what Melissa's been telling you," he started slowly. "But she's not the enemy here. I'm sorry you feel pushed out." I looked him in the eye. "Dad, I'm not making this up. The money disappearing, the project stalling, Jason shutting me out, it's all connected. And you need to see how deep it goes." He sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. "I love your mother, Alex. Losing her was hard. Melissa, she's brought me back to life in a way. But maybe I've been blind." It was the closest thing to an apology I'd heard, but the doubt in his voice told me it wouldn't be enough. Back home that evening, the house felt heavier. Emma was worried about the backlash, but she stood by me. Lily and Max seemed to sense something was wrong, asking gentle questions about why Grandpa didn't want to see us anymore. I wanted to shield them from the storm, but the storm was already inside. Then the messages started from family friends and distant relatives, half supportive, half horrified. Word was spreading fast. Melissa's retaliation was subtle but brutal. She started calling Dad with long, tearful complaints about how I was trying to destroy the family. She painted me as the villain, the troublemaker stirring up chaos. And Jason? He doubled down. Texts accusing me of betrayal, claiming I was trying to ruin Christmas and Dad's legacy. A week later, I got an invitation to a family meeting. I knew what it meant. It was held at Dad's house, Melissa's territory. I walked in, and the atmosphere was suffocating. Dad looked strained, Melissa smug, and Jason was like a hawk, watching my every move. The room was filled with relatives I barely knew, all looking at me like I was the outsider, the criminal. Melissa began speaking, her voice calm but icy. "We're here because Alex has caused irreparable harm to the family's reputation and business. We want to give him a chance to make things right." I shook my head. "This isn't about damage control. This is about truth. And if the truth hurts, that's on you." That's when Jason stood up, towering over me. "You've gone too far this time, Alex. Dad trusted you once, but Melissa and I have had to pick up the pieces after your selfishness nearly destroyed everything." The room murmured in agreement. I could feel the walls closing in, but I refused to back down. After the meeting, I left quietly, my mind racing. Melissa's poison had spread, turning people against me. Dad, trapped somewhere between love and manipulation, had chosen to side with her and Jason. I wasn't sure how much more I could take. The tension kept building, until one day, I received a letter from Dad's lawyer. They wanted me to sign a document giving up all claims to the company and family estate. It was the final move to silence me. But I wasn't done yet. I started planning my next move. After the lawyer's letter arrived, I knew this wasn't just about business. It was personal. The family wasn't just trying to protect Dad's company. They were trying to erase me completely. It stung in ways I hadn't expected. But instead of backing down, something inside me shifted. I decided this time, I wasn't going to let them win. For years, I had been the quiet one, the problem child who didn't fit their mold. But now, armed with the truth and a growing network of allies, I began planning. The first step was gathering evidence. I dug through emails, bank statements, and contracts I had quietly collected over the months. It wasn't just about exposing Melissa's greed or Jason's cruelty anymore. It was about showing how they manipulated Dad, exploited his trust, and nearly bankrupted the family business. One evening, I sat at my desk surrounded by piles of papers and digital files, piecing it all together. Each document revealed a deeper layer of betrayal. Melissa had been funneling money into personal accounts overseas. Jason had signed off on shady deals behind Dad's back. Even some family friends, the ones who had appeared supportive, were involved. I realized this was bigger than a family feud. It was a web of lies spun so tightly that it nearly suffocated everything Dad had built. Next, I reached out to the employees at the company, people Melissa and Jason hadn't thought to watch. Some were scared, others resentful of the toxic atmosphere Melissa created. Slowly, they began to share their own stories: missed paychecks, unexplained budget cuts, decisions that made no sense. Together, we built a case, not just financial but moral. The company's culture had been poisoned. Meanwhile, the family kept turning up the heat. Melissa sent me thinly veiled threats via emails and messages, warning me to stop digging and think about Dad's health. Jason took every opportunity to undermine me publicly. Even at family gatherings, I wasn't invited to anymore. Their goal was clear: isolate me, discredit me, make me feel powerless. But their arrogance was my advantage. They underestimated how much I'd prepared. I also hired a forensic accountant. This was no longer just about exposing wrongdoing. It was about building a rock-solid legal case. The accountant's findings were damning: fraudulent transactions, fake invoices, and money trail that led directly to Melissa's private accounts. This wasn't some petty family squabble anymore. This was a full-scale battle. Then came the turning point. At a networking event for local business leaders, I quietly handed a copy of the forensic report and a detailed summary of the situation to a well-respected journalist known for investigative work. I didn't expect an immediate explosion. The journalist promised to review the materials carefully and promised discretion. But I could see the gears turning. My family's carefully constructed facade was about to crack. At the same time, I made sure the company's board of directors was informed. Some were shocked. Some felt betrayed. A few admitted they'd suspected something but didn't know how deep the rot went. Suddenly, I was no longer alone. There were whispers at the company about a possible shakeup. Melissa and Jason could feel it too. Their confident smirks started to fade. Back at the family home, things grew even tenser. Dad's health took a noticeable downturn, which Melissa used to play the victim. She portrayed herself as the devoted wife fighting for the family's survival against my slander. Jason was the ever-loyal son, rallying relatives to his side with sob stories about how I was tearing the family apart. But the cracks were visible. Behind closed doors, I heard from family members who had begun to question Melissa's stories. Some were quietly expressing regret for how they treated me. And then came the family Christmas party. It was supposed to be a reunion, a show of unity. Instead, it turned into a powder keg. Melissa insisted on hosting it at their house again, as if nothing had happened. I debated going. Part of me wanted to stand my ground. Another part wanted to see if there was any chance for reconciliation. In the end, I decided to go, but with a plan. On the night of the party, I arrived early, carrying a folder with copies of key documents. Melissa greeted me with that same icy smile, eyes narrowing slightly. Jason was nowhere to be seen initially, which was suspicious. The guests arrived, some old family friends, some distant relatives, many of whom had heard whispers of the scandal but didn't know the details. As dinner progressed, I quietly slipped the evidence to a few trusted allies among the guests, people I knew could be counted on. When the main course was served, Melissa took center stage, launching into a rehearsed speech about family, loyalty, and standing together through hardship. Her words were hollow. The tension in the room was palpable. Then, mid-sentence, my phone buzzed with a message. It was from the journalist. Publishing tomorrow morning. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. People started whispering, glancing at each other nervously. Melissa's face lost its color. She mouthed something to Dad, who looked stunned. Jason finally appeared, clearly agitated, but he kept his composure as best he could. I cleared my throat and stood. Before this night goes any further, I have something to share. I laid out the facts calmly, showing the evidence, explaining the financial mismanagement, the lies, and the betrayal. At first, the room was silent, disbelief written on every face. Then came questions, murmurs, and shifting eyes. Melissa tried to interrupt, but no one listened. For the first time in years, the truth was in the open. The moment I finished laying out the evidence, The room felt like it shifted on its axis. It was as if a heavy, invisible weight had settled over everyone present, a mixture of disbelief, shock, and the kind of tension you can almost taste in the air. The polished dining room, once filled with the quiet hum of polite conversation, now felt claustrophobic and cold. Some guests exchanged uneasy glances, their eyes darting around the room as if searching for a way to escape the sudden heaviness. Others leaned forward, mouths slightly open, their expressions caught between incredulity and dawning horror. It was clear that many had no idea how deep the rot ran, how far the betrayal stretched. Melissa's face was the most telling. At first, it drained of color, the sharpness of her carefully applied makeup barely masking the shock and fury beneath. Her lips pressed into a thin line, and I could see her nostrils flare as she struggled to find words. When she finally spoke, her voice wavered, betraying the calm she desperately tried to project. But every time she opened her mouth, the room erupted with murmurs and pointed questions from others, people unwilling to let her drown out the truth with her rehearsed excuses. Her attempts to interrupt were met with subtle shakes of heads and voices rising in quiet disbelief, as if the collective will of the room had shifted to silence her. Dad sat there at the head of the table, hands clenched tightly around his napkin as though it were the only thing grounding him. His posture was rigid, almost statuesque, but when I looked into his eyes, I saw something fragile beneath the surface: confusion, pain, and the heartbreaking struggle of a man torn between the love he felt for Melissa and the painful truth he was forced to confront. Jason, who usually carried himself with the confidence of someone untouchable, looked different. The bravado was gone. His jaw tightened, lips pressed into a thin, almost grim line. The arrogance was replaced by something raw, unease, maybe even fear. I could see cracks in his facade, tiny fissures that hinted at a man starting to realize the ground beneath him was crumbling. A longtime family friend finally broke the silence. His voice was low but carried a firm, almost stern quality as he asked, "Alex, if what you're saying is true, why didn't you say anything sooner? Why let it fester for so long?" I scanned the room slowly, locking eyes with several people, many who had once quietly taken Melissa and Jason's side, perhaps out of loyalty or convenience. I felt the weight of years of isolation in that moment, the ache of being the outsider in my own family. "I tried," I said, my voice steady despite the lump in my throat. "I really did. But they made sure no one would listen. I gathered this evidence because it was the only way to make the truth impossible to ignore." What happened next felt almost surreal. Melissa suddenly stood, her chair scraping loudly against the polished floor. Her heels clicked sharply as she strode toward the kitchen, her shoulders tense, lips pressed tightly together. Behind her, Jason followed, his voice rising in anger as he shouted words I couldn't quite catch. Dad remained seated, his face a turbulent mix of heartbreak and dawning realization. After a long moment, his voice broke the silence, trembling slightly. I never wanted any of this to come to light. But now, I can't ignore it." He turned slowly toward Melissa and Jason, who had reappeared at the doorway, their faces pale but filled with anger and defeat. "Melissa, this isn't just your fault," he said quietly but firmly. "But your actions have caused damage, deep damage. Jason, you should have protected this family. Instead, you enabled this." The silence that followed felt almost unbearable, a heavy pause that seemed to stretch on forever. The fallout was swift and unforgiving. The very next morning, the journalist's exposé went live online. The article laid bare everything: the financial mismanagement, the hidden accounts, the toxic grip Melissa and Jason had on Dad and the company. It didn't take long for the story to ripple through the local business community, quickly spreading across social media platforms and stirring heated conversations. Within hours, the company's board of directors convened an emergency meeting. The verdict was unanimous and swift. Melissa was stripped of all decision-making authority, and Jason was suspended pending a thorough internal investigation. Dad was devastated, but finally began to accept the harsh reality he had long avoided. In a quiet, heartfelt moment, he apologized to me personally and asked for my help to repair what had been broken. As for Melissa and Jason, they became pariahs. Relatives who had previously ignored or defended their behavior now kept a cautious distance. Their desperate attempts to rally support among extended family members fell flat, and even the most loyal of their allies quietly withdrew. Melissa moved out of Dad's house within weeks, retreating to a modest apartment in the city, far from the family she had once tried to control. Jason's career at the company ended in disgrace. Doors that once seemed wide open now slammed shut. For me, the journey was exhausting but necessary. Over the following months, I worked closely with Dad to rebuild the business and restore trust among employees, clients, and the community. It was a slow, painstaking process, filled with long days and difficult conversations, but gradually, the wounds began to heal. The following Christmas was completely different. Instead of a grand, tense gathering filled with hidden agendas and simmering resentments, it was a small, intimate affair. Dad, Emma, Lily, Max, Emily, and I gathered quietly at our home. There was no pretense, no manipulation, just family. We shared stories, laughter, and meals that didn't carry the weight of unspoken grudges. For the first time in years, the holiday felt peaceful. Looking back, I have no regrets about standing up for the truth. Melissa and Jason chose their path. They tried to silence me, to destroy everything Dad built. They failed. I don't believe in forgiving them for what they did. The damage was too deep, the betrayal too great. But I do believe in moving forward, in protecting what truly matters. This story is over. The scars remain, reminders of a painful past, but alongside them is a strength I didn't know I had. The strength to fight for my family, my integrity, and the future I want to build. Thanks for reading. If you're facing something similar, hold on to your truth. It's the most powerful thing you have. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this. I did not plan to come home that late on Christmas Eve. The roads were slow, the snow had started coming down harder than the forecast promised, and by the time I pulled onto my parents' street, the dashboard clock read 9:42 p.m. The trunk of my car was packed tight with gifts I had carefully budgeted for over the past few months, wrapped in paper I thought my nieces would like, plus a couple of bottles of wine I knew my dad pretended not to care about, but always drank anyway. Snow clung to my coat when I stepped out of the car, the cold biting through my gloves. And for a second, I just stood there, breathing out fog and looking at the house I grew up in. All the windows were dark. No tree lights. No music. No shadows moving behind the curtains. Just one yellow glow coming from the kitchen. That should have been my first warning. I am David, 32 years old, and I live about 3 hours away from my family now. Not far enough to be the distant relative, but far enough that I'm not part of the everyday rhythm anymore. I come home for major holidays, birthdays if I can manage it, and the occasional weekend when guilt gets loud enough to override my common sense. Christmas has always been non-negotiable. At least, that's what I told myself every year, even when it felt like I was putting in more effort than anyone else seemed to notice. I unlocked the front door quietly, more out of habit than intention, and stepped inside. The house smelled faintly of cold food and cleaning spray, like someone had rushed through after a gathering and tried to erase the evidence. My boots left wet marks on the entryway rug. I called out a soft hello, expecting someone to answer, maybe my mom from the living room or my sister from upstairs. No one did. The kitchen light was on, harsh and unwelcoming, and that's where I saw my uncle. He was sitting at the table in his winter jacket, hunched over a plate of what looked like leftover stuffing, eating it straight from the dish with a fork. The turkey platter was empty on the counter, foil loosely draped over it like an afterthought. He looked up when he heard me, froze for half a second, and then gave me a look that was equal parts awkward and annoyed, as if I had interrupted something inconvenient. "Oh," he said. Then, after a pause, "They didn't tell you?" Those 4 words landed harder than the cold. I stood there, still wearing my coat, still holding my car keys, snow melting down my collar, trying to process what he meant. Tell me what? That dinner had already happened? That everyone had left early? That I had misread the plan entirely? My uncle went back to his stuffing like the conversation was over, like whatever I had missed was obvious and not worth explaining. "Tell me what?" I asked, keeping my voice even. He shrugged, a small, careless movement. "Guess you just missed it." Missed it. Christmas Eve dinner. The thing we had talked about 2 weeks ago on the phone. The thing my mom had said would start later this year, so I could drive in after work. I glanced at the counter again. The sink was full of dishes. The trash was overflowing with crumpled wrapping paper and napkins. This wasn't a small gathering that ended early. This was Christmas. Without me. I checked my phone, suddenly aware of how quiet the house was. No missed calls. No texts. Nothing that said plans had changed or that I should not bother rushing. My last message from my sister, sent that morning, was a simple drive safe. That was it. I asked where everyone was, and my uncle gestured vaguely with his fork. Your parents went to bed. Your sister left with the kids. Long day, you know how it is. I didn't know how it was. I always knew how it was. Things happened, decisions got made, and I was expected to adjust without complaint. I stood there for another minute, feeling ridiculous with my gifts still in the car, then muttered something about unpacking and went upstairs to the room that used to be mine. The bed was made too neatly, like a guest room. The little desk where I used to do homework was gone, replaced with a treadmill no one used. I sat down and stared at the wall for a long time. The next morning, Christmas Day, was polite. Too polite. Everyone acted like nothing unusual had happened. My mom hugged me and said, "Oh good, you made it," like I had arrived exactly when expected. My sister handed me a mug of coffee and talked about traffic. No one mentioned the night before unless I did, and when I tried, the answers were vague. We thought you were coming later. It got so cold, we didn't want to wait. We assumed you'd understand. That word again. Assumed. I gave out my gifts anyway. I smiled in the photos. I laughed at the jokes I had heard my entire life. But something had shifted. I felt like a guest who overstayed, not a son or a brother. When I left 2 days later, no one asked when I'd be back. For days after that, my phone started buzzing. It began with a missed call from my sister. Then a text from my mom asking if I had a minute to talk. Then another call, this time from my dad. I was at work, in the middle of a meeting, and I watched the notifications stack up like they were suddenly urgent in a way I apparently hadn't been. When I finally stepped outside and called back, my mom answered immediately, her voice tight and overly cheerful at the same time. She said they needed my help with something. Something important. She didn't explain what, only that it would be easier if I came back home for a few days. My sister texted separately, saying, "Please call me. It's about the house." The house. The same house that had gone dark on Christmas Eve without a second thought for whether I was inside it or not. I stood there in the cold, phone pressed to my ear, watching my breath fog up the air again, and for the first time in a long while, I did not rush to reassure them. I did not say yes right away. I told my mom I would think about it, which earned a pause on the line so long I could hear her breathing. That pause told me more than her words ever had. I did not go back right away. That alone seemed to confuse them. For most of my adult life, I had been predictable in one very specific way. When my family needed something, I showed up. It did not matter if it cost me time, money, or sleep. I rearranged work schedules. I drove long distances on short notice. I absorbed inconvenience quietly and told myself that this was just how family worked. So when I told my mom I needed a day or two to think, her silence carried more weight than any argument could have. The next 24 hours were a steady drip of pressure. My sister sent another text, longer this time, explaining that things were a bit complicated and that everyone was stressed. My dad left a voicemail saying it would mean a lot to him if I could come by. My uncle, the same one I had found eating cold stuffing in the kitchen, sent me a message that simply said, "We could really use you right now." No explanation. No acknowledgement of how strange it was that I had apparently gone from an afterthought to a necessity in the span of 4 days. I agreed to come back for the weekend. Part of me wanted answers. Another part of me, the older, more exhausted part, wanted to see how far this pattern would go if I stopped smoothing the edges for them. I packed light this time. No gifts. No extras. Just a bag and my laptop, in case work followed me home. When I pulled into the driveway, the house looked different. Not physically. Not in any obvious way, but there was a tension in the air that I felt before I even turned off the engine. My mom met me at the door almost immediately, like she had been watching through the window. She hugged me too tightly and too briefly, then stepped back and said, "We're so glad you're here," in a tone that sounded more like relief than affection. Inside, everyone was already gathered. My sister sat at the dining table with her laptop open, papers spread out around her like she was studying for an exam. My dad stood near the window, arms crossed, staring out into the yard even though there was nothing to see. My uncle was there too, leaning against the counter, arms folded, watching me like I was late for something important. No one asked how the drive was. We did not sit down right away. That was another thing that stood out. Usually, there was coffee or at least the suggestion of it. This time, my mom went straight to the point. She said they needed help sorting out some paperwork related to the house. She said it casually, like it was a small administrative inconvenience, but the way my sister avoided eye contact told a different story. What kind of paperwork? I asked. There was a pause. Not the same kind as before, but close. My dad finally turned around and said something about refinancing. My sister jumped in quickly, talking over him, explaining that interest rates were changing and that it made sense to adjust things now rather than later. The words came fast, rehearsed. I had the distinct impression that this explanation had been practiced. I listened. I nodded. I asked careful questions. The answers were vague. Too vague. Eventually, my sister slid a document across the table toward me. "We just need you to look this over," she said. "You're good with this kind of thing. I am not a lawyer. I am not a financial expert. But I am the only one in my family who reads contracts all the way through. I have always been that person. The one who asks inconvenient questions, who notices clauses everyone else skips. Growing up, they used to joke that I was paranoid. As an adult, they called it being thorough, but only when it benefited them. I skimmed the first page, then the second. My name was there. Not just as a witness. Not just as an emergency contact. As a guarantor. I looked up slowly. Why is my name on this? My sister smiled, but it did not reach her eyes. Oh, that's just a formality. The bank wanted someone with good credit on file. A formality. The same word they used for forgetting to tell me Christmas dinner had started without me. I kept reading. The document was not just about refinancing. It was about restructuring ownership. The house. The same house my parents had always talked about as the family home. The same house I had helped pay for repairs on over the years. The same house I had assumed, perhaps foolishly, would eventually be split evenly, or at least discussed openly. The plan, as it was written, transferred the majority of the equity to my sister. Not immediately, but gradually, through a series of adjustments that would make it nearly impossible to undo later. My role was to back the loan and absorb the risk without gaining any of the benefit. I asked them, calmly, why this was being done without my knowledge. My mom sighed and said something about my sister needing stability. She mentioned the kids. She said it just made sense. My dad added that I was doing well on my own, that I did not need the house the way my sister did. My uncle nodded along, as if this was all obvious and reasonable. I reminded them that no one had talked to me about this before, that I had not been part of the conversation, that my name was being used in a way that could affect my financial future. My sister's tone shifted then. The warmth dropped away. She said I was overreacting. She said I was making things difficult. She said, "This is why we didn't want to bring it up earlier. You always turn things into a big deal." That sentence hurt more than I expected, not because it was new, but because it confirmed something I had been trying not to see for years. They had not forgotten to include me. They had chosen not to. The argument escalated slowly, like water heating on a stove. No one raised their voice at first. They repeated themselves. They minimized my concerns. They reframed my hesitation as selfishness. My mom said I should be grateful they trusted me enough to ask. My dad said family does not nickel and dime each other. My sister said, we all make sacrifices. I asked what sacrifice she was making. That is when the room went quiet. She looked at me then, really looked at me, and for a moment I thought she might soften. Instead, she said, "You don't even live here anymore. You barely show up. Why should you have a say?" There it was. The thing that had been sitting beneath every interaction, every assumption, every exclusion. I was useful when I was convenient, invisible when I was not. I stood up and told them I was not signing anything until I had time to review it properly. I said I would talk to someone independent. I said this calmly, without accusation. I expected pushback. What I did not expect was how quickly the tone turned. My uncle scoffed and said I was holding everyone hostage. My sister accused me of trying to sabotage her family. My mom's voice shook as she said she did not understand how I could do this to them after everything they had done for me. My dad stayed quiet, which in some ways was worse. Then my sister said it. Not loudly, not angrily, almost casually. "If you don't help us with this," she said, "we'll have to rethink how involved you are with the family. We can't keep planning around someone who isn't really committed." Rethink how involved I was. like I was a subscription they could cancel. I looked around the room and realized that this was not a negotiation. It was an ultimatum. They had already decided what they wanted. My presence here was not about discussion or fairness. It was about pressure, about leveraging guilt and obligation until I complied. I gathered my things and told them I needed air. I went outside, stood in the cold again, just like I had on Christmas Eve, and tried to steady my breathing. Snow crunched under my shoes. The house behind me was warm and bright, full of people who claimed to love me. A few minutes later, my dad came out. He put a hand on my shoulder and said quietly, "You know this would make things easier for everyone." I asked him if he thought it was fair. He hesitated, then said, "Fair isn't always the point." That was the moment something in me finally broke. Not loudly, not dramatically, just a clean, sharp crack, like ice giving way underfoot. I nodded, told him I understood, and went back inside to collect my bag. As I was heading toward the door, my sister called after me and said, "Don't make this a bigger problem than it needs to be." I did not respond. Later that night, alone in a hotel room a few miles away, I opened my laptop and started reading the document again, more carefully this time. The deeper I went, the clearer it became that this was not just about convenience or helping family. There were dates, clauses, and signatures already in place that suggested this plan had been in motion long before Christmas, long before anyone pretended to need my input. There was one page, buried near the end, that made my stomach drop. A section that referenced an agreement I had supposedly consented to months earlier. An agreement I had never seen. I stared at my own name printed neatly at the bottom of the page, next to a signature that looked just close enough to mine to pass at a glance. And that was when I realized this was no longer about being overlooked or taken for granted. This was something else entirely. I did not sleep that night. I lay on the stiff hotel mattress staring at the ceiling, replaying everything over and over again, like my brain was convinced that if it ran the footage enough times, some hidden explanation would appear. Something reasonable. Something that made it all make sense. But every time I reached the part with the document, with my name and that almost my signature, my chest tightened all over again. By morning, the shock had settled into something heavier. I called in sick to work. I told my manager I had a family emergency, which was technically true, even if I did not yet have the language to describe it. I ordered coffee I barely drank and sat at the small desk by the window, laptop open, document pulled up again. In daylight, without the emotional noise of the night before, it was even worse. The structure of it, the timing, the way my involvement was framed as a given, not a request. This had not been thrown together in a panic after Christmas. This had been planned. That realization hit me harder than the confrontation itself. I had spent years believing that I was accidentally overlooked, that the slights were unintentional, the exclusions just poor communication. Seeing how methodical this was forced me to confront a truth I had avoided. I was not forgotten. I was being used. I called a lawyer that afternoon. Not someone connected to the family. Not a friend of a friend. Someone neutral. I sent the document over and waited. When she called me back, her tone was careful, professional, but there was an edge there that made my stomach drop. She told me there were serious issues. She told me I should not sign anything. She told me that if the signature was not mine, then I needed to be very careful about what I did next. She also told me something that stayed with me long after the call ended. The fact that they had brought this to me now suggested they were running out of options. I went back to my apartment that evening feeling hollowed out. The drive was a blur. When I got home, I dropped my bag by the door and sat on the floor with my back against the couch, staring at nothing. I did not call anyone. I did not answer texts. I let my phone buzz until it went quiet. That was the lowest point. Not the anger, not the betrayal, the emptiness afterward. The moment when the image I had carried of my family for 3 decades finally collapsed, and there was nothing underneath it to soften the fall. The next few weeks were rough. I stopped sleeping properly. I replayed conversations from years ago with new context, seeing patterns I had dismissed at the time. The jokes about me being the reliable one. The comments about how I did not need help because I was good on my own. The way my contributions were treated as expected, not appreciated. My family noticed my withdrawal quickly. The messages shifted tone. At first, they were concerned, then confused, then irritated. My sister sent long texts explaining how stressed she was. My mom left voicemails that alternated between guilt and reassurance. My dad sent a single message that said, "We need to talk like adults." I did not respond. Instead, I focused on getting through each day. I went to work. I met deadlines. I smiled when necessary. On the outside, I was functional. On the inside, I was quietly dismantling the version of myself that had believed loyalty meant self-sacrifice without limits. One night, while sorting through old files on my computer, I found a folder labeled Family. Inside were scanned receipts, bank transfers, emails, things I had saved over the years without much thought, money I had sent for repairs, payments I had made when someone came up short, messages thanking me for bailing us out again. I stared at that folder for a long time. For the first time, I did not see it as evidence of my generosity. I saw it as a record, a timeline, proof that my involvement had not been casual or occasional. It had been consistent, substantial, measurable. Something shifted then. I stopped thinking in terms of what I had lost and started thinking in terms of what I still controlled. I began rebuilding quietly, methodically. I updated my financial records. I locked down my credit. I pulled my reports and flagged anything unfamiliar. I followed the lawyer's advice and documented everything. Dates, messages, calls. I stopped engaging emotionally and started observing. The distance gave me clarity. Without the constant pull of family expectations, I had time. Time to think. Time to rest. Time to notice how much mental energy I had been spending on managing other people's comfort. I started going to the gym again, not to punish myself, but to burn off the restless energy that had nowhere else to go. I slept better. I ate better. I stopped apologizing for things that were not my fault. Work became a refuge. I took on a project I had been hesitant about before, something that required focus and confidence. I did well. My manager noticed. Opportunities opened up. Small ones at first, then bigger. Nothing dramatic, but steady. Real. My family, meanwhile, grew more insistent. The requests returned, dressed up as concern. My mom asked if I was okay. My sister asked if we could talk things out. My uncle sent another message about clearing the air. None of them mentioned the document directly. None of them acknowledged the signature. It was as if they believed that if they avoided the issue long enough, I would step back into my old role without question. I did not. The real turning point came on a quiet Tuesday evening, weeks later. I was making dinner when my phone rang. My sister's name flashed on the screen. I almost let it go to voicemail, but something told me to answer. She did not waste time with pleasantries. She told me they were having issues with the bank. She said the refinancing was stalled. She said everyone was stressed. Then she said, "We really need you to stop dragging this out." I asked her, calmly, if she wanted to explain the signature. There was a pause. A long one. She said she did not know what I was talking about. I told her I had spoken to a lawyer. I told her I had a copy of the document. I told her I knew the agreement referenced something I had never seen. I did not accuse her directly. I did not raise my voice. I just stated facts. Her tone changed instantly. She accused me of threatening the family. She said I was blowing things out of proportion. She said I was trying to scare them. She said, "You always think you're smarter than everyone else." That comment, oddly enough, did not hurt. It clarified. I told her I would not be involved in anything further unless everything was transparent and in writing. I told her all communication should go through my lawyer. Then I hung up. After that, the messages slowed. The silence that followed was different from before. Not empty. Protective. I realized I was no longer waiting for their approval. I was no longer hoping for an apology. I was standing on my own ground for the first time, and it felt steadier than I expected. But the story was not over. Because while I had been rebuilding my sense of self, my family had been doing something else entirely. Something I did not find out about until a few days later, when an unexpected email landed in my inbox. An email that made my hands go cold as I read the subject line and recognized the sender. It was not from my parents. It was not from my sister. It was from the bank. And it made one thing very clear. They had decided to move forward without me anyway. I read the email 3 times before it fully registered. It was written in the polite, carefully neutral language banks specialize in. The kind that sounds helpful while quietly informing you that something serious is already in motion. It referenced an account number I recognized immediately. It referenced a property address I knew by heart. And it referenced my name as if my involvement were settled, finalized, assumed. I closed my laptop and sat very still. For a few minutes, I felt that old instinct flare up again, the urge to call, to demand explanations, to force a confrontation that would make them admit what they were doing. That was the version of me they expected. The one who reacted emotionally, who made noise, who gave them something to push back against. Instead, I did nothing. I let the email sit. I did not reply. I did not forward it. I did not alert my family that I knew. That choice marked the beginning of something new. The next day, I called my lawyer again. I sent her the email. I asked her, very calmly, what my options were. She asked me a few pointed questions, then told me something that made me lean back in my chair and stare at the ceiling. She said that if they were moving forward using my name without my consent, they were making a mistake. Not a small one. A structural one. That word stayed with me. Structural. For the first time since Christmas, I felt something other than hurt or anger. I felt control. Over the next few weeks, I moved carefully, quietly. I stopped thinking in terms of reacting and started thinking in terms of positioning. I gathered documents. I requested records. I made timelines. I built a clean, organized file that told a story very different from the one my family liked to tell themselves. I learned things during that process, things they never intended for me to see. I learned that the refinancing attempt had been denied once already. I learned that my sister's credit was not nearly as solid as she claimed. I learned that my parents had quietly co-signed other obligations for her over the years, obligations that were now catching up with them. The house was not just a sentimental asset. It was leverage, and that leverage was slipping. I also learned why the timing mattered so much. There was a deadline approaching, one they had not mentioned, one that explained the sudden urgency, the pressure, the emotional manipulation. They did not need my help eventually. They needed it now. That knowledge changed everything. I did not confront them. I did not warn them. I let them believe I was still wavering, still conflicted, still the same David who would eventually cave if pushed hard enough. When my mom texted asking if we could just talk things through, I replied politely but vaguely. When my dad asked if I had reconsidered, I said I was still thinking. When my sister sent a long message about how much stress this was putting on her kids, I did not respond at all. Silence, I learned, was more unsettling to them than anger ever had been. Behind the scenes, I continued to strengthen my position. I froze my credit completely. I set alerts on everything. I authorized my lawyer to communicate on my behalf without looping me into every minor update. I stopped being emotionally available and became administratively precise. At the same time, my life outside of them continued to improve in ways I had not expected. Work picked up momentum. The project I had taken on earlier gained attention from higher up. I was asked to present my work to a larger group. I was offered a role that came with more responsibility and, quietly, more leverage of my own. I accepted without hesitation. There was a strange symmetry to it. As my family's sense of entitlement over me weakened, my confidence elsewhere solidified. I also started talking, cautiously, to people I trusted. Not to complain, not to vent, just to test my understanding of what was happening. A colleague who had gone through a messy family estate dispute listened and nodded knowingly. A friend who worked in finance confirmed that nothing about the way my family was handling this was normal. Each conversation stripped away another layer of doubt. I was not imagining things. They were escalating. The shift became impossible to ignore when the tone of their messages changed again. The warmth disappeared entirely. Concern gave way to irritation, then resentment. My mom accused me of shutting them out. My sister said I was punishing everyone for a misunderstanding. My uncle sent a message that was less subtle than the rest, suggesting that if I did not cooperate, things could get complicated. That one made me laugh. Not out loud. Just a short, humorless breath through my nose. Complicated was exactly what this was becoming. Just not in the way they thought. The real opportunity presented itself unexpectedly. One afternoon, I received a call from a number I did not recognize. Normally, I would have let it go to voicemail, but something made me answer. The woman on the other end introduced herself as a representative from the bank. She asked if I had a moment to discuss an outstanding issue related to an application. I told her I did. She explained, carefully, that there were discrepancies they needed clarification on, specifically regarding my consent. She asked if I had authorized the use of my name and credit for the application in question. I told her the truth. No. There was a pause. Not an awkward one. A professional one. The kind that signals a line has been crossed. She thanked me for my time and said they would be in touch. When the call ended, I sat there for a long moment, phone still in my hand, heart beating steadily. Not racing, not pounding, just steady. That was when I realized I was no longer on the defensive. They were. I did not tell my family about the call. I let them continue operating under the assumption that I was indecisive, slow, unsure. Meanwhile, I prepared. I met with my lawyer in person for the first time. We went through everything step by step. She explained potential outcomes, timelines, consequences. She did not promise revenge. She promised clarity, accountability, boundaries. I also made a personal decision during that meeting, one that had nothing to do with contracts or credit. I decided that whatever happened next, I would not rush. For years, my family had controlled the tempo. They decided when things mattered, when urgency was justified, when my involvement was required. I had always adjusted to match them. This time, they would adjust to me. A few days later, my sister showed up at my apartment unannounced. I was surprised, but not unprepared. She looked tired. Not stressed tired. Cornered tired. She tried to smile, but it did not hold. She asked if we could talk. I let her in, offered her a seat, and waited. She launched into an explanation that sounded rehearsed but frayed around the edges. She said things had gotten out of hand. She said there had been miscommunication. She said she never meant for things to feel this way. She said, "You know how mom and dad get." I listened. I did not interrupt. Then she said something that changed the tone of the entire conversation. She said, "We assumed you wouldn't actually push back." There it was again. Assumed. I asked her, calmly, what would have happened if I had not noticed the signature? She did not answer right away. When she finally did, she said, "It wouldn't have mattered." That honesty, unintentional as it was, told me everything I needed to know. I told her, politely, that I would not be discussing this directly anymore. I told her all communication should go through legal channels. I walked her to the door. As she left, she turned and said, "You're really going to do this to us?" I did not respond. After she was gone, I sat down and felt something settle into place. Not satisfaction, not anger, certainty. They had underestimated me. Not because I was weak, but because I had been accommodating for so long that they mistook kindness for compliance. In the days that followed, the pressure intensified. Missed calls, long messages, attempts to appeal to nostalgia, to obligation, to fear. I let them stack up unanswered. Because at that point, I was no longer preparing to defend myself. I was waiting for the moment when everything they had tried to rush would finally catch up with them. And I knew, with a calm I had never felt before, that moment was very close. The call from the bank came on a Thursday morning. Not the polite clarification call this time. This one was direct. The representative explained that the application had been formally suspended. Not delayed. Not under review. Suspended. She said that due to inconsistencies in authorization and documentation, the matter had been escalated internally. She said my name had been removed from any pending filings. She said, very carefully, that if further attempts were made to involve me without consent, the bank would be required to take additional steps. When I hung up, I did not feel relief. I felt finality. That afternoon, my lawyer forwarded me a copy of a notice she had sent on my behalf. It was clean, factual, and impossible to misinterpret. It stated that I did not consent to the use of my name, credit, or financial standing in any past or future agreements. It stated that any documents bearing my name without my explicit authorization were disputed. It stated that all communication regarding the matter should go through her office. No threats, no emotion, just boundaries, written in ink. The fallout was immediate. My sister called first. She did not leave a voicemail. She hung up and called again. And again. When I did not answer, she started texting, the messages coming fast enough that my phone buzzed continuously on the table. I did not read them right away. I waited until they stopped. Then my mom called. Her voice, when I finally answered, was different. The warmth was gone. The confidence was gone. She asked what I had done, not what I was doing. What I had done, as if something irreversible had already occurred. I told her, calmly, that I had protected myself. She said I had embarrassed the family. She said people were asking questions. She said my sister was in tears. She said my father had not slept. She said, "How could you do this to us?" That question used to break me. This time it did not. I told her I had been given no choice. I told her I had been excluded, misled, and nearly implicated in something I did not agree to. I told her I had tried to slow things down, to talk it through, and had been met with pressure instead. I told her I would not be responsible for fixing a situation I had not created. She went quiet. Then she said something that finally confirmed what I had suspected all along. She said, "We didn't think you'd actually follow through." I ended the call shortly after that. The house situation unraveled faster than I expected. Without my credit, the refinancing collapsed entirely. The deadlines they had been racing against came due. Options disappeared. The bank required explanations they could not give without admitting what they had tried to do. My parents were forced to confront the reality of the risk they had taken on for my sister over the years. The quiet obligations, the co-signed loans, the extensions they assumed would never matter. They mattered now. The stress in the family turned inward. My sister blamed my parents for not handling things sooner. My parents blamed my sister for putting them in this position. My uncle stopped offering opinions entirely once it became clear there was no easy fix. The unity they had relied on when pressuring me fractured under actual consequences. I watched all of this from a distance. I did not gloat. I did not insert myself. I did not offer solutions. I did not say, "I told you so." I let the situation run its course, exactly as it had been set in motion long before I was ever asked to be involved. A few weeks later, my dad reached out. He asked if we could meet, just the two of us. We sat in a quiet cafe halfway between our homes. He looked older than I remembered. Not frail, just worn. He did not order anything. He stared at his hands for a long time before speaking. He told me they were going to have to sell the house. Not immediately, but soon. He told me they had no other viable option. He told me my sister was furious. He told me my mom felt betrayed. He told me he wished things had been different. I listened. Then I told him something I had never said out loud before. I told him that I had spent years trying to earn a place in the family I already belonged to. I told him that being reliable had turned into being expected. I told him that love should not come with conditions or ultimatums. I told him that I had been hurt long before any paperwork entered the picture. He nodded. He did not argue. When we stood to leave, he asked if there was any way to fix things. I told him honesty would have been a start. We did not hug. After that, the contact slowed to a trickle. My sister stopped calling entirely. My uncle avoided me. My mom sent a few messages that read like apologies, but never quite crossed the line into accountability. I responded politely, briefly, when I responded at all. Life settled into a new rhythm. Work continued to improve. I moved into the new role fully and discovered that the confidence I had built during the past few months carried over naturally. I trusted my judgment more. I spoke up when something felt wrong. I no longer confused discomfort with obligation. I also did something symbolic, though I did not tell anyone about it. I deleted that old folder on my computer, the one labeled family, not out of spite, out of closure. I no longer needed a record of what I had given. I knew my worth now without receipts. The last interaction came quietly. An envelope arrived in the mail one afternoon, forwarded from my parents' address. Inside was a short note from my mother. No excuses, no guilt, just a single sentence written carefully, as if she had rewritten it several times. "I wish we had treated you better." I sat with that sentence for a long time. Then I folded the paper, placed it back in the envelope, and put it away. Not as proof, not as leverage, as a reminder. Christmas came again the following year. I did not go home. I spent it with friends, in a warm apartment filled with laughter and unspoken understanding. I brought gifts because I wanted to, not because I felt I had to. When I left that night, the lights were still on behind me, and no one wondered where I was. Sometimes, I think back to that first night. The snow on my coat. The dark house. My uncle eating cold stuffing under a single kitchen light. I remember how small I felt standing there, keys in my hand, realizing I had arrived somewhere I was no longer expected. And I am grateful, because that was the night I stopped waiting to be included and started choosing where I belonged. Hi Reddit. I'm Alex, 35, and this story is about how my own family turned their backs on me in the hardest time of my life, and how things took a sharp, unexpected turn after that. A few months ago, I lost my job. It wasn't because I did anything wrong or because my performance was bad. My company went through a sudden reorganization and decided to cut costs by letting go of many of us, me included. One day, I was walking into work like any other morning. The next, I was being handed my termination papers with no warning, no explanation beyond business reasons. No severance package, no support, just a polite but cold goodbye. At first, I thought I could handle it on my own. I started applying to new jobs, sending out resumes, trying to keep my spirits up. But reality hit hard. The market was tough, the competition fierce, and every rejection email chipped away at my confidence. I was running out of savings, and rent was due. Bills piled up, groceries became a luxury, and I felt myself spiraling. So, like anyone in my situation, I turned to family for support. Now, here's where things started to get complicated. My family is not huge, but it's close-knit, or at least it pretends to be when it suits them. My parents have always been proud of Derek, my cousin who's about 2 years older than me. Derek has been obsessed with launching a tech startup for years. He talks about innovation and disruption like it's gospel. Meanwhile, I've always been the practical one, the steady one, the reliable person who doesn't make waves. When I lost my job, I reached out to my parents first. I told them what happened, how I was struggling, and that I could really use a little help or advice. I thought maybe they'd offer something, even a loan or just a little emotional support. What I got instead was silence at first, then a sort of dismissive, "We believe in Derek's project now." That's where the family's energy and money are going. When I pressed a little, my mom said, "We're investing in the future. Derek's business is the future." It was clear they weren't interested in helping me. I didn't want to be a burden, so I didn't push. I tried freelancing, doing odd marketing gigs, anything I could find. But without real financial backing, it was hard to get anywhere. Meanwhile, Derek's startup was booming in the family's eyes. There were constant updates about his launch parties, new investors, and exciting meetings. Invitations flooded in, except none for me. I wasn't bitter at first. I thought maybe it was just a small circle, but when I heard my family talking about how much they'd put in and how this was the real opportunity, I started feeling left out in a way I never expected. Over the next few months, things got worse. My requests for help, sometimes just for a loan, sometimes just a word of encouragement, were met with excuses or outright avoidance. The family would talk openly about Derek's potential and how proud they were, but I was the quiet one who should figure it out. There was even an incident at a family dinner when I tried to explain my situation. Derek's mother, my aunt, cut me off and said, "You're holding everyone back with your negativity. Derek is building something real. Maybe you should focus on that instead of complaining." I felt small, dismissed, and angry. I wanted to scream, but I held it in. I left early and spent the night thinking about what I could do to get back on my feet, without their help. That's when I started working on my own business idea. It wasn't techy or flashy. It was local, handmade goods, something small, something real. I poured what little I had into it, working nights and weekends, slowly growing a little customer base. I didn't say a word to the family. Then, 6 months after losing my job, I posted a picture of my first big sale on social media. Just a simple post, a photo of my products, a thank you note to customers, and a message about being proud to build something from scratch. What happened next surprised me. Messages from relatives I hadn't heard from in months flooded my phone. Some were awkward and hesitant, others more direct. Suddenly, my small venture was the family gossip. Derek's sure thing startup was reportedly struggling behind the scenes, investors pulling out, technical glitches, and delays. The investment in the future wasn't looking so bright anymore. And me? Suddenly, I was the one getting attention, but not the way I wanted. Some family members tried to act like they'd been supporting me all along. Others threw backhanded compliments, like, "Well, it's cute you're trying something different." And Derek acted like he was barely concerned, but I knew he was rattled. The balance had shifted, but the family wasn't ready to admit it. After that post, I could feel the shift like a slow but steady storm rolling in. At first, the messages were sporadic. "Hey, saw your post. Nice work," from a distant cousin. "Good for you, Alex," my aunt sent, but it felt like a formal note rather than something warm. A few relatives sent passive-aggressive comments through group chats I was still somehow part of, and I overheard my parents on the phone, speaking in hushed tones, clearly about me. Derek, of course, never reached out directly. Not once. I caught wind through a family friend that Derek was furious, accusing me of stealing the spotlight, just when his startup was hitting turbulence. One evening, I got a call from my mom. Her tone was clipped, almost rehearsed. "Alex, we need to talk about the business. It's great you're trying something new, but you need to understand this isn't going to replace real success." That was it. No congratulations, no real support. just a veiled dismissal. It hurt more than I thought it would, but I was stubborn. I'd spent too many nights scraping together money for materials, negotiating with suppliers, and building an online presence to let their coldness stop me. Slowly, I grew my business. Sales increased. I hired a part-time assistant and started getting local press. Nothing flashy, but steady progress. Meanwhile, the family's obsession with Derek's startup didn't waver. Invitations to family gatherings came with pointed remarks about how Derek's company is going to change the world, or when Derek's investors come around, you'll see real money. I refused to engage. I stopped attending those dinners. Why listen to people who made it clear they didn't want me to succeed? Then the thinly veiled attacks started. My aunt, who had always been charming but manipulative, started posting subtle jabs on social media. Things like, some people only think about themselves and miss out on true opportunities, and it's easier to criticize than to build. I knew exactly what she was saying. At one point, a family friend, someone I considered neutral, warned me, "They're talking about you. They think you're trying to undermine Derek. You need to be careful." I wasn't trying to undermine anyone. I was just trying to survive. The worst came during a family reunion about 4 months after my post. I had tried to avoid it, but got guilt-tripped into going. I arrived hopeful, but prepared for the worst. Right from the start, I could feel the tension. Derek didn't greet me. Not even a nod. My parents barely looked my way. My aunt's smile was tight, almost fake. During dinner, the conversation was all about Derek's next big pitch and how exciting things were for the startup. When I tried to mention a recent order from a local boutique, my mom cut me off mid-sentence. "We all have dreams, Alex, but some dreams are more realistic than others. Derek's on the path to real success." Her words felt like a slap in the face in front of everyone. I held my tongue, but inside, I was burning. Later, as people started mingling, I overheard my uncle say to Derek, "We should consider pulling funding soon if this little side project of Alex's keeps distracting the family." They were plotting behind my back, literally talking about cutting me out even more. That night, I went home with a heavy heart, feeling more isolated than ever. But then, something shifted. A few days after the reunion, I received an unexpected message from a local boutique owner named Sandra. She'd heard about my business and wanted to place a large order. For the first time in months, I felt a flicker of hope. Over the next few weeks, I threw myself into this new partnership. Sandra was genuine, supportive, and believed in my products. Word of mouth started spreading beyond my immediate circle. Slowly, my business grew in a way that was undeniable, even to my skeptical family. And that's when Derek's world began to crumble. I started hearing rumors, investors pulling out, major tech bugs, and delays that were pushing Derek's launch back indefinitely. Suddenly, the golden child was showing cracks. The family who had so confidently dismissed me were now whispering behind closed doors about whether Derek could recover. I stayed out of it, choosing to let my work speak for itself. But the family didn't let me off that easily. One afternoon, my aunt called me. Her voice was dripping with faux sympathy. "Alex, we know things have been hard, but you need to be realistic. Derek is still the priority. We can't risk dividing the family's focus." It was a veiled threat. They wanted me to back off or be cut off entirely. I refused. Then came the silent treatment. My parents stopped answering calls. Invitations stopped coming. It was clear they were trying to erase me. But instead of breaking, I doubled down. I posted regular updates about my business milestones. I engaged with customers online, built relationships, and hired a small team. And then, 6 months after my first post, I launched a local pop-up shop with real success. That's when the family finally took notice. Messages flooded my phone. Not all kind. Some were jealous, some dismissive, some downright cruel disguised as concern. But one message stood out. It was from my uncle. Short and cold. "You've become a problem. Stop stealing Derek's thunder." That was the last straw. I realized my family wasn't going to support me. They weren't going to celebrate my successes or even treat me like a human being. They saw me as competition and enemies within their perfect little narrative. That night, I sat down and made a decision. I wasn't just going to survive. I was going to change the story. After that message from my uncle, something inside me shifted completely. It wasn't just about proving them wrong anymore. It was about showing them I wasn't someone to be pushed aside, ignored, or dismissed. Not by blood, not by choice. I started thinking about everything I'd been through, the cold shoulder, the backhanded comments, The way they all rallied around Derek while leaving me to flounder. They didn't just ignore me. They actively worked to make sure I had no support, no chance. And when I began succeeding on my own, their jealousy and fear made them vicious. But here's the thing. I didn't want to fight fire with fire by becoming bitter or petty. I wanted to be smarter. I wanted to win on my terms, quietly and effectively. So I began gathering information. Not by snooping or spying, just by paying attention. I watched how the family talked about me in group chats, what they said behind my back when I wasn't around. I found out who in the extended family was on their side and who might quietly sympathize with me. I traced Derek's investor contacts, researched his company's public filings and social media activity. I wanted to understand the full picture of their investment in the future. What I discovered was more than I expected. Derek's startup was not just struggling, it was leaking money, poor management decisions, overpromising features that didn't exist, and investors starting to lose patience. The family's money wasn't invested so much as thrown into a bottomless pit of empty promises. Meanwhile, my small business was quietly building real value. Customers who loved the products, repeat orders, and even local press coverage. No hype, no fake promises, just hard work and steady growth. With this knowledge, I started planning how to turn the tables. I decided my revenge wouldn't be loud or dramatic. It would be surgical. I began by carefully sharing snippets of my business progress in places the family couldn't ignore but couldn't control either. Local business forums, community groups, even small media outlets interested in grassroots success stories. I focused on facts, real sales numbers, real growth, and real customers. The family started to notice. Their whispers turned to concern. One day, I got a call from Sandra, the boutique owner. She said, "Alex, someone from your family called here asking about your sales, trying to figure out how you're doing." They sounded worried. That was the first clear sign my efforts were working. Next, I quietly networked with some of Derek's investors. I didn't attack Derek or his company directly. Instead, I positioned myself as a rising entrepreneur worth knowing, someone who could bring fresh ideas and solid results. Some investors were skeptical, naturally, but others saw my steady growth and genuine approach as a breath of fresh air compared to Derek's shaky promises. Meanwhile, within the family, the tension was rising. Invitations became even more scarce. My aunt went from passive-aggressive comments online to openly mocking me in conversations where I wasn't present. One relative even told me later that the family was planning a meeting, an intervention of sorts, hoping to pressure me into giving up or to force Derek's startup to absorb my business and keep the peace. I laughed when I heard about that, because by this point, I wasn't just preparing to stand my ground. I was ready to take the lead. Slowly, I began sharing more visible updates online. A video from the pop-up shop, testimonials from happy customers, a mention in a local paper highlighting my success story. Each post was carefully crafted to be professional but impossible to ignore. Then came the subtle but deliberate escalation. At a family gathering months later, I showed up with a few friends and business partners. I wasn't invited, but I went anyway, because by then, I had built enough confidence to face them head-on. Derek's parents looked stunned to see me. My aunt tried to hide her shock behind a forced smile. I didn't wait for introductions. I made a quiet toast to my business and thanked the guests for supporting local entrepreneurs. No one could say a word against that. Over the next hour, I shared my story, not as a plea, but as a statement. I talked about losing my job, the struggle to get by, and how I built something real without their support. I could see some jaws drop. Others tried to laugh it off, but the seeds of doubt had been planted. Later, I heard snippets of conversation. "She's done better than we thought. Maybe we underestimated her." And Derek? He didn't come near me the whole night. That evening, I left with a quiet satisfaction I hadn't felt in months. But the family wasn't done. A week later, I got a call from one of Derek's investors. They were seriously reconsidering their involvement. The news had spread about his company's problems and my growing success. Some investors were worried about where the family's money was going. The family's narrative was unraveling. Still, they tried to save face. I heard through a mutual friend that my parents were blaming me for causing family division, and that Derek was working harder than ever to turn things around. But the truth was out, and I was ready to use it. The weeks after that family gathering were some of the most intense and emotionally draining I'd ever experienced. It felt like I was living in a storm that I couldn't escape. a storm fueled not by nature, but by the people I should have been able to count on. What started as whispers behind my back quickly morphed into full-blown rumors, carefully crafted to tarnish my reputation. I heard from mutual acquaintances, people I barely knew, that some of my own relatives were telling anyone who would listen that I had lied about my struggles, painting me as someone who played the victim and couldn't be trusted. Others went further, saying I was biting the hand that fed me. An accusation so petty and cruel, it was almost laughable. But it stung, nonetheless. I realized then just how deep their resentment ran. Despite the gossip and the growing pressure, I refused to let their bitterness dictate my actions. I kept my head down and focused on the work I'd started, building my business quietly, but with a growing confidence. I expanded my product line slowly, making sure every new item was better than the last. I reached out to more local shops to carry my products, carefully nurturing each partnership with attention and care. Customer service became my priority, and the genuine appreciation from those who believed in what I was doing became my fuel. Each small success was a quiet victory, a steady light cutting through the shadow cast by the chaos surrounding Derek's crumbling startup. By then, Derek's company was hemorrhaging money at an alarming rate. One by one, investors began pulling out, their initial excitement replaced by frustration and doubt. The grand promises Derek had made at the launch, the groundbreaking technology, the revolutionary platform, were revealed to be more hype than reality. Behind the polished presentations and slick marketing, the foundation was shaky, riddled with delays and technical setbacks. What had once been the family's proud investment in the future was now a source of growing frustration and desperation. In a last-ditch effort to salvage what was left of Derek's failing venture, my parents, along with a few other close relatives, pressured him to approach me with a merger or buyout proposal. Their plan was clear: swallow my small, thriving business and absorb it into Derek's sinking ship. It was a calculated move to force me back under their control, to keep the family's investment intact, even if that meant smothering the very thing that was flourishing. I refused immediately, flat out. I told them I wasn't interested in saving a sinking ship, nor was I going to play along with their games anymore. I wasn't about to sacrifice my hard-earned progress for the sake of their pride or Derek's failing dream. That refusal shattered whatever fragile ties remained. It was the final fracture in a family already broken by favoritism and neglect. From that moment forward, I was completely cut off. No more calls from my parents. No invitations to family events. No acknowledgement of my existence. It was as if I'd simply vanished. But the irony was almost delicious. By the time Derek finally announced he was shutting down his startup, barely 2 months after the last investor pulled out, my business had grown enough not just to cover all my expenses, but to pay my assistant a full-time wage and even start putting money into savings again. I had a loyal customer base that trusted my brand and a reputation built on genuine integrity and consistent hard work. As for the family, they were left with nothing but regrets and a failed investment story that they tried desperately to sweep under the rug. The last I heard, Derek was quietly moving back in with his parents, uncertain about his next move and stripped of the family support that had vanished as quickly as it came. And me? I'm still here, building slowly but surely on my own terms. Every small step forward is a testament to the fact that I didn't need their approval or assistance to succeed. I never forgave them for turning their backs on me when I needed them the most. Their selfishness, their cruelty, their blatant favoritism, they all exposed the true nature of who they really were. Now, whenever I see their messages pop up or hear about their attempts to reach out after all this time, I don't respond. Not because I'm bitter, but because I realize I owe them nothing. I built my future without their help, and that is something no amount of family betrayal can ever take away. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this. My dad took my stepbrother and his family on a road trip. I found out from his posts. I called him. He said, "You don't belong with us." I asked what he meant. He said, "You're just not the same." I ended the call. A year later, I made a choice that changed everything. Now they're asking for a second chance. I'm 32F, and I didn't think I'd ever write something like this. I'm not the type to overshare. I tend to sit with things, analyze, turn them over in my mind 100 different ways before I ever let a word leave my mouth. But something happened last year. something that chipped away at a very old part of me. And now I'm realizing I don't really have anyone in my life who knows the whole story. So I guess I'll start here. My mom passed away when I was 10. Cancer. Fast and cruel. One of those things that happens before your brain is really old enough to understand what forever means. One day she was making pancakes, humming that same Fleetwood Mac song she always had on in the kitchen. A few months later, I was sitting next to her hospital bed, watching a nurse turn off a monitor. My dad, Ken, was never the warmest person in the room, but back then I thought he was strong, quiet, dependable, steady. He kept the lights on. He packed my lunch. He hugged me stiffly, awkwardly, but he tried. He didn't talk much about her after she died. In hindsight, I think he believed that if he could just move forward fast enough, the grief wouldn't catch up to us. It was just the two of us for about 5 years. I remember thinking we were a team. I mean, it was lonely. Yeah, but I had this sense that it was us against the world. He'd drive me to soccer practice in his beat-up green pickup, and we'd eat drive-through burgers in silence on the way home. Sometimes I'd catch him glancing at me in the rearview mirror like he didn't totally recognize the person sitting behind him. When I was 15, he started seeing someone. Diane. Diane worked at the bank in town and dressed like she wanted people to know she worked at a bank, blazers even on weekends, lipstick a few shades too bright. She had a son named Nathan, a year younger than me, who had that smooth, practiced politeness that came from watching a lot of adults very closely. You know the type, good at shaking hands, bad at making friends. Ken married Diane a year later in a quiet courthouse ceremony. I wore a pale blue dress that Diane picked out for me without asking what I liked. It made me look like a guest at someone else's graduation party. I think I knew, even then, that things were shifting. Ken had always been reserved, but now it felt like there was an entire part of his life I was being gently nudged out of. I was old enough to cook my own meals, get myself to school, do laundry. "You're so independent," Diane would say with this rehearsed kind of smile, like she was complimenting me and dismissing me in the same breath. Nathan, on the other hand, became the center of the house without even trying. He wasn't mean, not exactly. Just always present, always included. Ken would go to his school plays, his baseball games, his parent-teacher nights. I told myself I didn't mind. I wasn't into plays or baseball. And by the time I was getting letters from colleges, I had already trained myself not to expect Ken to ask too many questions. The divide grew slowly. That's what I want to make clear. It didn't happen in a single explosion. There wasn't some dramatic betrayal or shouting match. It was more like erosion, subtle, constant. You don't notice the ground shifting beneath you until you're already off balance. I went to school out of state. Came back once or twice a year. Nathan was still living at home, finishing community college, getting job leads through one of Diane's cousins. He eventually got married to a woman named Megan, who always smiled too wide and asked me the same 3 questions every Christmas like we were meeting for the first time. They had kids fast. 3, back to back. The kind of family Ken had always imagined having, I think. Meanwhile, I was doing freelance work, graphic design, digital illustration, living lean but proud of the life I was carving out for myself. It didn't leave a lot of time or money for visits, but I made the effort when I could. The last time I visited before everything changed was for Father's Day. I brought him a framed photo I had restored of him, and my mom at their wedding, faded at the edges, but clear and beautiful. He smiled when he opened it. Said, "Wow, that's something." Diane took it and placed it on the hallway table, next to a bowl of keys and unopened mail. 3 weeks later, when Nathan's youngest turned 2, Ken posted a photo of himself on Facebook holding the little girl in his lap, both of them smiling at a birthday cake shaped like a farm animal. "My world," the caption read. Dozens of likes. One of Diane's friends commented, "You're such a lucky grandpa." I didn't say anything. I didn't want to be petty. I told myself, they're kids. It's fine. It doesn't mean anything. Then last spring, almost a year ago now, I was on my lunch break, scrolling through social media, when I saw a series of photos that made me stop mid-bite. Ken, Diane, Nathan, Megan, the 3 kids, all standing in front of the iconic wooden entrance sign at Yosemite National Park. Big smiles. Matching t-shirts. That easy kind of happiness that feels more like a performance the longer you stare at it. Yosemite. I blinked, stared at the screen, scrolled again. Another photo. And another. The kids roasting marshmallows over a campfire. Nathan holding up a trout he'd apparently caught. Ken looking more animated than I'd seen him in years. Yosemite was where my mom used to take me every summer before she got sick. It was our place. She used to call it a cathedral with no ceiling. I'd gone back a few times as an adult, hiked the same trails, sat by the same river she used to read by. It was sacred in that quiet, personal way certain places are when you're young and grieving. And now they were all there. Without me. Like I didn't exist. I waited a day before I called him. Even now, I wonder if I should have waited longer or not called at all. He picked up on the second ring, sounding cheerful. "Hey, sweetheart. What's up?" My voice came out smaller than I expected. "Are you in Yosemite?" There was a beat of silence. Not long, but long enough. "Yeah," he said. "We decided kind of last minute. The kids had the week off." I didn't say anything. He filled the silence. "Nathan's been wanting to bring them here for a while now. You didn't think I'd want to come?" Another pause. "Well, I didn't think it was your kind of thing." That sentence. I felt something tighten in my chest. "What do you mean?" "It was Mom's favorite place. She took me there." "I know, but," he exhaled, like he was tired. "You've got your own life. You're busy." And honestly, it just felt like a family trip. I went cold. "I'm not family?" "That's not what I said." "That's exactly what you said." There was a longer silence this time. Then, with this almost mechanical calmness, he said, "You just don't belong with us. You're not like them." I asked him what that meant. He said, "You're just not the same. You always lived in your head. You make things complicated. We're simple people. We like simple things." I didn't yell. I didn't argue. I just hung up. And that was the last time I spoke to him. For a while. It's been a year and 2 months since that phone call. I'd been thinking about it for weeks before I actually did anything. I needed to make sure I wasn't just reacting out of spite or anger. That's how my mind works. I don't want to be impulsive. I didn't want to do something I'd regret. I wanted to know, without a doubt, that I was doing the right thing. After that conversation, I withdrew completely. I didn't return calls. I didn't respond to texts. I didn't attend the family gatherings. I stopped going to the family reunions that I'd gone to out of habit, not because I felt like I belonged, but because it was expected. You know how it is. You feel like you have to show up. You feel obligated to maintain these relationships that never truly feel like they're yours. But after that phone call, I realized I didn't owe them anything. I didn't owe them the effort anymore. I didn't owe them the emotional labor. For so long, I had been over backward, trying to fit into a family that didn't want me, that had never made space for me. But it wasn't until I felt that cold dismissal, until I heard those words, "You're not like them," that I finally understood how much I had been holding on to something that wasn't there. I'd spent so many years convincing myself that it was worth the effort. That maybe, just maybe, if I kept showing up, if I kept trying to be the good daughter, then eventually they'd see me. Eventually, they'd accept me. But I was wrong. I started distancing myself from every single one of them. It wasn't just Ken and Diane. It was everyone, Diane's friends, Nathan's wife Megan, even their kids. They all became this blur of faces I didn't recognize anymore. And the silence from my end wasn't an accident. It was intentional. And let me be clear, I was done with being the afterthought. The person who gets the last invite, or, worse, the person who only gets invited because they're family. I couldn't keep pretending like I was happy with the scraps they threw my way. Around this time, I decided to take a step back and reframe my life. No more passive waiting around for them to notice me. Instead, I focused on what I could control. I started working more on my business, really diving into it. I took a solo trip to the coast, just to clear my head. I started meeting new people, making new connections. I even took up photography as a hobby, something that felt entirely mine. It felt good. Freeing. I didn't reach out to them. Not once. Not after what had been said. And that's when I began to notice the changes. At first, it was small. Nathan's wife, Megan, would leave me messages, asking if I was okay. I could almost hear the forced concern in her voice. She didn't know what she was doing, but I knew. She wasn't worried about me, she was worried about the family image. She didn't want to be the one who lost me. I didn't reply. Then, one day, I got a text from Diane. The message read, "We haven't heard from you in a while. Please let us know you're okay. The kids miss you." The kids miss me? The kids who never once tried to reach out? The kids who didn't even know my middle name? I stared at that message for a long time. I thought about replying, but what would I even say? Would it make me feel better to tell them I was fine? To tell them I was doing well, even though they had systematically ignored me for years? No. It would only give them the satisfaction of knowing they still had control over me, that I was still tethered to them, even in their absence. But it wasn't just them reaching out. A few months later, I got a call from Kin. The same Kin who told me I wasn't like them. The same Kin who never, ever seemed to notice how much I tried to make him proud. I let the phone ring 3 times before I answered. "Hey, sweetheart. How have you been?" It sounded casual, like nothing had changed. Like that phone call didn't happen. But it did happen, and I wasn't ready to pretend like it hadn't. "I've been good," I said, keeping my tone flat. "You know, just keeping busy." There was a long silence on the other end. Then, finally, he spoke again, quieter this time. "I miss you. You're still my daughter, no matter what." It felt hollow, empty. It was the kind of statement people make when they know they've messed up, but they don't want to admit it. It was a last-ditch effort to salvage something that had already crumbled beyond repair. I didn't respond right away. I let the silence stretch on between us. Finally, I said, "I've been thinking a lot about that trip. You know, Yosemite. How you went without me." "I didn't mean to hurt you," he said. "I just thought. You thought I wouldn't care?" I interrupted. My voice was steady now, but underneath it, I could feel the years of frustration building up. "You thought I wouldn't care about a place I share with Mom? About a trip you chose to take with Nathan and his kids?" There was a long pause. I could feel his discomfort through the phone. He didn't have a good answer. He never did. "I never meant it like that," he said after a beat. It just wasn't the right time for you to join us. Things are different now." I didn't know if he believed that or if he was just trying to smooth things over. Either way, it didn't matter. What mattered was that I had learned something in the silence that followed. Something I hadn't fully realized before. The truth was, he wasn't just dismissing me. He was pushing me out. He and Diane had already made up their minds about me. Nathan, too. They had built a family that didn't need me. They were okay without me. And in a way, I was okay without them too. But now, after all this time, they were trying to claw their way back in. They were starting to feel the weight of their decision. And they wanted a second chance. They wanted me to let go of everything. They wanted me to forget how they had made me feel invisible for so long. And I hadn't forgotten. But what if there was a way to make them see? To make them feel what they had done? The idea started to form slowly, carefully, like a plan taking shape in the back of my mind. Something calculated. Something that would make them understand the cost of treating me like I didn't matter. I wasn't sure yet. But I had a feeling that once I made my move, things would change forever. After that phone call, I didn't feel relieved or even close to forgiving. If anything, it made the anger I'd been holding back for months burn hotter. The walls of frustration and resentment that I'd put up in my mind, the ones I had painstakingly tried to keep intact, started to crumble. But I didn't let it out immediately. Not yet. I wasn't ready to give them the satisfaction of seeing how hurt I was, how much their betrayal had stung. I wasn't ready to show them anything. Instead, I spent the next few months quietly building a plan in my head. A plan that would make them feel the isolation they'd created for me. It wasn't about revenge in the sense of a public confrontation. It was deeper than that. It was about making them truly understand how hollow their family was without me. How easily they could take someone out of the picture and forget about them, like I never mattered. The first step was the hardest. I had to let go of any lingering hope that they might change. The idea of reconciliation had started to gnaw at me, but after that call, I knew it wasn't about forgiveness. It was about making them see. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized the key was to get them to look at me again, but this time on my terms. I started by reaching out to Megan. She was the easiest target, in a way. She had always been so eager to fit in, to be the perfect addition to the family. The truth was, she wasn't really a part of their world, not in the way Nathan was. She was just a bystander who married into it. And while she never outwardly seemed to understand me, I knew she wanted to be liked by everyone. She had no idea what it felt like to be on the outside. No idea what it was like to be constantly overlooked in favor of a family that didn't even see you as family. One day, out of nowhere, I sent her a text. Simple. Direct. "Hey Megan, I've been thinking a lot lately. Would you want to meet up? Just us. I know things have been weird, but I think it's time to talk." It felt strange, typing those words out. Part of me wondered if I was making a mistake, but something in my gut told me I needed to. And in a way, it was also a test. If she truly cared, even a little, she would jump at the chance to meet. If not, she'd ignore me, or worse, brush me off. She responded almost immediately. "Of course. I'd love that. How about Saturday morning? Let's grab coffee." I tried not to feel too smug as I read her message. I already knew how this was going to go. We met at a local cafe. I walked in and found her sitting at a table by the window, her bright smile plastered on her face. But there was something strained about it. I could see the nerves in her eyes, the way she kept glancing at the door like she was waiting for someone else to show up. I sat down, ordered my coffee, and then, without wasting time, I got to the point. "Megan, I want to talk about what happened. About the family trip to Yosemite." Her eyes flickered, like I had just caught her off guard. She shifted in her seat but didn't say anything right away. "You know, I don't really understand why I wasn't invited," I continued, keeping my voice steady, but pointed. "It's not like I've never been to that park before. In fact, it's a place I shared with my mom. It was special to us." She opened her mouth to speak, but no words came out. She clammed up, like she was suddenly realizing how much she had to defend. "Don't get me wrong," I said, leaning forward slightly. "I get it. It's not about me. It's about you guys being comfortable. You've got your little family dynamic now, and I guess I'm the odd one out. I don't fit anymore, right?" She didn't answer. Instead, she looked away, her fingers fiddling with the edges of her coffee cup. "I'm sorry," she said quietly. "I didn't mean to make you feel left out. It wasn't intentional." I could tell she was being honest, at least in her own way. But honesty wasn't enough. I needed more than that. I needed her to feel the weight of the situation. I needed her to understand that her sorry wasn't going to fix it. "I'm not asking for an apology, Megan," I said, my voice softening just enough to sound sincere. "I'm asking you to understand something. You don't get to be sorry for me. You don't get to just step in and pretend you've got it all figured out. You've never had to fight for a place at the table the way I have." Her face twisted in confusion. "What do you mean? You've always been included. You've always been a part of it. You fit. But me? I've never fit. I've been trying to squeeze into a space that wasn't made for me." I let the words settle between us, watching her process. She was quiet, the perfect audience for my frustration. I could feel her discomfort rising, but I didn't let up. "You're not the one they ignored when they built their perfect little family. You're not the one who was made to feel like an afterthought. So, don't pretend you understand what it's like to be me." Her lips parted, but before she could respond, I stood up. "I think I've said enough." The look in her eyes was a mix of guilt and defensiveness. She didn't have the answers I was looking for, and I knew it. She was just as complicit as the rest of them, even if she didn't realize it yet. I walked out without saying another word. The next few days felt different. Megan didn't reach out after that meeting, and honestly, I didn't expect her to. But Ken did. I picked up the phone when I saw his name appear on my screen. I had known it was only a matter of time. "Hey," he said, his voice tentative. "I've been thinking a lot about our conversation. About the trip. I want to apologize. I didn't mean to hurt you." I stared at the screen for a long moment. "Apologies." More empty words. "You hurt me long before that trip, Ken," I said, my voice ice cold now. It wasn't just about the trip. It was about everything. All the years you pretended I wasn't there. That I didn't exist in the same way Nathan did. There was a brief pause. "I'm sorry," he repeated. "I didn't know how to fix it. I'm not asking for an apology, Dad. I don't need one anymore." There was a tremor in his voice when he responded. "What do you need, then?" I smiled to myself, letting the silence linger before I spoke again. "I need you to understand that you don't get to erase me anymore. I'm done with you guys. And when you come around asking for me to forgive you, it's already too late." The more they reached out, the colder I became. The more they tried to re-enter my life, the stronger I became. This wasn't about letting them back in. This was about showing them how much they had lost. And it wasn't over. As the months passed, my decision to distance myself from the family only seemed to solidify. Each time they reached out, whether through texts or phone calls, I simply let the messages sit unanswered or responded with short, indifferent replies. I didn't feel any desire to rebuild the relationship. The idea of reconciliation was far from my mind. I was done being the family member who didn't fit in, done being the person who was pushed aside in favor of others. But the more I ignored them, the more desperate they became. It was almost comical how quickly they started showing up at my door, hoping that just a brief visit would patch things up. Ken started calling more frequently, his voice a little less casual, a little more urgent each time. "I've been thinking about you, and I just want to fix this," he said during one phone call. "Please, let me know when you're free. We can talk, face to face. I want to make it right." But every time he called, I felt that knot in my chest, an old wound that still hadn't healed. No matter how he phrased it, how many times he apologized, it always felt like empty words. I knew what he really wanted, to have things go back to the way they were, for his family to be whole again. But that was a lie I wasn't willing to buy anymore. One day, I decided to take things into my own hands. I had thought long and hard about it, and though I didn't need revenge to feel validated, I knew it would offer me a sense of closure. The past year had been difficult, no doubt, but the catharsis of finally reclaiming some control over this situation felt like it might be the only way to truly move forward. The plan was simple but effective. I knew that the family, especially Ken, had been constantly updating their social media with little family snapshots, trying to show the world how united they were, how perfect things were. I knew that they would never stop looking for external validation. The internet, after all, had always been their stage. So, I decided to take advantage of that. I began posting my own pictures, documenting every beautiful moment of my life without them. The solo trips to the mountains, the dinners with friends, my growing business. I made it look effortless, like I was thriving, and subtly made sure to highlight how independent and happy I was without their presence. But it wasn't just about showing them what they were missing. It was more about making them see me in a way they never had before. I wanted them to recognize that I didn't need them, that they had lost something valuable. I wanted Ken, Diane, Nathan, and the rest of them to understand how far they had pushed me out, and how little it had taken to walk away from the emotional neglect. The final blow came when I posted a picture of a family gathering I attended with some of my closest friends. We had rented a beautiful house by the lake for the weekend, and the picture was of all of us gathered on the porch, laughing, smiling. People who actually made me feel seen, valued. They were real family to me. I captioned it, "Family is what you choose." I didn't expect it to be the catalyst it turned out to be. Within minutes, my phone started buzzing. Ken had messaged me, "We need to talk. This isn't the way we fix things." He had seen it. I could tell by the tone in his message. It wasn't just about being upset. It was about realizing that I was finally showing them, in the most public way possible, that I was done. I didn't respond right away. Instead, I let the tension build. I sat there, looking at the message for a while, considering my next move. I didn't need to rush anymore. The power was in my hands, and I knew it. A few hours later, my phone rang. It was Ken again. This time, I answered. "Why are you doing this?" His voice was tight, low. He was clearly hurt. I could hear it in the way his breath caught. "You know that's not the way we wanted things to end." "I'm not ending anything, Ken," I replied, my voice even. "I'm just showing you the reality. The reality you've been blind to. You thought you could just dismiss me and move on with your life. Well, I did the same. I moved on. And now, I'm living the life you never bothered to care about." He paused. I could practically hear him trying to gather his thoughts, struggling to find the right words. Finally, he said, "You're angry. I get it. But this isn't the way to handle it. You don't have to do this publicly. This is our family. You belong with us." "No, Ken," I said, the weight of my words sinking in. "I don't belong with you. Not anymore. And if you can't understand that, if you can't accept that I'm no longer a part of your family, then that's your loss, not mine." I hung up. That was the last conversation I had with him. After that, they stopped calling. They stopped trying to fix things, as if they had finally realized that the bond they once had with me had frayed beyond repair. They tried to make it seem like they were the victims in this scenario, but every attempt to reach out had an air of desperation to it, as if they were trying to fix something that was never truly theirs to fix in the first place. In the following months, I continued to live my life on my terms. I never heard from Nathan or Megan again, but that didn't bother me. It became clear that, in their own way, they had gotten the message. They had always expected me to come crawling back, to forgive and forget, but the truth was, they didn't deserve it. They didn't deserve to have me in their lives if they couldn't even treat me like family in the first place. Eventually, I learned to let go of the bitterness. The distance was what I needed all along. In the years that followed, I focused on building deeper, more meaningful relationships that were based on mutual respect and love, not obligation. I finally understood what it felt like to be truly seen, not just tolerated or accepted because of some blood tie. As for Ken and Diane, I haven't heard from them in over 2 years now. They've moved on with their perfect little family. And that's okay. I've moved on, too. Maybe they're still trying to figure out what went wrong. Maybe they'll never understand. But I've stopped caring. What matters now is that I'm free. And that's the only thing that matters. It was supposed to be a celebration. That's what they kept calling it, anyway. A celebration of life, a tribute to the man who held us all together, A joyous evening full of laughter and memories. But even as they spoke those words, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I'm Fred, I'm 29, and I've always been the quiet one in the family, the background guy. As my cousin Mark once joked during a barbecue, beer in hand and a smirk on his face. I laughed along, sure, but I felt that one. I always do. Growing up, I was the kid who never made trouble. I didn't rebel, didn't shout. I just kept to myself. I did well in school, got a job right out of college in finance, and slowly built up a modest but peaceful life. I rent a decent apartment. I've got a rescue dog named Stanley, and I spend most of my evenings with a book or a game on mute. It's quiet, and honestly, it suits me. My family never really understood that. They're loud, dramatic, always in each other's business. My mom's side in particular, chaotic energy wrapped in pearls and forced smiles. Aunt Clara is the ringleader, my mom's older sister. If you've ever seen someone throw a baby shower and make it about herself, you know the type. Clara has 3 kids, 2 divorces, and a desperate need to control everything around her. She's one of those people who uses the phrase, just being honest, right before saying something cruel. Grandpa, my mom and Clara's dad, was the only reason I ever showed up to family events. He was old school, but kind. One of those men who showed love in quiet ways. He taught me how to play chess, how to drive a stick shift, and how to cook steak just right. He didn't say much, but when he did, it mattered. He never raised his voice, and yet somehow everyone listened when he spoke. I always felt like he saw me, even when no one else did. When he passed away 2 months ago at 89, I was the one who sat beside him through the night at the hospital. Just me and him and the humming machines. His will was simple. He didn't leave behind much, just a small house, some savings, a few family heirlooms. No drama, surprisingly. What caught me off guard was the note he left me. Just a short letter tucked into his chest set. It said, "You were always the one who listened. Don't let them turn this into something ugly." At first, I didn't understand what he meant. But it started to make more sense when Clara took over the planning for the celebration dinner. "It's going to be beautiful," she told everyone. Black tie, catered, slideshow, speeches. Just the way Dad would have wanted. Except, he wouldn't have. Grandpa didn't like big shows. He hated speeches. He always said funerals should be small and honest. But nobody pushed back, except me. When I voiced my concerns on the family group chat, I got ignored. I tried again. "Are we sure Grandpa would have wanted this kind of dinner?" Clara replied with a thumbs-up emoji. That was it. Mom texted me privately later. "Just let her have this. You know how she gets." I thought maybe I was reading too much into it. So I offered to help. I said I could pitch in for the venue or assist with the slideshow. Clara replied, "Oh, sweetie, you don't need to worry about all that. Just show up and try not to wear one of your weird minimalist suits, okay?" Everyone laughed at that. Still, I kept quiet. That's what I do. I sent over some old pictures of Grandpa from my phone, contributed a few stories when my cousin Lily asked for memories, and stayed out of it. The dinner was scheduled for a Saturday evening. A rented hall near Clara's neighborhood. 50 guests. Assigned seating. Dress code. She even hired a photographer. About a week before the event, I stopped by my mom's place to drop off some books she had lent me. As I stepped inside, I heard voices from the living room. Her, Clara, and Lily. I paused in the hallway, not meaning to eavesdrop, but something about the tone made me freeze. "He's going to be there, right?" Clara was saying. "Fred?" "Yeah. I mean, unless he suddenly grows a backbone," my mom replied, and they all laughed. Then Clara said something that made my stomach drop. "Good. Because the best part of the slideshow is the punchline. You have to see it. Lily edited it so perfectly. We go from all these serious tributes and emotional stuff, and then boom. That picture of Fred asleep at the family reunion with the ketchup packet on his head. The whole room is going to lose it." They all started laughing again. "That one's gold," Lily said. "We end the slideshow with it. And then your speech wraps it up by thanking every branch of the family tree, even the sleepy ones." I felt like I'd been slapped. I didn't even remember that picture. And it wasn't just the photo. It was the fact that I was the setup. The gag. The joke to send the room out on a high note. In a tribute to Grandpa, I walked back to my car without knocking. My heart was racing, and I couldn't believe how quickly the warmth I'd felt toward this whole thing was unraveling. I sat in the driver's seat for 10 minutes, staring at the wheel. Grandpa wouldn't have wanted this. He hated cruelty disguised as comedy. He hated fake speeches and forced smiles. I kept hearing his voice in my head. Don't let them turn this into something ugly. That's when the idea began to form. At first, it was just a bitter little fantasy. What if I didn't show up? What if I sent them all a message that said, "Good luck with your punchline"? But it wasn't enough. Because I wasn't just upset. I was humiliated. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized this wasn't just about the slideshow. This had been my whole life in miniature. Being the afterthought, the footnote, the easy target, the quiet guy they could always count on to show up, stay out of the way, and laugh it off when they mocked him. So I stopped laughing. And I started planning. The hall was booked in my name. That was their first mistake. The next morning, I woke up early, made coffee, and sat down with my laptop, scrolling through the confirmation email from the venue. My name was right there in bold. Frederick A. Langston, primary contact, and billing. It wasn't even that they forgot. Clara had used my credit card. Let me explain. A few weeks before the planning started, Clara called me, completely out of the blue. We hadn't spoken one-on-one in months. She laid it on thick, told me she appreciated how close I was to Grandpa, how I'd always been the thoughtful one, how much it would mean to the family if I helped cover the initial deposit until everyone else could pitch in later. I remember feeling stunned, not because she asked, but because she actually said thank you. Clara never said thank you. And even though it sounded fishy, I caved. She promised everyone would split it, swore she just needed a placeholder card. It was $600 to hold the venue. I didn't even blink. Except now, looking at this email, it was clear no one had ever switched the contact information or added their names. This whole event, the black tie dinner, the decorations, the slideshow, the photographer, was attached to me. So I started digging. I emailed the venue, pretending to confirm a few details for peace of mind. The coordinator, a sweet woman named Jenny, replied with a full itemized list, final headcount submitted, menu selections, decor arrangements, and the total invoice. $2,740. All charged to my card. They never even asked. I sat in stunned silence for a few seconds, rereading the email. Not only had they planned to humiliate me in front of 50 people, they also decided I should foot the bill for it. No one had said a word about the rest of the cost. I hadn't signed off on it. I hadn't seen a single update. But the bill was paid. They'd used my card for everything. And then I remembered something even worse. My email was also the one linked to the booking portal, which meant every automated confirmation, every update, every change, they'd all been going to my inbox. And I hadn't even noticed. Because Clara had changed the sender name to something generic like Event Hall Notifications. I'd been deleting them for weeks, assuming they were spam. I could feel something boiling in my chest, a kind of heat that made my hands shake slightly. I wasn't just hurt anymore. I was angry. Really, really angry. But still, a part of me hesitated. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe there was some explanation. Maybe Mom didn't know Clara had used my card. Maybe they were going to reimburse me after the dinner. Maybe this was all just a big misunderstanding. I needed answers. So I called Mom. "Hey, sweetheart," she answered like nothing was wrong. "Hey, quick question," I said, keeping my tone even. "Did Clara tell you she used my card to pay for everything?" There was a pause. Not long. Just enough to confirm everything. "Well, she said you offered to help." I offered to cover the deposit, $600. Not the entire event. More silence. She didn't mention. "Mom, the venue charged me over $2,000. And then, in a voice so casual I felt the ground shift. "Oh, well, you make good money, right?" It was like she had reached through the phone and slapped me. My own mother. The woman who used to pack notes in my lunchbox and remind me to wear sunscreen. Now she was brushing off a four-figure charge like it was spare change. Like I owed it to them. I hung up. No yelling. No explanation. I just pressed the red button and sat there, staring at the wall as Stanley rested his head on my knee, sensing something was wrong. That was the moment. That was the breaking point. Every repressed feeling from years of being sidelined, dismissed, used, it all snapped loose. I thought about the birthday dinners where they forgot to order something I liked. The family vacations where I was stuck on the couch while the cousins got beds. The holidays where Clara's kids were treated like royalty and I was the one cleaning up plates. I thought about Grandpa's letter. Don't let them turn this into something ugly. Too late, Grandpa. It was already ugly. But I could make it honest. The next few days, I played along. I stayed silent in the group chat. Replied with a polite, looking forward to it, when Lily asked if I'd be at the venue early. But behind the scenes, I was making calls. I canceled my card and disputed every charge. I spoke to Jenny at the venue and explained what happened. She was furious on my behalf. Apparently, Clara had called from a blocked number and impersonated me to approve the upgrades. When I told Jenny I wanted to cancel everything, she hesitated. "Fred, I'd be happy to refund you what I can. But the event is this Saturday. That's really short notice. Is the cancellation policy strict?" "Technically, no. Because it's under your name and you're the one requesting it, I can cancel it entirely. But that would mean no venue, no dinner, no anything," she said carefully. I sat with that for a moment. I thought about the slideshow. The punchline. 50 people, dressed to the nines, expecting filet mignon and sentimental speeches, only to find a locked hall and silence. I thought about Clara's smug voice, my mother's indifference, and then I imagined the group chat lighting up with confusion. Aunt Clara frantically calling, Mom texting, "Fred, where are you?" And me, far away, comfortable, watching it all unfold. I looked back at Jenny's email. "Let's cancel it," I said. "You sure?" "Absolutely." And just like that, it was done. But I wasn't finished. I booked a hotel room that afternoon. Somewhere nice. Not too far, just far enough to be out of reach. I didn't want to be home when the call started. I packed a small bag, arranged for Stanley to stay with my neighbor, she adores him, and turned off notifications from the family group chat. Saturday came fast. I checked into the hotel around noon. The lobby was quiet, peaceful. No screaming kids, no buzzing phones, just soft music and the faint smell of eucalyptus. I took a long shower, put on my favorite hoodie, ordered room service, watched half a movie, then scrolled through social media like it was any other day. At 6:10 p.m., the first call came. "Clara." I let it ring. Then another. "Mom." Ignored. Then Lily. Then my cousin Owen. Then Mark. Each one sent straight to voicemail. At 6:43 p.m., a message popped up from Clara. "Fred, where are you? The doors are locked." I smiled. Then Mom. "People are standing around. This is embarrassing." And finally, at 6:52 p.m., the best one of all. Aunt Clara, unhinged and furious. "Fred, what did you do? Everyone's outside. Your grandfather would be ashamed." I waited 5 minutes. Let the chaos simmer. Then I replied with one sentence. "Ask yourself why 50 people are standing outside a locked hall." And then I blocked her. The silence after that? It was glorious. The silence didn't last. By Sunday morning, my phone was vibrating like it had a pulse. Even with half the family blocked, messages trickled in through every app I'd ever used. Facebook, Instagram. Even an old email from 2014 suddenly came back to life with a subject line from my cousin Owen that simply read, "You've gone too far." I didn't open it. Instead, I ordered breakfast from room service, pancakes and black coffee, and sat by the window in my robe while the world frothed with indignation on the other side of the glass. Downstairs, a wedding party was checking out. The air was clean. The coffee was hot. And for the first time in weeks, maybe months, I felt weightless. Still, I knew the fallout was coming. I wasn't stupid. The first real consequence arrived that afternoon, a voicemail from my boss. "Hey Fred, just checking in. I got a call from someone named Clara who said you might be going through a personal crisis." Sounded dramatic. She mentioned family tension and implied you might be unstable right now. I told her I hadn't seen any signs of that here, but let me know if everything's okay. Unstable. That word made my skin crawl. Clara had called my job. She'd crossed a line I didn't even think she'd notice, let alone leap over. And suddenly, that fragile calm I'd been enjoying was gone. I called my boss back immediately, explained everything. To his credit, he listened. He even laughed at some of it. "Families are wild, man," he said. "You do what you need to do." But still, the damage was done. Clara had started a whisper campaign. By Monday, 3 extended relatives had posted cryptic Facebook statuses about betrayals within the family. My mom, who had stayed eerily quiet since Saturday, finally texted me. "You humiliated us. I don't know if I can forgive you for this." No apology. No recognition that they'd used me. Just disappointment. But here's the thing about rock bottom. You find out who you really are down there. And I was done being their punchline. So I cut the rope. I logged out of the family Facebook group, left the family chat, blocked every number that had made me feel small in the past year. The hardest was Mom's. I stared at her name for 10 full minutes before I tapped block. My hand trembled, but I did it. Then I powered off my phone and went outside for the first time in what felt like forever. The hotel was near a coastal trail, windy and quiet, the kind of place Grandpa would have loved. I walked for an hour, maybe two, and somewhere between the crashing waves and the smell of salt and eucalyptus, I felt something crack loose inside me. I'd spent my whole life trying to keep the peace, to smooth things over, to be the good one, the quiet, dependable one who showed up and didn't complain and let the jokes roll off his back. But what good had that done me? They still saw me as expendable, as background noise, as the kid with the ketchup packet on his head. Even after Grandpa's death, they couldn't give me dignity. So I decided to stop earning theirs. That night, I opened a blank document on my laptop. No distractions, no internet, just a blinking cursor and a glass of wine by my side. I didn't know exactly what I was writing. Maybe a journal, maybe a letter to Grandpa. But once I started, I couldn't stop. Everything poured out, memories, guilt, anger, pride. I wrote until 2 a.m., and when I finally closed my laptop, my fingers ached and my eyes were burning, but my mind was clear. I slept like a stone. In the days that followed, I started building something new, quietly, slowly, with no grand declarations. I extended my hotel stay by a week, used some PTO I'd been hoarding, canceled a few meetings, took Stanley on long walks. Every morning, I wrote, not just about my family, about me, about what I wanted, about who I actually was when I wasn't trying to shrink myself to fit other people's expectations. And then something strange happened. The writing started to feel good, not just cathartic, purposeful, like I wasn't just venting, I was building, crafting something real. By the end of that week, I had 40 pages. I emailed them to a former professor of mine who taught nonfiction storytelling and had always encouraged me to write more. I wasn't expecting anything, maybe a nice job or keep going. Instead, he called me. "Fred," he said, voice thick with emotion. "You have something here." I blinked. Really? Really? This is raw, honest, sharp. If you're willing to expand it, I think it could be something more. Something publishable. And just like that, a seed was planted. I extended my stay again, switched to a cheaper hotel, and settled into a rhythm. Morning walks, coffee shops in the afternoon, writing late into the night. My job was remote friendly, and I adjusted my hours to work half days while I rebuilt myself the other half. Each passing week brought more clarity. I hired a financial advisor and untangled the mess left by Clara's stunt. Yes, I got all the money back. I signed up for therapy and started unpacking more than just this incident. Years of quiet neglect and internalized guilt that had warped the way I saw myself. I even joined a local writing group where I read parts of my manuscript out loud for the first time. Every time someone nodded, laughed, or teared up, I felt like I was reclaiming something. And through it all, I stayed silent toward my family. They didn't deserve access to this version of me. Not yet. Maybe not ever. But that didn't stop them from trying. Clara, ever the puppet master, began damage control. She sent an apology email filled with backhanded compliments and veiled jabs. "I guess we underestimated how sensitive you are. We never meant to make you the butt of the joke. It was just meant to lighten the mood. Grandpa always loved humor, didn't he? No mention of the stolen money. No regret for calling my job. Just an attempt to rewrite the narrative." I didn't respond. Lily reached out next. Hers was better, softer. She admitted she should have spoken up. Said she got swept up in the planning and wasn't proud of how things turned out. She didn't beg for forgiveness. Just acknowledged her part and said she hoped I was doing okay. I didn't respond to her either. Not yet. But I didn't block her. Weeks passed. My book grew. My world got quieter and stronger. And then, one night, I opened my inbox to a message that made my chest ache. It was from my mother. No subject line. No pleasantries. Just, "Your silence is hurting me. I don't know how to fix this." I stared at it for a long time. Because in some twisted way, that one line summed up our relationship. She didn't ask why I was hurt. She didn't acknowledge what she'd done. She just centered her pain and asked me to fix her discomfort. And for once, I didn't feel guilty about not replying. Because I wasn't here to fix anyone anymore. I was here to build myself. To heal. To rise. And when I finally stood at the edge of the coast again, weeks later, wind in my face and Stanley at my side, I thought of Grandpa. I thought of how he always taught me to move deliberately. to think before reacting, to choose dignity over drama. But I also thought of what he said in that final note. Don't let them turn this into something ugly. I hadn't. I'd turned it into something true. If there's one thing I've learned from watching my family implode from a distance, it's this. People like Clara don't apologize because they're sorry. They apologize when they think it'll reset the board. Reset their control. Reset your role. Reset the illusion that they still run the show. But I wasn't playing that game anymore. And that meant if I wanted to do this right, not just to walk away, but to walk away with the last word, I had to play by a different set of rules. No yelling. No drama. Just precision. The book helped sharpen that instinct. By the time I reached page 200, I knew I wasn't just venting into a void. I was writing something they would read someday. Maybe not as an audience. Maybe not with pride or joy, but with the kind of frozen, stomach-sinking realization that every smug comment, every eye roll, every joke made at my expense had been immortalized. But that wasn't enough. Because I didn't want them to just feel it later. I wanted them to see it live. I wanted them to look around and realize the world had shifted and I wasn't standing where they left me. So I made a plan. It started small, quiet, calculated moves designed to build leverage. Not over them directly. I wasn't about to become Clara 2.0, but over the narrative they'd built. The one where I was just the awkward cousin with a laptop, the doormat, the man-child who couldn't take a joke. I started with the venue. Jenny, the manager I'd worked with during the cancellation fiasco, was still furious about how things went down. She'd seen Clara's manipulation firsthand and had gone out of her way to refund every cent she could, including a cleaning fee she admitted probably wasn't your fault. I reached out to her again, but this time for something else. Hey Jenny, I know this might sound odd, I wrote, but do you happen to have security footage from that Saturday evening? She replied within an hour. Still archived for now. You're thinking of using it for, what? A refund dispute. I told her the truth. I said it might be part of a book I was writing. I kept it vague, professional, polite. She sent me 2 short clips and a few screenshots. The video didn't have audio, but it didn't need it. The footage showed exactly what I'd pictured, 50 overdressed people milling around a locked door. Clara on her phone, pacing. My mother standing in heels, arms crossed. People checking their watches, whispering, frowning. At one point, Owen kicked the door. Then Lily showed up, tried to talk to Clara, and finally sat down on the curb looking absolutely done with everything. The visual metaphor alone was art. I clipped it, saved it, and filed it away. Not for the book, yet, but for something else down the line. Next came the book itself. After months of drafting, editing, and refining, I finally sent it to 3 beta readers outside of my writing group. Real people with no connection to me. 2 former professors, 1 freelance editor from a Reddit writing community. Their feedback was humbling and energizing all at once. This is part memoir, part firebomb, one of them wrote. But in the best way. I've never read a family story that felt so personal and yet so universal. That same week, the editor from Reddit emailed me again. Fred, I don't know if this is in your plans, but if you're open to self-publishing, I have contacts. Real ones. This is a story people will devour. At first, I wasn't sure. It felt big, public, exposing. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized I didn't want this story to rot in a folder. I didn't need it to be a bestseller or a viral sensation. I just needed it to exist. To be real and undeniable and out of their control. So I said yes. And then I started planning the launch. But not like most authors do. I wasn't booking interviews or pitching to agents. I was plotting a reveal, an invitation, to the very people who thought they'd buried me under their laughter. I decided the book's release date would be Grandpa's birthday. It was poetic, clean, a day the family always marked with oversugared cake and forced phone calls. Now, it would belong to something real. I spent the next month preparing. I ordered advanced author copies with a minimalist matte cover. No flashy colors, no gimmicks. Just a single white chess piece against a black background, the king. I made a website. Set up an anonymous email for press inquiries. Wrote a press release that framed the book as a quiet meditation on grief, family power dynamics, and generational neglect. It was classy, honest, clean. And then, finally, I did the thing I'd been preparing for since the moment I heard Clara laugh in that living room. I mailed them copies, one by one, personalized, monogrammed packaging with wax seals. No sender name, Just a simple message card tucked into each. This is what you made. Fred. I sent one to Clara, one to my mom, one to each of my cousins, even the spineless ones. And then I waited. I didn't have to wait long. Clara's arrived first. I could tell from the silence. She went dark on social media. Her Facebook page, normally filled with wine memes and minion gifs, was scrubbed for 3 days. Then a new post appeared. Beware of wolves in sheep's clothing. Not every memoir is based in fact. She didn't name me, but the message was clear. The book had hit her like a truck. Mom's reaction came next. She didn't post anything, didn't write, didn't call. But my phone rang one night at 1:13 a.m. I stared at it for a full minute, her name glowing in the dark. Then I silenced it and went back to sleep. The next morning, she sent a message. Why would you do this to us? I didn't reply, because they had spent years acting like I didn't matter, like I was furniture in the background of their louder lives. But now they had to read me, page by page, chapter by chapter, line by line. They had to see themselves through my eyes. No spin, no edits, just truth. It was the slowest revenge I could imagine. By the time the book officially launched, I was already 4 months removed from the family I used to orbit like a cold little moon. The pre-orders trickled in first. Members of the writing group, friends of friends who had heard whispers about a memoir that pulls no punches. Then the reviews started showing up. Slowly at first, but they were like drops of water on stone. Quiet, persistent, and impossible to ignore. Raw and surgical, like someone calmly describing a train crash they survived. You don't have to know this family to know this family. You just have to have ever been dismissed, overlooked, or used by people who say they love you. I bought this because the author posted anonymously about it. I stayed because I couldn't look away. Some readers messaged me, thanking me for putting into words what they had never been able to. A few said they cried. One woman told me she gave it to her therapist. Another said she mailed it to her sister with no explanation and hasn't spoken to her since. I hadn't expected any of that. Honestly, I figured the book would make a small wave, maybe help me close this chapter and move on. But something about it hit people where they lived. And the most surprising part? It sold. Not millions, but thousands. Enough to reach the top of a niche chart on Amazon. Enough for a modest publisher to reach out with an offer to reprint and distribute more broadly under their nonfiction imprint. And that's when the real fallout began. The publisher, of course, wanted to promote it. They asked for interviews, podcasts, social clips, bookstore signings. I told them I'd do limited press under a pseudonym. Just initials, just voice, no face. They agreed. The first podcast dropped on a Wednesday, and by Friday, the family had completely lost their minds. The group chat I'd left months ago, screenshots made their way back to me through Lily, the only cousin who hadn't fully sided with Clara. It was pure chaos. Clara, Fred's spreading lies on the internet. Owen, that book's going to follow our name forever. Do you even realize that? Mom, I told you this would happen if you pushed him too far. That last one surprised me. Mom wasn't defending me. She was blaming them. Not apologizing, not regretting her own actions, but finally admitting I hadn't snapped without reason. A crack in the mask. It got worse for Clara before it got better. Apparently, several of her wine club friends bought the book without realizing who wrote it, until they hit the scene at the tribute dinner and recognized themselves in the chaos outside that locked hall. I never used anyone's full names in the manuscript, but the context was enough. The woman who screamed at the valet, the man who threw up on the hedges, the aunt pacing in heels and shouting into her phone. They knew, and Clara knew they knew. According to Lily, Clara tried to spin it as a fictionalization, a satirical exaggeration written by an unstable family member who had a grudge. But she couldn't get away from the receipts, the screenshots, the footage, and most damning of all, the fact that everyone believed it. Because deep down, they all knew she was capable of every word. One by one, her social groups started to shrink. A few unfriended her. Some stopped replying to her event invites. Her reputation, the thing she'd guarded like a crown jewel for years, began to rot in public view. Mom called me again during this time. Left a voicemail that was half sigh, half monologue. I read it. The whole thing. I didn't realize how much I'd hurt you. I thought I was doing the best I could. But maybe my best was just what I needed, not what you did. I didn't call her back. But I didn't block her either. I'd already said everything I needed to say. On paper. In print. Forever. In late spring, I got a speaking invitation from a university panel on narrative nonfiction. They offered a flight, hotel, and a modest honorarium. I accepted. That night, I stood in front of a small audience of students and writers, reading from the chapter called The Ketchup Packet. The room went still. No laughter. No giggles. Just a quiet kind of electricity. At the end, a woman in the front row raised her hand. "Do they know?" she asked. "Your family." I nodded. "They know." "What did they say?" "Doesn't matter," I said. They had their turn. This was mine. Afterward, a professor came up and shook my hand. "You know," he said, "there's a whole generation of people who are going to see their own families in your story. Not just the dysfunction, but the reclamation. You made something ugly into something honest." Those words stuck with me, because I realized in that moment, the revenge had already happened. Not in the petty sense. Not in making Clara cry or making my mother squirm. That was incidental. The real revenge was that I didn't need them to change for me to rise. They didn't get to define me anymore. They didn't get to clip my sentences or reduce me to a joke or bury me under their expectations. I had written my way out. I had rewritten myself. And by the end of the year, I was living in a new city, one I dreamed about moving to for years, but never had the courage to try. I signed with an agent. Started outlining my second book. Adopted a second dog so Stanley wouldn't be lonely. I built a life, not in rebellion, but in release. I never saw Clara again. I imagine she still seethes every time someone mentions the word memoir. Good. Let her. Mom and I eventually exchanged a few emails. Tentative ones. Careful. I don't know if we'll ever be close again. But at least now, she meets me where I am, not where she thinks I should be. As for Grandpa, I visit his grave once a year. I bring a chess piece, the king, and I leave it on the headstone. Just for him. The last time I went, I sat under the old maple tree nearby, opened my copy of the book, and read aloud from the final paragraph. The words I'd spent months perfecting. The words that closed the loop. They tried to make me the punchline. But I learned to write the setup, deliver the line, and walk off stage with the mic still warm in my hand. And then I closed the book, looked out across the quiet grass, and whispered the only line that still mattered. I win. On my graduation day, my family told me I wasn't ready for the real world. "You'll fail," they said. I smiled, and a year later, took over their business without a word. Hi Reddit, I'm Eric, I'm 26, and I want to share a story that still doesn't feel real when I think about it. Maybe because I kept so much of it to myself for so long. This is about family, control, pride, and what happens when people underestimate the quiet one in the room. Let me start from the beginning, or at least far enough back to explain the weight behind everything. I grew up in a small city where everyone knew who my family was. My grandfather, Thomas, started a construction and property management company when he was in his 20s. Back then, it was just him, a rusted-out pickup truck, and an old briefcase with more coffee stains than papers inside. But over time, he built something real. He was never flashy, but he worked hard. And when he passed it on to my father and uncle, the business was already successful. That's when things started to shift. My father, Alan, and his younger brother Pete weren't bad at running the company. They were just different from my grandfather. Where he had been methodical and thoughtful, they were loud, aggressive, and focused more on image than substance. They liked to host events, buy expensive things, talk about being the biggest in the county, and keep their circle tight. They also had a very particular vision of what family was supposed to look like. In their minds, the ideal family was a straight line, grandfather to sons to grandsons. No deviation. No creative paths. You didn't go find your own purpose. You joined the company. You didn't question the way things were done. You learned how to keep the wheels turning. And you definitely didn't suggest doing anything differently. I was the only child of Alan and my mother, Diana. My mother was quieter than the rest of them, warm, but always watching the room before she spoke. She had been a school librarian for over 20 years and had a patience about her that made you feel like you could tell her anything. But she didn't talk back to my dad. Not really. When he said something, it stuck, even if it didn't sit right with her. That always bothered me. Then there was my cousin Jared. Jared was Pete's son. He was 2 years older than me, and from the moment he could walk, it was clear he was going to be the crown prince. He played 3 sports in high school, was always surrounded by people, and had this natural ease that adults loved. I remember watching him at family gatherings and wondering how he did it, how he made people laugh without even trying, how he could interrupt someone and somehow come off as charming instead of rude. When Jared turned 19, my dad and uncle gave him a job at the company. Not just any job, a leadership role. It was presented like it was earned, but everyone knew it wasn't. He had no experience, no degree, and frankly no attention to detail. But he knew how to talk. That was enough for them. I, on the other hand, was the bookworm. I liked reading. I liked learning. I asked too many questions at the dinner table. I wasn't hands-on enough. My dad always told me I lived in my head too much. He said it like it was a flaw. Still, I did well in school. I got into a solid university a few states away and studied economics. I wasn't looking to be rebellious. I just wanted to find something that felt like it was mine. During college, I interned with 2 different companies. One was a logistics firm that was just barely hanging on, and the other was a regional development group with sharp leadership and an open-door policy that actually meant something. That second internship changed the way I saw business. It made me realize how much smoother things ran when people actually listened to one another. Throughout those years, I'd still come home during breaks and holidays, but it always felt like I was stepping into someone else's life. They'd ask about classes, but it was always in that tone, like they were humoring me. Jared would slap my back and say things like, "Still hiding behind those books, huh?" And my uncle would ask if I was learning how to overthink like the rest of them. It was always playful on the surface, but it wasn't meant to be kind. Now fast forward to the week of my graduation. I was already back home for a few days. I'd planned to stay with my parents through the weekend before heading out to a new job I'd landed in another city. The job wasn't anything earth-shattering, just an analyst position at a mid-sized consulting firm, but it was mine. I had worked for it, interviewed for it, been chosen. Graduation day itself was a blur. The ceremony, the robes, the photos, my mother cried, and I saw a flicker of something proud in my dad's eyes, though he didn't say much. Afterward, we went out to a fancy dinner. Just immediate family, my uncle, aunt, Jared, and a couple of family friends. The restaurant was dim and polished, one of those places where they fold your napkin for you every time you leave the table. The kind of place my dad loved to go when he wanted to look important. The dinner started out fine, quiet, even. People ordered food, made small talk. Jared was seated across from me, and from the start he had that smug half-smile he always wore when he thought he knew something you didn't. When the entrees arrived, my uncle raised a glass of sparkling cider, none of us drank, and gave a short toast. He congratulated me, said some words about another milestone for the family, and then handed it over to my dad. My father stood up, cleared his throat, and began. "We're proud of Eric, of course," he said, pausing just long enough to feel formal. "He's always done things his own way, which isn't always the easiest for the rest of us." A few people chuckled. Jared looked down, pretending not to laugh. "But now that school's behind you," my dad went on, "the real world begins. And I just want to say this, it's not kind. It's not structured. It's not about who has the best grades. It's about who can survive, who can build something and hold on to it." I nodded, unsure where he was going with this. "You're smart, Eric," he said, "but being smart isn't the same as being capable. There's a difference between studying business and doing business. And frankly, I worry that you're not ready for what's coming." The table had gone quiet. I glanced at my mom, but she was looking down at her plate. Jared wasn't even trying to hide the grin anymore. "I hope I'm wrong," my dad said, "but the world doesn't give out gold stars. You'll learn that soon enough." That was the moment everything shifted, not just in the room, but in me. I didn't argue. I didn't defend myself. I just smiled and thanked him for the honesty. I don't think he knew what to do with that, because what I didn't tell him, or anyone at the table, was that someone had already reached out to me. Someone from inside the company. Someone who had been watching the way things were unfolding behind the scenes. Someone who had seen enough of Jared's leadership to know it wasn't going to end well. So, after that dinner, I went back to my childhood bedroom feeling numb. That's the best word I can come up with. I wasn't surprised by what my father said. Not really. I think part of me expected it. But hearing it out loud, so publicly, in front of everyone, made something settle in my chest. Not anger. Not sadness, either. Something quieter. Something still. I started packing that same night, even though I still had a few days before I was set to leave for the new job. I didn't want to hang around for the rest of the congratulations that didn't mean anything. I didn't want to hear Jared make more backhanded comments like, "Bet that degree cost more than it's worth," or my uncle laugh and say I'd be calling in a year asking for a desk at the family office. The thing is, they had convinced themselves I was soft, that I didn't have the edge it took to survive in their world. They thought I'd spend a few months out there, stumble, and come crawling back. It wasn't just arrogance, it was certainty. They needed me to fail. Because if I didn't, it would mean everything they built wasn't the only way to do things. 2 weeks later, I started the new job. The company was nothing flashy, but the leadership was sharp and the environment was focused. I kept my head down and worked. I took every assignment seriously, asked questions, stayed late when I needed to. No one held my hand. No one handed me anything. And that was exactly what I needed. About 3 months in, I got a message on LinkedIn. It was from Marianne. Now, Marianne might not seem important at first glance, but in my world, especially in my grandfather's time, she was a pillar. She had been his executive assistant for over 20 years and knew more about the company's actual inner workings than most of the board. She had a mind like a filing cabinet and the kind of memory that made people nervous. People respected her, but after my grandfather retired, she started being pushed aside. Jared and my uncle never really liked how sharp she was. They said she was old school. What they meant was she wouldn't nod along with bad ideas just to protect someone's ego. I hadn't spoken to her since I was in high school, but I remembered how kind she had been to me back then. How she'd sit with me in the break room while my dad and uncle went into closed-door meetings, explaining things like budgets and contracts with a kind of patient clarity I never got from the rest of them. Her message was simple. She said, "Do you have time to talk?" I called her that night. "Things aren't good," she told me, her voice even, but tired. "The company's bleeding money. They've taken on projects they can't handle. Jared's trying to do everything himself, but he's in over his head. And your uncle, he's distracted. There are whispers about an audit, and if that happens," she trailed off. "What about my dad?" I asked. There was a pause. Then, "He still thinks they can fix it by pushing harder. He keeps saying things like, 'We just need to land one big client.' But they've burned so many bridges, Eric. People don't want to work with him anymore." I remember sitting in silence for a moment, digesting all of that. Part of me felt vindicated. But another part, something quieter, felt sad. Not for them. For what my grandfather had built. The man who used to take me with him to construction sites when I was 10, who kept a photo of my grandmother taped inside his clipboard. The man who never raised his voice but somehow still got everyone in the room to listen. "What do you want from me?" I asked her. Marianne sighed. "I don't want anything from you. I just thought you should know. And I thought you might care enough to do something about it." I didn't answer her right away. I told her I'd think about it. And I did. For days. Here's the thing. I wasn't naive. I knew stepping into the mess they had made would be complicated. Risky. But I also knew their arrogance had finally caught up with them. They had spent years playing king of the hill, assuming the world would keep bending for them. They were wrong. I started doing my research. Quietly. Carefully. I began talking to people who had left the company in the last 2 years. Former project managers, financial officers, even the guy who used to handle building permits. Most of them had the same story. Good people pushed out, bad decisions defended to the bitter end, and a culture that rewarded loyalty over competence. One call in particular stuck with me. A man named Harish, who had once overseen the company's logistics and scheduling. He told me, "I liked your grandfather. He listened. But now it's just Jared barking orders, and your dad telling him he's a visionary. There's no accountability, no structure." I walked because I wasn't going to be part of watching it collapse. That word, collapse, sat with me. Around this time, I reached back out to Marianne and told her I was ready to help. But I wasn't interested in temporary fixes. If I was going to get involved, it had to be on my terms. She agreed. We started meeting every week, sometimes just phone calls, sometimes late-night video chats. She sent me financial statements she'd kept copies of, reports she wasn't even supposed to have access to anymore. I reviewed them line by line, flagged patterns, cross-checked expenses with public records. The deeper I dug, the worse it looked. There were contractors still waiting on final payments. A development project in Riverford that had gone 3 months behind schedule and was now tied up in legal threats. A string of smaller subcontractors who had all walked away after dealing with Jared's dismissiveness. But what stood out most wasn't what I found, it was what I didn't find. There was no real leadership anymore. My father had stepped back from the day-to-day operations and spent most of his time meeting with potential investors, trying to prop up a house that was already on fire. Uncle Pete was rarely involved in anything beyond ceremonial events. And Jared was trying to run every department at once. Marketing, operations, client relations, finance. It was as if he believed titles were just words you handed out, and he didn't trust anyone enough to share control. That was when I made my decision. I wasn't just going to step in. I was going to take it. Quietly. Strategically. No announcements. No dramatic speeches. Just action. Influence. Information. One person at a time. Adrian had been working for the company for almost 5 years and had originally been hired during one of Jared's modernization initiatives. The irony was, she was one of the few competent hires he made, probably because he didn't bother reviewing her resume beyond the university name and a referral from someone he barely knew. Adrian wasn't just competent, she was meticulous. Quiet, too. The kind of person who reads every clause twice and remembers conversations word for word. I hadn't met her personally, but she had worked under Marianne before Marianne was edged out of the front office, and apparently they'd kept in touch. Adrian emailed me one evening from her personal address. Short message. Heard you're looking into the books. I have something you might want to see. But not over email. We set up a meeting at a quiet coffee shop on the edge of town. The place was mostly students and freelancers with headphones. Safe enough. She was already there when I arrived. Early 30s, glasses, dressed simple but sharp. She nodded when she saw me and slid a plain folder across the table. I've been keeping copies, she said. No small talk. Invoices, revisions, contract edits, expense reports. Some of them don't match. And I'm not talking about human error. I'm talking about intentional adjustments. Things backdated. Numbers changed. I opened the folder and started skimming. She wasn't exaggerating. One document showed a project that had supposedly been completed under budget, but Adrian had the original submission from a contractor that didn't match the reported numbers at all. I asked Jared about it once, she said. He told me it was a rounding error and said not to bring it up again. My stomach tightened, because this wasn't just mismanagement. This was borderline fraud, if not over the line already. The implications were huge. If this ever surfaced publicly, not only could it destroy the company's reputation, it could attract the kind of legal scrutiny they wouldn't be able to talk their way out of. Why are you giving this to me? I asked. Because I know you won't protect them just because they're family, she said simply. She was right. Over the next several weeks, Adrian and I began working together behind the scenes. Every weekend, every evening I could spare, we organized files, built timelines, and traced patterns. We found contractors who had stopped working with the company mid-project, citing unpaid bills or creative disagreements, which was often just code for Jared refused to listen and then blamed them for delays. One by one, I started reaching out. Soft calls. No accusations. Just checking in. Listening. Building rapport. Some of them didn't want to talk at first, still worried about burning bridges. But once they realized I wasn't calling on behalf of my father or Jared, their tone changed. Honestly, one former contractor told me, they treated us like we were disposable. Promises on paper, but no follow-through. And when we pushed back, Jared said we were too small-time to matter. Another said, I liked your grandfather. He was fair. But those boys? They just wanted to win. At any cost. The image of my family as respected leaders was already cracking. But it wasn't enough to watch it crumble. I needed to be deliberate. I wasn't just collecting evidence, I was collecting people. That's how I built the list. A spreadsheet of every former employee, partner, and vendor who had walked away in the last 5 years. I sorted it by skill set, availability, and how they left. Marian helped me identify who still had goodwill buried beneath the frustration. Adrian helped me review who was most likely to speak up quietly, if needed. At the same time, I started planting seeds. Discreet conversations with people still inside the company. Most were cautious, but a few were fed up enough to talk. I never asked for loyalty, I asked for clarity. How are things going? What's morale like? Where do you think the company is headed? The answers told the real story. One accountant admitted she hadn't been paid on time for 2 months straight. A project lead said Jared changed deadlines midweek and blamed his team when clients complained. A front desk staffer said she'd heard Jared and Pete arguing loudly behind closed doors, something about being stretched too thin. Still, they held it together in public. Their social media pages showed company picnics, ribbon cuttings, charity drives. But the smiles didn't match what I was hearing behind the scenes. Then came the opportunity one didn't expect. A mid-sized real estate group in the next county reached out to me, not as Eric from the family company, but as Eric from the consulting firm I worked at. They wanted a proposal for a redevelopment plan involving several underused plots in town. And here's the twist. One of those plots had originally been promised to my family's company. Promised. but not secured. The deal had stalled. Jared had overpromised, underdelivered, and then gone silent when pressed for updates. According to the group's project manager, they were ready to move forward with someone else. I didn't push. I just listened. I gave them thoughtful, thorough feedback. I followed up. I connected them with 2 former contractors who had left the family business on good terms. I treated it like every other project I'd worked on, except this one had a deeper purpose. Because once the deal closed, word started to spread. Nothing public, nothing explosive, but quiet questions. Why isn't Alan's company handling that redevelopment? Did they lose that contract? Is something going on with the leadership? My father started hearing whispers. My uncle began calling old partners out of the blue, trying to check in. Jared? Jared went into overdrive. Social media posts, new promo videos, bold promises about big things on the horizon. But the thing about desperation is it's easy to spot when you're not in the middle of it. They were scrambling, and I wasn't finished yet. I had one more step to take. One final quiet move that would turn the tide completely. I booked a meeting with a former board member. The former board member I met with was named Leland. He had served under my grandfather for over a decade and stepped down not long after my uncle and Jared took over the bulk of operations. Officially, it was to spend more time with family. In reality, it was because he saw the direction things were headed. We met in his office, a modest setup attached to his home. He was older, silver-haired, sharp-eyed, and polite in that precise way that makes you pay attention. I laid everything out: the mismanaged finances, the manipulated records, the contractors pushed away, and the unraveling internal structure. Leland listened carefully. He didn't interrupt once. When I finished, he leaned back and said, "I knew it was bad. I didn't realize how bad." Then he told me something I didn't know. Years ago, before my grandfather retired, he'd quietly updated the corporate structure. He'd placed a portion of the company into a holding trust that protected the company's original assets, land, properties, and some long-standing partnerships from being sold off or leveraged without board oversight. And more importantly, he'd made sure that if those original values were being undermined, there was a clause that allowed for emergency reorganization. The best part? Marianne and Leland were trustees. Silent ones. They had no voting power in the day-to-day, but they had legal authority to intervene if the company was at risk of being compromised by internal mismanagement. Which, at this point, it clearly was. The clause was rarely used, and it wasn't easy to enforce. But with enough documentation, proof of financial irresponsibility, potential breaches of fiduciary duty, and damage to long-standing business relationships, they could move to reorganize the leadership structure. And they needed someone ready to take over. That someone was me. We spent the next 2 months preparing. Adrian helped compile the cleanest, most detailed case possible. Marian handled the logistics, reviewed legal requirements, and identified exactly which assets fell under the trust protection. Leland managed the formal process. Every document, every timestamp, every phone call we recorded with permission. It all mattered. And then it happened. A formal hearing was scheduled, attended by trustees, legal advisors, and the remaining board members. My father showed up in a gray suit, looking like he still thought it was a misunderstanding. Jared showed up late and visibly irritated, muttering to his assistant and not making eye contact with anyone. My uncle Pete didn't show at all. The hearing lasted 5 hours. Leland presented the case. Adrian walked through the financial inconsistencies. Marian spoke plainly about the internal mismanagement. I didn't say much at first. I let the facts speak. But when they asked what my intention was, what I wanted, I told them the truth. I want to restore what this company was meant to be. I want to honor the people who built it. I'm not here to burn anything down. I'm here to clean up the fire before it spreads any further. That was it. Within 2 weeks, Jared was removed from his position. My uncle's remaining responsibilities were suspended pending further review. And my father stepped down voluntarily. Not out of grace, but because he saw what was coming. And more importantly, he knew he'd lose if he fought. The reorganization went through. And just like that, I was appointed interim CEO with full backing from the trust, the remaining board, and the partners who had watched from the sidelines for years. The first thing I did? I rehired a few of the former staff who had been pushed out for doing the right thing. I called every contractor we still owed money to and started negotiating repayments. I reached out to every client we'd let down and apologized genuinely. We didn't fix everything overnight, but we started, and people noticed. As for my father, Jared, and Pete, Jared moved to another city. Tried to start a small firm of his own. Last I heard, he was struggling to find serious partners. His reputation had caught up with him. Pete faded out of public view. I think the embarrassment hit him harder than he expected. My father, though, he still lives in town. Still sees a few of the old guard at events. He doesn't say much about what happened, but I know he keeps tabs on what we're doing now. We don't speak often. Not out of bitterness, just clarity. He was willing to let everything fall apart before admitting he was wrong. I can't trust that. But here's what I do know. The company is stable now. Growing. Even. We're rebuilding on real values, transparency, fairness, reliability. The people who are still here want to be here. And for the first time in years, the name my grandfather built actually means something again. And me? Well, I still remember that graduation dinner. The looks. The words. The laughter. You'll fail, they said. They were wrong. I didn't just prove them wrong. I replaced them. Quietly. Completely. And I never looked back. When I walked into the family dinner with my girlfriend, my cousin slammed his plate down and said, "She's not one of us." My grandma just shook her head and said, "Neither are you." Then my dad told me, "Sit down, eat quietly, and don't cause trouble." I smiled calmly and left the room. Hey Reddit. I'm Aaron, 31M, and this might take a while to tell, so settle in. It's not the kind of story you can skim through and get the whole picture. A lot of small, quiet moments led up to one very loud one. And even though the blow-up only happened a few weeks ago, the roots go back years, maybe even decades. I'm the kind of guy who usually keeps to himself. I live about 4 hours away from where I grew up, in a modest little town in northern Michigan where everyone knows everyone, and the idea of family is less of a bond and more of a commandment. My family is one of those where the expectations are spoken in hushed tones and never questioned out loud. You go to church on Sunday, you bring a casserole when someone dies, and you don't, under any circumstances, rock the boat. For a long time, I did what was expected. I didn't make waves. I was a quiet kid, polite, always said thank you, always held the door, always showed up to dinner when asked. I played football in high school because my dad had played, not because I loved it. I helped out at my dad's auto shop during summers even though I had dreams of doing something else. Something with music. Or maybe writing. But none of that ever really seemed practical to my folks. My dad, George 63M, is a man of very few words. Most of them are practical, things like check the oil or watch your step. He's not mean exactly, but he's weathered. Like someone who spent too many years outside in the cold and just decided not to bother warming up anymore. My mom, Valerie 60F, is the kind of woman who organizes her canned goods by label color and has a framed cross-stitch in the kitchen that says, "Bless this mess," even though she'd never allow anything even remotely messy. I'm the youngest of 3. My brother Mitchell, 34M, stayed in town and took over more of the garage duties after I left for college. He's the golden child, steady, practical, dependable. He married his high school girlfriend, and they now have a perfectly symmetrical little family with 2 kids and a golden retriever. Then there's my sister Tessa, 38F, who moved to Chicago in her 20s and only visits when there's a funeral or a wedding. She and I are close in that long-distance sibling way, phone calls twice a month, text about weird dreams, occasional rants about how exhausting our parents can be. And then there's me. I left town after high school, went to a state school down south, and ended up staying there longer than I meant to. I bounced around for a bit, played in a band that almost made it, did some freelance writing, eventually landed a steady job in marketing. It's not glamorous, but it pays the bills and lets me keep a little studio space where I still write music when I can. And more importantly, it's where I met Riley, 29F. Now, here's where the story starts to shift. Riley is funny, quick-witted, thoughtful in the way that makes you feel seen. She's got this calm about her that balances me out. Where I tend to overthink, she listens. Where I freeze up around tension, she sits still and breathes through it. We met at an open mic night in a coffee shop, both pretending we weren't nervous. She read poetry. I played guitar. I remember thinking, if I don't talk to her tonight, I'll regret it. So I did. And here we are, a year and a half later. She's also black, which shouldn't matter, and in any reasonable family, it wouldn't. But I knew, deep down, I knew that it would be something my family wouldn't just glance past. Not because they're openly hostile, at least not most of them, but because they carry this unspoken set of rules about who belongs and who doesn't. And those rules go back generations, whether anyone's willing to admit it or not. I hadn't brought Riley home before. We talked about it a few times, especially around the holidays, but I always found a reason to delay. It wasn't that I was ashamed, not even close. I was just hesitant. I didn't want to put her through it. I didn't want to explain every odd silence, every loaded comment disguised as a joke, every awkward pause at the dinner table. But eventually, Riley told me something that stuck. We were walking through the park one afternoon, sipping hot tea from paper cups, and she said, "I want to know where you come from. All of it. Not just the stories you tell me, but the people, the place. I want to see it." So I made plans. Or more specifically, I accepted my mom's standing invitation for Sunday dinner at Grandma Eloise's place, something she's hosted once a month for as long as I can remember. It's a full family gathering, potluck style. Fold-out tables and mismatched silverware. You come hungry and you leave full, even if you're emotionally wrung out by the end of it. I told Riley I'd handle everything, that she didn't need to do anything special, just be herself. She smiled and said she'd bring her lemon bars, which I already knew would put her in Grandma Eloise's good graces. Grandma's got a sweet tooth like no other. The night before, I sent a simple message to the family group chat, bringing someone with me tomorrow. Her name is Riley. Looking forward to it. No one responded for several hours. Eventually, Mitchell sent a thumbs-up emoji. My mom sent a heart, but not the red one, the pale pink one she uses when she's unsure about something. And then my dad texted me privately, for words, "Just don't start anything." I stared at that message for a long time. Riley was in the next room, wrapping the lemon bars in foil, humming to herself. I didn't reply. I just turned off my phone and went to help her. We left early the next morning. The drive up was quiet for the first hour. I was nervous. Riley could tell. At one point, she reached over and put her hand on mine and said, "It's okay if they don't like me. What matters is that you do." I nodded, but I didn't say what I was thinking, which was, it matters more than it should. When we got to town, everything looked smaller. That always happens, doesn't it? The houses you thought were huge as a kid are suddenly just houses. The wide open fields seem more ordinary. The stoplights change slower. I pointed out the school I went to, the ice cream shop where I'd worked one summer, the park where we used to ride bikes down the big hill until someone broke a collarbone. Riley listened, asked questions, smiled in all the right places. We pulled into Grandma Eloise's driveway just before 5. The yard was already full of cars. I recognized most of them. Dad's dusty truck, Mitchell's SUV, Tessa's rental. A couple of distant cousins whose names I always mix up. I sat in the car for a moment before getting out. Riley was unwrapping the lemon bars. "You sure about this?" I asked. She looked at me and said, "Let's go meet the people who raised you." And so we did. We stepped up onto the porch together, and I could feel Riley's hand tighten around mine, a small anchor in the storm I was about to walk into. The door swung open before I could knock, as usual, because Grandma Eloise never bothered with such formalities anymore. There she was, Grandma, in her usual floral dress, a soft shawl draped over her shoulders, her silver hair pulled back neatly. She smiled immediately when she saw me, but there was a flicker of something unreadable in her eyes as they shifted over to Riley. "Well, Aaron, you brought company," she said warmly, but her voice had the slightest edge, like she was testing the air. "This is Riley," I said, squeezing her hand. "Riley, Grandma Eloise." Grandma gave Riley a hug, though it was brief and polite. "It's good to finally meet you, dear. You must be tired from the drive." Riley smiled, keeping her tone light. "Not at all. It's nice to be here." The door opened wider, and we were ushered inside. The house smelled like baked bread, aged wood, and a hint of something floral, probably from the lavender sachets Grandma always tucked in drawers. In the living room, my parents were there, already seated in their usual spots, Dad in his worn recliner, Mom at the corner of the dining table, arranging some napkins. They looked up, but there wasn't much warmth in their eyes. "Hello, Riley," Mom said, voice even, but with that unmistakable, "I'm tolerating you" tone. Dad didn't say anything, just nodded. I felt my throat tighten. Then came the rest of the family filtering in. Cousins, aunts, uncles, all exchanging nods and half smiles. Some glanced at Riley sideways, others whispered quietly to their partners. I could catch fragments of comments, not from here, different. The kind of remarks that sting because they're so carefully disguised as concern. The dining room was set up with long tables pushed together, covered in floral tablecloths and mismatched china. Plates piled high with casseroles, roast chicken, mashed potatoes, the usual Sunday spread. I pulled out a chair for Riley near me. She sat down, took a deep breath, and tried to relax. We started to eat. Conversations buzzed around the room, but there was a noticeable chill whenever Riley tried to join in. Then, about halfway through the meal, it happened. My cousin Derek, loud, brash, and always eager to make his presence felt, slammed his fork down so hard the plate rattled. Everyone quieted and turned to him. Derek's eyes locked on Riley like she was an intruder. "She's not one of us," he said, voice loud enough for the whole room to hear. "Why are you bringing her here? This isn't her place." A few heads nodded quietly, and I saw some smirks. Riley's face went pale, but she stayed seated, her jaw tight. Before I could respond, Grandma Eloise cleared her throat and said firmly, "Neither are you." The room froze. All eyes shifted to Derek, whose mouth tightened. Grandma's gaze was sharp, not the gentle matriarch I was used to in private, but a woman who'd seen enough trouble and had no patience for foolishness. Dad's voice cut through the tension next. "Sit down, eat quietly, and don't cause trouble, Aaron." It wasn't a request. It was a command. I felt a strange calm settle over me. I smiled gently, stood up, and said, "Thank you for dinner," without looking anyone in the eye. Riley stood with me. We walked out the front door, past the gathering whispers and stares, into the cool evening air. I didn't say a word as I closed the door behind us. Outside, the evening air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and the faint hum of distant traffic. Riley and I stood on the porch for a moment, the door shutting quietly behind us. It was as if the walls themselves were sighing, relieved to have the tension leave the room. I looked at her, expecting anger or hurt, but instead, Riley gave me a small, understanding smile. "Do you want to go back in?" she asked softly. I shook my head. "Not right now." We walked down the steps and toward the car, the crunch of gravel under our shoes sounding unusually loud in the quiet neighborhood. The porch light above us cast long shadows, stretching out like silent witnesses to what had just unfolded inside. On the drive back to my apartment, silence settled between us. Not the heavy kind, but the thoughtful kind, where words feel too small for the moment. I watched Riley carefully. She seemed calm, but I knew she was sorting through every glance, every whispered comment from the dinner. When we got inside, Riley made herself a cup of tea. I sat on the couch, staring out the window, trying to piece together everything that had happened. That night, I lay awake thinking about my family, the things they said, the looks they gave. It wasn't just Derek being blunt. There was a deeper current beneath the surface, an unspoken rulebook that I had never fully acknowledged until now. My family's idea of us was narrow, carefully guarded like a fragile heirloom. They measured belonging by blood, tradition, and an unyielding loyalty to the past. Anyone who didn't fit the mold was seen as an outsider, a threat, or worse, a mistake. The worst part? Grandma Eloise's words. When she said, "Neither are you," it was like a verdict. Not just on Riley, but on me too. A reminder that I had already stepped out of line, that I had already crossed a boundary that wasn't supposed to be crossed. The following days were a strange mix of avoidance and quiet confrontation. My mom called twice, but only left messages asking me to think carefully about what I was doing. My dad didn't call or text. Mitchell sent a terse message. "Let's keep things normal." I knew what that meant. Pretend Riley didn't exist. Pretend none of this happened. At work, I felt the weight of it too. I was distracted, restless. I'd always thought I could keep my two worlds separate, my family and my life away from them. But now, it felt like a tug of war I wasn't prepared to fight. Riley was patient. She listened without judgment as I vented, as I wrestled with the question of how much I was willing to sacrifice to be myself. Then, one afternoon, my phone buzzed with a message from Tessa. It was brief. "Aaron, we need to talk. It's about the family." And Riley. I stared at the screen for a long time, heart pounding. Tessa was the only one who'd ever been willing to question things, to challenge the status quo. But I didn't know what she was about to say. And more importantly, I wasn't sure if I was ready to hear it. That night, Riley and I sat on the balcony, watching the city lights flicker. I told her about the message. She reached over and squeezed my hand. "Whatever it is, we face it together." I nodded, but inside, I knew this was just the beginning. The day after Tessa's message, I found myself pacing my small apartment, the kind of restless pacing where your mind races faster than your feet can keep up. I wasn't sure what she wanted to say, but knowing her, it wasn't going to be sugar-coated. She's always been the one to speak truths no one else dared voice, sometimes gently, sometimes like a brick through a window. That evening, I met her at a quiet cafe downtown. It was the kind of place with soft lighting and faded bookshelves lining the walls, the perfect backdrop for serious conversations disguised as casual chats. Tessa arrived a few minutes late, brushing her dark hair back and settling into the chair across from me. She took a deep breath before she spoke. "I'm sorry about dinner," she began quietly. "I wish I could say it was just Derek being a fool, but it's deeper than that." I nodded, waiting for her to continue. She looked around, lowering her voice. "You know how Grandma runs things. She controls the family like a general. But it's not just about tradition or appearances. She's obsessed with keeping the family pure, in her own way. She doesn't like Riley because she doesn't fit that image." "What about Mom and Dad?" I asked. Tessa sighed. "Mom's terrified of rocking the boat. She's always been the peacemaker, but that means she enables Grandma's worst tendencies. Dad, he's silent, but he's just as much a part of it. When he told you to sit down and don't cause trouble, he was telling you to accept your place, to stay quiet and pretend everything's fine." I swallowed hard. It was worse than I thought. "And Mitchell?" I asked. Tessa's eyes narrowed. "He's the golden boy, so he plays along. He benefits from the status quo, keeps his head down, doesn't question anything." I felt a cold weight settle in my chest. The family I thought I knew was something else entirely. Then Tessa leaned in closer. "There's more. Grandma's been pushing to change the will, to make sure everything stays in the family line. And that means excluding anyone who steps out of line, including you." My heart skipped. "You mean she's trying to cut me out?" Tessa nodded. "And if you don't act, it'll happen. You need to show them you're not going away quietly. You need to fight." That night, back at my apartment, I couldn't shake Tessa's words. I thought about Riley, about the life we wanted to build, about how much I was willing to risk. I realized that silence wasn't an option anymore. The next morning, I started small. I began gathering information, details about Grandma's finances, the family's assets, anything that might be leverage. I talked quietly with a few relatives who were quietly unhappy with Grandma's iron grip, people who felt like their voices were never heard. Slowly, the pieces started to come together. Meanwhile, I made a point to invite Riley to more family events, not to seek acceptance, but to show that we were unshakable. At the next gathering, I arrived with her again, standing tall even when Derek sneered and whispered nasty comments. Over the next few weeks, I kept a low profile but worked steadily behind the scenes. I had learned early on that in this family, loud confrontation rarely won battles. It was always about control, influence, and quiet pressure. So, I gathered information carefully, one conversation at a time. I started by reconnecting with Aunt May, my mother's older sister, who lived a few towns over and had never fully agreed with Grandma's iron grip. She was warm but cautious, always speaking in whispers about the family dynamics. One afternoon, over a pot of tea at her tidy kitchen table, Aunt May revealed some details I hadn't expected. "Eloise has been rewriting parts of the will for years," she said, her voice low. "She's convinced the family fortune has to stay pure. She uses that word a lot. Purity, lineage, legacy. You and Riley? Neither fits her idea of that." I nodded, trying to keep my expression neutral. "She's also been strong-arming some relatives into supporting her plans. There are contracts, property deeds, things you wouldn't think matter, but they give her control." That was the first time I realized how deep this went. It wasn't just a grudge or old-fashioned prejudice. It was a strategic, calculated effort to exclude me, and by extension, Riley, from the family's future. Meanwhile, I noticed how subtle the family's hostility was at gatherings. The conversations that stopped when I walked in, the side glances exchanged over my shoulder, the delicate way my father would avoid meeting my eyes. Derek's smirks grew sharper, and he found little ways to undermine me, a cutting comment disguised as a joke, dismissing my opinions in front of others. At one dinner, Mitchell pulled me aside quietly. "Dad's worried you're stirring the pot," he said, voice low but serious. "You need to back off before this gets worse." I looked at him, and for the first time, I saw that it wasn't just loyalty to the family on his side. It was fear. Fear of change, fear of losing control. I realized then that if I wanted to protect what mattered, Riley, my own future, I had to play their game better than they did. So, I started gathering allies. I quietly reached out to cousins who felt sidelined by grandma's dominance, people who remembered the family being more open, less rigid. I invited them for coffee, listened to their stories, their frustrations. Some were hesitant at first, but when I shared what I knew, they began to open up. One by one, a quiet network began to form. I also began documenting everything: phone calls, messages, contracts, knowing that someday the truth would need to be laid bare. Throughout it all, Riley was my rock. She never pushed me to move faster or act recklessly. Instead, she reminded me to stay calm, to be patient, and to trust that the right moment would come. Then, one afternoon, I received a letter in the mail from Grandma's lawyer. It was curt, formal, and threatening in its own way, a reminder that the family expected me to respect the boundaries they set, including stepping back from any involvement in family business or events. That letter was the spark. I realized that this was no longer just about quiet resentment or unspoken rules. This was a full-on battle for identity, respect, and belonging. And I was ready. After the letter from Grandma's lawyer arrived, I sat at my desk and read it twice. It wasn't aggressive in tone, but every word was carefully placed to make one thing clear: I was no longer part of the inner circle. The wording was cold and rehearsed. As a courtesy, we are notifying you that changes to certain family arrangements have been initiated. In accordance with long-standing values and expectations, the family requests that you refrain from participation in upcoming decisions and financial matters moving forward. That phrase, long-standing values and expectations, stuck with me. It meant nothing and everything. It meant conformity, silence, obedience. It meant pretending Riley didn't exist. It meant that if I wanted to be accepted, I had to become someone I no longer was. I placed the letter down, and I felt calm. For the first time in a long time, I saw my family clearly, not just individuals with quirks and traditions, but a system. A closed loop designed to protect itself and silence anything that didn't fit. That realization didn't make me angry. It gave me focus. I didn't want back in. I wanted out, but on my own terms. Over the next month, I built quietly. It started with conversations. One by one, I met with cousins, second cousins, a few aunts and uncles, people who had always stayed on the margins, just like I had. I asked questions. I listened. I didn't tell them what to think. I simply showed them what I had. Aunt May, who had once been Grandma's closest confidant, had been pushed out years ago after marrying someone Grandma didn't approve of. She kept receipts, literal ones. She had copies of financial transactions Grandma had made under the table, property deals shuffled between names, pressure she'd put on vulnerable family members to sign things they didn't understand. Tessa and I organized it all. We built a timeline, mapped out names, dates, and changes to the family's estate planning. Tessa was meticulous, and together we created a clear record of how Grandma's grip had warped what should have been a shared legacy into a tool of control. We didn't want to destroy anything. We wanted the truth known. That was the beginning of the real shift. Then, I called a family meeting. Not everyone showed up, of course. Derek sent a one-word reply. No, Mitchell called and tried to reason with me. What's the point, Aaron? You're just going to make things worse. But many others came, enough to matter. People who had been silent for years, unsure how to speak. People who had stories of their own, but never a platform. We didn't meet at Grandma's house. We met in a rented community room at the local library. Neutral ground. I walked in with a folder in one hand and Riley beside me. She didn't speak, but her presence was powerful, a quiet act of defiance. Her mere existence challenged their narrative. When I stepped to the front of the room, I didn't raise my voice. I just opened the folder and began laying out the truth. I'm not here to make anyone choose sides, I began. I'm here to show you what's been happening to me, to many of you, and to this family as a whole. I showed documents, amendments, land transfers, manipulative letters, all signed and sealed under the guise of tradition. I told them how Grandma had arranged for my exclusion, how the letter I received wasn't just a warning, but a boundary meant to lock me and Riley out forever. I watched as heads bowed, lips tightened, and people began murmuring among themselves. Then Aunt May spoke. Eloise used to tell me that control kept the family strong, she said softly. But all I see now is silence and fear. That's not strength. That's isolation. More followed. Stories of being told who to marry, what schools to choose, who to avoid, what parts of themselves to hide to stay in good standing. And one by one, the illusion cracked. By the time the meeting ended, I wasn't reinstated. I didn't want to be. That wasn't the point. The point was that the silence had been broken. Word spread through the family faster than I expected. Some defended Grandma, of course. They claimed I was exaggerating, making drama, trying to divide people. But others, more than I'd hoped, thanked me. I heard from a cousin who'd been quietly cut out after coming out to Grandma 10 years ago. A niece of Aunt May's who had been pressured out of college and into marriage. People who never felt brave enough to speak before, now finally saying, "Me too." And Grandma? She didn't say a word to me. Not directly. But I heard that she called Tessa the next week, asking if she could explain what had happened. Tessa told her, kindly but firmly, that the time for explanations had passed. When the lawyer called again, it was to say that no new changes to the estate would be made without a family consensus. Grandma was advised to take a step back. Not forced, not legally. But in the world she had built on reputation and obedience, silence from the family was the sharpest consequence she could face. She lost her power not through a courtroom, but through exposure. Her control depended on fear. And once people stopped fearing her, she had nothing left to stand on. I never returned to her house. I never answered her letters after that. My parents tried to call once, leaving a message asking if I could find a way to put this behind us. I deleted it without replying. There was no apology, no real reflection, only a desire to smooth things over, to go back to normal. But normal wasn't neutral. Normal was silence, exclusion, and pretending everything was fine as long as no one talked about it. I wasn't interested in that kind of peace. So I let them go. Today, Riley and I live in a different city. We bought a small house together near the edge of a wooded park, far from the reach of old expectations. She works with local youth programs. I do consulting and writing part-time. We've built a circle of friends who show up with sincerity, not conditions. People who don't see love or identity as a threat to tradition. I still speak to Tessa and Aunt May. We talk often about life, the future, and the strange relief that comes with releasing yourself from a legacy that never fit. Sometimes, I think about that night, the clatter of Derek's fork, the way Grandma's eyes hardened, the chill in my father's voice as he told me to sit down and be quiet. And I remember how I stood up anyway. I didn't win back my place in the family. I didn't need to. What I wanted was something else entirely, clarity, freedom, and a future I chose for myself. And that to me was worth more than any inheritance.